Chapter 661 Huamingshi Firearms Project starts. Caw. In the training room, a huge space crack suddenly appeared. Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao drilled out one after another, standing firmly on the ground. Sure enough, I am no longer your opponent. Zhang Lao patted Xiao Yao's shoulder. His tone was full of complexity and emotion. It's time for me, an old guy, to retire. Teacher, I'm still waiting for you to break through to the master level and protect me. Xiao Yao gently brushed the ashes on Zhang Lao's shoulders, smiled. With your current strength, breaking through to the master level is just around the corner. He said this not without reason. In the teacher-student battle just now, he originally thought that he could defeat the teacher relatively easily. After all, he had 2 more diamond-level war beasts, and after being baptized by the light of evolution, the strength of several war beasts had increased. Although they had not yet broken through the Diamond 2 level, their strength was far beyond that of the same level. In addition, his own combat power was comparable to that of Diamond 1, so he should have a great advantage in this situation. But Mr. Zhang showed him what it meant to say that Old Ginger is still spicy. The coordination of the 4 beasts, Sky King, Void Mayfly, Ghost Beast, and Shadow Guard, has reached a superb level. With the control of Void Mayfly and the super combat power of Diamond 5 Sky King, they even suppressed Warwick and Lao Nyo at the beginning. In the end, it was only with the combined efforts of Goku, Warwick and Yumi that they barely defeated Sky King. Once Sky King was defeated, Zhang Lao's other 3 beasts naturally could not hold on. However, it can be seen from this that the Sky King has already touched the edge of the master level. Perhaps with a little push, it can take off and break through. Master level. I hope so. Zhang Lao sighed. He wanted to break through the master level, but unfortunately, he wasted most of his life. The master level seemed to be within reach, but it was always difficult to reach. Originally, with his lifespan of more than 200 years, there was no possibility of breaking through to the master level. That's why he devoted himself to training a master level disciple to fulfill his dream for most of his life. But because the life crystal Xiao Yao sent him extended his life for decades, he still had a little thought of breaking through. Teacher, you can definitely do it, Xiao Yao said firmly. He decided that he would help Zhang Lao break through the master level in the future and send him a powerful alliance hero. With the alliance hero, Zhang Lao could reach the king level without any shackles and have a lifespan of hundreds of years. Zhang Lao smiled calmly and said, Teacher is not as evil as you. Master level. I can only say that I will leave it to fate. Xiao Yao did not dwell on this topic too much. He believed that with his own abilities, it would not take too long for him to help his teacher break through. Then he turned and said, Teacher, I have something to discuss with Master Lu. Please go with me. Is it about the Huamingshi firearms? Mr. Zhang participated in the whole process and was very clear about the significance of the Huamingshi firearms. He could not help but ask, Could it be that you are ready to announce it to the public? Yes. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. I will go back to the Fire God tribe again, bring back enough Firestone, and then prepare to sell it to the public. After being promoted to Diamond, with the powerful strength of the 6 war beasts, it is no exaggeration to call him the first person below the master. In addition, he has close ties with Kyoto University, Master Shui, and even the King of Martial Arts. All these conditions are enough to protect the huge industry of Firestone firearms. After talking with Yi Huan, Shi Lai and others, he realized more deeply that in recent years, the major military defense lines of Dragon Country have been under terrible pressure. Therefore, it is time for Firestone firearms to come out. Okay, let's go! Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao looked at each other, and they used Void Walk at the same time, and came to Master Lu's underground forging room. Hey, you two. You came in without even knocking this time. Master Lu put down the hammer in his hand, wiped his sweat, and said in a speechless manner, but there was no blame in his eyes. Xiao Yao wants to see you. Zhang Lao raised his mouth. Also, Lao Lu, have you noticed the changes in Xiao Yao? Changes? Master Lu scanned Xiao Yao's body, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, nothing. Suddenly, his throat seemed to be strangled, his voice was dry, and he stammered, You are diamond level? He himself is also a diamond level summoner. Although he has been deeply engaged in the field of forging for many years, he has only reached diamond level 1, but he still has the ability to perceive the strong people of the same level. He can feel a sense of oppression from Xiao Yao, and this sense of oppression, which means that Xiao Yao actually has a stronger strength than himself. Yes, Xiao Yao has reached the diamond level. Old Zhang stroked his beard and smiled, his face full of pride. Oh my god! Master Lu opened his mouth wide, and his heart seemed to be ravaged by a force-tinged gale, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Xiao Yao, 20 years old. Diamond level? This is too exaggerated. Seeing Master Lu's expression, Old Zhang became more and more proud. Old Lu, do you remember that I once told you that Xiao Yao would become a master within 10 years? You didn't believe it at that time. What about now? Zhang Daoxian. Look at what you can do. Master Lu said speechlessly. I admit that I was wrong at that time. Okay. But speaking of this, Master Lu looked at Xiao Yao, his eyes still full of shock. 20 years old, diamond level. I can't imagine when you can break through to the master level. 3 years. 2 years. Or even 1 year? Ahem. Just know this. Next you and Xiao Yao start to talk about business. Zhang Lao smiled and stepped aside with satisfaction. Xiao Yao, what do you want to see me about this time? Facing a strong man of the same level, Master Lu no longer regarded himself as a teacher as before, but talked to Xiao Yao in a very equal manner. Teacher Lu. Xiao Yao's attitude was still very respectful, and he said seriously, I think it's time to show the Huomingxi firearms to the public. Oh, you finally agreed. Master Lu's eyes flashed with strong joy, and asked, when? In the past few days? As the inventor of firearms, he couldn't wait for the release of firearms, because he knew very well that as long as the Firestone firearms were put into the battlefield, it would definitely change the military situation of the entire Dragon Kingdom. At that time, his name, Lu Xingwu, would definitely leave a strong mark in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Not yet. Xiao Yao shook his head and said, I still need to collect more firestones, and the arsenal must also produce a sufficient number of firearms. I be in charge of the arsenal. Master Lu patted his chest and assured, the production line has been built long ago, just waiting for your firestone to arrive. Okay, Mr. Lu, let's prepare at the same time. Xiao Yao and Master Lu discussed many details again, but what he didn't know was that a shocking conspiracy was quietly launched somewhere in Kyoto. Chapter 662 Wan's Plan. Black Tide Plan. Kyoto, Wan's group headquarters. Dad, the laboratory has confirmed again and again that there is no problem with our results, and we can officially launch them. Wan Wenye stood in front of his desk, looking at his father's back, said solemnly. Wan Chongshan looked out the window. The endless stream of vehicles, the hurried passers-by, the high-rise buildings lined up one after another, all of which reflect the vitality and charm of this city. Life, what a beautiful word. Wan Chongshan sighed inwardly, said faintly, Wenye, you should know that we are embarking on the most dangerous and impossible road to turn back. Wan Wenye was silent for a moment, and said in a low voice, I know. Wenye, have you ever hated me? Wan Chongshan did not look back, and said with an inexplicable meaning in his tone, I personally brought you to this road. Hated? Wan Wenye sighed angrily. But what's the use of hating? You are my father. Even if I am not involved, can others let me go? Let our Wan family go. Yes, Wan Chongshan put his hand on the window, feeling the coldness from his fingertips. His eyes became sharp. For our Wan family, this plan can only succeed and not fail. Afterwards, the office fell into silence for a long time. Wenye, how is Jilin doing? Wan Chongshan turned around and asked in a complicated tone. Wan Wenye nodded and said, he is doing well. He is now a silver-level summoner, and is highly valued by the teacher. Wan Chongshan sat on the chair, his eyes filled with reminiscence, when the twins Qilin and Jiabao appeared. I knew that our Wan family still had a way out, so I secretly caused Qilin's early death, sent him to an orphanage, and always paid attention to his growth. If it succeeds, Qilin can return to the Wan family as the first heir. If it fails, Wan Chongshan paused, then let Qilin preserve the last bloodline for my Wan family. Dad, Wan Wenye said firmly, we will succeed. I hope so. Wan Chongshan sighed inwardly. By the way, what is Jiabao doing recently? Him. Wan Wenye snorted coldly. Eating, sleeping and playing with women. What else can he do besides that? Speaking of Wan Jiabao, Wan Wenye's tone was frighteningly cold. Not at all like a father's normal attitude towards his son. Very good, Wan Chongshan said indifferently. It is also a very happy thing to live a muddle-headed life. That's it. since there is no problem with the results. After I report to the God's messenger, it can be officially launched. Okay. Wan Wenye nodded heavily, turned around and left. After Wan Wenye left, Wan Chongshan tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and a trace of black air flashed in his pupils. Black Tide Plan. Dad, I'm back. Xiao Yao returned to his home in Yinqing through the magic book, and immediately called his father Xiao Li. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Li's hearty laughter came. Okay, I'm in the office, if you have nothing to do. Come over. Okay. Dad, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Li went to get some water with a smile, to make another pot of new tea, but before he got half of the water, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the office. Wow! Xiao Li's wrist trembled, and he almost dropped the teapot in his hand. He looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. So fast. Were you nearby just now? No. I just came out of the house. Xiao Yao took the teapot from Xiao Li's hand, and took out Longjing tea from the cabinet with ease. It's a few kilometers from our home to here. And you got there in just 10 seconds? Xiao Li sat on the chair, and raised his eyebrows slightly, showing disbelief. Xiao Yao placed the teapot in front of his father, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. That's because your son is already a diamond-level master. Crack! Xiao Li seemed to be struck by lightning, and all his expressions froze instantly. Xiao Yao crossed his legs, made himself a cup of tea, and sipped it happily. He didn't really like to show off, but occasionally showing off in front of his father felt pretty good. Is it really diamond level? After a moment, Xiao Li finally spoke, with strong shock and disbelief in his eyes, and his head was buzzing, and he was a little afraid to accept this fact. The diamond level that he had been pursuing all his life was actually achieved by his son at the age of less than 20. It's really diamond level. Xiao Yao laughed. Let me slow down. Xiao Li leaned his head on the back of the chair, rubbed his temples, and continued to digest the huge impact that Xiao Yao brought to him. Diamond level? This is diamond level. Looking at the entire central province, there are only a handful of diamond level. Ignoring Xiao Yao's future, just based on his current strength, it is enough to make the Xiao family one of the top families in Longhua. Dad, with your son's talent, diamond level is nothing, Xiao Yao said arrogantly. Xiao Li laughed. Then master level. Grandmaster level. Will it be easy for you? About the same. Xiao Yao shrugged. Master. Grandmaster. It will only take a few years for this kid. Xiao Li smiled, and shook his head. In fact, he also understood that master level and grandmaster level were no suspense for Xiao Yao. Only king level was the end of Xiao Yao's struggle. Dad, what level are Storm Elf and Overlord now? Xiao Yao asked. Platinum level 3. Speaking of the war beasts, Xiao Li couldn't help but sigh. With the Thunder Jade bed you gave me, Overlord and Xiaofeng are growing very fast. According to the current progress, within 3 years, there is a good chance that they will be promoted to diamond level. He once thought that it would take at least several decades for him to reach diamond level, and it was not even known whether he could achieve this goal before his death. But now, it only takes a few years to complete his lifelong goal. This makes him sigh that he is so lucky to have a demon son. Then let Ba Wang and Xiao Feng work hard and strive to break through the diamond level as soon as possible. Xiao Yao smiled. And at the same time, he was looking forward to it. In the last wave of card drawing, in addition to Titan, Fizz, Pike and Nami, he also drew a hero card. Molten Behemoth Malphite. This hero card has been secretly put into his father's body. As long as he breaks through the diamond level, one of the tankiest heroes in the league will officially debut in this world. To be honest, in the game, the lava monster Malphite did not show his lava side. So he was looking forward to whether Malphite would awaken skills related to lava after it was released. Of course, the most important point is that as long as there are league heroes, Dad can smoothly ascend to the Grandmaster, King, and have a lifespan of hundreds of years. In addition, I have to think of a way to help Mom. Xiao Yao thought silently. Chapter 663 The Value of the Beauty-Retaining Clam Pearl. After returning to Yanqing, Xiao Yao stayed at home for nearly a week. In addition to reuniting with his family, he spent most of his time at Qinzi Group to deal with important matters that had been squeezed out for a long time. During his absence, Qinzi Group continued to develop rapidly. Not only did it become the first in the cosmetics field in China, but the Qinzi laboratory led by Jiang Yun also developed 2 new drugs, which have now entered the approval stage and will soon be put on the market. At the same time, the ALS drug was officially launched abroad. The low price and perfect efficacy have earned Chintzy Group a high reputation internationally. This drug has proved to the world that Chintzy Group is not only a leading cosmetics company, but also a conscientious and powerful pharmaceutical company. Boss, the 3 berries you gave to the company last time have all been made into 3 magic potions. According to your request, we have put half of them up for auction. The auction amount is 52.3 billion. This is the list of buyers. Please take a look. In the office, Chen Jiaying, wearing a professional suit, bent down and handed the document to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao took the document and took a quick look. The list included familiar summoner families, nationally famous entrepreneurs, and some white gloves sent by big shots. Not bad. Xiaoyao closed the list and said with a smile, the second batch can be auctioned, and a portion will be reserved as company benefits. According to what I said before, more than a dozen bottles will be put on the internal mall every month. You can discuss the price yourself. Okay. I arrange it later. Chen Jiaying bowed. Boss, there's one more thing, Chen Jiaying said. The beauty-retaining muscle pearls you gave to the R&D department last time, after a few days of experiments, have already come to a conclusion. How is it? Xiaoyao said with interest. After the R&D department's test, the beauty-retaining muscle pearls can make a maximum of 1 ton of pure water have the effect of maintaining beauty and delaying aging in 1 day. If there are more, the effect will be very poor. 1 ton. Not bad. Xiaoyao nodded. 1 ton of water, if converted into a 250 milliliters bottle, is about 4,000 bottles. However, this thing does not need to be taken every day, and it can be taken once a week. If calculated, it can probably be provided to no more than 30,000 customers. Leave 500 places for me, and auction the rest, Xiaoyao ordered. Since the quantity cannot be increased, it can only be made into a high-end service. I believe those rich wives and young ladies will be crazy about it. Yes. Work matters were basically dealt with. Xiaoyao relaxed his body, leaning back on the chair, smiled and asked, Jiaying, what level are your war beasts now? The Flame Mad Lion and the 1,000 Machine Puppet are both gold level 5. The Shadow Assassin is gold level 3, and the Pocket Jellyfish is silver level 5. Chen Jiaying answered with some pride. Not bad. Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. He remembered that when he first subdued Chen Jiaying, the Flame Mad Lion was gold level 3, the 1,000 Machine Puppet was gold level 2, the Shadow Assassin was gold level 1, and the Pocket Jellyfish was silver level 3. In 1 year, each war beast basically upgraded by 2 levels, which shows the terrifying power of money. That's right. It's the money power. As the secretary of the chairman of Chintzy Group, Chen Jiaying has at least tens of billions of liquid funds in her hands. With Xiaoyao permission, she took out part of the money to buy a large number of precious materials for training war beasts. Therefore, she can make the war beasts grow so quickly under the busy business on weekdays. Are you sure you can break through the platinum level in 1 year? Xiaoyao asked. Chen Jiaying hesitated. It's a bit uncertain. Breaking through the great realm not only depends on the assistance of precious resources, but also requires sufficient foundation of the war beast. However, her war beast upgrades too fast, and the foundation has not been consolidated, so there is almost no hope of breaking through in a short time. Okay. No hurry. Xiaoyao smiled. Chen Jiaying daily duties are mainly divided into 3 points: management of the Chintzy Group, material preparation for the Vulcan tribe, and secret funding for Lao Du Intelligence Agency. These jobs do not require her to have too strong personal strength. Gold level 5 is enough. However, Lao Du's strength has grown quite fast. In 1 year, he has been promoted from Platinum level 2 to Platinum level 4. Among them, money ability has played a major role. According to this momentum, it may not be too long before Lao Du can become his second diamond level general. The first one is naturally Hades. Jiaying, I have basically arranged all the work in the past few days. I will go to the Vulcan tribe later. In the past few days, his beast control space has added a large amount of supplies, enough for a tribe of 50,000 people to live for a year. So it's time to go to the Vulcan tribe, replenish supplies for the tribesmen, and prepare his Huamingshi firearms plan. Understood. Boss, I will take care of the company. Chen Jiaying nodded. Okay. Let's get ready. Every time I return to the Fire God tribe, I feel that things are changing with each passing day. Neatly arranged houses, brand new and exquisite clothes, spotless environment, and faces full of hope. It is hard to imagine that half a year ago, This was still a backward, dirty and precarious primitive tribe. Fire God, Hades, the 6 great generals, the 3 elders, and the brothers and sisters Nye Jun and Nye Xiaoyu ran over quickly and bowed respectfully and shouted, "Hello, everyone. I'm back again." Xiao Yao smiled and looked around. At this time, he was surrounded by a dense circle of tribesmen. Some of them were familiar faces, with excitement and respect in their eyes. But some were obviously new members, and their eyes were full of curiosity and fear when they looked at him. "Let's go! Let's go inside and talk first." Xiao Yao waved his hand. Under the attention of many tribesmen, Xiao Yao led the tribal leaders back to his exclusive room. At the moment the door was closed, the Fire God tribe immediately fell into a commotion. The old tribesmen proudly told the new members about their experience of fighting side by side with the Fire God, and told them that everything the Fire God tribe had now came from the Fire God. The new members also listened with great interest, and the respect in their eyes became stronger and stronger. After entering the stone house, Xiao Yao did not waste words, and asked Hill to report the issue he was most concerned about. At present, the population of the Fire God tribe has officially exceeded 30,000, and is rapidly moving towards 40,000. According to Hill, with their unremitting propaganda, many small and medium-sized tribes have learned about the Fire God tribe, and a considerable number of them are ready to move in with their entire families. If everything goes well, within a month, the population of the Fire God tribe will exceed 50,000, and the population growth rate will be faster and faster in the future. It is very likely to reach a scale of 100,000 within a year, recreating the peak scene of the Fire God tribe. In addition to population, the Fire God tribe also followed his previous instructions and began to stockpile fire stones. Now the warehouse has stored more than 1 million fire stones, which can basically meet his first batch of sales plans. Well, not bad. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. Population and fire stones are what he cares about most. Now it seems that everyone has done a good job in these 2 aspects. "Boss, how long can you stay this time?" Ye Jun asked expectantly. Although the top leaders and tribesmen of the Fire God tribe all respected him very much, some things really needed the boss to be in charge in person to proceed smoothly. So he really hoped that the boss could stay for a few more days. Hearing this question, Xiao Yao immediately showed a mysterious smile. "From today on, I won't leave." "Ah?" As soon as the voice fell, everyone was shocked. Chapter 664, Clone in Charge. "God of Fire, are you really not leaving in the future?" Hill hesitated, asking everyone's question. Everyone knew that God of Fire's foundation must still be in his own country. Staying in God of Fire's plane for a long time would be a great loss for both God of Fire himself and the tribe. After all, the God of Fire tribe cannot do without modern materials. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. "I will definitely leave, but I will leave a clone here." As soon as he finished speaking, a clone that looked exactly like him, had the same body shape, and even the same clothes suddenly appeared beside him. This, looking at the 2 identical fire gods in front of them, everyone widened their eyes full of shock and surprise. The clone fire god actually possessed such a magical ability. This feeling is really quite wonderful. Looking at the clone standing still beside him with a slightly dulled look, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh at the power of the skill true or fake Monkey King. After Wukong appeared in the world, he could choose one of the 5 skills: Indestructible, Smashing Blow, True and False Monkey King, Flying Cloud Assault, and Havoc in Heaven to inherit. After careful consideration, he finally chose True and False Monkey King. True and False Monkey King, Sun Wukong can transform into a Monkey King clone, which has 90% of his strength, but cannot use skills. Or he can transform into more clones, and distribute the strength evenly. The True and False Monkey King in this world is different from that in the game. He can summon several, dozens, or even hundreds of clones. But the more there are, the weaker the strength of each clone will be. Moreover, as long as he does not take them back, or the clones are killed by external forces, these clones can exist forever. However, the clones' abilities are all concentrated in combat. When facing the enemy, they can burst out all the strength, speed, and energy in their bodies, but they cannot have normal thinking and ways of dealing with things like humans. However, after experiments, Xiao Yao discovered that he could remotely control the clones through consciousness projection, even if they were thousands of miles away or even separated by 2 worlds. The connection between him and the clones would not be cut off. So, as long as he leaves his clone here, he can keep abreast of the situation of the Fire God tribe at any time, and make certain management and arrangements. There is another key point. After being promoted to diamond level, the war beasts have new permissions. They can store items in the beast control space, or take items out of it. And the clone also has this ability. This means that he no longer needs to travel back and forth between the two planes. He only needs to store the supplies in the beast control space regularly, and then the clone can take them out. This can save him a lot of time and energy. Although using the true and false Monkey King to teleport between the two worlds would reduce his combat effectiveness to a certain extent, he believed that such an arrangement was completely worthwhile. After all, the Fire God tribe was his strongest trump card, with tens of thousands of warriors, the magical 3 berries, and the Firestone firearms that would change the military form of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. The stronger the Fire God tribe, the more terrifying his wealth and influence would become. After listening to Xiao Yao's explanation, everyone finally understood the mystery of this clone and was very excited. Before, the Fire God always came and left in a hurry. In fact, there were many things in the tribe that needed to be consulted by the Fire God, or he needed to decide personally. However, due to the urgency of time, these things were finally piled up and became an obstacle to the development of the Fire God tribe. But in the future, the Fire God can come from time to time and guide the tribe in the right direction. Fire God, don't worry. We will definitely protect your clone in the future. Joey patted his chest and promised. Protect? Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly. To be honest, except for Hades, no one here can be a match for my clone. Just kidding. His clone has 90% of his strength. Even if he can't use skills, his strong body and terrifying flame of destruction are not comparable to these platinum-level warriors. Impossible. The young and energetic chatterbox Alan said unconvincingly, God of Fire. You underestimate us too much. Although the other generals did not speak. From their expressions, they clearly agreed with Alan's point of view. The power of the God of Fire mainly lies in his amazing spiritual beasts. If they cannot defeat the spiritual beasts, they will accept it. If they cannot defeat the God of Fire, they will also accept it. But if they cannot even defeat a clone, they will not accept it. You are not convinced. Xiao Yao smiled. Then how about this? One of you can compete with my clone. Since inheriting the true and false Monkey King, he has never used his clone to fight. Today, he took this opportunity to test the clone's combat effectiveness. I do it. Alan raised his hand, full of fighting spirit. When the other generals saw Alan raise his hand, they stopped arguing and simply let the youngest general fight on their behalf. Okay, let's do it now. Xiao Yao stood up with a smile and led the generals and elders out of the room. The door opened with a creak. Instantly, the tribesmen who were surrounding the door of the stone house were shocked and stared at the door. Soon, they showed shock and confusion on their faces. What's going on? How come there are 2 fire gods? The tribesmen were surprised to find that the first one to walk out of the door was the fire god, but right after him, there was actually another fire god. The 2 people were exactly the same in appearance, body shape and clothing, but some sharp-eyed people could see that the eyes of the fire god behind him were obviously a little dull. Then, the generals, the elders, Hades, and the brothers and sisters Nye Jun and Nye Xiaoyu walked out one after another. Under the gaze of the tribe members, the group walked quickly to the entrance of the tribe. During the march, the generals explained the secrets of the 2 fire gods to some team members, and told them that Hurricane General Allen would challenge the clone of the fire god next. This news immediately caused a sensation among the tribe members. Everyone spread the news. And soon, all the tribe members in the tribe gathered at the entrance of the tribe, looking expectantly at Alan and the clone of the fire god, who were dozens of meters apart. God of Fire, have you broken through the realm of God? Hades stood half a step behind Xiao Yao and asked in a low voice. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded and smiled. How about it, Hades? How about we find some time to practice? I'd love to. Hades' eyes lit up. He hadn't fought a decent battle for a long time, and his strength even showed signs of stagnation, so he was extremely eager to find a suitable opponent. If the Vulcan clone is as powerful as he said, then he can spar with it from time to time in the future. Let's finish this battle first. I think Alan can't wait any longer. Xiao Yao looked ahead, seeing Alan wanting to attack but hesitating, and couldn't help but smile. I'm going to attack. Finally, Alan couldn't help it, and a green whirlwind gathered in his hand. In an instant, the clone's dull eyes suddenly became sharp, hot, violent, and a breath of death burst out from his body, and the dark flames of destruction crawled all over his body, making him look like a messenger from hell, extremely terrifying. Chapter 665 Powerful Clone. The hot, violent aura soared into the sky, causing the surrounding air to distort slightly. Alan's body shook uncontrollably, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. So strong. Alan swallowed his saliva, and felt weak in his heart. Originally, he saw that the clone of the god of fire had a dull look in his eyes, so he naturally believed that he was a clumsy and brainless puppet. In a real battle, he would definitely be fooled by his own wind element. But now, the dull eyes of the clone have long disappeared, replaced by a sharp, domineering, and impressive aura that makes his back cold. Like a warrior who has experienced many battles, and has extremely rich combat experience. Let's fight. Alan gritted his teeth and encouraged himself secretly. Under the gaze of almost all the tribe members, Alan quickly adjusted his mentality. His eyes were firm, and he took the lead in launching an attack. How the green whirlwind in his hand quickly expanded, rotated and changed, and finally condensed into a green broadsword more than 10 meters long. Alan raised his right hand high and suddenly made a downward chopping gesture. Swish! The green broadsword crossed a distance of several dozen meters in an instant, and slashed fiercely at the clone's head with a violent and ferocious force. The sword energy whistled, and the piercing sound of breaking wind made many of the tribesmen who were watching cover their ears, but their eyes were wide open, staring at the front, not daring to blink, for fear of missing anything. Facing the long sword attack, the clone just stretched out his hand lightly, and the majestic flame of destruction quickly condensed into a huge black palm, and with a light grip, he grasped the green broadsword in his palm. Zzz. The sharp wind element kept cutting the black palm, making a sound like an electric drill. But the black palm was as hard as steel. No matter how hard the green sword tried, it remained motionless. Had the clone chuckled softly, and the black palm clenched violently, crushing the green broadsword in an instant. Seeing this scene, all the generals looked solemn. Come again! Alan roared, and rode the wind for dozens of meters. Green wind swirled around him, making him look like a wind elf. Light and elegant. Go! Alan waved his hand, and dozens of wind blades formed an airtight net, shooting at the clone from all directions. Alan's tactics were simple, which was to take advantage of his ability to fly, so that the opponent could only passively bear his bombardment. On the ground, Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slowly. It's a good idea, but unfortunately, flying is not a difficult task for him at the platinum level. Boom! The violent flame of destruction exploded, forming a 2-meter diameter fire column, and all the wind blades, when they touched the fire column, would be absorbed into the flames like a drop in the ocean. The clone raised his head, looking at Alan, who was looking at him above his head. A dangerous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not good. When Alan saw this smile, his scalp suddenly went numb, and he felt a sense of impending disaster, but before he could react, the clone soared into the sky under the propulsion of the fire column under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, it came in front of Alan, and the ordinary flesh palm without a trace of fire slapped Alan's chest heavily. At the critical moment, Alan quickly condensed several wind shields on his chest, but what shocked him was that the wind shields were like paper in front of the flesh palm, and they did not even provide a slight obstacle, and let the flesh palm hit him heavily. Bang! Alan's body fell like a meteor, hitting the ground hard. For a moment, the ground shook, dust flew, and everyone looked at the black shadow lying in the smoke with worry, fearing that something might happen to him. Fortunately, soon, the black shadow slowly got up, bent over and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Alan covered his chest, and every time he coughed, he felt that his sternum was about to crack, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. What a strong power! Thinking of the thrilling scene just now, Alan's eyes showed a trace of fear. If he had not used the wind element as a buffer in time during the fall, he would have broken his bones when he landed just now, and it would be difficult for him to stand up again. At this time, he suddenly realized that his clone had obviously shown mercy just now. If he had used that terrifying black flame, he would not have been knocked to the ground, but would have been shot through the chest in the air. The smoke and dust dissipated. Alan barely stood up, raised his hand, and said, I lost. Clap, clap, clap. The tribesmen clapped excitedly, cheering for this wonderful battle. They didn't think there was anything wrong with Alan losing. After all, his opponent was the high and mighty god of fire. Even if it was just an incarnation of the god of fire, it was not something that a mere general could match. But for the other generals, Alan's defeat without any chance to fight back shocked them greatly. You know, although Alan was the youngest, his strength was definitely not the weakest. The lightness and violence of the wind element gave Alan a very varied fighting style. Among the other 5 generals, only Thunder General Joey and Flame General Otto could suppress Alan. But it was obviously impossible to defeat him like the incarnation. This means that the god of fire can easily defeat any general by sending out only one avatar. How strong is the god of fire himself? And how terrifying are his spirit beasts? Compared to the shock and fear of the generals, Hades is in a very good mood. God's realm. This avatar definitely has the strength of God's realm. Great. I finally have an opponent. Hades smiled excitedly. In addition to playing games, he will have a new hobby in his life. Not bad. Looking at the clone that had stopped at his command, Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. He had not issued a single order in the previous battle. He had relied entirely on the clone's instincts to fight. And the clone's reaction to the battle was almost flawless. Even if he went on the field himself, it would not be much better. Of course, this was also because the opponent was weak. Next, Hades could fight the clone to see the clone's limit. Alan walked over dejectedly. He was defeated miserably under the gaze of all the tribesmen. This was really embarrassing for the young Alan. Don't lose heart. Hades patted Alan on the shoulder and consoled him. Failure is normal. Even I may not be able to defeat the clone of the god of fire. Looking at the young and energetic Alan, Hades seemed to see himself a few years younger. Both so competitive and face-conscious. And Alan's talent can be said to be the best among all the warriors. If the god of fire tribe can produce another god-level warrior, he thinks Alan is the most promising. After hearing what Hades said, Alan's disappointment was relieved a lot. After all, it didn't seem so shameful to lose to an opponent that even Hades couldn't defeat. A clean and neat battle announced the return of the god of fire. The god of fire tribe fell into a jubilant atmosphere, singing and dancing, making the entire tribe full of vitality. Chapter 666 Return Plan begins. Bang 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 in the empty wasteland. 2 figures kept crossing in the air, making a deafening sound. Come! Hades raised his hand. The majestic black air condensed into a spear more than 10 meters long, floating on his palm. Then he pulled his right arm to the full, and swung it forward violently. The black spear flew out of his hand like lightning, and stabbed into the chest of the clone. Bang! The clone stepped firmly on the ground with both feet. The flames of destruction quickly climbed up his right arm, as if it was covered with a layer of black armor, and it burst with heat, making the surrounding temperature rise sharply. Ha! The clone shouted, and his fist moved like a gun, swinging heavily at the oncoming black spear. Ding! The black spear collided with the fist with flames, and a sound like the sound of metal clashing was heard. Circles of space ripples spread around. In an instant, the ground under the clone's feet cracked like a spider web, and dust and soil flew up, making the entire battlefield hazy. The sound of breaking was heard, and obvious cracks appeared on the black spear, and then it collapsed in an instant, dispersing into free black gas, and returning to Hades' side. Hades, it's almost done. At this time, a slightly helpless voice came from the side of the battlefield. Xiao Yao waved to Hades in the sky, indicating that he could come down. Hades slowly floated down, with a hint of joy after the battle on his face. These days, he first fought with the god of fire. At the beginning, he could fight back and forth. But once the god of fire used those strange skills, he seemed to have no power to fight back. So after that, his target changed to the god of fire's clone. According to the god of fire, this clone has 90% of his strength. The only disadvantage is that it cannot use skills. But this is exactly what he wants. Next, he would basically take time out every day to fight with the clone of the god of fire, to understand the limits of the clone, so that he would not have to worry about accidentally destroying the clone in the future. Now it seems that his worries are completely unnecessary, because he does not have the strength to defeat the clone at all, and can only have a slight advantage at most. However, for Hades, the stronger the clone of the god of fire is, the happier he will be. After all, it is quite rare to have an opponent who is equally matched. His future days will finally not be lonely. I should leave today, Xiao Yao said to Hades. You two will fight in the future. Are you leaving so soon? Hades was a little surprised. It feels like you haven't been here for a few days. I still have some things to do in Dragon Country. And it's time to go back, Xiao Yao said. He stayed in the Fire God tribe for a week. During this time, he not only replenished a large amount of supplies for the tribe, but also solved many long-standing problems and formulated many new policies. But a week is already a long time. It's time to go back and start his Firestone firearms plan. Understood. Hades nodded. But he was a little reluctant in his heart. After all, the days when the God of Fire was here were the most relaxing and enjoyable days for him recently. He didn't have to worry about anything. Just follow the command of the God of Fire. He finally had plenty of time to fight with the God of Fire's clone or play games. Once the God of Fire left, his life would start to get busy again. Although he was lazy, there were some issues related to the decision-making of the tribe that the Hades, had to participate in person. Fortunately, the God of Fire left behind a clone. Some problems can be discussed and solved when the God of Fire projects his consciousness. This way, he can just ignore it. Thinking of this, Hades became happy again, bringing Hades back to the meeting room. All the elders, generals, and brothers and sisters were present. Everyone, I'm leaving today. After arranging the key tasks, Xiao Yao smiled and said, the tribe will depend on you. I will project my consciousness regularly and solve problems with you. Yes, Vulcan. Everyone answered in unison. A dazzling space door opened in the room. Xiao Yao waved to everyone, then stepped into it. I'm back. Xiao Yao leaned on the sofa at home, stretched his arms lazily, looked up at the roof, thinking about the next plan in his mind. This time, he brought back nearly 1.5 million fire stones and more than 3,003 berries from the Fire God tribe. The number of 3 berries is not large, because he asked the tribe to collect fire stones with all their strength last time, and the 3 berries can be put aside for the time being. 1.5 million fire stones, seemingly a huge number, but it is far from enough for the entire Dragon Country. After all, even the pistol Vulcan No. 1, its magazine capacity is 10 fire stones, and the submachine gun Iron Wall No. 1, its magazine capacity is up to 30, and the most powerful killer No. 1, although the magazine capacity is only 15, as long as it is adjusted to the highest radiation intensity Platinum Level 1, then one shot will empty the magazine. Fortunately, with the increasing population of the Fire God tribe, coupled with the special tools he brought to the tribe, the accumulation of Firestone will be faster and faster in the future. He estimated that when the population of the tribe reaches more than 100,000, the mining speed of Firestone will basically be on par with the domestic demand of Dragon Country. Then let's get started. Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone and called Master Lu. As soon as the call was connected, Master Lu's impatient voice came, Xiao Yao. Can we start? Xiao Yao smiled and said, Teacher Lu, I have saved 1.5 million fire stones. How are you doing? It's been ready, Master Lu said excitedly. Currently, 5,000 fire gods, 20,000 iron walls, and 10,000 killing gods have been produced. Now we are just waiting for your fire stones to arrive. Since the main purpose of Firestone firearms is to defend the city and fight against the Beast Tide, he and Master Lu decided to focus on the production of the Iron Wall No. 1 submachine gun. In addition, the Killing God No. 1, which can kill platinum-level monsters, can also produce more. However, considering the magazine capacity of each gun, these 1.5 million fire stones can only meet 2 rounds of shooting. Teacher Lu, I will be responsible for the venue and format of the press conference, and you will be responsible for the personnel invitation, but I think we should only invite the military and law enforcement teams to participate for the first time, Xiao Yao said. Okay. Master Lu agreed immediately. Originally, the Firestone firearms were designed for the law enforcement teams and the military, and other forces were not within his consideration at all. Then let's get started. I send you the time and place later. Okay. That's it. The other end of the line was heard as Master Lu hung up in a hurry. The Firestone firearms are finally coming out. Xiao Yao raised his lips, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The advent of the Firestone firearms not only means that he will gain a steady stream of wealth, but most importantly, he will be deeply bound to the Dragon Kingdom military. In order to obtain enough Firestones, the major military bases will definitely do their best to build a good relationship with him. And this kind of influence is what he values most. Chapter 667 The press conference begins. How are the press conference preparations going? In the Beijing University campus, Bai Lingxiao took Xiao Yao's arm and asked with a smile. Everything is ready. Xiao Yao smiled softly. The time is set for the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come? Bai Lingxiao thought about it, then shook her head and said, Forget it, I won't go. She knew that Xiao Yao had invited big figures from the military and law enforcement teams to the press conference this time, so there was no need for her to join in the fun. Next, the two did not speak, but held hands, enjoying the rare campus time. However, as they walked, Xiao Yao discovered a problem and asked, Hey, why did the school start spraying insecticides? Don't you know? Bai Lingxiao was a little surprised. Recently, there was an outbreak of malaria in the country, which spread from southern Xinjiang and is now spreading to the whole country. Is it serious? How should I put it? Bai Lingxiao paused and said, Infected people will have high fever, diarrhea, headache, and severe cases may even cause epilepsy. Although it is not fatal, it spreads very quickly. The most important thing is that even summoners can't resist this virus. There have been many cases of black iron and bronze summoners being infected, but no silver or higher summoners have been found. Is it so serious? Xiao Yao frowned slightly. Generally speaking, it is very difficult for summoners to get sick with their physique, especially such a large-scale infectious disease. However, this kind of malaria can actually infect summoners, which is really strange. Bai Lingxiao continued, This kind of malaria has been out for nearly half a month. According to experts, its main way of transmission is through mosquito bites. So we urge everyone to prepare insecticides and wait until the special medicine or vaccine appears. Is that so? Xiao Yao nodded. I was preparing for the press conference, and I really didn't notice this. Of course you wouldn't notice it, as you're so busy. Bai Lingxiao smiled slightly. But this disease is not fatal at the moment. Ordinary people may panic a little, but overall it hasn't attracted much attention. After hearing what Xiao Xiao said, Xiao Yao temporarily put this matter behind him. After all, his most important task now is to hold a good press conference. Ding ding at this time. His cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, Liang Yang. Are you ready? Okay. I go over and take a look. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lingxiao asked curiously, Is Liang Yang helping you prepare for the press conference recently? Xiao Yao nodded, Yes. I don't know where Li Yu has gone recently. I think Liang Yang is bored in the dormitory every day, so I just asked him to help me do something. Is that so? Bai Lingxiao pinched Xiao Yao's big hand reluctantly. Then go quickly. Don't delay your business. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded. Before leaving, he suddenly lowered his body and pecked Bai Lingxiao's rosy lips gently, and then left with satisfaction under his girlfriend's coquettish gaze. 2 days later, the Huamingshi Gun press conference officially began. The venue was chosen to be a manor outside Kyoto. This manor had been bought by Xiao Yao in his private name. Although the price was not cheap, it was just a small amount of money for him, who was already among the top 10 richest people in the country. The press conference was scheduled for 11 a.m. But before 10 a.m., many vehicles were already parked in the parking lot inside the manor. Hey, Shisen, you're here too. The burly Qin Feng got out of the car, looking at the man who had just gotten out of the car next to him, and said with some surprise, Old Qin, long time no see. Li Qisen walked up, patted Qin Feng on the back and smiled. Shisen, this press conference was organized by Master Lu and Xiao Yao together. Xiao Yao is your junior brother. You should know some inside information. Right? Qin Feng put his hand on Li Qisen's shoulder and whispered, What on earth have they come up with? It is said that it can change the entire military structure of Longhua. Isn't it too exaggerated? As a senior military official, Qin Feng has many important matters to deal with every day. How can he have time to participate in an ordinary press conference? But the person who invited this press conference is different. He is Lu Zhengwu, the most famous forging master in Longhua. He also claimed that he and Xiao Yao, the first genius in Longhua, have come up with an epic-making invention. This invention will completely change the military structure of Longhua. Even if Xiao Yao is not considered, the military must pay attention to the reputation of forging master Lu Zhengwu. So this time, the military sent a team of 10 people to find out what Master Lu and Xiao Yao have done. Now it seems that the law enforcement team is also within the scope of the invitation. Li Qisen shook his head. Don't ask me. I don't know either. In fact, he secretly looked for his junior brother, wanting to ask for some inside information. But Xiao Yao acted very mysterious and told him that he would know until the day of the press conference. Xiao Yao didn't get it. So he turned around and found his master Zhang Daoxian. Unfortunately, his master was even more tight-lipped than Xiao Yao. And he hung up the phone after just a few words. So, he really didn't know what this press conference was about. Even you don't know. Okay. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. And then thought of something. And asked quickly, by the way, I heard that Xiao Yao has reached the diamond level. You should know about this. Right? I know this. Li Qisan's face showed a complex expression and sighed. Xiao Yao is indeed at the diamond level. Damn, he's really at the diamond level. Qin Feng couldn't help but swear. Damn, compared to him, I feel like I've lived in vain for most of my life. Yeah. Li Qisan felt the same way. As the master's first disciple, he's only at the diamond level at the moment, while Xiao Yao has reached the diamond level at the age of less than 20, I'm afraid it won't be long before. This first disciple won't be a match for the last disciple. However, when he thought that Xiao Yao's appearance could finally fulfill his master's dream, Li Qisan couldn't help feeling happy, ashamed and grateful. 2 leaders. Our press conference is over there. Please follow me. At this time, the employee in charge of reception in the parking lot walked over quickly and said respectfully to the 2 of them, Lead the way. Soon, Qin Feng and Li Qisan came to a very open lawn, which was about the size of 2 football fields. There were dozens of huge black boxes piled in the corner of the lawn. At this time, several military and law enforcement representatives were already sitting on chairs waiting. Qin Feng and Qisan are here, come and sit down. The people present were all senior military and law enforcement officers, and they were all very familiar with each other. After sitting down, several people started chatting, of course. The topic was mainly focused on the press conference. As time went by, representatives of the military and law enforcement team arrived one after another, and finally, when everyone was present, the protagonists of this press conference, Xiao Yao and Master Lu Zhengwu, also appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 668 The Boss's Doubts. Hello everyone, welcome to this press conference. Xiao Yao and Master Lu stood in front of everyone, said with a smile. You are all military, law enforcement team bosses, and your time is limited on weekdays, so I won't be long-winded and get straight to the point. Xiao Yao followed his previous habit, and said directly, I believe that everyone will be very curious after receiving Master Lu's invitation, and want to find out what the product of our press conference is, and whether it will have the ability to change the military situation of Dragon Country as we said. When he said this, Xiao Yao smiled at senior brother Li Qisan, and Li Qisan also showed a helpless look. Here, I solemnly announce to you that the products of this press conference are 3 firearms, which I will name Huomingqi firearms. Guns? Huomingqi firearms? Hearing this name, the military leader showed an interested look on his face. Could it be that Xiao Yao and Master Lu have actually created several powerful firearms? If so, it is very likely to change the military situation of Dragon Country. After all, the heavy machine guns used by the major military bases of Dragon Country, the most powerful ones can only threaten silver-level monsters. And even if the defense of silver-level monsters is stronger, the power of the machine guns will be greatly reduced. If the lethality of this so-called Firestone firearm can reach the peak of the silver level, or even threaten the gold level, it will indeed be a great benefit to the major military bases. The military leaders are interested, but the law enforcement team is not very interested. The law enforcement team basically relies on the hard power of the team members to handle cases. That is, the war beasts. Guns are only auxiliary tools, and are not used in most cases. However, in front of Xiao Yao and Master Lu, they will not show a lack of interest. But listen carefully. Next, Master Lu Zhengwu, the inventor of guns, will introduce the performance of these 3 guns. Xiao Yao slowly stepped away, leaving the stage to Master Lu. Ahem, finally waiting for this moment. Master Lu became nervous and excited. But soon, he adjusted his mood, took out the first gun from the beast control space, and said loudly, Next, I will introduce the performance of these 3 guns. The first gun is the one in my hand, named Vulcan No. 1, or Vulcan. Everyone stared at the pistol in Master Lu's hand. This pistol was completely black. The lower part was no different from an ordinary pistol, but there was a box-like object attached to the top of the barrel. What a strange pistol! Everyone thought at the same time. Master Lu opened the external magazine on the barrel, then took out a few red crystals and said, "The ammunition for this gun is this kind of crystal, called Firestone." Firestone? Just now everyone heard Firestone firearms. I didn't feel anything when I heard a few words. But now I was shocked when I saw that the ammunition of the pistol was a special crystal. Since the development of firearms, whether it is a pistol, a machine gun, a shell, or a missile, the explosion source actually comes from gunpowder. And the ammunition of this gun is a special crystal, which is unheard of. Firestone. What on earth is this? With doubts and confusion, everyone continued to listen. Master Lu pointed to the box on the gun chamber. This is the external magazine of this gun, which can hold up to 10 firestones. Then, Master Lu pointed to a button on the handle of the gun and said, "This button can change the intensity of the gun's beam." At this point, Master Lu paused for a moment. And then, his voice rose a few degrees. And he said passionately, "The lowest beam intensity is silver level 5. And the maximum firing volume is 350 rounds. The highest intensity is gold level 1. And the maximum firing volume is 70 rounds." What? As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked. Gold level 1. A small pistol can actually have the lethality of the gold level. What a joke. Master Lu. A military leader stood up suddenly, with a serious face. "Are you sure it is gold level? It's not that I don't believe you, but this matter is really important. We must have an extremely accurate answer." Many leaders nodded secretly. It's no wonder they doubted, after all. In the process of defending the city, facing the large-scale beast tide, only missiles could hurt those gold-level monsters. And now, a small pistol can actually have the power of gold level. How can they believe it? "I wonder if I can personally feel the power of this gun," the military leader suggested. Master Lu smiled and said, "Don't worry. We have arranged the best test subjects." At this time, Xiao Yao on the side shouted loudly, "Yumi, bring it up." Okay, a childish voice sounded not far away. I saw a cute little cat standing majestically on the magic book, waving its little paw. And a black box that was originally piled in the corner of the lawn slowly floated up and flew forward. Is this Xiao Yao magic cat? Many bigwigs felt the majestic magic power of Yumi. It was obvious that this was a diamond-level war beast. A diamond-level beast under 20 years old, what a monster. The bigwigs couldn't help but sigh. Bang! The black box fell heavily to the ground, causing the grass to tremble slightly. Crack! Crack! Under Xiao Yao control, the outer skin of the black box quickly fell off, and soon, a sleeping swift-wind wolf appeared in front of everyone. "This one is a gold level 1 swift-wind wolf," Xiao Yao said loudly. "I will use it to test the power of the Vulcan gun." After that, Xiao Yao slapped his palm out of thin air, and a green mist floated towards the wind wolf. In the breath, it was sucked into its body. This wind wolf was the one he had Liang bring Yumi and Tuki to catch for him recently. Tuki poison is not only fatal, but also has various functions such as hallucination and stun. Yumi magic book can directly bring the unconscious monster back to the manor. There are dozens of black boxes on the lawn, and all the monsters in them were caught in this way. Hum in its sleep. The nostrils of the wind wolf twitched violently, and then it slowly opened its eyes, and bloodshot quickly appeared in its pupils. The green mist just now not only awakened the wolf, but more importantly, it could make it fall into a state of madness. And it had only one target, which was Xiao Yao who had poisoned it. Awoo! The wind wolf raised its head and howled, and its brutal and violent aura burst out. Its scarlet wolf eyes stared at Xiao Yao, and it seemed to completely ignore the existence of others. Yes, it is indeed gold grade. Feeling the momentum of the wind wolf, many big men nodded slightly. Next, it depends on whether the power of this gun is really as Master Lu said, and whether it can reach the incredible gold grade. For a moment, everyone held their breath and stared at the wind wolf. Chapter 669 Shock. Awoo! The wind wolf howled, the green wind power lingered under its feet, and it kicked its hind legs, and pounced toward Xiao Yao at a speed that ordinary people could hardly see with their naked eyes. I show you the lowest intensity first. Xiao Yao pressed the button slowly, turned his body, and easily dodged the attack of the wind wolf. Just as the wolf hadn't turned around, a red ray landed on its back. Puff! The burning ray pierced through the wolf's hair, leaving a 2-finger-wide blood hole on its back. Although the wind wolf is gold level 1, it does not mean that it is completely immune to attacks below gold level. Perhaps silver level 1 and 2 attacks cannot cause effective damage to it. But silver level 5 rays can still hurt it. Ah! The wolf screamed in pain, turned around quickly, and its bloodshot eyes were even more red. The frenzy skill was used, which increased its speed by a large margin, and it roared and rushed again. However, in Xiao Yao's eyes, the speed of the wind wolf was not much different from that of an old man practicing Tai Chi. I fire a few more shots to show you. Xiao Yao was like an experienced bullfighter, making the wind wolf dodge left and right. But he could never touch a corner of his clothes. The Vulcan number 1 in his hand continued to emit rays, leaving blood holes on the wolf's back and limbs. Awooh! After a moment, the bloody wolf finally had no strength left, and its limbs softened and it fell directly to the ground, its eyes gradually dimming. Yumi, heal it! Xiao Yao shouted. As soon as the voice fell, a green stream of light quickly penetrated into the body of the wind wolf. In an instant, the blood hole on the wolf's body healed quickly, and the surging power surged in its body, making it unable to help but stand up again, and raise its head to let out an excited wolf howl. A whoop bang! A beam of light slightly thicker than before accurately landed on the back of the wolf's head, and instantly pierced through the skull, making the long wolf howl directly suppressed. This is the intensity of the gold level 1 beam. Xiao Yao blew away the heat from the muzzle, turned his head to look at the many big guys, and showed a faint smile. For a moment, the faces of all the big guys changed. Shock, doubt, excitement. Excitement kept changing on their faces. At least all the people present were platinum level summoners. How could they not see the power of the guns? They were sure that the last ray was definitely of gold level strength. Xiao Yao, Master Lu, our military department has contracted all this gun. Qin Feng stood up suddenly and said impatiently, "Why should your military department contract it?" Li Qixin stood up instantly, without caring about his deep friendship with Qin Feng, and said, "Our law enforcement team also likes this gun." "Yes, I think this gun is very suitable for our law enforcement team." The other representatives of the law enforcement team also responded. As the senior leaders of the law enforcement team, they can naturally see the value of this gun. After having this gun, even the black iron and bronze law enforcement team members can have the means to harm silver and even gold criminals. And this gun is a pistol model, lightweight, concealed and easy to carry. It is simply the best weapon for the law enforcement team. In fact, they were right. Xiao Yao's original intention of designing this gun was for the law enforcement team. Your law enforcement team only arrests people. Why do you need such a big killer? Our military department has to fight monsters. If we lose this gun, it is very likely that we will lose dozens, or even hundreds of lives. The lives of your military department are lives, but the lives of our law enforcement team are not lives. With this gun, the safety of our law enforcement team members can be better guaranteed. Without our law enforcement team, can your wife and children stay safely in the city? That's right. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, our law enforcement team must get this gun. Do you know how much military pressure the major military defense lines are facing now? The law enforcement team should stop messing around here. Humph. Do you know how many summoner crimes happen in Longwood every year? How many law enforcement team members will we sacrifice every year? The military and the law enforcement team were exchanging sharp words, refusing to give in to each other, and spitting everywhere. They were about to fight. Seeing that the situation was not right, Xiao Yao quickly persuaded them to stop. Everyone, we still have 2 guns to display. Please be patient. After Xiao Yao spoke, several bigwigs also felt that it was too early to fight now. After a cold snort, they sat down again. At this time, Xiao Yao and Master Lu looked at each other, with both joy and helplessness in their eyes. Now it seems that Huomingshi firearms are just as the two thought before, destined to be a hot seller, and in short supply. However, how to give the military and the law enforcement team a distribution method that satisfies both parties is really a headache. Teacher Lu. Xiao Yao winked at Master Lu. Ahem. Master Lu coughed twice and said, "Next, I will introduce our second firearm to you. Iron Wall number 1. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy submachine gun appeared in his hand. Wow! When they saw that the Iron Wall number 1 was a submachine gun, the eyes of the military leaders immediately lit up. Submachine gun, you law enforcement teams can't argue about this anymore. Submachine gun. Just as the military thought, the representatives of the law enforcement team did not have too many ideas about the Iron Wall number 1. After all, it is impossible for law enforcement officers to arrest people with such a heavy submachine gun. But although the gun type is not suitable, They are still quite curious about the performance of the Iron Wall number 1. After all, the power of a submachine gun must be much greater than that of a pistol. Master Lu continued to introduce. Iron Wall number 1, the magazine capacity is 30 firestones. It is divided into 2 modes, continuous fire and burst fire. The maximum firing capacity in the continuous firing state is 210 rounds. The ray intensity is gold level 1. The maximum firing capacity in the burst fire state is 90 rounds. The ray intensity is gold level 3. Although they were mentally prepared, when they heard the maximum intensity of the burst fire state, many bigwigs were still extremely shocked. Gold level 3, 90 rounds. If a sharpshooter uses this, I'm afraid it will be more powerful than a gold level 5 war beast. Gold level 5 is already the top combat power of most small cities. Even in the A-level forbidden area, gold level is above average. If the military base has tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Iron Wall number 1, then even the largest scale beast tied. What does it count for? Thinking of this, the military leader's eyes were filled with excitement. Master Lu was right. This is really an invention that can change the military situation of Dragon Country. Then, let's show you the power of Iron Wall number 1. Xiao Yao waved his hand, signaling Yumi to bring the second black box over. Boom! A black box that was nearly twice as wide as the previous one fell heavily to the ground, and the outer skin quickly detached. And a sleeping thunder lizard appeared in front of everyone. This is a gold level 3 thunder lizard. Xiao Yao took out Iron Wall number 1 with a full magazine from the beast control space, and introduced it at the same time. Wait a minute. At this time, Qin Feng suddenly stood up, facing Xiao Yao and said, Xiao Yao, can I try it this time? Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, okay. In fact, the dozens of black boxes in the corner of the lawn were all for these big guys to test the guns. However, since Qin Feng brought it up, let him try it in advance. Anyway, with Qin Feng's strength, 100 thunder lizards can't hurt him. Xiao Yao handed the Iron Wall number 1 to Qin Feng and taught him how to use it. In fact, the method of use is not much different from that of ordinary submachine guns, except that there is an extra step to adjust the strength. It is too simple for a big guy like Qin Feng who came from a military background. Then let's get started. Xiao Yao slapped his palm in the air, and the green mist floated into the nose of the thunder lizard, and soon woke it up. Roar! The thunder lizard opened its eyes, and a violent and bloodthirsty look quickly appeared in its pupils. Boom! It broke the steel bars of the black box with a flick of its tail, and climbed out with a roar, staring at Xiao Yao with its scarlet eyes. It's up to you. Xiao Yao stepped back a few steps, leaving the stage to Qin Feng. Swoosh! 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 Qin Feng said nothing, and first switched to the gold level 1 burst mode, and the red ray shot out from the barrel at a rate of 2 per second, accurately landing on the thunder lizard. Ding ding ding. Concave white marks appeared on the dark blue scales. The thunder lizard was constantly repelled by the rays, and roared in pain. Qin Feng deliberately adjusted the trajectory, and did not attack the vital parts of the thunder lizard. Instead, he wanted to see how much damage Iron Wall number 1 could cause to the gold level monster under the sweeping state. Now it seems that this effect makes him very satisfied. Roar! The thunder lizard roared, and a huge ball of lightning quickly condensed in its mouth, and shot towards Qin Feng with a bang. However, Qin Feng simply stretched out his hand, and tapped it lightly. The lightning ball was slapped aside like an ordinary ball, and landed heavily on the grass, creating a 2-meter wide pit. Roar! The thunder lizard rushed towards Qin Feng with a raise. Its solid scales had been gradually pierced, and blood flowed out of the blood hole. The continuous pain deeply stimulated its nerves, making it more violent. Wouldn't it be better to stay quiet? Qin Feng smiled faintly, and kicked the thunder lizard more than 20 meters away with 1 foot. Before the thunder lizard landed, he quickly pressed the button, adjusted it to the burst mode, closed one eye, aimed at the target, and then pulled the trigger. Swoosh! A hot beam of light shot out, precisely landing on the center of the thunder lizard's brow. The powerful force caused the thunder lizard to raise its head, and its scales on the center of its brow cracked, making it scream in pain. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 more red beams followed, 1 per second, and landed on the same spot with incredible precision. After 3 shots, the center of the thunder lizard's brow had been completely pierced, and its eyes looked at the sky fiercely, and the look in its eyes gradually dimmed. Oh, the sharpshooter! Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, He was able to hit the target so accurately on his first try. He is worthy of being a military leader. His marksmanship is amazing. Good. The military applauded. They were not only cheering for Qin Feng's performance, but most importantly, they were extremely satisfied with the power of Iron Wall No. 1. A gold level 3 Thunder Lizard was killed with 3 shots. Although this was due to Qin Feng's outstanding marksmanship, would the army lack sharpshooters? In the burst mode, monsters below the gold level can be slaughtered at will. In the point fire mode, the life of any gold level monster can be threatened. This is simply a magic gun made for defending the city. Xiao Yao. Master Lu. Please name a price. Our military wants as many of these Iron Wall No. 1 as you can get. Qin Feng put down his gun and said excitedly, "Don't worry. We still have one last gun. We will discuss the sale after all the guns are displayed." Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and then looked at Master Lu. "Let me introduce the last gun next." Master Lu asked Qin Feng to sit back in his seat first, facing the crowd, and raised his voice, with a flush of excitement on his face. "This gun is my masterpiece. I will name it the God of Killing. Killer God." Hearing this murderous name, everyone's eyes lit up immediately, looking forward to the subsequent introduction. Pa! A pure black sniper rifle suddenly appeared in Master Lu's hand. It was pitch black, and nearly 2 meters long. The barrel was very thick, like a small cannon barrel. Sniper rifle, it turned out to be a sniper rifle. The big guys were excited. Everyone knew the power of the sniper rifle. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the king of guns. The maximum power of a submachine gun could reach gold level 3. Could this sniper rifle reach gold level 5? Killer God No. 1, magazine capacity 15 firestones, ray intensity gold level 5, shooting volume 15 rounds. It is indeed gold level 5. After listening to Master Lu's introduction, many big guys couldn't sit still. Even the big guys of the law enforcement team showed extremely strong interest in Killer God. After all, this is a sniper rifle. In many processes of arresting criminals, law enforcement team members cannot summon war beasts openly in the city because they have to take the safety of citizens into consideration. But once they have the God Killer sniper rifle, then they can plan ahead and kill with a long-range shot. "Let me try this gun. Let me try it too." Several big guys stood up enthusiastically, wanting to experience the power of the God Killer with their own hands. Everyone has a share. Master Lu took out several God Killer No. 1s and handed them to everyone, while a barely perceptible arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He hasn't told us the maximum power of God Killer No. 1 yet. But this is exactly what he planned, and of course the surprise must be left for the end. Bang bang bang, several huge black boxes flew from the corner of the lawn and landed heavily, not far from the crowd. The outer shells opened, and several monsters of different species appeared in front of everyone. These are gold level 3 and 4 monsters. You can practice with them. Xiao Yao and Master Lu briefly introduced the use of the God of Killing, and then awakened several monsters. Roar! Ah! Who? The monsters broke through the cage and rushed towards everyone with murderous eyes. At this moment, several thick red beams of light shot out at the same time, hitting different monsters. Bang! 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 The monsters paused, screaming miserably. Blood holes as big as bowls were visible on their bodies, and they kept emitting a burnt smell. Bang! 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 A few more shots went down. This time, the beams hit the vital points very accurately, instantly killing all the monsters. After the monsters died, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Several big men looked at each other, with shock and excitement in their eyes. With this gun, Dragon Country is really going to change. Chapter 670 Transaction. Everyone, this killer is quite powerful. Isn't it? Master Lu said with a slight smile on his face. Master Lu, let's not beat around the bush. Qin Feng said seriously, our military must get these guns, just tell us how to sell them. Li Qisen followed up and said, the same goes for the law enforcement team, but for now, we only need the Vulcan and Killer models. You two, please be patient. Master Lu pressed his hand, showing a mysterious smile. I haven't finished talking about the performance of the killer yet. You should have noticed that there is also a button on the handle of the God of Killing's gun. Everyone glanced subconsciously, and a dark red button was clearly visible. Could it be that? Everyone suddenly thought of something, and their eyes suddenly widened. That's right. Gold level 5 is only the lowest strength, and the highest strength of the God of Killing is Master Lu said in a deep voice, Platinum Level 1. Platinum. Level 1. Everyone's pupils shrank. And it seemed that a huge wave was set off in their hearts. Platinum level, the lethality of a gun can actually reach the platinum level? What a joke. Seeing the unbelievable faces in front of him, Master Lu was very proud, and took out a god-killing sniper rifle, and said loudly, I will show you the maximum power of the god-killing. Xiao Yao. Come on! Xiao Yao gave Yumi an order, and soon a huge black box floated over, and landed heavily. The outer skin was detached, and a sleeping flaming angry lion appeared in front of everyone. This is a Platinum 1 level flaming lion, Xiao Yao introduced. The flaming lion is huge, with red hair like maple leaves, snoring like thunder, and amazing hot air coming out of its nostrils. Even when it falls asleep, it exudes a frightening majesty and domineering. Xiao Yao, wake it up. Let me show my skills. Master Lu rolled up his sleeves and said excitedly. Although he is not a soldier, he still has good marksmanship. After all, as the creator of the Firestone firearms, he has been aiming at the target and shooting a lot during the experiment. In addition, he is strong and his hands are very steady. I dare not say that he can hit the target every time, but he is absolutely sure that he can hit 90% of the time. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded, then he struck a poisonous palm in the air, awakening the angry flame lion. The angry flame lion slowly opened its eyes, and its gaze immediately fell on Xiao Yao. Roar, it roared, and its eyes quickly became bloodshot, as if it was looking at the murderer of its father. With a wave of its lion claws, it easily tore the iron cage apart, and the flames burst out, and it rushed toward Xiao Yao like a chariot of fire. At this time, the big guys couldn't help but stand up, and stared at the angry flame lion. Platinum level, is this god of killer really so powerful? Bang! The trigger was pulled, a very strong red beam shot out from the barrel, and hit the flame lion's forehead. But the flame lion was a platinum level after all, and its reaction speed was extremely fast. When the barrel turned red, it subconsciously condensed a flame shield in front of it. Bang! The beam fell on the flame shield, and it blew it up in an instant. Sure enough, seeing the flame shield being blown up, the big guy's pupils shrank, and at this time, they finally believed that the god of killer sniper rifle could actually reach the platinum level of lethality. Roar! After a failed shot, the flaming lion kicked its hind legs and rushed toward Xiao Yao again. The huge lion claws were glowing with extremely hot flames. Stepping on the fire cloud, the speed increased sharply. Be careful, the big guys warned. Although Xiao Yao was a diamond-level summoner, it was still a bit dangerous to face a platinum-level monster at close range without the combination of war beasts. Luckily, Xiao Yao Magic Cat was right next to him, and it was definitely in time to stop the flaming lion. However, the next moment, the scene in front of them shocked them. Swish! Xiao Yao took a step and instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. He put his two fingers together, and a dark light appeared on his fingertips. Then, like a dragonfly touching the water, he touched the center of the flaming lion's brow. Bang! The flaming lion's body suddenly stopped. The flames around it seemed to be poured with a bucket of ice water, and they were instantly extinguished. His eyes were as big as copper bells, filled with deep shock and unwillingness. Puff! The huge body fell to the ground with a bang. At the center of the brow, there was a huge blood hole that was extremely hideous. Oh my god! The boss's eyes fluctuated violently, and their hearts were churning again. Without entering the state of War Beast fusion, Xiao Yao killed a platinum-level monster so easily. Could it be that his combat ability has reached the peak of platinum? This is too exaggerated. Xiao Yao retracted his two fingers and smiled at everyone, as if only a small accident had happened just now. Everyone has seen the greatest power of the god of killing, but it has a flaw, that is, a full magazine can only shoot a platinum-level ray at most once. And if you adjust it to the maximum strength, this gun will be unusable after 3 shots. And it needs to be repaired. After hearing Xiao Yao words, the bosses quickly recovered from their shock. Let's get back to the point. Although the God Killer Sniper Rifle has certain flaws, compared with its power, these flaws can be completely ignored. What is the concept of platinum level? Many city defenders are only platinum level summoners, and most of the strongest monsters in the sea level forbidden area are only platinum level. Of course, the God Killer Sniper Rifle cannot be compared with a platinum summoner. After all, it can be seen from the battle just now that, in a face-to-face situation, the beam is almost impossible to hurt the platinum level monster. But, Sniper rifles are not used in this way. Concealment, long distance, and surprise are the correct ways to use sniper rifles. If I can't beat them head on, can I just sneak attack? As long as there is the clamp of the platinum level war beast. I believe that snipers can use the god killer to cause serious injuries to the platinum level monsters, or even kill them with one shot under the right circumstances. Xiao Yao, Master Lu, is this the introduction of these guns? Qin Feng asked. Yes. Master Lu nodded. Then let's discuss the sales issue. Qin Feng couldn't wait. Let Xiao Yao talk to you about the specific sales plan. Master Lu patted Xiao Yao's shoulder and handed the most important decision-making power to Xiao Yao. Of course, he and Xiao Yao had already discussed the price, and it all depended on how to give the law enforcement team and the military a satisfactory distribution method. For a moment, many big men set their eyes on Xiao Yao. Everyone. I won't say more. Xiao Yao directly quoted, Vulcan rifle. 5,000 yuan each. Iron wall submachine gun. 20,000 yuan each. Killer sniper rifle. 50,000 yuan each. Not expensive. The big men looked at each other. This price was much cheaper than they thought. And it was almost the same as the price of ordinary firearms. However, they soon realized that the gun was not the point. The unique ammunition called Huamingshi was the most important factor in determining the overall price of these guns. Xiao Yao, how much do you want to sell that Firestone for? Li Qixin asked. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Not expensive, 5,000 yuan each. 5,000 yuan is not expensive? A military representative immediately raised his voice. A small Firestone is the same price as a Vulcan gun, not to mention that a magazine must contain at least a dozen Firestones. Your price is too high. That's right. We can't accept this price. 5,000 yuan, that's a bit too insincere. I think 500 yuan is more appropriate. The law enforcement team and the military representative said in turn. At this time, both sides immediately stood on the same front. Everyone, please listen to me. Xiao Yao said calmly. First of all, due to the characteristics of the Firestone, these three guns must be made of special alloys, and the material cost is very high. In fact, even if it is mass-produced, the price I quoted is lower than the production cost of each gun. The big guys believe this statement. After all, the price of ordinary firearms of the same model is about the same. I can't tell you the source of the Firestone for the time being, but I can only say that the production is limited. I only have 1.5 million pieces at present, although I can provide them stably in the future. The quantity will not be too much. Only 1.5 million? Hearing this number, some people have frowned. Compared with the hundreds of millions of ammunition in the military base, 1.5 million is too little. If it is distributed to each military base, this number is even pitiful. In addition, I want to emphasize one point. Xiao Yao said seriously. The lethality of these three guns can reach the gold level. And the number of rounds fired is also dozens, starting from hundreds. As long as a gold level monster can be killed, the price of the monster's body will far exceed the total price of a gun. How much does a missile cost? And how much does a Firestone gun cost? I'm sure you all know this. Hey, it seems to be true. After Xiao Yao said this, the bosses suddenly realized that if they were to start from economic benefits, the price of Firestone was indeed not too expensive. However, everyone present was a smart person. Even if Xiao Yao was right, they would not give in on the price. Xiao Yao, you have a point. But you have to know that the current situation of major military bases is very serious. And our military expenditure is already very tight. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. If the hard approach doesn't work, he will use the soft approach. Playing the victim is a familiar trick for him. A senior military official, Li Qixin, understood and said with a bitter face, Xiao Yao, you have been in the law enforcement team. You should be very clear about the funding situation of the law enforcement team. We are really poor. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. How could he not see the self-torture trick these two used? However, since he quoted a price of 5,000 right from the start, it means that 5,000 yuan is not the price he really expected. There is still room for negotiation. Let's put it this way. As a member of Dragon Country, I have enjoyed a lot of care from the country since I went to school. Therefore, I am willing to make concessions for the country. Let's just take 4,900. Xiao Yao said righteously. 4,900, what a big concession. The bosses twitched their lips, they didn't expect that. This famous super genius could be so shameless. However, from these words, they saw that Xiao Yao was willing to negotiate, so both parties sent Qin Feng and Li Qisen as representatives, and began to bargain with Xiao Yao. 1,000, this number is so auspicious. Haha, wouldn't 4888 be even more auspicious? Xiao Yao, you should also consider our difficulties. Let's do this. I won't take advantage of you. How about 1,500? Brother, is there anyone who cheats his brother like you? Brother, how can this be called cheating? We are mutually beneficial. No need to talk about 1,500. The lowest price is 4,500. It can't be lower. No. 4,500 is too high. How about 1,800? 2,000. 2,000 is enough. Brother, I have already sold the gun at a loss. You can't let me sell the Huamingshi at a loss. 4,200. It really can't be lower. 2,100. Give me a discount. Haha, I can't give you this price even if you break my bones. After a round of bargaining, the three parties finally reached a complete agreement, locking the price of the fire stone at 3,000 yuan per piece. For this price, both parties were quite satisfied. Needless to say, the military and the law enforcement team, the fire stone is 3,000 yuan per piece. Even if the price of the gun is added, a full magazine is only a little over 100,000 yuan. Compared with missiles that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, this price is simply a bargain, and the Firestone guns are much more flexible and powerful than missiles. After having it, many missiles can be completely eliminated. Of course, for Xiao Yao, 3,000 yuan was not low. After all, he had not intended to make too much money from the Firestone. His main purpose, in addition to helping the country relieve military pressure, was to expand his own influence. Moreover, the cost of obtaining the Firestone was almost zero, so selling it for 3,000 yuan was already a huge profit. In terms of price, the three parties had a good discussion. But next, they had to discuss a very troublesome problem, which was the distribution plan. During this week of preparation, the arsenal produced another batch of firearms. Currently, there are 10,000 Vulcans, 30,000 iron walls, and 10,000 killing gods in the warehouse. The Iron Wall law enforcement team was not interested in the submachine guns, but the Vulcan pistols and killing god sniper rifles. The law enforcement team did not give up an inch, and fought with the military, and almost fought. In the end, Master Lu and Xiao Yao joined forces to give both sides a satisfactory solution. In the first batch of firearms, the military took 2,000 Vulcans, 30,000 iron walls, and 8,000 killing gods, and the law enforcement team took the rest. Later, Xiao Yao will deliver the agreed number of guns and firestones to both parties at the end of each month, but the focus will be on taking care of the military, which is under greater pressure. After everything was negotiated, Xiao Yao directly handed over the first batch of guns and firestones to the law enforcement team and the military on the spot, and the payment can be paid later. After receiving the guns and firestones, the representatives of the military and the law enforcement team simply tested the guns, and then did not stay for long, left the manor as quickly as possible, and reported to the top management. At the same time, the military leaders directly sent special personnel to deliver 3 types of firearms and sufficient firestones to the 5A-level forbidden areas of Dragon Country, so that the 4 great masters and King Wu could learn about this epic-making invention that could change the situation of Dragon Country at the first time. Kyoto happened to be adjacent to the A-level forbidden area Chishiagobi, so as the guardian of the Dragon Guard Fortress, Master Yi was the first of the 4 great masters to get the Firestone firearms. Firestone firearms. After listening to the report of the military leaders, Master Yi held the god of killing in his hand. His eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 671. The God of Death shows his power. The Johua military base is adjacent to the B-level forbidden area, the 10,000 poison swamp. In recent years, the frequency of beast-tide outbreaks has suddenly increased. This phenomenon has put pressure on the soldiers in the base, fearing that unknown abnormalities will occur in the 10,000 poison swamp. And today, the soldiers encountered another medium-sized beast-tide attacking the city. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of missiles were fired at the same time, causing a bloody storm in the beast-tide army, but the smoke, explosions, and broken limbs did not scare away the monsters, but made them more violent. Da-da-da. On the fortress, the heavy machine guns vibrated continuously, and the bullets rained down on the beasts, sometimes smashing the monsters' bodies directly, and sometimes only creating sparks on their hard scales. Bang bang, there were several neat rows of small holes on the fortress's walls, and the gun barrels were slightly protruding, and the snipers lay on the mats, with one eye tightly closed, pulling the trigger rhythmically, and sending the bullets into the monster's vital parts. Xiao Wu changed the magazine. Chung Feng loosened the gun handle, stepped back slightly, and while his observer helped change the magazine, he shook his numb hands and said proudly, "I just killed 7 monsters, all of which were headshots. Brother Feng. Great." After Xiao Wu changed the magazine, he gave Chung Feng a thumbs up. What a pity. Chung Feng tightened his grip on the sniper rifle again, aimed, and pulled the trigger. After seeing the monster being headshot through the 8x scope, he said with some regret, "We can only fight against bronze and silver monsters. There is no way to fight higher monsters." Chung Feng, a super sharpshooter ranked in the top 3 in shooting skills in Jiuhua military base, has served for nearly 10 years, and at least 8,000 monsters have died in his hands. In fact, he is a black iron level summoner, whose dream was to become a strong man like the 4 great masters, to defend his country, and be respected by people all over the country. Unfortunately, his talent as a summoner is really limited, and he was unable to break through the black iron level until he graduated from college. After a period of depression, a strong desire to defend his country made Chung Feng cheer up again, and with the support of his family, he chose to join the army, starting from the bottom of the soldier. Since the black iron level war beast was a golden feathered eagle, after the war beast fed him, Chung Feng's eyesight was much better than that of ordinary people. Coupled with his good physical fitness and calm mentality, he soon stood out in the army and became an excellent sniper. However, although he had shot and killed countless monsters in recent years, and had made many military achievements, Chung Feng still had a regret in his heart. That is, he had never been able to kill a gold-level monster with his own hands. He had once tried to aim at the vital parts of the gold-level monsters when the beast tide attacked the city, such as the eyes, throat and other parts. But the defense of the gold-level monsters was too strong, and the bullets could be deflected by closing their eyelids. So after several unsuccessful attempts, he could only bury his regret deep in his heart and continue to kill those bronze and silver-level monsters. In the distance, a loud eagle cry was heard. Dozens of green-feathered blue poison eagles flew in a row, with a rich faint light on their bodies. Gold-level blue poison eagles. Xiao Wu glanced through the cave entrance and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, do you want to shoot them?" This time, the beast's tide was not large. According to past experience, it would not take long to repel them. So Xiao Wu was still in a relaxed mood. Bang, another bullet was fired. Chung Feng said helplessly, "Forget it. Don't waste bullets. Flying war beasts are difficult to aim at, and gold-level war beasts are highly alert and have strong defense. It is impossible for him to hurt them with the sniper rifle in his hand." Boom boom boom, in a corner of the battlefield, more than a dozen platinum-level war beasts are fighting fiercely. The powerful destructive power and aftermath make the monsters automatically stay away from that place, leaving a large open space for the big guys. Chung Feng glanced at the military strongmen who were fighting with the platinum-level monsters. The peculiar shape after entering the war beast fusion was so fascinating in his eyes. Alas, it's a pity that I will never have the chance to fight a platinum-level monster in my life. Chung Feng sighed in his heart. Chung Feng. Chung Feng. At this time, the commander's voice came from behind, and Chung Feng immediately shouted, "I'm here." Pa pa pa, accompanied by a burst of obviously accelerated footsteps. The commander Gao Xing and a strange officer appeared in front of Chung Feng, and the officer was holding a wooden box more than 3 meters long in his hand. "This is the best sharpshooter in our Jiuhua military base." Commander Gao Xing pointed at Chung Feng and introduced him. The officer saluted first, and then said seriously, "Major Chung Feng, I am under the order of the commander, and specially invite you to test our new weapons." After that, the officer directly opened the wooden box and handed a strange-shaped sniper rifle to Chung Feng. Chung Feng took it subconsciously, but his arm suddenly sank, and he almost didn't catch it. So heavy. He was shocked and looked down. This gun is much larger than ordinary sniper rifles. The barrel is as thick as a small cannon barrel, and there is a long iron box on it. I don't know what it is used for. Hello? What kind of gun is this? Why have you never seen it before? Chung Feng couldn't help asking. As a sharpshooter in the army, he had tried all kinds of sniper rifles, but the gun in his hand was really strange. Not only was it ridiculously heavy, but the long box on the barrel was also inexplicable. This is our new weapon. Called the Killer Sniper Rifle. Killer. What a sinister name. Chung Feng narrowed his eyes. Major Chung Feng. Now I need you to test the power of this killer. Let's get started, the officer urged. Okay. Chung Feng said nothing, asked Xiao Wu to move the original sniper rifle aside, and then put the killer sniper rifle in place, and then lied down, and took aim. Do I shoot at will or do you specify the target? Chung Feng asked with one eye halfway. The officer glanced at the battlefield, and said, at 3 o'clock, do you see that ice armor tiger? Chung Feng looked in that direction, and saw a tiger covered with crystal ice armor running at high speed. The bullet hit its ice armor, and it bounced off instantly, as if it hit a tank. This is a gold-level ice armor tiger. Chung Feng made a quick judgment based on his rich experience. Frowning and saying, a sniper rifle can't hurt it. Major Chung Feng. Just do as I say, the officer said solemnly. Yes. As a soldier's duty to obey orders. Chung Feng said nothing more, holding his breath and concentrating his attention. Although the shape of this gun is a bit strange. The feel of the gun and the position of the scope are almost the same as the sniper rifle he usually uses. So Chung Feng soon found the feeling and pressed his index finger firmly. Bang! The powerful recoil caused Chung Feng's shoulders to shake violently. If he lifted his clothes at this moment, he would definitely be able to clearly see the red mark on his shoulder. However, Chung Feng's attention had long been deeply attracted by the sight in the scope. His mouth opened wide, as if he had seen something incredible. Is my vision blurry? Chung Feng rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself. He clearly saw that what was fired from the barrel was not a bullet, but a thick beam of light. In addition, he was aiming at the only exposed eye of the ice tiger. But because it was the first time he used it, the beam of light finally fell on the jaw of the ice tiger. But the ice tiger's jaws were covered with a thick layer of ice armor. But this beam of light actually penetrated the ice armor directly, and blasted half of the ice tiger's face into pieces. This terrifying beam of light was actually fired from this sniper rifle, which was really unbelievable to him. The officer picked up the telescope, and saw the obvious big hole on the ice tiger's face, and couldn't help but pat Chung Feng on the back, praising, Major Chung Feng is worthy of being the strongest sharpshooter in Jiuhua Base. His shooting skills are really amazing. Sir, what's the matter with the sniper rifle in my hand? Chung Feng couldn't help asking. The officer said in a deep voice, we have obtained 3 new weapons in total. The killer sniper rifle in your hand is the most powerful of the 3. The lowest strength can reach gold level 5. Gold level 5. How is this possible? Chung Feng almost lost his voice. Xiao Wu and the commander Gao Xing beside him were also shocked. The officer said calmly, didn't you just see its power? Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, strange gunshots broke out on the battlefield. Chung Feng turned his head and saw dozens of red beams shooting out from the gun holes next to him. The shooting speed was extremely fast and continuous. Many monsters were as fragile as paper in front of these beams. Even the gold-level monsters were beaten and screamed. In the end, they were completely destroyed by the concentrated firepower. This, Chung Feng pointed outside, his fingers trembling. And he was speechless for a while. This is the second gun, the Iron Wall submachine gun, which can reach the highest power of gold level 3. But it is still not as powerful as the killer in your hand. The officer smiled faintly. Okay, Major Chung Feng. Your mission is not over yet. The officer said seriously. You still have 14 chances to fire. Shoot them all first. Yes. Chung Feng responded subconsciously, and then tightened the gun handle again, with a strong excitement in his heart. Gold level. I just killed a gold level monster. The wish of many years had just been fulfilled. Chung Feng's heartbeat was very fast, and his emotions were extremely high. However, the nature of a sniper made him adjust quickly, take a deep breath, and look for the next target. Since it is the strength of gold level 5, then I will find you. Chung Feng raised the muzzle of the gun and aimed at the blue poison eagle that was fighting with its own flying beast in the sky. The blue poison eagle screamed in pain, its wings vibrated, and it suddenly rose dozens of meters, and distanced itself from the opposite wind griffin. It glanced at the deep wound on its left wing, and a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. But at this moment, a red light suddenly flashed in the corner of its eyes, and the green poison eagle subconsciously shielded its face with its wings. However, the next second, severe pain came, and it only felt black in front of its eyes, and completely lost consciousness. Awesome. Watching the green poison eagle fall straight to the ground, Chung Feng excitedly waved his fist and quickly looked for the next prey. The second one, the third one. With each shot, Chung Feng's shooting skills became more and more accurate. When it came to the last few shots, he was just like using a normal sniper rifle, hitting wherever he pointed without any error. Click. Click. Only when the gun barrel sounded empty did Chung Feng reluctantly let go of his hand. He turned to look at the officer and said, "I've finished shooting." Also, Chung Feng's eyes showed anticipation. "Can I try a few more shots?" Watching powerful gold-level monsters die under his gun, he was fascinated by the feeling of controlling life and death. Even though his shoulder was about to break, he was reluctant to let go of the killing god. The officer smiled and said, "Major Chung Feng, your mission is not over yet. There is another important experiment that you need to complete." After saying that, the officer first opened the external magazine, took out the dim fire stones inside, and then reloaded 15 fire stones from the small bag on his waist, and said seriously, "There's one thing I didn't say just now. In fact, gold level 5 is only the lowest power of the god of killing. The highest power of the god of killing is platinum level 1. Platinum. Platinum level 1. Chung Feng's body shook, as if he was struck by thunder, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Platinum level. A gun can reach the lethality of platinum level? How is this possible? Major Chung Feng, are you still able to shoot? The officer knew how strong the recoil of the god of death was. Although Chung Feng's physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people, it was not guaranteed that he could still maintain the best condition after firing more than 10 rounds. No problem. Chung Feng promised loudly. Okay. The officer pressed the dark red button on the gun handle and said, "Remember, you only have one chance to shoot, and this shot should be aimed at the platinum monster. Also, although you are a sharpshooter, I still want to remind you that the battles at the platinum level are ever-changing. Even if you give up shooting, you must not accidentally hurt friendly forces." "Yes." Chung Feng nodded heavily. "Let's get started." Chung Feng lay on the mat, scanned the battlefield, and finally locked on his target this time. The platinum-level weird-faced poisonous spider. At this time, the weird-faced poisonous spider was fighting fiercely with the platinum-level war beast of the military summoner. There were complicated lines engraved on the back of the poisonous spider. From a distance, it looked like a tortured human face. Its spider legs were sharp, and poisonous webs were ejected from its mouth from time to time, which gave the opponent a headache. Chung Feng took a deep breath, held his breath, and concentrated his mind, and the explosion, the roar, and countless monsters disappeared from his world. At this moment, the only thing left in his eyes was the hideous and terrifying poisonous spider. 3 kilometers. Chung Feng murmured. His index finger was on the trigger. His body was motionless. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed. Chung Feng was like a lifeless stone. His body did not even move slightly. The people around him also breathed carefully, for fear that heavy breathing would affect Chung Feng's performance. Now! When Chung Feng saw the poisonous spider finally reveal its weakness, his eyes gleamed, and he pulled the trigger in an instant. Bang! A red beam shot out from the barrel at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye it crossed a distance of several kilometers, and violently shot into the eyes of the strange-faced poisonous spider. Boom! Half of the strange-faced poisonous spider's face exploded directly, as if it had been hit by a powerful grenade. The intense pain caused the strange-faced poisonous spider to scream shrilly and piercingly, but its opponent would not let go of this opportunity. Swish! A flash of white light appeared, and the head of the poisonous spider was instantly cut in half. Success? Behind, the officers, Xiao Wu and the superior shouted excitedly, but at this time, Chung Feng just stared at his hand blankly and remained silent for a long time. Success? In the highest command room, seeing the scene where the strange-faced poisonous spider was hit by the god of death, many military commanders waved their fists excitedly. God of death, iron wall, god of fire. On the top of the fortress, Master Mo Bayu Mo put his hands behind his back, overlooking the entire battlefield, and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yao, you really brought a huge surprise to Dragon Country. Chapter 672 Impact. Due to the existence of the Huamingshi firearms, the battle to defend the city ended very quickly. Within an hour, many monsters left their companions' bodies behind and retreated to the 10,000 poison swamp in disgrace. Next, Jiuhua military base began their favorite part, cleaning up the battlefield. Watching the valuable monster bodies being stored in the warehouse, they seemed to see the bonus waving to them. In the conference room, many military commanders gathered together. Here were not only the commanders of Johua military base, but also the top leaders of the entire southern border. All of them were the direct descendants of Grandmaster Mo Bayu without exception. Tell me, what do you think of these new weapons? Master Mo said calmly while sitting in the main seat. He Kun, the highest officer of Johua base, spoke first, his tone unable to conceal his excitement in this battle to defend the city. We can definitely say that we have won a great victory. The casualty rate has dropped significantly, and the killing efficiency is several times higher than before. It can be said that these guns have completely changed the trend of a battle. If we can master a large number of Firestone firearms, no beast tie can threaten our military base. Well, I agree. These guns are really too powerful. We are not afraid of monsters in terms of high-end combat power, but there is a clear gap in the gold level. With these guns, our only shortcoming is also made up. With the advantage of terrain, it can be said that we have a certain advantage. Of course, the premise is that this kind of gun is equipped on a large scale. It is said that this gun was made by Xiao Yao and Master Lu Zhongwu. One is the first genius of Dragon Country, and the other is the most famous forging master of Dragon Country. This combination is really amazing. Many officers were discussing in a few words, and their words were full of praise for Huamingchu's firearms. They wished that their bases were equipped with tens of thousands of guns, so that they would no longer be afraid of the beast tide attacking the city. Dong Lu, what do you think? Master Mo looked to the left, the man closest to him, who had been silent all the time. You Dong Lu, the highest commander of the Endless Coastal Defense Line. As the highest commander of the A-level Forbidden Area Defense Line. Although Yu Donglu's strength was only platinum level, he had great command ability, and was highly valued by Master Mo. He was also the most capable subordinate and think tank around Master Mo. Yu Donglu pondered for a moment, and said slowly, I have a concern. Such a national treasure. Are we really going to let it be controlled by a private force? I admit that Xiao Yao is the most outstanding genius of Longhua, and he may become a master in the future. But after all, Huomingxi firearms are related to the safety of the entire military defense line of Longhua. I don't think it should be controlled by a private person, even if he is the future pillar of Longhua. As soon as the voice fell, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone thought about what they had just said carefully, and had to admit that Yu Donglu's idea was correct. Such a national treasure should not be controlled by one person. But after all, Xiao Yao's status in Longhua was extraordinary, and this matter was serious. They did not dare to say much, and could only look at Master Mo to hear his opinion. However, Yu Donglu spoke again at this time. Perhaps, he was worried that what he had just said would cause unnecessary misunderstandings if it reached Xiao Yao's ears. Yu Donglu explained seriously, of course. What I meant just now was not to seize by trickery, but to try our best to get us involved and reach cooperation with Xiao Yao. Don't forget, Xiao Yao graduated from Kyoto University, and he naturally belongs to the same camp as Master Xue and Master Yi. The number of Huomingxi firearms is limited, so how to distribute them? Yu Donglu didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. I think we should just tell Xiao Yaoming that we spend money to get a certain share, and we will guarantee the supply in the future. This way, it will be good for you, me and everyone. An officer suggested. If you want to invest, just invest. Will they agree? Our Southwest military region has spoken personally. How dare a young boy like him disapprove? If he doesn't agree, he won't be able to do this business in the future? This will push Xiao Yao closer to Grandmaster Xue and Grandmaster Yi. Stop giving bad advice. Who the hell is giving bad advice? If you're smart, come and tell me. The crowd argued endlessly. All the people present were rough guys. Their voices were louder than his, and they kept swearing. The meeting room was even more lively than a vegetable market. Even with Grandmaster Mo present, they didn't restrain themselves at all. Of course, this is also related to Master Mo's style. Master Mo has a casual and free personality, never cares about red tape, and usually he is like a young master from a noble family, elegant and graceful. But when he scolds his subordinates, his curse words are even more unpleasant than theirs. And he rarely puts on airs, and never minds his subordinates arguing in front of him, and sometimes even fan the flames, letting the two sides fight to resolve the issue. However, such an argument will never have any result. And in the end everyone still focuses on Master Mo, letting the master make the decision himself. Master Mo, what is your opinion? Yu Donglu asked tentatively. We can discuss cooperation, Master Mo said calmly, but forget about the forced investment. Xiao Yao is different. After seeing the powerful power of the Huanmingshi firearms, Master Mo believed more and more in the prophecy that King Wu said not long ago. Understood? Yu Donglu nodded. Since Master Mo had spoken, he would carry out the order unswervingly. Cooperation must be discussed, but the specific cooperation method and how to make Xiao Yao more inclined to the southwest military region require him to plan carefully. On this day, the Firestone guns caused a great earthquake among the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. The four great masters, the king of martial arts, the high-ranking military officers, and the rulers of the Dragon Kingdom could not help but feel shocked and extremely happy by the powerful power of the Firestone guns. Gold-level monsters have been the most troublesome problem for the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Looking up, although there are not many summoners above the platinum level in the Dragon Kingdom, the number of monsters above the platinum level is also scarce due to the bloodline. Many king monsters in the sea-level forbidden areas are only platinum level, just like the Xia Junction military base. Looking down, silver and bronze monsters can be completely destroyed by heavy machine guns, and their threat is far from enough. Only the gold level is an extremely special level. The probability of a monster growing into a gold level is very high, far higher than that of a summoner. Therefore, once a large number of gold-level monsters appear in the Beast Tide, they can only be destroyed with missiles. However, the cost of missiles is too high, and it is impossible to use them openly. However, the appearance of Firestone firearms has perfectly filled a gap in the human gold level. With it, not only can the military expenditure be greatly reduced, but the difficulty of defending the city will also be greatly reduced. Just as Xiao Yao and Master Lu said, the emergence of Huomingshi firearms has completely changed the military situation of Longhua. From today on, in the eyes of many bigwigs, Xiao Yao is no longer just the boy who was the first genius of Longhua, but has truly become a bigwig who is so important that he can influence the whole country. Chapter 673 Cooperation. Kyoto. Okay, Master Shui, I make the arrangements, yeah, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, a faint laugh came from the side. It seems that you have a good relationship with Brother Shui. Xiao Yao put away his phone, looking at Master Yi, who was dressed in black, elegant and easygoing, modestly said, not long ago, I had the honor of meeting Master Shui in Qinong City. He really took good care of me. Master Yi smiled slightly and said, I heard from Brother Shui that it was thanks to you that you discovered the Shadow Society's shocking layout in time. Otherwise, Qinong City would have to use the blood of many soldiers to make wedding clothes for the Shadow Society disciples. Xiao Yao scratched his head modestly, smiled, and said nothing. Xiao Yao, let me ask you a question. Master Yi had a faint smile on his face. The Firestone, including the three gods potion you made, are all brought from another dimension, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to travel freely between two dimensions. And this dimension is the one you accidentally entered when you were exiled from space. That's right, Xiao Yao admitted without hesitation. In front of the Grandmaster, all concealment is futile, and he is not prepared to hide this fact. Even if he can freely travel through different planes, with his current strength and status, he can speak openly about it. Of course, Huanmingshi firearms are related to national security, which is of great importance, so he has been prepared for external forces to intervene, but no matter who intervenes, he must firmly grasp the initiative in his hands. Traveling through planes, there really is such a magical ability. Grandmaster Yi sighed. What even the Grandmaster and even the King could not do, was actually achieved by a young man. He is indeed the person predicted by the King of Martial Arts. Xiao Yao, I will not ask too much about the matter of the other plane, but I have only one request. Grandmaster Yi said seriously, can you increase the supply of Huamingshi? Xiao Yao said in a deep voice, I will try my best. Grandmaster Yi patted Xiao Yao's shoulder gently, and said, just do the matter of the other plane, don't have any worries, I promise you. If anyone dares to reach out, I will definitely cut off his claws myself. The Firestone is of great importance. If you have any needs, you can contact me at any time. Contact me at any time? Xiao Yao took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Understood. Since Master Yi said so, he no longer needed to be timid. The plan that he hesitated before could be officially launched. Okay, that's other things. You go back first. That's it. Just like that? Xiao Yao was secretly surprised. He thought that Master Yi asked him to come here, in addition to asking about the origin of the Fire Stone, to also intervene in it to ensure that the Fire Stone was not controlled by private forces. Putting himself in his shoes, if he were a Grandmaster, he would not feel at ease that such an important source of weapons was in the hands of a young man. To be honest, before coming, he had already made appropriate preparations in his heart. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is not a bad thing for Grandmaster Yi to join in. With the Grandmaster's escort, it can directly prevent some evil spirits from coveting. However, Grandmaster Yi did not even mention it, which really surprised him. Why? It seems you have something else to say? Master Yi said with a smile. Master Yi Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment, and said, I wonder if you are interested in the business of Fire Stone. Oh! Master Yi smiled slightly. You actually took the initiative to bring it up. It seems that I still underestimated your intelligence. To be honest, it is impossible not to be interested, since you took the initiative to bring it up. I will make it clear. I am willing to sign an agreement with you in the name of the Central Theater. The shareholding does not need to be too high. 5% is enough. But you must ensure that you can provide the number of firearms and fire stones I require every month. In return, the treasury of the Dragon Guarding Fortress will be completely open to you. You have the right to purchase any treasure in it, and the price will be determined according to the market price. No problem. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he agreed immediately. This deal was really worth it in his opinion. What is the Dragon Guarding Fortress? It is a military defense line guarding the A-level forbidden area. There are countless treasures in the treasury, many of which cannot be bought with money. A mere 5% of the shares can be exchanged for the treasury rights of the Dragon Guarding Fortress. This deal is simply a pie in the sky, and it must not be missed. Okay, then it's settled. Master Yi nodded with a smile. I send someone to contact you later. Okay. I returned to school with a happy mood. As soon as I stepped into the door of the dormitory, Mr. Zhang called. Xiao Yao, where are you? Teacher, I just returned to the dormitory. I want to discuss something with you. Let's meet at the usual place. Okay. Soon, Xiao Yao and Mr. Zhang met in the training room they often went to. Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Yao asked. Zhang Lao said, just now. One of your senior brothers called me. He is the military commander of the Southwest Military Region. He wants to test your attitude through me and ask if they can cooperate with you. I guess he is passing on the message for Master Mo's Southwest Military Region. Master Mo Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. Among the 4 great masters, he had the most contacts with Master Yi, followed by Master Shui. The 2 masters all thought highly of him, and the 3 of them were all from Kyoto University, so they were naturally in the same camp. In comparison, Master Mo and Master Shui were a little unfamiliar. However, although they were unfamiliar, he could not offend the 2 masters. Since Master Yi had joined, the other masters could not be partial to one and neglect the other. Master Mo, Southwest Military Region. Hey, the 10,000 Poison Swamp seems to be under the jurisdiction of Master Mo. Right? In this case, Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly and said, Teacher, please help me pass on a message. I am happy to cooperate, but I have 2 small requests. First, I want clues about the 10,000 poison fruit, or if Master Mo has the 10,000 poison fruit, I am willing to buy it at a high price. Second, I am willing to use 5% of the shares in exchange for the purchase rights of the Endless Seaside Treasure House, even if it is purchased at twice the market price. You can reveal it appropriately. I have reached a cooperation with Master Yi. The cooperation condition is to use 5% of the shares in exchange for the right to purchase the treasure house of the Dragon Guard Fortress and a stable supply of fire stones. He originally wanted to find out clues about the 10,000 poison fruit for Tuki when he was free. Now that Master Mo has taken the initiative to bring it up, he can take this opportunity to save a lot of manpower and material resources for himself. Master Mo has guarded the southern border for decades, and he should know a lot about the 10,000 poison fruit. Okay, I answer your question now. Zhang Lao nodded, and in front of Xiao Yao, he conveyed his meaning to another disciple. Chapter 674 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion. Master Mo, Xiao Yao has replied. After hanging up the phone, Yu Donglu reported in a low voice. Speak, Master Mo said calmly. Xiao Yao agreed to cooperate, but he put forward 2 conditions. First, he He hopes to get effective clues about the 10,000 poison fruit. If we have the 10,000 poison fruit, he is willing to buy it at a high price. Second, he is willing to use 5% of the shares in exchange for the purchase rights of the endless seaside treasure house, and can buy it at twice the market price. The poisonous fruit. The Endless Forest Treasure House Authority. Grandmaster Mo's mouth slightly raised. This kid has a big appetite. The poisonous fruit plus the Endless Forest Treasure House Authority can only be exchanged for 5% of the shares. This kid is really bold. An officer said indignantly. That's right. 10% is about right. You are not very old. But you are quite evil. Everyone, Yu Donglu said. Xiao Yao has reached a cooperation with Grandmaster Yi, and also exchanged 5% of the shares for the Treasure House Authority of the Dragon Guarding Fortress. As soon as these words came out, the officers who had not spoken yet immediately kept their words to themselves. Master Mo, what is your opinion? Yu Donglu turned his head to look at Master Mo and asked in a low voice. Agree to it. Master Mo said calmly. 5% of the shares in exchange for the rights to the treasure house of Wujin Lehai. In addition, I will send someone to deliver the 10,000 poison fruit to him. He doesn't need the money. But every month in the future, he must provide the Southwest Military Region with 100,000 fire stones. 100,000 per month. When the officers heard the conditions proposed by Master Mo, their faces relaxed. If Xiao Yao can really supply enough fire stone, then it is not a bad idea to open the treasure house of Endless Forest. After all, no matter how precious the treasure is, it is far less important than the safety of the military fortress. Reply to him. Yes. Such a straightforward agreement. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that in less than half an hour. The Southwest Military Region gave a clear reply. This efficiency is too high. It should be Master Mo's personal decision. Zhang Lao smiled. After all, the only one who can give the 10,000 poison fruit so easily is Master Mo. Yes. Xiao Yao smiled. The 10,000 poison fruit has the terrifying power to poison masters. Its guardian beast is definitely at the master level. Ordinary master summoners dare not provoke these terrible poisons. Therefore, only Master Mo, who guards the southern border, can obtain the 10,000 poison fruit without any harm. This time, Tuki will be ahead again. Xiao Yao sighed. With the 3 poison fruits of 100 poison fruit, 1,000 poison fruit and 10,000 poison fruit, Tuki has always been the fastest to upgrade among all beasts. And it has always been the strongest killer in his hand. Silver level kills platinum level kills diamond level. After getting the 10,000 poison fruit, Tuki will have the terrifying poison that threatens the master level. It is precisely because of Tuki's ability to kill across levels that he can overcome all obstacles and defeat many powerful enemies. Unfortunately, the 10,000 poison fruit is already the top poison, and in the future, the poison that can threaten the master level can only be created by Tuki himself. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Xiao Yao picked it up and took a look, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. A name Shi Lai was clearly displayed on the screen. Shi Lai, the core member of Master Shi's family, was also a good friend he met in the mysterious Sea God realm. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be trying to get the upper hand on Master Shi's side. Master Shui, Master Yi, Master Mo, Master Shi, the 4 great masters, are all here. Now it depends on whether King Wu will contact him. Xiao Yao smiled and answered the phone. Hello. Shi Lai. In the next 2 days, Xiao Yao was very busy. The big leaders took turns to summon him. At the same time, the 4 great masters, King Wu and the law enforcement team all sent representatives to sign a cooperation agreement with him. After the news spread, other top forces in Dragon Country and major summoner families also sent people to try to buy a certain amount of Firestone firearms. However, except for the military and law enforcement teams, Xiao Yao was not prepared to sell Firestone firearms to other forces, so he directly rejected them. 3 days later, all the agreements were finalized. Xiao Yao paid 30% of the shares, but also gained huge profits. Grandmaster Shui and Grandmaster Yi, the 2 seniors from Kyoto University, had exactly the same conditions. They used 5% of the shares to exchange for the purchase rights of the treasure house of the undead battlefield and the Red Cloud Gobi, and the exchange was based on the market price. Grandmaster Mo, Grandmaster Shi, these 2 grandmasters have never met before, and their relationship is a little distant, so the cooperation conditions are also different. Grandmaster Mo used the 10,000 poison fruit and the treasure house rights of Endless Linhai in exchange for 5% of the shares, but correspondingly, he needs to use twice the market price to buy treasures, and the treasure house list has been handed over to him. The price is reasonable, so the agreement was signed very straightforwardly. Grandmaster Shi's conditions are similar to those of Grandmaster Mo, 5% of the shares, in exchange for the treasure house rights of Dark Forest, also twice the market price. The only difference is that Grandmaster Shi did not take out treasures like the 10,000 poison fruit, but exchanged for a potion formula. This potion is called 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion. 5 beasts, including wolf, tiger, lion, eagle, and dragon, use the flesh and blood of these 5 monsters and many medicinal materials, after a certain preparation process, finally condense the 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion. This potion can not only comprehensively improve the physical fitness of war beasts, but after dilution, even summoners can take it, but the stronger the physical fitness, the improvement effect will not be so obvious. Of course, the cost of 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion is very high. Even Master Shi does not have the financial resources to use it on a large scale for his subordinates, but for Xiao Yao, what he lacks the least now is money. The 3 Gods Potion alone has brought him hundreds of billions of wealth, not to mention the lucrative industries such as Qinci Cosmetics and Huoming Stone. With the 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion and the Dragon Blood 9 Strength Tree, he can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of his subordinates in a short period of time. Converting money into strength and influence is the most correct way to use wealth. The conditions of the King of Wu are not much different from those of the 4 Great Masters. 5% of the shares in exchange for the treasure house rights of the Nether Dead Sea. But the King of Wu took the initiative to offer to buy it at the market price, and also gave an extra jade pendant. This jade pendant is so awesome, because it actually contains a portion of spiritual power injected by the King of Wu himself. Once the spiritual power in the jade pendant is activated, a spiritual power barrier will be erected in an instant, in a short period of time. Even a master-level expert cannot break it. Of course, the premise is that he can survive in the hands of the master until the moment of activating the jade pendant. In any case, with this jade pendant, Xiao Yao's safety factor has been greatly improved. When encountering a powerful enemy that is difficult to resist, he can completely activate the jade pendant to buy time for himself, and then use the magic book to escape. The last one is the law enforcement team. The conditions of the law enforcement team are quite unique. Since it relies solely on state funding, the law enforcement team is short of funds, the treasure house is not very attractive, and of course, it cannot produce precious treasures. However, considering the special nature of the law enforcement team, and the various origins between himself and the law enforcement team, Xiao Yao finally took out 5% of the shares, in exchange for the full support of the law enforcement team. From now on, the law enforcement team will give the green light to the branches of Qinci Group in various places, and can also provide protection services when necessary. Although he paid 5% of the shares, but in Xiao Yao's opinion, this deal is definitely worth it, as he has reached in-depth cooperation with the largest law enforcement agency in the country. But after the signing of these 5 agreements, it means that he will have to collect at least 500,000 fire stones every month in the future, which is obviously impossible to accomplish with the Fire God tribe of less than 50,000 people. So, his long-prepared plan must be implemented. Lao Du, how is the preparation for the things I asked you to do going? Boss, you can start at any time. Okay, then the time will be set in 5 days. Yes. Chapter 675 Cross-Border Construction Team. Beidian Country, Gulaniang Town. Early in the morning, the roar of factory machines began to sound, and tens of thousands of workers in uniforms began to work enthusiastically. Santo is an assembly line worker in the factory. His usual job is to assemble machine parts. He used to be a poor man near Gulaniang Town. He didn't even have his own house. He had no food to eat every day. He was nearly 40 years old, and still hadn't started a family. There was not even a girl willing to approach him. But since half a year ago, a boss from Monwa came. His life has completely changed. The boss opened a factory called Dutton next to Gulaniang Town and publicly recruited workers. Anyone who was healthy could participate in the interview. This news caused a huge stir in the surrounding area. Tens of thousands of poor people signed up. In the end, the factory recruited 20,000 workers, and Santo was one of them. In Santo's view, the gutting factory was like heaven. It not only provided them with free housing, but also provided 3 meals a day. and the salary was significantly higher than other companies in Gulaniang town. In this way, Guteng factory became the most famous enterprise within a radius of dozens of miles, and the workers in it became the favorites of nearby girls, who were eager to marry them. So, Santo finally solved the major event of his life, before he was 40 years old, marrying a wife who looked ordinary but was kind-hearted. After getting married, Santo worked harder and harder, wanting to buy a house of his own. The factory had good performance, and it was said that the products produced were sold to Longwa. In fact, Santo did not care where the products were sold, but he sincerely hoped that the factory's business would become more and more prosperous, so that not only could he keep his job, but he might even earn more bonuses. But just 2 days ago, the factory issued an internal notice. The notice said that the factory was going to build a branch in the neighboring country and currently needed a group of old employees to assist in the factory's establishment. This dispatch was based on voluntary registration. Those who went abroad to support the company would be given 3 times the salary every month for a period of 1 year. When Santo saw this notice, he was very tempted. He calculated that if he was paid 3 times the salary, he would be able to buy a decent house in Gulaniang town in just 1 year. So after get off work, he discussed this with his wife immediately. However, his wife did not want him to go abroad to support the cause. After all, they had just gotten married and were reluctant to be apart for a year. In addition, the environment abroad was unknown, and no one knew whether there were dangers there. So it was better for him to work honestly in the factory. At most, in 3 years, they could buy a small house in town. His wife's words made Santo very hesitant. However, when he saw that he and his wife could only squeeze into a simple board house of a few square meters, which was cold in winter and hot in summer, and leaked when it rained, he finally made up his mind to participate in this overseas support. He hoped that, in a year, he would be able to move into his own home with his wife, with a huge sum of money. In this way, Santo signed up for the overseas support mission. He was accompanied by 3,000 fellow workers. Under the leadership of the foreman, they boarded a bus and arrived at an unfamiliar village. Although it was called a village, the village was actually dilapidated, and no villagers could be seen. Their residences were also simple board houses. However, what shocked Santo was that, in the next few days, a large number of people came one after another. Through communication, he found that these people were actually workers from factories in various places. And the reason for coming was the same. That is, to go abroad to provide support. Until then, Santo began to panic, because he really couldn't understand how big the factory was that needed the support of tens of thousands of people. Could this be a scam, the purpose of which was to trick them out of the country, and then let them be slaughtered? But in a completely unfamiliar place. Even if he wanted to run, where could he run to? There was no other way. Santo could only wait for follow-up arrangements with a nervous mood. On the 3rd day after they arrived, 2 big men finally came to the village. Lao Du, you have brought a lot of people? There must be more than 30,000 people, Xiao Yao said to Lao Du with a smile, facing a strange face. Lao Du said respectfully, Boss, the first batch has a total of 35,200 people. 35,000 people. Aren't you afraid that so many people will attract the attention of the relevant departments? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. Lao Du smiled and said, Boss, you don't understand the situation in Badian. The officials here don't care how many people are gone. They even hope that those poor people will disappear. As long as the money is in place, everything can be easily settled. In addition, these people are not all from Badian. Many of them are from neighboring countries. In addition, this time I am gathering workers in the name of recruiting workers. The procedures are complete and everything is in place. There will be no problems. Xiao Yao nodded and praised, Yes, I am most assured of your work. As a former ace killer, Lao Du has always been cautious and careful in doing things, striving to be foolproof. In this regard, even Chen Jiaying is far inferior to Lao Du. Thank you for the compliment. Boss. Lao Du bowed slightly, and lowered his head even lower. The year he worked under the boss was the most relaxed, most comfortable, and most proud year in his life. Sufficient financial support, the boss's absolute trust, and the rapid growth and strength. Although it is inevitable to establish an underground intelligence organization with twists and turns, but compared with his previous days of wandering and not being able to see the light, the current life is simply a paradise mode. What satisfied him the most, and even shocked him, was that, when he met the boss a year ago, The boss had just broken through the gold level. At that time, he was called the first genius of Dragon Country and a Grandmaster seed by the outside world. Now, in just 1 year, the boss has not only broken through to the diamond level, but also changed from a student who has not even left the school gate to a big man with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Enough to influence the entire Dragon Country. 1 year. In just 1 year, the boss can have such an amazing development. In another 3 to 5 years, the boss may really become a Grandmaster and reach the realm of the king. When he thought about becoming a master, or even a subordinate of a king, he was so excited that he trembled all over. Even if there was no nightmare seed in his mind now, he would definitely hold on to his boss's thigh and never leave. Are all the talents I want here? Xiao Yao looked at the densely packed workers below and asked. Yes. Engineering, hydraulics, and construction talents are all complete. And I have prepared all the mechanical facilities. Lao Du said hurriedly. Okay, Xiao Yao smiled. The first batch of cross-border construction teams can set off. Chapter 676 What Mingxia Generator. Assemble. With the call of several foremen, more than 30,000 workers quickly gathered in an empty wasteland. Santo stood with several familiar coworkers, looking around, feeling very nervous. Where are they taking us? Is it possible that we will never come back? Santo clenched his fists nervously, his palms were full of sweat. He stood on tiptoe as much as possible to look around, to see if he could find any clues. With good eyesight, he soon found 2 men standing on an abandoned brick house 100 meters away, looking at him from afar. Could they be? Santo stared at the place intently, trying to see the 2 people's appearances. But 100 meters was too far for ordinary people. It was already very difficult for him to tell whether they were men or women. And it was obviously impossible to see their appearances clearly. Wow! Many people have already noticed us. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and said, Old Du, are all the people here? Old Du nodded. Boss, everyone is here. Let's get started. As soon as the words fell, Mo Tung appeared instantly. Hiss when Old Du saw Mo Tung back. The seed of fear in his mind trembled violently, and fear and submission surged into his heart, and he almost knelt down. Fortunately, Xiao Yao patted his shoulder in time, and used his mental power to dispel the fear, which made him come to his senses. But his forehead was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. Too scary. Lao Du lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Mo Tung. After being promoted to diamond level, Mo Tung's sense of oppression and control over Lao Du became stronger, and a thought could determine Lao Du life or death. What kind of monster is that? When seeing Mo Tung appear, Santo's pupil shrank suddenly. Even though they were 100 meters apart, he felt a suffocating fear. Not only Santo, most of the workers saw Mo Tung figure. Panic, fear spread rapidly among the crowd, and even many people had begun to move their feet, ready to escape at any time. But will Mo Tung give them a chance? Boom! Black gas exploded, rushing towards tens of thousands of workers like a tide. Before they could scream, the black gas completely submerged everyone. Mo Tung floated above the crowd, his pale eyes looking down. Controlling more than 30,000 people at once was quite difficult for a diamond-level Mo Tung. Fortunately, these workers were all ordinary people with weak mental strength, so it was still possible to make them lose consciousness in a short period of time and control their bodies. After a while, the black fog dissipated and all the workers stood there with dull eyes, like puppets controlled by someone, motionless. At this moment, a huge space gate quietly descended, under the command of Mo Tung. All the workers lined up in dozens of rows and entered in an orderly manner. Seeing the space gate close, Xiao Yao happily snapped his fingers. These more than 30,000 people were naturally heading to the Vulcan tribe. In addition to mining the Fire Stone, their mission was to speed up the transformation of the Vulcan tribe. According to Lao Du, among these 35,000 people, 30,000 are ordinary workers who do not have any skills and can only do simple mechanical work. Therefore, their duties are very simple, which is to mine fire stones. In order to speed up the mining of fire stones, he asked Master Lu to help him develop a fire stone detector. This detector can quickly find the storage location of fire stones. When used, when the detector sounds, it means that there is fire stone within a radius of 100 meters. In addition, the detector can also point out the approximate location of fire stones, which is very convenient. With the detector pointing out the direction, tens of thousands of people joining in, and relatively complete tools and facilities, The speed of firestone mining can be increased by at least dozens of times. He roughly calculated that even if each person only collected 3 firestones a day, that would be 2.7 million a month. Of course, this number will definitely fluctuate. Maybe more, maybe less, but overall, it is enough to meet the needs of various military bases. In addition to the firestone detector, Master Lu also developed a firestone generator, which is a groundbreaking invention for the Vulcan tribe. Electricity is the fundamental driving force of all development. Only with electricity can there be cities and industries. The emergence of the firestone generator means that the Vulcan tribe will enter a period of rapid development. With the help of thousands of hydraulic, metallurgical, industrial and construction talents, it will not take long for the tribe to gradually move from the primitive tribal model to the modern town model. By then, let alone 100,000 people, even if it is 1,000,000 people, the Vulcan tribe can fully undertake it. But by then, the name of the tribe would be a little inappropriate. It would be better to call it the Fire God's City. Opening his eyes, Santos shook his head, and then looked around in confusion. Where is this place? There were no continuous makeshift houses, no dilapidated villages, only endless red land, and, fuck, what the hell is this? Santos shuddered, and when he saw the strange people with eyes between their eyebrows around him, his scalp tingled instantly, and he screamed in fear. Ah, what is this? Ghost. They are ghosts. Mom, I want to go home. Tens of thousands of people screamed at the same time. Some were so scared that they were paralyzed, and almost lost control of their bladders. Wheat-colored skin, burly figure, third eye between eyebrows. This is definitely an alien look. But the weird thing is, these people are dressed exactly like them. Short-sleeved shirts, shorts, sneakers, even some of them have logos on their chests, all of which are international brands. Where on earth is this? Santo trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Everyone, please be quiet. Strangely, although this sentence was spoken in Longwa language, everyone present could understand its meaning. For a moment, everyone turned their heads and looked at the man at the front of the team who looked like them. Everyone, welcome to the Fire God tribe. Ye Jun held a loudspeaker in his hand. Through his bloodline fighting skills, he could make these people from different countries understand his language. Vulcan tribe? What the hell is this? I want to go home. Let me go home. Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Brothers, let's catch him together. Perhaps seeing their own kind. These workers immediately became excited, raised their arms and shouted, and focused their eyes on Ye Jun. Sure enough, Ye Jun shook his head and looked at Joey beside him. Joey, it's your turn. Joey smiled faintly. His eyes flashed purple. And then, there was a loud bang. Dozens of purple thunders fell, creating dozens of deep pits on the ground. Gulp! The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and looked at the deep pits in front of them with horror. If this hit them, then, a breeze blew by. The environment was hot. But at this moment, everyone felt cold all over. There were no war beasts, but purple thunder appeared. Doesn't this mean? Looking at the three-eyed weirdos with playful expressions around them, everyone felt a burst of despair from the bottom of their hearts. Will we never be able to go back? Everyone, listen to me. Ye Jun said loudly. I know that everyone is very nervous now that we have come to a strange environment. Ye Jun's friendly voice made everyone feel a little relieved. Everyone looked at him intently, with their ears perked up. I'm telling you the truth. This is no longer your previous world. It's a completely new plane. So those who are planning to escape, put away your little thoughts. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's body to tremble, and their minds to go blank. A new plane? Not the original world? Then we can't really go back? Thinking that he would be separated from his wife forever just after getting married, and trapped in this strange world for the rest of his life. Santo's eyes were filled with despair, and he almost collapsed to the ground. But Ye Jun changed the subject. As long as you do what I ask. 1 year later, all of you can return to your original world. What? Hearing this, everyone's mood was like a roller coaster, and they immediately became excited. Really? Can we really go back? You are not lying to us. Are you? I beg you. As long as I can go home, I will do anything. Tens of thousands of people shouted excitedly, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Quiet. Ye-jun said in a low voice. Instantly, everyone shut up and looked at him in awe. I repeat, as long as you do what I ask. You could all go home in a year. But, Ye-jun's face showed a stern look. Anyone who dares not to obey orders, or steals while working, will stay here forever. The stern tone was like a sudden drop of ice and snow, which chilled everyone's heart and dispelled some small thoughts. In addition, I know you all come here for the high salary. Ye-jun's face relaxed a little, and he said, the rewards promised to you will not change. From now on, your family will receive the salary every month. For those who don't have family, the money will be saved and will be paid to you in one lump sum after returning. Ah, there is also salary. Santo's eyes flashed with a strong surprise. Originally thought, he would be trapped here for the rest of his life and become a slave at the mercy of others. But now, not only is there hope to go home in a year, but during this period, his wife can also receive her own salary and avoid starvation. This feeling of rising from hell to heaven made Santo tremble with excitement. And salary? So good? If so, it's not unacceptable. As long as I can go back, I don't even need salary. Seeing the atmosphere on the scene become heated, Ye-jun nodded, with a smile on his face. After training in the Fire God tribe for so long, he knew very well how big the gap was between his subordinates doing things actively and passively. Only by fully mobilizing the enthusiasm of these people could he successfully complete the tasks assigned by the boss. Of course, the promise just now was not a lie, but was told to him by the boss himself. As long as these people can work hard and complete the task, they can indeed return home safely after a year. But the memory of this period will be erased from their minds. Next, everyone listen to my orders. Those who have skills, such as those engaged in construction, metallurgy, industry, hydraulics and other industries, stand on the left. I have special arrangements for you people. At one time, several thousand people slowly moved out of the crowd and stood cautiously beside Ye-jun. Let me remind you, Ye-jun said calmly, if I find someone who knows nothing but is still in the special personnel team, you will never leave in your life. As soon as the words fell, dozens of people immediately shrank their necks. And then under the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, they returned to the main group in disgrace. Xiaoyu, are they handed over to you? Ye-jun turned his head and looked at his sister Xiaoyu. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded, and then waved to these people and said, you follow me. Seeing that their leader was a young and beautiful girl, these special talents suddenly felt much more relaxed, and they also found that this girl named Xiaoyu could make them understand the unfamiliar Longwa language. After Xiaoyu led the team away, Ye-jun faced the large group and said calmly, I know, you must be very nervous, and you don't know what you are going to do. I will tell you the specific work content later. But I promise you that working here, whether it is living or eating, will be much better than before. Now, everyone, according to your previous assignment, stand in the team. The foreman will be responsible for organizing the team. Start. Gutung Factory. Come here. Beifeng Factory. Come here. The foreman shouted loudly. Thousands of people stepped in a messy way, quickly gathered with their fellow workers, and stood in line. Everyone, follow me. Ye-jun waved his hand and led everyone to a large residential area. This residential area was right next to the Fire God tribe. There were thousands of stone houses of the same size, but the stone houses were painted in several specific colors according to their locations, just like partitions. Along the way, everyone walked very carefully, and even trembled, because they found that on the way to the living area, there were countless three-eyed monsters watching them. Their curious, enthusiastic, and weird eyes made their legs tremble, and their bodies were covered with hair. Santo was one of them. Although these three-eyed monsters looked similar to him, except that they had an extra eye between their eyebrows, and even dressed more neatly than himself in work clothes, but somehow, when he saw the third eye, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, soon, he was assigned to a 5-person dormitory, and there were 4 workers he knew. Are you going to live here in the future? Looking at the 5 large single beds in front of him, and the neat and clean quilts and pillows, Santo couldn't help but sigh. This accommodation environment is much better than his board house in Galaniang town. In any case, he could live in such an environment and accept any hard and tiring work. As long as I can go home. Santo sat on the edge of the bed, touched the soft quilt, and a ray of hope rose in his eyes. Chapter 677 Wan's Medicine. For the next period of time, Xiao Yao stayed in Yinqing, providing supplies to the Vulcan tribe at any time through the feedback of the clone. In less than half a month, the team of more than 30,000 people has gradually got on the right track, and talents in water power, construction, industry, etc. have begun to conceive a large city plan for the Vulcan tribe, planning to build a city that can accommodate 500,000 people. And those ordinary workers, under the protection of the three-eyed warriors, began to mine the fire stone with all their strength, with extremely high efficiency. In just half a month, 1 million fire stones were collected, and a lucky person also detected a rich fire stone mine through a detector, and it is expected that the mining rate will be at least doubled in the future. Just when everything was going in a good direction, an incident that happened recently made Xiao Yao a little upset. Office of the Chairman of Qinxi Group. Chairman, our test results are out. Jiang Yunqi handed a report to Xiao Yao. Wanxia Group's drugs can indeed play a preventive and therapeutic role. For the time being, there are no side effects. Xiao Yao took the report, read it carefully page by page, and frowned slightly. A while ago, a nationwide malaria outbreak occurred in Longhua. Infected people will have fever, diarrhea, headache, and other symptoms. Severe cases may even lead to epilepsy. Although the disease is not fatal, it spreads very quickly, and even summoners of the black iron and bronze levels will be infected. This malaria has caused panic among the people in the country, since the main way of transmission of malaria is through mosquito bites. The pesticides and disinfectants in supermarkets and on the internet have long been sold out. However, even so, the spread of malaria cannot be controlled. So after learning about this situation, he ordered Jiang Yunqi to lead the team to study the malaria and strive to develop preventive or therapeutic drugs as soon as possible. However, Qinxi had just formed a team and had not studied for a few days when 3 domestic pharmaceutical companies appeared and announced that they had developed drugs for malaria. 2 of the company's drugs were in the form of vaccines, while the third company, Wanxia Group, launched an oral drug, and all 3 were certified by relevant departments, since oral medicine is easy to take, and Wanxia Group is the most famous, with decades of reputation. Once this oral medicine was launched, it immediately became popular across the country, and all people rushed to the pharmacy to buy it. At present, it is difficult to get the medicine, and the scalper price has increased by more than 10 times. The stock price of Wanxia Group has also increased by more than 5 times in a short period of time, and there is still no trend of slowing down. If other companies take the lead and successfully develop drugs, Xiao Yao will definitely not have any opinions. Instead, he will be happy for the launch of special medicines. After all, although this medicine makes money, he will not take it seriously. Instead, domestic stability is what he values most. But this company happened to be Wanxia Group. Even if he didn't consider the various grievances with Wan Jiabao, just the things that Wanxia Group did to Jiang Yunqi, and their attempts to cheat patients with ALS, made him feel disgusted with Wanxia Group. So, he asked Jiang Yunqi to study the drugs launched by Wanxia Group and the other 2 companies, to see if they really have the effect of prevention and treatment. Now, it seems that there is indeed no problem. Okay. Xiao Yao put down the report and said seriously, although Wan's group and the other 2 companies are 1 step ahead of us, we can't give up this market. We should continue to research and increase investment if necessary. He snorted coldly. Even if we don't make money, or even lose money, we must grab the market share of Wan's group. Yes. Jiang Yunqi responded excitedly. As a member who was once persecuted by Wan's group, seeing Wan's group making money, he felt worse than eating a fly. Now that the chairman has spoken, he can continue his research, strive to develop the drug as soon as possible, and compete with Wan's group for the market. Just like the chairman said, even if it means losing money, he will make this business happen for you. Go ahead. After Jiang Yunqi left, Xiao Yao turned on his phone to check the recent situation of Wan's group. After launching this drug, Wan's group was in the limelight, and its chairman Wan Chongshan was interviewed by many media and won numerous honors. As a diamond-level summoner, Wan Chongshan is not only personally powerful, but also has brought his company to the top of the country. This strength and legendary experience of both business success and success have made him one of the top 10 most influential people of the year. However, under various reports about Wan Chongshan, Xiao Yao also found a lot of gossip about Wan Jiabao. Some reporters photographed that Wan Jiabao, the third-generation heir of the Wan Group, spent all day in bars and nightclubs, and took different women to the hotels under the one group every day. However, perhaps it was the PR department of Wan's group that did this. This news did not cause much waves. Even people in the comment area expressed strong envy for Wan Jiabao. Wan Jiabao. Looking at the arrogant face in the news picture, Xiao Yao smiled coldly. Wan Jiabao once hired the Shadow Society to assassinate him, but at that time his strength was too weak, and he did not worship Zhang Lao as his master. Out of fear of Wan's group, he just made fun of Wan Jiabao and gave him the title of shit-eater's name, which made him ashamed to come to school again. But now, let alone Wan Jiabao, even if it was the entire Wan group, he didn't care at all. Wan group, Linshu Pharmaceutical, Baishan Pharmaceutical. Looking at the time when the three companies launched drugs and the information, Xiao Yao frowned slightly, tapped his fingers on the table, thought for a moment, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Lao Du, check something. Xiao Yao told Lao Du his request. On the other end of the phone, Lao Du's steady and low voice came. Yes. At night, a cool breeze was blowing. A young couple held hands and strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path under the paulownia trees in Kyoto. The boy was tall and strong, with extremely broad shoulders. Even with a relatively ordinary face, he could still attract the attention of passers-by. The girl next to him was tall and slender, with a mask covering most of her face. But just looking at her bright and clear almond eyes, and her skin that glowed white at night, you knew that she must be a great beauty. It's been a long time since I took such a leisurely walk. Xiao Yao gently squeezed Bai Li Xiao's hand, and said with some emotion, Yes, you are such a busy man. Bai Li Xiao leaned on Xiao Yao's arm, and said faintly. As soon as he came back from the mysterious land of the sea god, Xiao Yao began to prepare for his Firestone project. After the press conference was successfully held, he signed agreements with major organizations without stopping, and then went abroad and made a series of moves. Xiao Yao did not hide these things, but would share them with her during daily chats. Although his tone was very relaxed, and he would occasionally tell some interesting stories, she could feel a trace of fatigue in Xiao Yao's voice. Yes, even though he is a diamond-level summoner with an extremely strong body, he is not a robot after all. After working non-stop for more than a month, with almost no rest time, how could he not be tired? As a girlfriend, she felt sorry for her boyfriend's hard work. But at the same time, she was also very proud of what he did. The busiest thing has come to an end, and you can take a break from now on, Xiao Yao said with a smile. After Huan Mingshi's career gets on track, he plans to take a break for a few days, and then make plans for the subsequent improvement of his strength. After all, they hadn't fought for more than a month. The battle maniacs in the beast taming space, Warwick, Sun Wukong, Tucci were almost going crazy, especially Warwick and Sun Wukong, who had to fight several times in the beast taming space every day. Fortunately, after being promoted to diamond level, the beast taming space was almost the size of an ordinary provincial capital city, which could withstand the tossing of these two guys. After several battles, Warwick and Sun Wukong were evenly matched. Warwick's super self-healing made Wukong helpless, and Wukong's indestructible power was also something Warwick could never break. Occasionally, Old Bull and Mordekaiser would join in. But whether it was Old Bull's absolute defense or Mordekaiser's nightmare cage, they were all bug-level abilities, and each of the four had its own strengths, and none of them could do anything to the other. However, in a one-on-one duel, Twitch and Yumi, the two squishy little ones, would not be able to do anything. This cat-and-mouse duo could only serve as cheerleaders to cheer for the four melee warriors. But in a 3v3 team match, Yumi and Twitch would split into two teams, and fully display their own style. Let's get back to the point. Except for the A-level Forbidden Land and several unique B-level Forbidden Lands, the number and quality of monsters in other Forbidden Lands are not enough for him to improve quickly. In the A-level Forbidden Land, once he slaughters monsters, especially monsters above diamond level, it is very likely to cause dissatisfaction from the king of the Forbidden Land, and eventually cause trouble for the military base. Therefore, Xiao Yao is still very distressed now, and he doesn't know where to go next to improve himself. Why don't we go on a trip with Liang Liang, Yao Yao, and Xianyu? Bai Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Didn't you say before that you would record all the provincial capitals and cities near the forbidden area in the magic book? Why not take advantage of the free time now, and record them while traveling? Good attention. Xiao Yao smiled and said. Then please make a travel guide for me. Yes. Bai Li Xiao nodded with a look of longing. Just when the two were looking forward to the travel plan they had just made, an angry voice suddenly interrupted their good mood. Old man, you are looking for death. Old man, you are looking for death. Wan Jiabao kicked hard, pointed at the old man who was wailing in pain on the ground and cursed, "Damn it. You are so blind. How dare you bump into my woman?" Recently, the Wan group has been in the limelight, which has greatly increased the fame of this third-generation heir in the circle. Countless beauties have flocked to him, and he can be said to be extremely proud. But just now, he was hugging the slender waist of the little beauty and walking towards his own hotel. But the old man in front of him was so bold that he bumped into his female companion, scaring the little beauty to scream, looking at the old man's dark face, his rough, cracked dirty hands, and the fruit scattered on the ground. He was furious. "Damn it. A lowly person dared to take advantage of my girlfriend. I will kill you today." Wan Jiabao kicked hard on the old man's chest again. As a black iron summoner, although he was addicted to alcohol and sex, his strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. With a full-strength kick, the old man's sternum made a crisp sound. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The old man hugged his chest, curled up like a shrimp, and wailed in pain, I really didn't mean it." "Didn't mean it?" Wan Jiabao stepped on the old man's hand, looked down at him, and said sternly, "Old man, do you think I can forgive you if you didn't mean it?" Seeing his female companion shrinking in his arms, like a frightened bird, Wan Jiabao suddenly became full of masculinity, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and was about to step on the old man's hand to break it. But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly came from beside him. "Wan Jiabao, take your feet away." This voice, why is it so familiar? Wan Jiabao turned his head suddenly, and when he saw the figure gradually walking out of the darkness, his face changed instantly. Xiao Yao. If there was a list of people he wanted to kill the most, Wan Jiabao would definitely put Xiao Yao at the top of the list. It was this person who robbed the girl he liked, and made him the biggest laughing stock in the school, so that he could never raise his head. He wanted to cut Xiao Yao into pieces, and eat his blood and flesh. But when Xiao Yao really stood in front of him, he felt a fear from the soul, and his body couldn't help shaking. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Xiao Yao stood in front of Wan Jiabao, and the distance between them was less than 1 meter, looking at Xiao Yao cold and indifferent eyes. Wan Jiabao subconsciously moved his feet away and said nervously, What do you want to do?" Xiao Yao ignored him, but helped the old man up. A green light poured into the old man's body, allowing the broken sternum to heal quickly, and also cured some other physical diseases of the old man. "Old man." Xiao Yao took out a stack of 100 yuan bills, and stuffed them into the old man's pocket, and said in a gentle tone, "I bought all your fruits, and take the money home." The old man touched the thick stack of banknotes, and was about to kneel down to Xiao Yao excitedly, but Xiao Yao supported the old man in time, and patted his shoulder with the old man's trembling gratitude, and watched him go away. After the old man's affairs were dealt with, Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Wan Jiabao, and said lightly, "Wan Jiabao, I heard that you were very proud recently. What are you going to do?" Wan Jiabao was so nervous that he stuttered, his mind was blank, and he didn't notice a gray light hitting his lower abdomen silently. "Nothing?" Xiao Yao suddenly raised a strange smile. "I finally met an old friend. I wanted to chat more, but it seems that you don't welcome me." He glanced at the girl next to Wan Jiabao again. At this moment, she covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of disbelief. "Xiao Yao, I actually saw Xiao Yao." "Oh my god!" The female companion looked at Xiao Yao with extremely fiery eyes. If Wan Jiabao was not present, she would definitely rush to take a photo with Xiao Yao. "This is Xiao Yao, the first genius of Dragon Country. If I could take a photo with him, I would brag about it for at least half a year." "Forget it." Xiao Yao patted Wan Jiabao's shoulder, almost patting him to the ground, smiling and saying, "I won't disturb your nightlife, old friend, goodbye." The female companion shouted in her heart, "Don't go, come together, I can do it." "Wan Jiabao, who the hell wants to say goodbye?" Xiao Yao turned his back, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth again. "Wan Jiabao, enjoy the gift I gave you." Chapter 678, Master Wan, I can't take on your job. Finally gone. Watching Xiao Yao back disappear into the darkness, Wan Jiabao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, he turned his head and saw his female companion looking at the end of the road reluctantly. He was so angry that his face turned black. "Have you seen enough?" Wan Jiabao said with gritted teeth. The female companion was unaware, but when she saw Wan Jiabao's face, which was darker than the bottom of a pot, she immediately smiled and said, Master Wan, this is my first time seeing Xiao Yao. I'm a little excited. Humph, what's so exciting? Wan Jiabao snorted coldly and said sourly, he just has a little talent. Can it make a living? He is the first genius of Longwu, and he founded Qinxi Company with a market value of hundreds of billions, which is much richer than one group. You are a useless second-generation ancestor. How dare you look down on him? The female companion secretly pouted in her heart, but she could see that Wan Jiabao and Xiao Yao did not have a good relationship, so she quickly leaned on Wan Jiabao's chest and said delicately, in my opinion, Mr. Wan is no worse than Xiao Yao, and he is even more handsome than Xiao Yao. Hearing these compliments, Wan Jiabao's expression eased a little, revealing a satisfied smile. Well, you have good taste. He pinched the little face of his female companion and said with a smile, let's go. Wait for me to take care of me, and I will buy you that limited edition bag tomorrow. The girl's eyes lit up, and her face became more charming. Okay. Mr. Wan hugged the beauty and walked into his own hotel. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of many hotel employees, he went straight to his exclusive suite. As soon as he entered the room, Wan Jiabao started to eat randomly, making the beauty moan. Wan Jiabao pointed to his belt, and the beauty instantly understood what he meant, squatted down, and took off her armor skillfully. But when all the equipment was taken off, the beauty was stunned. At this time, Wan Jiabao was looking up and squinting, preparing to enjoy the sudden pleasure. When he heard the stuttering voice of his female companion, he felt even more proud. Hee. You are scared. Wan Jiabao smiled evilly, then looked down, and was stunned. What is this? Is this the social situation? Wan Jiabao looked horrified, and his face turned pale. His lower body was covered with dense black spots, as if he was infected with some germs, and looked extremely creepy. The female companion looked horrified. Her scalp was numb, and she sat on the ground, her hands and feet trembling. Damn! What the hell is this? Who introduced Wan Jiabao? Do you want to kill me? Wan Jiabao's expression was dull, and he kept muttering, impossible. Impossible. Mr. Wan the beauty stood up, trembling, and said, I really can't take on your job. Get lost, Wan Jiabao said in a low voice. Mr. Wan, get lost, Wan Jiabao roared angrily. His face twisted. The beauty was so scared that she ran out of the room. But when she entered the elevator, she straightened her clothes, curled her lips, and muttered, You are sick and still want to come out to hurt people. You still want to compete with Xiao Yao. It's really funny. Xiao Yao. In the room, Wan Jiabao had a resentful expression, squeezing out every word from his teeth. He was sure that the changes in his body must have been caused by Xiao Yao. I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha, you're too bad. Bai Ling Xiao leaned on Xiao Yao, covering his chest, laughing so hard that his body shook. Xiao Yao spread his hands. Who made him have a grudge against me? Last time it was the shit-eating man, this time I give him the nickname of the Spotted Man. Xiao Yao smiled somewhat smugly. Spotted Man, ha ha ha. Bai Ling Xiao laughed so hard that he was out of breath, and tears were flowing out. Xiao Yao chuckled, I guess Wan Jiabao is scared now. The revenge for hiring an assassin to kill me before has not been settled yet. It's not enough to just do it to you once. I will do it to you every time I see you in the future, and I will never repeat the same method. In fact, for him, there's a way to kill Wan Jiabao without anyone noticing, and no one will suspect him. But first of all, Wan Jiabao is the heir of the Wan Group, and the Wan Group is the core enterprise to solve the current malaria epidemic. Killing him would have a huge impact, and it is very likely to cause unnecessary panic. Secondly, after all, Wan Jiabao is just a useless second-generation rich man, and it is much more fun to mess with him than to kill him directly. As for whether Wan Jiabao will retaliate, the intelligence organization under him is not just there to eat. Especially recently, all the members of the Wan family are under the surveillance of Lao Du. If Wan Jiabao dares to take any revenge, he can attack the Wan family at any time. Although, with his current power and status, he can completely destroy the Wan Group. But in an orderly environment, especially at a high level, he must have a legitimate reason for everything he does. Otherwise it will only reduce others' trust and evaluation of you, which is extremely detrimental to future development. Therefore, he still expects Wan Jiabao to take some action, so that he will have a legitimate reason to swallow up the Wan Group. Shrinking Ray, where did you get this ability from? Bai Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I copied it from a warrior of the fire god tribe. This ability can make the enemy's body covered with black spots, and the defense of the black spots will be greatly reduced. At that time, I thought that this ability might be effective in battle, but now it seems that it is more effective in playing tricks on people, haha. After returning home late at night, Wan Jiabao tiptoed into the bathroom. When he changed his clothes and saw the spots on his lower body gradually disappear, he was relieved. Phew, luckily it's not permanent. If it's permanent, I kill all your family members even if I risk my life. Wan Jiabao gritted his teeth and said something cruel. He knew very well that when Xiao Yao was still weak, he couldn't kill him, so there's no hope now. But aren't all Xiao Yao family members summoners? If I can't deal with you, I can't deal with a few ordinary people. But since he can recover now, he won't take the risk. After all, if I get bit by a dog, I can bite it back. Wan Jiabao comforted himself. Pushing open the toilet door, the whole villa was dark and silent. The empty hall was like a big mouth in the dark, ready to devour someone. Having returned home late at night several times, logically, Wan Jiabao was already familiar with such scenes, but somehow, today he felt an inexplicable fear, as if some disaster was about to happen. Ahem, illusion. Illusion. Wan Jiabao shook his head, following the route in his memory, and walked lightly to the room on the second floor. But just as he reached the stairs, a low voice suddenly came from behind, scaring him to death. Stop! Chapter 679 Dark Demon Seal. Stop! The sudden sound frightened Wan Jiabao so much that he almost fell down the stairs. He held the handrail tightly, turned around carefully, and through the moonlight outside the window, saw the majestic and indifferent old man sitting in the main seat of the living room. Grandpa, Grandpa, Wan Jiabao said in a trembling voice. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been extremely afraid of his grandfather, especially when they are alone together. His whole heart is trembling. Come here, Wan Chongshan said calmly. Wan Jiabao lowered his head and approached slowly with a worried and frightened mood. Where did you go last night? Wan Chongshan said calmly. I had dinner with a friend. Wan Jiabao stammered. Wan Chongshan stared at Wan Jiabao's timid face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a black air flashed in his pupils. This is the heir of my Wan family. Wan Chongshan slowly stood up. His tall body blocked the moonlight outside the window, and Wan Jiabao's world completely lost the last ray of light. Follow me, Wan Chongshan said lightly, and then walked straight to the basement. Wan Jiabao shrank his neck, followed closely, his heart pounding. He didn't understand. Why did his grandfather sit in the dark living room at night? Why did he take him to the basement? But out of fear of his grandfather, he didn't dare to say anything, and could only follow behind obediently. Bang bang bang, the dull footsteps were like drumbeats, hitting Wan Jiabao's heart again and again. For some reason, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching fear, as if there was a bloodthirsty monster hiding deep underground, opening its mouth wide and waiting for his arrival. Grandpa, Grandpa, Wan Jiabao's voice trembled. Can I not go down? Wan Chongshan suddenly stopped, turned around, and a faint black air flashed in his pupils again. Follow me. His voice was calm, but it was full of irresistible majesty. Wan Jiabao's heart tightened, and he could only bite the bullet and follow him. Soon, the grandfather and grandson came to the basement. In the dark basement, only a few night lights contributed a faint light, and there were bookshelves on all sides, filled with densely packed books. This place was like an ancient library, dim, silent, and with a gloomy atmosphere. Grandpa, what are we doing here? Wan Jiabao swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously. Wait, Wan Chongshan said calmly. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for someone. Who would show up at our basement? Wan Jiabao couldn't help asking. He wondered if his grandpa was crazy or had some Alzheimer's. Even if there were guests, they should at least be greeted in the living room. Why would they wait in the basement? Wan Chongshan didn't answer, but stood there calmly, with a deep look in his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Grandpa didn't say anything, Wan Jiabao didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only stay where he was, cursing the upcoming guest in his heart. Damn it. Why did he have to come to my house in the middle of the night when he could visit at any other time? And Grandpa was really something. If there was a guest, he could just meet him by himself. Why did he drag me along? He's crazy. He's all crazy. Just when Wan Jiabao was complaining crazily in his heart, suddenly, the night light in the basement dimmed suddenly, and the whole space suddenly fell into darkness. and he couldn't see anything. Wan Jiabao was horrified and almost screamed. But soon, the night light came back on. Damn! What a terrible quality. I have to change all the lights tomorrow. Wan Jiabao cursed in his heart. But at this moment, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a figure in front of his grandfather. Ghost! Wan Jiabao shuddered, took a few steps back, and his face turned pale. Who is this person? How did he appear? Wan Chongshan. Is this your grandson? Under the shadow, a faint chuckle was heard. Wan Chongshan bowed and said, God's messenger. He is my grandson. I am sorry for not training him well. God's messenger? What is this? Looking at the wide black robe under the dim light, Wan Jiabao felt as if he was in an ice cave. His teeth chattering, his mind completely frozen, and only endless coldness and fear remained. I didn't expect that you, Wan Chongshan, would actually train a useless grandson. This is a huge loss for the organization. The voice under the black robe still had a smile, but faintly, a hint of displeasure could be heard. Wan Chongshan hurriedly said, God's messenger. I will train him well in the future. Please rest assured. God's messenger. Organization? Despite extreme fear, Wan Jiabao still caught these two words. He suddenly realized that his grandfather was involved with an organization of unknown origin. God's messenger. This religious word is related to the villain. What is the purpose of Grandpa calling me here? Does he want me to join this so-called organization? At this moment, Wan Jiabao's mind was filled with various emotions, fear, surprise, confusion, and resentment and hatred. You just do your thing. Why do you involve me? Waste? Since I am a waste, why don't I just be a waste? What a broken organization. What a ghost messenger. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Wan Jiabao clenched his fists tightly, his expression was distorted, and the sound of his pounding heart was particularly harsh in the silence. Hee. A light laugh came from under the black robe. Forget it, anyway, you took the initiative this time. Wan Chongshan, you can bring your only grandson to me in person. I am very satisfied with this loyalty. Wan Chongshan said respectfully, It is an honor for 3 generations of my Wan family to serve the God's messenger. Taking the initiative? It was my grandfather who took the initiative to bring me to this man. At this time, the hatred in Wan Jiabao's eyes could be condensed into substance, and his nails dug deep into the flesh, almost piercing the skin. Okay. I won't say any more. After planting the dark demon seal, I have other important things to tell you. Yes. The man in black robe walked towards Wan Jiabao step by step. Wan Jiabao staggered back in fear. When his back finally hit the bookshelf, he couldn't help but shout, Grandpa, save me. A big hand suddenly pressed on Wan Jiabao's head. Then, black air floated up from the fingers. Wan Jiabao raised his head and screamed in pain. Ah! The shrill scream made the bookshelves in the basement tremble slightly. Wan Jiabao held his head tightly. His forehead veins bulged, his eyeballs bulged, his face looked like a ghost, his nails scratched bloody marks on his cheeks. Wan Chongshan was standing behind the messenger of God. Seeing his grandson in pain, his eyes were extremely indifferent and calm, without a single wave of emotion in his heart. Jiabao, this is the fate of our Wan family. Since we have embarked on this road, the whole family can only go all the way to the end. Ah! The shrill scream went from sharp to hoarse, and then to weak. When Wan Jiabao was completely silent, the envoy of God took his big hand away, and said lightly, Raise your head. Yes, the envoy of God. The low response echoed in the basement. Wan Jiabao raised his bloody face, with a respectful look, and a black air flashed in his pupils. The blood and darkness blended perfectly on him, just like a monster reborn from hell. Chapter 680 Notice the abnormality. Boss, the matter you asked me to investigate last time has come to fruition. Say. You guessed right, Linshu Pharmaceuticals, Baishan Pharmaceuticals are indeed related to Wan's group. According to insiders, both companies suddenly made leaps in research progress more than half a month ago, and the founders of these 2 pharmaceutical companies, and Wan Winya of Wan's group, are also close personal friends. From these circumstances, I conclude that it is highly likely that Wan's group provided research results for these 2 companies. Lao Du said in a low voice. It's just as I expected. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, and tapped the table with his index finger. When he was browsing the information Jiang Yunqi handed over, he found some abnormalities. This malaria outbreak occurred 2 months ago, and it took about half a month to spread across the country, but in just 1 month, 3 pharmaceutical companies launched 3 therapeutic drugs at the same time. You know, it takes at least 1 year for a drug to be developed and successfully, and then certified by relevant departments, and this time, in such a short time, the drugs of 3 companies were actually approved for listing, which was really hard for him to understand. Moreover, Linshu Pharmaceutical and Baishan Pharmaceutical are not pharmaceutical companies that focus on the virus field, and they do not have the ability to conduct rapid research and development. So he concluded at the time that there must be something wrong. After that, he ordered Lao Du to investigate the specific research progress of Linshu Pharmaceutical and Baishan Pharmaceutical, and whether they were related to Wan's group. Now it seems that his judgment was correct. These 2 companies are likely to be launched by Wan's group to deceive people. But what are you covering up? Xiao Yao frowned slightly. He had asked Jiang Yunqi to do experiments. Wan's group's drugs did have preventive and therapeutic effects on malaria, and there were no side effects. The other 2 companies were in the same situation. But even so, he still had deep doubts about the Wan's group. He firmly believed that there must be something he had not noticed. By the way, boss, there is one more thing I want to report to you. Speak. Today, the men who monitored Wan Jiabao gave me feedback. Wan Jiabao seemed to have changed suddenly. Changed? Xiao Yao smiled and said. Does he get angry easily? No, Lao Du said in a low voice. His personality has become gloomy. He doesn't talk much. He's like a different person. Oh! Xiao Yao frowned slightly. He knew Wan Jiabao well. After being pranked, Wan Jiabao would get angry, furious, and find someone to vent his emotions. But he would never become silent. I understand. Continue to monitor him, and focus on investigating the Wan group. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yao crossed his hands and supported his chin, his eyes half closed. His brain was working at high speed. What's your group, Wan Jiabao? What exactly are you hiding? After thinking for a moment, he decided to start with the sudden change of Wan Jiabao, to see if he could find any clues. In the bar at night, a heavily made-up woman clung to Wan Jiabao like a water snake, and said delicately, Mr. Wan, you are here. Yeah. Wan Jiabao nodded calmly, raised his glass, and took a sip gently. Huh? The woman was a little surprised. According to Wan Jiabao's usual personality, he would definitely try to take advantage of her at this moment. But now, Wan Jiabao did not move at all. He was silent as if he had become a different person. Mr. Wan, who do you want to drink with you today? The woman put her arm around Wan Jiabao's shoulders and blew hot air into his ears. No need. You can go down too? Wan Jiabao said calmly. Ah? The woman was very surprised. She quickly asked, Mr. Wan, is he one of ours? Get off. Before she finished speaking, Wan Jiabao turned to look at her. His voice hoarse and low. His eyes like a beast made the woman shudder. Okay. Okay. The woman hurriedly got off Wan Jiabao and ran away. At this moment, Wan Jiabao was the only one left in the huge booth. He leaned on the sofa, holding a wine glass, watching the young men and women dancing wildly in the middle of the dance floor, without a single wave of emotion in his heart. The greatest pleasure he had once had now seemed so ridiculous to him. Grandpa, this is all thanks to you. Waste? Now I can't even be a waste. Wan Jiabao put the wine glass to his lips, and a trace of black air flashed in his eyes. Mr. Wan, this is the wine you ordered. At this time, a man in a bar uniform took a tray and placed several bottles of wine on the table in front of him. Did I order wine? Wan Jiabao frowned slightly. He just brought up the wine he had stored, and did not order any new wine. However, considering that he was the supreme member of this bar, and he had some unpleasantness with the bar manager just now, he guessed that maybe these bottles of wine were given to him by the bar. Put it here. Wan Jiabao waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave quickly. Okay. The waiter smiled and left with the tray. But when the waiter left the booth and mixed into the crowd, the smile on his face instantly faded. The Shadow Society? How could it be the Shadow Society? Xiao Yao's face was very ugly. Yes, this waiter was Xiao Yao. Originally, he wanted to get close to Wan Jiabao, in the dim bar, use Mo time to explore Wan Jiabao's memory, to see if he knew something about the internal situation of the Wan group. However, when he saw Wan Jiabao, an inexplicable feeling of disgust suddenly surged into his heart. He was very familiar with this feeling of disgust. Back in Qinong City, it was with this feeling of disgust that he accidentally discovered the Shadow Society assassin who had been hiding for many years. However, at the beginning, he did not doubt Wan Jiabao, because the two had just had a close contact yesterday, and did not have this feeling at that time. Therefore, he guessed that the potential Shadow Society assassin should be in this bar, or even near Wan Jiabao, which made him react. However, he walked around the bar and had close contact with almost everyone. But until the end, there was still no member of the Shadow Society. He had no choice but to lock his final target on Wan Jiabao. Through close contact, the feeling of disgust became extremely strong. At this time, he finally confirmed that Wan Jiabao was the member of the Shadow Society. Wan Jia. Shadow Society. Xiao Yao walked out of the bar and came to a secluded corner. Leaning against the wall, his brows locked into a shape. Just one day later, Wan Jiabao became a member of the Shadow Club. Who is Wan Jiabao? To put it bluntly, he is just a second-generation idiot, and he is not worthy of being reused in terms of strength or ability. As the most hidden assassin organization in Dragon Country, why would the Shadow Club absorb such an idiot? Wan's group, Xiao Yao murmured, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He is now extremely sure that there must be a major problem with the Wan's group. And the father and son Wan Wenye and Wan Chongshan are very likely to be members of the Shadow Club. In this case, the drug of the Wan's group. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, and a deep worry appeared on his face. Chapter 681 Virus Tuki. The source of all poisons. Wan group. Dad, that thing has been taken away. Wan Wenye walked to Wan Chongshan and said in a low voice. Wenye. Wan Chongshan stood by the window, looking at the prosperous city below, said lightly, Yesterday, Jiabao and the envoy of God met. Wan Wenye's face was startled, his eyes quickly filled with complexity. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, I know. Although he had all kinds of dissatisfaction and disappointment with his son, when he learned that his son was also taken on this road of no return, Wan Wenye's heart still rose, with a trace of bitterness and guilt. Wan Chongshan turned around, looking into Wan Wenye's eyes, said calmly, You should know that, from the moment Jiabao and Qilin were born, the fate of these two children could not be changed. Jiabao has enjoyed a rich life for 20 years, so he is destined to pay the price for it. I understand. Wan Wenye nodded silently. Wenye. Wan Chongshan patted Wan Wenye's shoulder, with a deep look in his eyes. Now, my Wan family seems to be flourishing, but in fact, it is in a state of turmoil. Especially the launch of this drug, which directly puts us in the spotlight. Once any abnormality is detected, then our Wan family will be completely doomed. Don't worry. Wan Wenye comforted. We have tested it too many times. Even with the most advanced technology, it is impossible to find the problem. It's better this way. Wan Chongshan said quietly. At this time, Wan Wenye looked at his watch and said, Dad, the meeting in the city will start in half an hour. We should set off. Let's go! Wan Chongshan nodded. And the father and son walked out of the office together, and took the chairman's special elevator down to the first floor. On the first floor of the building, many employees were talking and laughing in and out of the building. But when the father and son of the Wan family appeared, the scene suddenly fell into silence, and everyone immediately stopped, kept silent, and respectfully watched the two get into the luxury business car parked at the door. After the car started, the employees straightened their backs and continued to do their own things. In the corner of the building, a middle-aged man put down his phone and watched the luxury car drive away. Wan Chongshan. Wan Wenye Xiao Yao frowned, his face uncertain. Through the perception just now, he is now absolutely certain that all 3 generations of the Wan family are members of the Shadow Society. Although he had guessed this result, when he really confirmed it, he was still extremely shocked. Wan Group is one of the top 100 companies in China, spanning multiple fields, especially in drug research and development. It is definitely among the top 3 in China. It is such a giant enterprise, and its founder is actually a member of the Shadow Society. What about other enterprises in Longhua? What's more, the drug just launched by Wan's group has been sold all over the country, and no one knows how many people have taken it. Once Wan's group attacks, it will cause a devastating blow to Longhua. It's bad, Xiao Yao murmured. His face was extremely ugly. Empty and silent room. Xiao Yao sat alone in the room. In front of him was a round wooden table, and there were several reagents on the table. The 3 on the left are virus samples of this malaria, and the ones on the right are vaccines and oral medicines from 3 companies. He sat on a chair, his eyes closed, his hands clasped behind his head, his brows furrowed. He was hesitating whether he should report this matter to his superiors now. The identity of the 3 generations of the one family, as members of the Shadow Society, is easy to confirm. As long as they are members of the Shadow Society, they must have the monster mark tattooed on their heads. However, the most important thing now is that the one group's drugs have been sold all over the country. And hundreds of thousands, even millions of people have taken their drugs. Although no side effects of the drug have been found yet, he is sure that there is definitely a big problem with this drug. If it is reported now, the advantage is that more professionals will participate in drug research and solve the hidden dangers as soon as possible. The disadvantage is that with so many people, the risk of leakage will be greatly increased. No one can guarantee whether the people in the Shadow Society will know about this and detonate this big bomb in advance. What should I do? Should I report it? The heavy pressure is like a huge rock, pressing heavily on Xiao Yao's heart, making him a little breathless. Although this is a major event that threatens the whole country, he doesn't need to bear all the pressure on himself. As long as he reports this matter to the Grandmaster and the King, he believes that these big guys will try their best to solve it. Even if the matter is exposed and the Shadow will find out in advance, he is fully capable of protecting his family and friends around him. However, this is millions of people. Xiao Yao sighed. He couldn't imagine, if millions of people had accidents, how many families would be broken apart, and how many people would live in pain for the rest of their lives. And Longwa can't afford the loss of millions of people. Malaria, Wancher Group, drugs, virus, Shadow Society. Xiao Yao tapped the table with his fingers, his brows furrowed. He always felt like he had missed some important information. Malaria, drugs, virus. Malaria, drugs, virus. Virus, virus. Xiao Yao sat up suddenly, slapped his forehead hard. Yes, how could I forget Tuki? Tuki, that's the source of all poisons. Not only does he contain deadly toxins, but also countless bacteria and viruses. Before, Tuki had been fighting with toxins, and absorbed all kinds of strange toxins. So he ignored Tuki achievements in the field of bacteria and viruses. Chinsi Group could not find the secret of this medicine. But Tuki could. Bang! A flash of white light. Tuki suddenly appeared on the table in front of Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao said nothing, and directly handed the one group's medicine to Tuki, saying, Tuki, check if there is any problem with this medicine. Tuki took a pill and put it in his mouth. After a long time, he shook his head and said in a slightly sharp voice, no problem. No problem? It shouldn't be. Xiao Yao frowned. Did he guess wrong? The Shadow Society really didn't play tricks on this matter? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head and was very firm in his thoughts. It was a foregone conclusion that the 3 generations of the one family belonged to the Shadow Society. Given the nature of the Shadow Society, how could they not take any action on this matter? Besides, if there is no problem with Wancher Group, why would it launch 2 other enterprises? This is totally unreasonable. There must be something I overlooked. Xiao Yao leaned heavily on the back of his chair, brows furrowed. What is it? What else did I overlook? Malaria, virus, drug? Malaria, virus, drug? He kept mumbling these words, his pupils dilated, and his brain was working at high speed. Virus, drug? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pointed at the virus sample on the table and said quickly, Tuki, test the reaction after the virus and the drug come into contact. Okay. Tuki unplugged the bottle of virus sample, put his sharp nails in, and sucked the virus into his body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A trace of black air gradually appeared on Tuki's body. Seeing this, Xiao Yao's body immediately tensed up and his eyes widened slightly. He knew that his guess was correct. This drug must come into contact with the virus before it can cause unknown consequences. 5 minutes later, Tuki took the black air into his body, and at the same time passed his conclusion into Xiao Yao's mind. What? In an instant, Xiao Yao's pupil shrank suddenly, and a chill rose from his tailbone, rushing straight to his forehead, making his scalp numb instantly. Chapter 682 Alienation Poison Zombies. In the silent room, Xiao Yao sat on a chair, his pupils tightened, and his heart was like a raging sea. Alienation poison, he murmured, with a faint tremor in his voice. Tucci had just told him that when the virus combines with this drug, it will form an extremely hidden toxin. If there is no other trigger to activate it, this toxin will lurk in the human body forever and will not cause any harm. However, once activated, the toxin will directly destroy the human will, turning them into a zombie-like existence. At the same time, The toxin will also cause unknown mutations in various organs of the human body and can spread quickly through the blood. Tookie named this poison the alienation poison. However, when Xiao Yao learned about the effect of the alienation poison, a word suddenly popped up in his mind: zombie. Destroy human will, mutate organs, and spread through blood. If this is not a zombie, what else can it be? Having watched dozens of zombie movies in his previous life, he knew too well how terrifying zombies were. Bloodthirsty, brutal, fearless of casualties, and quick to infect. The most terrifying thing was that Wan's group's medicine had spread across the country, and at least millions of people had taken it, and the number was still increasing rapidly. Once the alienation poison was activated, Dragon Country would inevitably face a devastating disaster. Even if Dragon Country had many summoners who could quickly destroy the zombie tide, the losses caused by this disaster and the horrific memories left on the people would not be healed for decades. No. We must report to the Grandmaster as soon as possible. Xiao Yao picked up the phone, found Grandmaster Yi's number, and was about to dial it. But just as he was about to dial it, he suddenly stopped. His eyes flickered, and turned to look at Tookie, and asked solemnly, "Tookie, can you cure this poison?" Tookie grinned. "Are you underestimating Tookie?" Xiao Yao immediately threw the phone on the table, put his hands on the edge of the table, and widened his eyes excitedly. "Can you really cure it?" Tookie raised his head, waved his index finger in front of Xiao Yao, and said proudly, "There is no poison that Tookie can't cure. I am the source of all poisons." After taking the 10,000 poison fruit, Tookie not only successfully promoted to Diamond Level 3, but also had tens of thousands of terrifying toxins in his body. In addition, after the transformation of the Light of Evolution, his ability to detoxify has reached the pinnacle. If it were before, Tookie might need some time to prepare the antidote for the alienation poison. But for him now, it is just a matter of time to make an antidote. "Tookie, I have 2 requirements for the antidote," Xiao Yao said quickly. "First, the antidote must be able to be mass-produced or reproduced through scientific means. Second, the antidote should also be able to prevent and treat malaria. Can it be done?" Xiao Yao's eyes were full of expectation. Tookie grinned. "It's no big deal." Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. At this moment, he wanted to hug Tookie and give him a big kiss. "Our Tookie is still the best. How long does it take to prepare the antidote?" Xiao Yao asked again. Tookie raised his index finger, and a gray, watery substance lingered between his fingers. "This is the antidote." "So fast?" Xiao Yao widened his eyes. He didn't expect that Tookie could prepare the antidote he needed so quickly. This was too amazing. Xiao Yao quickly used a bottle to put the antidote prepared by Tookie into it. Through the information sent by Tookie, he also learned the composition of this antidote. According to his request, the antidote prepared by Tookie is mainly synthesized in the form of superbacteria. Superbacteria can proliferate rapidly under the cultivation of nutrients. It can not only dissolve the alienated poison, but also prevent and cure malaria. "It's done. Tookie, you really made a great contribution this time." Xiao Yao rubbed Tookie's little head hard and said excitedly. Tookie grinned and his expression became more and more proud. "Next, it's time to report to Master Yi." Xiao Yao clenched the bottle in his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "Shadow Society. This time, you still have to be carried into my hands." In the empty underground military base, Xiao Yao and Master Yi stood side by side, and there were more than a dozen people standing behind them. Each of them had extraordinary demeanor, and they were obviously big shots. The door opened with a creak, and a team of soldiers with live ammunition pressed 8 prisoners in prison uniforms, and quickly approached this side. "This is Master Yi and Xiao Yao." The moment the 8 prisoners saw Master Yi, they almost peed their pants. "No, although we are death row prisoners, how come you brought me to Master Yi? Does the master have to personally execute all death row prisoners?" The 8 timid death row prisoners were brought in front of everyone. All the soldiers saluted in unison. The officer in the front shouted, "Report to Master Yi, all the prisoners are here." "Okay, you go down first." Master Yi nodded gently. "Yes." All the soldiers responded in unison, and then the group walked in neat steps, quickly leaving the base. At this time, there were only 8 death row prisoners, and many big men on the scene. "Xiao Yao, it's time to start." Master Yi's expression was calm, but the many big men behind him could see that. Master Yi's hands were clenched tightly. "Start? What start?" The death row prisoners were pale, And they immediately realized, are they going to be the guinea pigs of some kind of experiment like in the movie? No, I don't want to be a guinea pig. The death row prisoners were terrified, and wanted to escape from here, but they found that their bodies were completely out of control, as if they were petrified, and they couldn't even move their eyes. Yes! Xiao Yao turned around first, and looked at the people behind him. Everyone first of all. I want to state that these death row prisoners are infected with the X virus. The X virus is the nickname of this malaria virus. Yes! Many bigwigs nodded. They also knew the situation. These death row prisoners were brought here because they were infected with the X virus. Okay. Next. I will let one of them take the one group's medicine first. Xiao Yao walked to the nearest death row prisoner, pinched his mouth with 2 fingers, and then, under the prisoner's horrified eyes, he flicked his fingers and sent a pill into his stomach. Then, Xiao Yao stood and waited for a few minutes, until the medicine and the virus combined into the alienated poison. He looked at everyone and said, next, I will summon my war beast, and let him activate the alienated poison. As soon as the words fell, Tuki appeared in front of everyone. Is this the plague demon rat? Looking at Tuki's unique and strange appearance, many bigwigs' eyes slightly fluctuated. Plague? Demon rat? No wonder he could find the abnormality. Master Yi, I need to put them in a closed space. Xiao Yao pointed at the man who had just taken the pill, and another death row prisoner. Okay. Master Yi waved his hand, and the 2 people flashed to the open area 50 meters ahead, as if they were transferred through space. The 4 light gray space walls trapped the 2 people in it. After everything was ready, Xiao Yao looked at Tuki. Activate the alienation poison. Tuki nodded, and a light green mist came out from his thin fingers, passed over the wall of space, and finally entered the man's nose. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no reaction from the man, but the bosses were all calm people. They stared at the death row prisoner very seriously, without blinking. But soon, the death row prisoner reacted. Kakaka. Suddenly, his joints made a crackling sound. The black and white eyeballs were covered with a layer of white matter, which completely covered the pupils. Blood spots appeared on the skin. The straight body was slightly hunched. The whole person was like a beast, and kept growling. This. When seeing the changes in the man, even the experienced bosses could not help but feel cold all over. Roar! The man first turned his head to look at the place with the most people. With sticky saliva dripping from his mouth, he roared loudly and pounced on the crowd like a hyena. However, the space barrier blocked him tightly. After several unsuccessful attempts, the man who had become a zombie turned around and looked at the prisoner who had peed his pants. At this time, Master Yi untied the prisoner. Feeling his body regain consciousness, the prisoner screamed and ran away. Roar! The zombie roared and chased the man and began to circle around in the space wall. Ah! The prisoner screamed madly. His steps were fast, and he ran away desperately in circles in the space wall, while the zombie followed closely behind him. His back hunched, and his mouth opened to reveal 2 rows of sharp teeth. Bang! 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 In the empty underground base, only screams and footsteps echoed. Xiao Yao stared at the zombies. This was also the first time he saw zombies under the poison of alienation. The speed has slowed down, he judged. A few minutes later, the prisoner ran out of breath. His face flushed red. Finally, he collapsed in front of the space barrier due to exhaustion. Watching the zombies approaching him step by step, he turned around, slammed the space barrier, and shouted desperately, "Save me! Save me!" However, the faces of all the people present did not change at all. In Longwa, only criminals who committed extreme crimes would be sentenced to death. And these 8 people, their crimes were worse than each other. Directly shooting them would be a mercy to them. Seeing that no one paid attention, the man became more and more desperate. When he turned his head, a bloody mouth filled his entire sight. Pucci Loss grabbed the man's shoulders and bit his neck directly with his teeth. Ah! The man screamed in pain, struggled frantically with his limbs, and punched the zombie hard on the head. However, the zombie was like a robot, and was indifferent to the rain of punches, and didn't even blink. Soon, the man completely stopped struggling. Gradually, his body began to relax, his head lowered, and blood spots quickly appeared on the exposed skin. Finally, when the transformation was complete, the man stood up suddenly, pushed the zombie away, raised his head, revealing his eerie eyes with no pupils. Roar! Roar! The second zombie turned around suddenly, and kept hammering the space barrier, and roared wildly at everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, and they were speechless. This is what I call the alienation poison, or... Xiao Yao paused, and said solemnly, zombie poison. Zombies! Hearing this name, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. There are also many movies, or TV series about zombies in this world. Even if these big guys haven't seen them, they have at least heard of them. The performance of the two death row prisoners, just now, was almost exactly the same as the zombies in the movie. Unlike the rotten zombies in the battlefield of the dead, which can only tear people apart at most, a zombie can infect dozens, or even hundreds of people. Hundreds of zombies may even destroy a city in a short period of time. Xiao Yao. Continue. Master Yi said with a serious expression, we need to find out clearly the full capabilities of these zombies. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Then, Xiao Yao selected several death row prisoners for the experiment. But this time, he provided them with some weapons. After the experiment, everyone felt even more depressed. After being transformed into zombies, except for a slightly slower speed, their strength and perception would be greatly increased. Even if they were shot, had their hands and feet cut off, or even had their stomachs ripped open, the zombies would still be able to move. Once bitten by a zombie, the injured would be transformed into a new zombie in a short time. If you want to kill zombies, the simplest way is to chop off or blow up their heads. This is the drug of Wan's group, Xiao Yao said in a cold voice. In addition, the other two drugs have the same effect. Sun Ji and Master Yi looked at a gentle middle-aged man calmly. How are you going to explain this matter? For a moment, all the big guys focused their attention on Sun Jian. At this moment, Sun Jian was already soaked all over. His face was pale. He was the highest leader in charge of drug supervision, and he could not escape the blame for this incident. Master Yi, Sun Jian lowered his head, his voice trembling. This is my responsibility. I didn't supervise it well enough. He knew about Wan's group's drugs, and he was able to approve them for marketing within a month. He also made great efforts in this process. But he had absolutely no selfish motives in this matter, but for the sake of national stability. So after many rounds of experiments, he was 100% sure that there was no problem with these three drugs. And then he made an exception and approved them for marketing. But who could have thought that these three drugs actually concealed such horrific toxicity? If Xiao Yao had not discovered it in time, the dragon country would have suffered a devastating disaster, and he would have become a national sinner, nailed to the pillar of shame in history for the rest of his life. Master Yi, I'm presumptuous to say something, Xiao Yao said. The alienation poison is an extremely hidden toxin. Even with the most advanced technical means, it cannot be detected. In this world, except for my plague rats, I'm afraid there are no more than a handful of people who can detect the alienation poison. The last sentence was just his guess. Perhaps there were many monsters and war beasts that could sense the alienation poison. But at this critical juncture, the only one who was so concerned about this matter and had the ability to sense it was basically Tuki. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jian immediately cast a grateful look at Xiao Yao. Master Yi glanced at Sun Jian lightly, and then said, Xiao Yao, let's take a look at the antidote you prepared. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Okay. Chapter 683 Countermeasures. Capture 1. Next, Xiao Yao showed everyone the effect of the alienation antidote. Whether it is taken in advance, or after taking the pills, the alienation antidote can protect the death row prisoner from the alienation poison. After witnessing all this, everyone was completely relieved. Huanmingche firearms, alienation antidote. Master Yi looked at Xiao Yao's young face. His eyes were quite complicated. King Wu, your prediction is correct. Xiao Yao is indeed the savior. Master Yi, what should we do with these people? After the experiment, Xiao Yao pointed at several death row prisoners with terrified eyes and asked, kill them! Master Yi said calmly. Yes. Xiao Yao flicked his finger. Several balls of black flames fell on several people. These people did not even scream. They were burned to ashes by the blazing flames of destruction. Is everyone aware of the horror of the alienation poison? Xiao Yao's expression was serious. Not only ordinary people, even black iron level summoners will be infected by the virus. Among the 8 death row prisoners just now, there were 2 iron level summoners and 2 bronze level summoners. Through experiments, the 2 iron level summoners would quickly transform into zombies after taking the pills. while the bronze-level summoners showed great resilience. Although their expressions were painful, and their bodies were shaking, they finally relied on their strong physiques to survive the erosion of the alienation poison. But you have to know that even iron-level summoners have significantly stronger physical fitness than ordinary people. And there are the most summoners at this level. Once they are transformed, it will be even more difficult for ordinary people to survive. Xiaoyao, do you have any ideas? Master Yi looked at Xiaoyao, with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. For a moment, the other bigwigs also looked at Xiaoyao. Many of them were meeting Xiaoyao for the first time. They only knew that this dragon country's first genius had a legendary talent in summoning, but whether his mind, ability and wisdom were mature, still made them look forward to it. I do have an idea, and I would like to ask Master Yi and the others to correct me. Xiaoyao nodded slightly, and then told the plan he had conceived in advance. After listening to the whole plan, everyone present expressed their approval and showed emotion. The first genius of Longwu. The reputation is well deserved. Half a month later, one group headquarters. Dad, there is bad news. Wan Wenye rushed into the office, walked to Wan Chongshan, and said solemnly, Chenxi Group has launched a drug that can completely kill the V virus. Chenxi Group? Wan Chongshan frowned. Has it started selling? Yes. Wan Wenye nodded. It went on sale today. The market response was very strong. Many people who were going to buy our medicine turned around and bought Chenxi Group's medicine. What about the drug ingredients? Completely different from ours. But in terms of prevention and healing effects, it is even better than ours. Hearing Wan Wenye's words, even Wan Chongshan, who was always calm, looked very ugly. How could it be so fast? Wan Chongshan's voice was filled with anger. The V-type virus is a super virus that we spent many years to cultivate. Didn't the people in the laboratory swear that no company could develop a therapeutic drug within a year? What about now? Chenxi Group has cracked the V-type virus in 2 months. Waste. All of you are a bunch of waste. Dad, what should we do now? Wan Wenye asked. After all, Chenxi Group was founded by Xiaoyao, and its recognition in the hearts of the people is much higher than that of our Wan Group. Now that he has launched this drug, it will be difficult for our drugs to sell. Wan Chongshan pondered for a moment, and asked, how many copies of our medicine have been sold? 2.37 million copies. 2.37 million copies. Hearing this number, the anger in Wan Chongshan's eyes subsided a little. 2.37 million copies was already a very high number. After all, the drug had just been successfully developed not long ago. It was impossible for them to sell tens of millions of copies of the drug at once. That would definitely arouse the suspicion of the relevant departments. What's more, he was very clear about the significance of 2.37 million copies. Next, we need to speed up production, reduce prices by 30%, and have the media build momentum at the same time. Wan Chongshan's eyes were deep. Let's say that Chenxi Group is just a company that sells cosmetics. Their drug research and development capabilities are very weak, far inferior to our Wanshi Group. Choose a few more people, and report that they took Chenxi Group's drugs and had serious side effects, and they almost died. Do this as soon as possible. Even if others suspect us, it doesn't matter. Mutual smear campaigns in business are normal. Now we can sell as many copies as possible. Okay, I do it now. Wan Wenye nodded, and was about to turn around and leave. At this time, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it, and his face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Wan Chongshan leaned over and took a look. His face became extremely ugly. Master Yi, what do you think of the medicine launched by Chenxi Group? On TV, Master Yi, dressed in black, faced the camera and smiled faintly. I know about this medicine. My family is also using it. You can buy it with confidence. As soon as the voice fell, the live broadcast screen immediately welcomed a wave of comments. Damn, Master Yi family is also using this medicine, brothers. Go for it. Hee hee, I've already bought it, brothers. I use it first as a sign of respect. As expected of Chenxi Group, even its drug research and development capabilities are so awesome. I am an employee of Chenxi Group. Everyone in our company has taken this medicine, and everyone is welcome to order it online. After Master Yi said this, Chenxi Group's drug became extremely popular. Originally, the public preferred Chenxi Group among several drugs. After all, Chenxi Group was founded by Xiaoyao, and Xiaoyao was known as the first genius of Dragon Country, and the fifth master in the future. How could his company be unreliable? Moreover, half a year ago, Chinsi Group launched a free ALS drug, which gave hundreds of thousands of terminally ill ALS patients a new life. After that incident, Chinsi Group became a conscientious company in the eyes of the public. And now, Master Yi has also personally endorsed Chinsi Group. So what other choices do they have? Linshu Pharmaceutical, Baishan Pharmaceutical, Wancher Group? Has any of Master's family members ever taken your medicine? If not, get out of here as far as you can. Master Yi interview made the domestic headlines within a few minutes, and was played on the news. In just half a day, almost everyone in the country learned about the news, and began to frantically buy Chinsi drugs. Done. In the office, Xiao Yao looked at the headlines and snapped his fingers happily. The drug launched by Chinsi Group was of course also formulated by Tuki, but it is not an antidote for alienation, but a drug that can only prevent and kill the X virus. This time, all major state-owned pharmaceutical companies cooperated with Chinsi Group and produced drugs at full capacity, which can meet the needs of more than 1 billion people in a short period of time. Once all the people take this drug, they will generate permanent antibodies in their bodies, killing the X virus, and without the X virus, the alienation poison cannot be synthesized. In this way, the number of people with alienated poison in their bodies will be controlled within millions. However, this drug is only the means in his plan. In addition to preventing the alienated poison from spreading further, it is also necessary to attract the attention of the Wan father and son to this drug. Secretly, Longwa has already bred superbacteria antidotes in large quantities, and dispatched secret troops to integrate superbacteria into water plants, farms, and grain reserves in major cities. At the same time, in the name of pest control, local governments are asked to spray pesticides and disinfectants containing superbacteria on a large scale in public places, streets, etc. These actions were silent and above board. The Wan Group, including the shadow behind them, would never have thought that the disaster they had worked so hard to create had gradually disappeared. At this time, a space fluctuation suddenly appeared in the office, and a black hole the size of a disk suddenly appeared. Then, a white hand stretched out from the black hole and placed a letter on the table in front of Xiao Yao. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao's face was expressionless. He quickly opened the letter and read it carefully. The letter described the plan to capture the 3 generations of the Wan family. Since it was known that Wan Chongshan, Wan Wenye, and Wan Jiaobao were all members of the Shadow Society, Master Yi specially approved that Xiao Yao should also participate in the operation, because Xiao Yao was the only one in the world who could crack the Dark Demon seal of the Shadow Society, and thus explore their memories. TSK, now, you 3 can't escape. After reading the content of the letter, Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly. Just as Xiao Yao thought, after the launch of the drugs of Chinsi Group, the drugs of Wancher Group and the other 2 companies could no longer be sold. Although they took a series of measures, almost all the people would choose Chinsi Group first. This situation made Wan Wenye extremely anxious. He knew very well that this matter was an important part of the god's plan. If it did not proceed as expected, it would most likely cause an avalanche of consequences. At that time, Wancher would be the first to bear the brunt and step into a situation of no return. Don't worry. Wan Chongshan took a sip of tea and said calmly, the envoy of God has his own arrangements, and we just need to obey. Dad Wan Wenye's face was full of anxiety. What exactly does the envoy of God think? And what is the next plan? I don't know. Wan Chongshan shook his head, his eyes deep. We are just a chess piece of the envoy of God. Will you tell the chess piece everything? But Wan Wenye pressed his hands tightly on the solid wood table, leaving a few fingerprints directly, and his voice became nervous and dry. You say? Will the higher-ups already know? Impossible. Wan Chongshan asserted. You should know that even with the most advanced means, it is impossible to detect that thing. But when Wan Chongshan shouted in a deep voice, the closer it gets to this point, the more we need to stay calm and not lose our composure. Wan Chongshan's rebuke was like a morning bell and an evening drum, which calmed Wan Wenye down again. He took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I understand. Dad, what should we do next? Wait. Wan Wenye frowned. Just wait like this? Wan Chongshan said calmly. We have done everything we can do, and now we can only wait for the order of the messenger. However, how are the preparations for what I asked you to do going? It's been prepared a long time ago. Wan Wenye said. Once there is any sign of trouble, the 3 of us can leave the country as quickly as possible. The three people naturally refer to Wan Chongshan, Wan Wenye and Wan Jiabao, and his wife is no longer considered. Although he and his wife have a good relationship, but in this case, even one more person will greatly increase the risk of exposure. If necessary, even his son Wan Jiabao can be abandoned at any time. What about Qilin? Qilin has also been arranged. When mentioning Qilin, Wan Wenyi's face showed a rare softness. Even if we have an accident, Qilin can live a rich and comfortable life. That's good. Wan Chongshan said faintly, I hope everything will go well. At this time, Wan Wenye received a message. He opened it and said, Dad, there is something going on downstairs. I need to go and take care of it. Go. Wan Chongshan waved his hand. Bang. The moment the door closed, a hint of deep worry flashed across Wan Chongshan's calm eyes. God's messenger. What are you planning? 10 days later, are you ready? Master Yi looked at Xiao Yao. You are the most critical part of this operation. You must not fail. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Don't worry. I will complete the task. Okay. Master Yi said in a deep voice. Everyone, start the action. Yes. In the room, everyone responded in unison. Mr. Wan, the chairman wants to see you for something. Secretary Wang, do you know what it is? Wan Jiabao frowned slightly. Secretary Wang shook his head. I really don't know about this. The chairman just asked me to pick you up. Okay. Wan Jiabao nodded. Secretary Wang has been with Grandpa for many years, and is deeply trusted by the Wan family, so he didn't think much about it, and got in the car. However, just as the car door was closed, a mental shock suddenly broke out in the car. Wan Jiabao's head went dark, and he fainted. Secretary Wang sat in the passenger seat. His face changed, and finally became another face. He took out the intercom, and said in a low voice, Number 1 is here. The door opened. Wan Chongshan, Wan Wenye walked into the conference room, ready to participate in a political and business exchange conference held in the city. However, when the two of them walked into the room, they found that there was only a man standing by the window in the conference room. This figure is a little familiar? A trace of doubt flashed in Wan Wenye's eyes. You are finally here. The man smiled faintly, and slowly turned around. When he saw the man's true face, Wan Chongshan, Wan Wenye's pupils almost shrank into a needle. Yi. Before he finished speaking, the two suddenly felt their heads go black, as if they were hit by a heavy hammer, and suddenly lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. Master Yi waved his hand, and the bodies of the two disappeared instantly. Xiao Yao, it's up to you next. Master Yi murmured. Chapter 684 God's Envoy. On the endless grassland, more than a dozen wild rabbits were playing and frolicking. The sky was as blue as water, but there was no trace of the sun. I'm back again. Xiao Yao sat cross-legged, with a hint of memories in his eyes. This is Master Yi Beast Control Space. When he participated in the joint entrance examination of Kyoto and Shuemu University, the trial location was here. 2 years later, he went from a high school student who had just been promoted to bronze level and was unknown, to a man who has reached diamond level, with hundreds of billions of assets, and can be called a big boss. Time flies so fast. Xiao Yao sighed, and looked around. The master-level beast control space can accommodate living things, and the grandmaster-level beast control space is like a small world, with a vast area that can accommodate billions of lives. If you don't know it in advance, it's hard for ordinary people to find the difference between here and the outside world. Now we just wait for the Wan family to show up. As soon as the voice fell, two unconscious men suddenly appeared on the grass. Wan Tongshan, Wan Wenye. Xiao Yao slowly raised the corners of his mouth, stood up, and summoned Mo-Tung. Mo-Tung, use this. He took out a round black sphere from the beast control space and handed it to Mo-Tung. This black sphere is the soul bead of a person named Horror Dream Demon in the Yama Ghost Domain, a Class A forbidden area in Dragon Country. After the Horror Dream Demon dies, his remaining spiritual energy will condense into a bead, absorbing the energy, and it will cause the user's spiritual power to surge in a short period of time. After the effect disappears, the user's spiritual power will also have a certain degree of permanent growth. The soul bead in his hand came from a master-level nightmare demon. This nightmare demon was killed by Grandmaster Yi master-level war beast, so the spiritual energy inside was sufficient, which could ensure that Mo-Tung's spiritual power would increase several times in a short period of time, and it should eventually help him break through Diamond 2. Okay. Mo-Tung took the soul bead and held it in his palm. Soon, Wisps of black air floated out of the bead, and were absorbed into Imotung's body. Hiss! 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 As wisps of energy were absorbed into his body, Imotung's spiritual pressure became more and more terrifying. Black air spread all over his body, revealing only a pair of pale eyes. From a distance, he looked like a soul-catching messenger from hell, eerie and creepy, and could scare people away in an instant. At this moment, another young man suddenly appeared, lying flat beside Wan Wenye, his eyes closed, and a faint look of fear on his face. Wan Jiabao. We meet again. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Now we have 3 people together. We can start working soon. Imotung absorbed the spiritual energy of the soul bead, and his body became obviously bigger. Strands of spiritual fluctuations that had not yet been fully controlled escaped, directly shocking all the hairs within a few hundred meters to death. Imotung. Are you ready? Xiao Yao asked. Imotung paused for a moment, quickly mastered the surging spiritual power in his body, nodded, and said in a hoarse voice, It's all right. Then it's up to you. Xiao Yao retreated dozens of meters, and handed the next task completely to Imotung. Bang! Imotung's body suddenly dispersed, turning into a thick black mist, following the mouths and noses of the 3 generations of the Wan family, and entering their spiritual realm. Dark Demon Seal. I found you. Through Imotung's perspective, Xiao Yao saw the monster mark in the minds of the 3 Wan family members. It was just like the one on the heads of the Shadow Society members. Ferocious and terrifying. And chilling. Let's start with the most difficult one, Xiao Yao ordered. Okay. Imotung's hoarse response came from his mind. Huh? The majestic black fog rushed up, directly surrounding the dark magic mark in Wan Changshan's mind. The black fog seemed to contain extremely terrifying corrosive power. As soon as it came into contact, the dark magic mark began to fluctuate violently, and the edges quickly collapsed, forming uneven corners. Dark Demon Power plus 50, Dark Demon Power plus 50, Dark Demon Power plus 50. On the system panel, the Dark Demon Power is growing rapidly. Xiao Yao clenched his fists, rejoicing at the growth of Dark Demon Power, but also feeling nervous and anxious about what is going to happen next. The last time in Qinyang City, the Shadow Society assassin suddenly died when Imotung decomposed the Dark Demon Seal, and his head exploded directly. From this, it can be seen that the top leaders of the Shadow Society must have some special means to sense the changes of the Dark Demon Seal, and be able to detonate it from a distance. So this time, he chose the location in Master Yi Beast Control Space, and wanted to try, in the case of 2 planes apart, whether he could block the Shadow Society's perception and control of the Dark Demon Seal. Moreover, having learned from the last lesson, he specially prepared the Soul Pearl of the Fearful Dream Demon for Imotung, so that his mental power would surge in a short period of time, thereby speeding up the decomposition of the Dark Demon Seal. This is also the reason why he chose Wan Changshan as the first target. As a diamond-level summoner and the controller of the Wan group, Wan Changshan must know more about the Shadow Society. Therefore, even if the plan fails, Imotung can take advantage of the gap between the Shadow Society's perception and control to obtain more information. Success or failure depends on this one move. In the secret room, the black-robed envoy suddenly raised his head, his voice full of anger. It's you again. Who are you? Without time to think, the envoy quickly sat down cross-legged, his eyes closed, his consciousness highly concentrated, searching for the dark magic seal that was being devoured. Not long after, he sensed the existence of the dark magic seal. But the strange thing was that the fluctuation of this dark magic seal was almost undetectable. Weaker than the dark magic seals he had distributed all over the world, as if he was in another world. Could it be? The face of the envoy changed, as if he had thought of something. Humph. A sinister look appeared on his face under the black robe. I want to see, who are you? The consciousness projected the vast spiritual power like the sea passed through many obstacles, trying to drill into the dark magic seal. But at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Found you. An extremely powerful spiritual power was like an airtight net, trapping the spiritual power of the envoy in it. Not good. The face of the envoy changed drastically. Without hesitation, he directly cut off the connection of the spiritual power. Poof! His consciousness was withdrawn into his body. The envoy could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He felt as if a large piece of his head was cut off. He had a splitting headache. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were as vicious as a wolf. Yi Sun. Master Yi and Kyoto's eyes flashed, and snorted coldly. You clown, is my beast control space something you can peek into? Xiao Yao. It's up to you now. Beast taming space Master Yi can actually block the consciousness projection of the Shadow Society. Great. A message suddenly came to his mind. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he excitedly waved his fist. As long as there is no control from the Shadow Society, he will be able to devour the Dark Demon Seal and learn all the information about the Shadow Society in Wan Chongshen's mind. Zizizi, the majestic black fog corroded the Dark Demon Seal crazily. Seeing that the Dark Demon Seal had shrunk to 1/5 of its original size, it would soon disappear completely. At the same time, Mo Tung also went deep into Wan Chongshen's soul realm and copied all his life memories. After a few dozen seconds, the Dark Demon Seal was completely devoured by Mo Tung. And at this time, Wan Chongshan slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Yao. Wan Chongshan's voice was very weak, as if he was an old man who was about to die. His lips were pale, and his face had many wrinkles. Wan Chongshan, Xiao Yao said calmly. This should be our first formal meeting. Yes, Wan Chongshan forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that I'm going to die on our first meeting. Xiao Yao didn't say anything, but he knew that Wan Chongshan was telling the truth. The Dark Demon Seal had merged with Wan Chongshan's soul. The disappearance of the Dark Demon Seal also meant that Wan Chongshan's life was about to end. Being able to speak now was just the last glimmer of light. You actually broke the Dark Demon Seal. Wan Chongshan's weak voice was full of emotion. If the messenger knew, he would definitely regret not killing you earlier. He knew that the Shadow Society had tried to assassinate Xiao Yao many times, but ultimately failed. If he could do it again, he believed that the Envoy of God would definitely take action personally and strangle the first genius of Dragon Country in the cradle. Unfortunately, there is no redo in life. Wan Chongshan twitched his lips and felt his eyelids getting heavier. Before closing his eyes, he turned his head to look at Wan Wenye, who was still unconscious beside him, and Wan Jiabao and his son. A strong sense of guilt surged in his heart. Wenye. Jiabao. I'm sorry. Gradually, Wan Chongshan finally closed his eyes, and the fire of his soul was completely extinguished. God's envoy. After receiving the complicated information from Mo Tung, Xiao Yao's pupil shrank, with a strong shock and uneasiness in his eyes. 3 generations of the Wan family are not members of the Shadow Society. The Shadow Society, Wan's group, are just one of the forces of the God's envoy. How many people like Wan Chongshan are there in the Dragon Country? Xiao Yao took a deep breath, slowly calmed down his emotions, and then ordered Mo Tung to directly deal with the remaining 2 people. Wan Wenye and Wan Jiabao. One is gold level, and the other is only bronze level. With Mo Tung mental power, which had increased several times, in less than 10 seconds, the Dark Demon Seal of the 2 was completely wiped out, and all the memories of the 2 were copied, because the power of the soul was too weak. Wan Wenye and Wan Jiabao could not have a brief awakening like Wan Chongshan. At the moment when the Dark Demon Seal disappeared, the lives of the 2 also came to an end. From the memories of the 2, Xiao Yao did not get any other useful information. Wan Jiabao was just a playboy. The only memory of the God's envoy in his mind was the night when he was planted with the Dark Demon Seal. Wan Wenye was just an executor of the Wan Group's plan. He had hardly seen the God's envoy and knew very little about the Shadow Society. The only person who could have close contact with the God's envoy was Wan Chongshan. However, the Wan Group and the Shadow Society were one bright and one dark, and their responsibilities were clearly defined. Moreover, the God's envoy strictly prohibited them from having private contact. Therefore, even Wan Chongshan did not have much effective information about the Shadow Society. God's envoy. What do you want to do? From just the tip of the iceberg in Wan Chongshan's memory, Xiao Yao could deeply feel the strong determination of this God's envoy to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Yao clenched his somewhat cold hands. At this moment, he thought of his parents, family, friends, and the thousands of happy and stable people in the Dragon Kingdom. He took a deep breath. His eyes were full of determination again. God's messenger, I will definitely find you. No matter who you are, no matter what you want to do, I will never let your conspiracy succeed. How is it? Is there any information about the leader of the Shadow Society? As soon as they returned to the meeting room, everyone gathered around and asked nervously. Quiet! Master Yi shouted in a deep voice said, Xiao Yao, tell me what you found. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded, looked at everyone, and said slowly, Everyone, let me tell you the story of Wan Chongshan first. Decades ago, Wan Chongshan was a sophomore in a prestigious school. He had good talent and reached the bronze level in his sophomore year, and was favored by many teachers. However, in addition to talent, the promotion of summoners also requires sufficient resource support, especially when the level is low. Resources are more important than talent. But Wan Chongshan's family is poor. His parents died early. How can he compare with the children of wealthy families in the school? Just like that, 2 years later, those who were not as good as him were promoted to the silver level, while he only stopped at the bronze level 5. This sense of disparity filled Wan Chongshan with resentment, resenting his origins, and resenting the injustice of the world. At this moment, a man in black robes appeared. The man in black robes used the name of a secret organization to attract Wan Chongshan to join, and promised him that once he joined the organization, he would be provided with sufficient resources in the future. At this time, Wan Chongshan had just graduated, and his mind was simple, and under the influence of emotions, he agreed without much consideration. However, at the moment when the man in black robes planted the dark demon seal for him, Wan Chongshan realized that he had actually sent himself on a road of no return. After that, his address to the black-robed man changed from Mr. to God's envoy. The promise of the God's envoy was not false. Then, Wan Chongshan, who was already gifted, enjoyed the blessing of various precious materials, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In just 30 years, he became a diamond-level master. At the same time, under the instructions of the God's envoy, he established the Wan Group, a large enterprise focusing on drug research and development. 10 years ago, the God's envoy ordered him to develop a super virus and gave him a sample of the original virus. This virus sample was the V-type virus in Wan Chongshan Pass, and Xiao Yao named it the X virus. According to the request of the God's envoy, Wan Chongshan established a secret laboratory and conducted research on the virus for 10 years. Finally, half a year ago, the laboratory successfully developed a matching drug. After combining this drug with the X virus, it formed the extremely terrifying alienation poison. In order to strengthen the control of the Wan Group, the God's envoy planted the dark demon seal on Wan Winya when he was not very old. As for Wan Jiabao, Wan Chongshan took the initiative to ask the God's envoy to plant the dark demon seal on him in order to show his loyalty. But unfortunately, Wan Chongshan is not a member of the Shadow Society, and he does not have any valid information about the Shadow Society in his memory. Xiao Yao sighed. So, the plan to wipe out the Shadow Society in one fell swoop may have to be put on hold for the time being. After Xiao Yao finished speaking, the scene was silent. Everyone was shocked, and there was silence for a long time. Even Master Yi's eyes were full of solemnity. Chapter 685 Follow-up. The Shadow Society, the Envoy of God. Master Yi frowned. All along, he and the other masters and the Martial King had not taken the Shadow Society too seriously. After all, in their eyes, the Shadow Society was just a small organization. The highest combat power it had ever shown was only diamond level. The Dragon Country law enforcement team was enough to deal with it. But now it seems that the Shadow Society is just one of the forces under the Envoy of God. No one knows how many hidden forces like the Wan Group he has mastered. Who is he? What does he want to do? This is the biggest question in everyone's mind. Xiao Yao, in Wan Chongshan's memory, in addition to controlling the Shadow Society, what other forces does the God Envoy have under his command? A big boss of the law enforcement team asked. Not sure. Xiao Yao shook his head. The God Envoy is extremely strict in controlling this aspect. All along, he has been in single contact with Wan Chongshan, and has never revealed any information about other forces. Okay. After hearing this, they looked a little disappointed. Xiao Yao. Master Yi said, tell us all the information you know. Next, each department will start to take action, seize all the industries of Wan's group, control the main responsible persons, especially the secret laboratory. Master Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Catch them all, and hand them over to the law enforcement team for processing. Yes. Next, Xiao Yao detailed the important information about Wan's group, such as their asset distribution, trusted subordinates, the location of the secret laboratory, etc. After receiving the intelligence, the law enforcement team and many departments quickly went out to arrest him. Watcher Group. Who are you? What are you going to do? Law enforcement team, everyone here, come with me. Shilin Pavilion. Hey, don't move around. Do you know who our boss is? Your boss? Heh. Take him all away. Hey, what are you going to do? I haven't committed any crime. I'm a good citizen. Secret laboratory boom. The iron door was kicked open, and many law enforcement officers rushed in. Who are you? What do you want to do? Law enforcement team. When they heard the word law enforcement team, everyone was shocked and their faces turned pale. In just a few hours, the main person in charge of Wan's group and Wan Chongshan's confidants were all taken away for interrogation. And more than 200 scientific researchers in the secret laboratory were caught in one fell swoop. The turmoil of Wan's group instantly caused a big earthquake on the internet, and various speculations were flying around. Some said that Wan's group was suspected of taking bribes, and some said that Wan's group was suspected of hiring murderers. But the most widely discussed issue was still about the drug safety of Wan's group. These remarks also frightened the people who had taken Wan's drugs. They frantically called the municipal telephone, seeking confirmation from the government. Of course, the relevant departments had already received the notice and used professional rhetoric to quickly calm the public. Almost all the people have been arrested. In the interrogation room of the law enforcement team, Xiao Yan nodded and said, looking at the faces that appeared in Wan Chongshan's memory, the people who were arrested basically didn't know about the X virus. But not knowing about it didn't mean they were innocent. In the process of Wan's group's rise, these people have played extremely disgraceful roles, such as murder, kidnapping, extortion, and various commercial violations. Their hands are stained with the blood of too many innocent people. But they escaped safely under the protection of Wan Tongshan, and even became multimillionaires. But there is a saying that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. In the end, these people will bear the sanctions of the law and pay the price for the crimes they have committed. Are there any others? A law enforcement team leader looked at Xiao Yao and asked. No, just these few. Xiao Yao responded. There are not many people who could enter the core team of Wan Chongshan. In fact, most of the people in the interrogation room are researchers in secret laboratories. These people are attracted by the sky-high salary offered by the Wan group, and thus develop the alien poison, a virus that can destroy all mankind. If nothing unexpected happens, these people will at least spend their lives in prison, and may even be sentenced to death. Okay, let us handle the rest of the work. Well, I go back first. Xiao Yao nodded, and walked out of the law enforcement team headquarters slowly under the respectful gaze of everyone. When he reached the door, Xiao Yao looked back at the law enforcement team headquarters building, his eyes slightly fluctuating. In fact, he still concealed the existence of one person. That is Fang Qilin. Fang Qilin. Xiao Yao still had an impression of this person. When he was in the Holy Spring Secret Realm, he saved a student from the Magic City Military University. And this person looked exactly like Wan Jiabao. But his hairstyle, temperament, and style of doing things were completely different. In that incident, he learned the name of this person, Fang Qilin. Coincidentally, Fang Qilin happened to know his high school friends Li Ming and Lu Lei. So he jokingly asked Fang Qilin to take good care of them in school. During the New Year party, Li Ming and Lu Lei also talked about this person. And they also praised Fang Qilin very much, saying that he was a loyal, sentimental, and sincere friend. And from Wan Chongshan's memory, Xiao Yao learned the true identity of Fang Qilin. In fact, Fang Qilin and Wan Jiabao were twins. But not long after they were born, Wan Chongshan used fake death to secretly send Fang Qilin to another place. Wan Chongshan knew that what he did was a life-or-death situation. Once it was exposed, the entire Wan family would be doomed. So when he learned that his daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins, he immediately made up his mind to pick one of them to cut off from the Wan family, so as to preserve the last trace of blood for the Wan family. For safety reasons, during Fang Qilin's growth, Wan Chongshan and Wan Wenye never had any contact with him. At most they just kept an eye on him silently. So Fang Qilin had no idea of his identity. In view of this situation, Xiao Yao deliberately concealed the existence of Fang Qilin. He did not want this well-behaved and well-behaved young man to be involved in this storm. Recalling Fang Qilin's face that was almost identical to Wan Jiabao's, but full of determination and integrity, Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Fang Qilin, I hope you can have a bright life. God's messenger. The Wan group is destroyed. What should we do next? A man knelt on the ground and asked respectfully. The envoy said calmly, "From today on, all actions of the Shadow Society in Dragon Country will be temporarily stopped, and everyone will go into hiding." "Yes." The man nodded heavily, and then disappeared into the secret room. After his men left, the envoy slowly stood up, with a cold gleam in his eyes. "Yi Sun, do you think the Black Tide plan will only be implemented in Dragon Country?" "Humph. Wait. I will give you a big gift." Chapter 686 Awakening Battlefield. "So, who is this envoy of God?" In the room, everyone gathered around the table. After listening to this thrilling event, they couldn't help but ask questions. "Not sure." Xiao Yao shook his head. "To be honest, I really don't understand how much hatred and resentment would make such an attempt to destroy the country. Even the Shadow Society is just as pawn. This envoy of God is too scary," Su Xingliang said with his teeth bared. "Oh, forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. This matter is taken care of by Grandmaster Yi and the law enforcement team. I need to take a good rest for a while." Xiao Yao stretched his body, then turned to look at Mr. Zhang. "Teacher, do you want to travel with us?" Mr. Zhang smiled and waved his hand. "I am an old man. I won't join you young people in the fun." Now that Xiao Yao's strength is above his, he can let Xiao Yao travel alone without any worries. "Okay." Xiao Yao didn't force it. He knew that with his teacher's age of over 200, he must have traveled all over Dragon Country. Traveling really didn't have much appeal to him. However, he was still looking forward to this nationwide tour. Not only did he want to see the scenery of Dragon Country, but he also wanted to record all the major provincial capitals of Dragon Country and all the cities near the A-level and B-level forbidden areas in the Magic Book. With the Space Gate of the Magic Book and Wukong Supersonic Somersault Cloud, he could appear in every corner of Dragon Country at the fastest speed. "By the way, Xiao Yao, didn't you say last time that you didn't know where to go next?" Old John said with a smile. "Then I point you to a place that is not only suitable for you, but also for everyone here, including myself." "Oh!" Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Teacher, what place are you talking about?" The other friends also looked at Old Zhang expectantly. Old Zhang stroked his beard and said, "Awakening Battlefield." "Awakening Battlefield? I seem to have heard this name somewhere." Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. Soon, he recalled when he had heard this name. About a year ago, when Qinci Group was just starting out, it had a conflict with the master-level Qin family due to its own business field. The Qin family's children played dirty tricks and destroyed Qinci Group's production base, causing the group to suffer huge losses. The Qin family's actions completely angered Kyoto University, which was the major shareholder. In the end, Principal Ouyang personally stepped forward, led many diamond-level teachers, and forced the Qin family to admit their mistakes. After that incident, the Qin family made a lot of compensation, including a fire demon pill, which was also handed over to him by Principal Ouyang. It was with this fire demon pill that Lao Niu was able to break through the platinum level in the Fire God plane, reverse the decline, and bring Yumi, snatching Liang Yang back from the hands of the God of Death. He remembered that Principal Ouyang once said that the fire demon pill came from a place called the Awakening Battlefield. But he was weak at the time, only at the gold level. So Principal Ouyang did not tell him too much about the Awakening Battlefield, but only told him that after reaching the platinum level, he would be qualified to enter the Awakening Battlefield. "Teacher, where is the Awakening Battlefield?" Xiao Yao asked in confusion. He knew all the 7 A-level forbidden areas of Dragon Country, including the important B-level forbidden areas, but he had never heard of the Awakening Battlefield. Mr. Zhang did not answer directly, but asked everyone a question. "What do you think is the most important strategic resource for Dragon Country?" "Guns and missiles," Liu said without hesitation. "Oil?" Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows slightly. "It should be a summoner." Bai Ling Xiao was a little unsure. "That's right." Zhang Lao gave Bai Ling Xiao an admiring look. "It's the summoner. No matter how powerful the guns and missiles are, can they hurt Diamond, Master, and King-level enemies? So, summoners are the most important strategic resource of Dragon Country. Where do summoners come from? Awakening Stone. Xiao Yao suddenly realized this and said excitedly, "Could it be that the Awakening Stone is obtained from the Awakening Battlefield?" "That's right." Old John smiled slightly. "The Awakening Stone comes from the Awakening Battlefield. The Awakening Stone actually has a great relationship with the creator King Li Chu. When his ancestor was mentioned, Li Yu immediately became interested, looking at old John with wide eyes, waiting for the follow-up story. We all know that Li Chu is the world's first summoner. He made the secret of the Awakening Stone public and personally opened the summoner era. Since then, humans have also possessed supernatural powers. After hundreds of years of fighting, they have formed the current situation of competing with monsters. However, most people only know that the Awakening Stone is the key to the path of the summoner, but they don't know where the Awakening Stone comes from. In fact, after announcing the secret of the Awakening Stone, Li Chu privately convened a global conference, bringing together all the major leaders of countries around the world. At that meeting, he explained the origin of the Awakening Stone. The Awakening Stone comes from an alien plane. There are only 10 space teleportation points in the world that can lead to this plane, and our dragon country has one, located in the northeastern city of Moshua. At that meeting, Li Chu announced the addresses of these 10 space teleportation points. From then on, the world officially entered the summoner era. However, the Awakening battlefield is not a quiet and peaceful village. Just by listening to the name, you know that it is a place full of dangers. You may encounter life-threatening situations at any time. It is like a battlefield. If you are not careful, you will die here. To be honest, even with my current strength, I dare not guarantee 100% safety. So dangerous. Li Yu was surprised and said, "You are a Diamond 5 strongman. In the Awakening battlefield, Diamond 5 is only a mid to high level of combat power," Zhang Lao said in a complicated tone. "Although summoners can call the wind and rain in this world, but in the Awakening battlefield, we can only live like moles. Forget it. I won't tell you too much for now. You will know when you arrive at the Awakening battlefield." Zhang Lao continued, "It is precisely because the Awakening battlefield is too dangerous, coupled with some special reasons, that only summoners above the Platinum level are allowed to enter the Awakening battlefield. But danger often accompanies opportunity. The benefits of the Awakening battlefield are also huge. In addition to the special resource of Awakening Stone, the biggest highlight of the Awakening battlefield is its unique monsters. There is a magical substance in the monsters, called monster pills. Monster pills can be said to be the essence of monsters and the source of their power. After taking monster pills with suitable properties, they can help the war beasts temper their bodies and enhance their ability to control elements, thus achieving rapid progress in strength. In Dragon Country, basically all summoners above Diamond level have entered the Awakening battlefield." Old John said, "So, the Awakening battlefield is definitely the best place for your next trial." Awakening battlefield, monster beast, Awakening Stone. After listening to Old John's story, everyone became very interested in this place. Awakening battlefield, interesting. Xiao Yao smiled. "After returning from the trip, we will go here." Chapter 687. Moshua City prepares to enter. In the next 2 months, Xiao Yao and several friends started their travel plan to travel around the country. Sichuan, southern Yunnan, northern Xinjiang, Haicheng. They left their footprints in several of the most interesting places in the country. From the battlefield of the dead, to the mysterious land of the sea god, and then to the One Family Rebellion. In the past 6 months, Xiao Yao has really experienced too many things. He is like a spring that has been fully drawn, and has never stopped for a moment. However, he is not an Iron Man. No matter how strong his body is, his energy is always limited, especially in the last period of time. He had to consider how to deal with the Wan group, and at the same time, he had to find time to project his consciousness and solve the development problems of the Vulcan tribe. He only slept 3 hours a day. Although his body could bear it, he was visibly tired. So in the past 2 months, he directly acted as a hands-off boss. Unless it was a particularly important matter, he left the rest to his subordinates. Traveling is undoubtedly a pleasure, especially when you have enough money. Traveling can bring you both physical and spiritual pleasure. After all, Xiao Yao and his friends were very happy, and the pressure and fatigue they had experienced disappeared. But during the time when they were playing around, a major earthquake occurred in Longhua. Following the Wan group, the law enforcement team found many pests. These people had once served as the umbrella of the Wan group and provided convenience for it. After the Wan group collapsed, they had to pay the price for their previous mistakes. At the same time, various organizations, agencies, departments in the country launched a major investigation to examine whether there were any hidden members of the Shadow Society within the organization, and companies involved in important areas, such as food, communications, medical care, etc. must be subject to the investigation of the law enforcement team to avoid more. Wantongshan. Xiao Yao was not clear about the specific results of the investigation and review, but in this storm, Qinci Group did gain a lot of benefits. Wanshur Group's main industry is drug research and development. The group has many talents in biology and medicine. After the collapse of Wanshur Group, Qinci Group directly took all these talents into its pocket, which greatly enhanced the scientific research capabilities of Qinci Laboratory. In addition, after Xiao Yao communication and negotiation, Qinci Group paid a certain fee and obtained the exclusive right to operate most of Wanshur Group's drug patents. Since then, Qinci Group can produce dozens of drugs and has become a veritable large-scale pharmaceutical company. According to the evaluation of many professionals, within a year at most, Qinci Group will reach $1 trillion scale. And Xiao Yao, who owns more than 70% of Qinci Group's shares, will also become the youngest richest man in the history of Longhua. Almost done. Xiao Yao flipped through the magic book, looking at the city marks recorded on it, nodded slightly. In the past 2 months, in addition to traveling, he also recorded the more important cities along the way in the magic book, especially at the end. He set aside 5 days to do this. Currently, the magic book has recorded more than 30 provincial capitals across the country, as well as dozens of cities near A-level and B-level forbidden areas. In the future, he can rely on the magic book and the somersault cloud to appear at any location in Dragon Country at the fastest speed. Xiao Yao, come out to eat. Outside the door, Liu's voice came. I'm here. Xiao Yao jumped off the bed, changed his shoes, and quickly walked out of the room. Let's go. Mr. Zhang and others are already waiting on the first floor of the hotel. Liu said. Yeah. Xiao Yao and Liu walked downstairs and saw everyone sitting on the sofa waiting. Let's go. I take you guys to taste the special food of Moshua City today, Mr. Zhang said with a smile. After the trip, Xiao Yao and his friends took a short rest, and soon set off to this special city. Moshua City? Moshua City is located in the northeast of Longhua, and is about to border its neighbor. The city is not big, with less than 1 million people. But the strategic position of this city is at least among the top 3 in Longhua. This cold noodles tastes good. Pot-fried pork is also delicious. Try this. Pollock. Several young people were eating enthusiastically, and finished a dish in a few bites, while Zhang Lao looked at them with a smile, occasionally taking a sip of wine, and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Teacher, do you come to this store often? Xiao Yao asked while eating. Yes. Mr. Zhang pointed at the store. He looked around the environment inside the store, and said with some emotion, although this store is not big, it is actually a century-old store. I came here when this store just opened. At that time, the boss was still a young man in his 20s. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This young man has passed away. The current owner is his great-grandson. Great-grandson. Everyone turned around and took a look at the fat middle-aged man in his 40s, who was serving food to the guests. For a moment, everyone was silent. At this moment, they could understand Mr. Zhang's feelings. Time passed. Things changed. And people who once knew him left him one by one. This feeling of loneliness and solitude really made people feel sad. Alas, when people get old, they just like to reminisce about the past. Mr. Zhang shook his head and said, Don't worry about me. Order whatever you want. Everyone was not polite, and ordered all the dishes on the menu. As platinum and diamond summoners, they had a monster appetite, especially when faced with such ordinary ingredients. Xiao Yao alone could eat all the dishes prepared in the restaurant for a whole day. Of course, they would not embarrass the boss. After tasting all the dishes, several people stopped. Teacher, when do we set off? Xiao Yao wiped his mouth with a tissue and asked. This time, Zhang Lao will enter the awakening battlefield with Xiao Yao and the others. After Xiao Yao was promoted to the diamond level, Zhang Lao protection mission was over. Next, he was ready to rush into the master level with all his heart. After reaching the master level, the summoner can cancel the soul contract with the war beast, which means that even if the summoner dies, it will not affect the companion who has accompanied him for most of his life. Therefore, the master level has always been Zhang Lao's goal, especially after taking the life crystal and extending his life for decades. His desire for the master level has become stronger. This time, Zhang Lao made up his mind, either to break through to the master level, or to die in the awakening battlefield. You rest one more night today, and set off at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. The next morning, Xiao Yao and his friends slept until they woke up naturally, had breakfast at the hotel, and then rushed to the first floor to gather. One for each person. Zhang Lao handed several things that looked like ancient tokens to several people. Xiao Yao took it in his hand. The material of the token was very special. It felt a little rough, like wood, but it felt very cold, which made him ask, "Teacher, what is this?" "This is the pass to the awakening battlefield," Mr. Zhang said with a smile. "You don't think that as long as you are a summoner, you can enter the awakening battlefield at will, right? If you want to enter the awakening battlefield, you must apply in advance. In addition to meeting the requirements of your own strength, you must also pay a certain fee to purchase a pass. For Dragon Country summoners, this brand is worth 5 million. For foreign summoners, one brand is 30 million. And no bargaining is allowed. 30 million. So expensive. Su Xingliang smacked his lips. He is not a child of a big family like Bai Lishao, Tao Yiyao, and Li Yu. Nor does he have the amazing wealth of his best friend. Even if he is promoted to platinum level, he has hunted a lot during this period. But his total assets are not 30 million. 30 million is not expensive. Xiao Yao analyzed calmly. You know, the awakening battlefield is the only place to obtain awakening stones. If you don't enter the awakening battlefield and don't get enough awakening stones, how can the young people in their country become summoners? Once there is a generational gap in young summoners, the consequences will be disastrous. That's right. Old Zhang nodded. There are only 10 space teleportation points in the world, all of which are controlled by big countries. This also means that small countries can only enter the awakening battlefield at a high cost, or they can directly buy awakening stones from big countries. 30 million is already very conscientious. The price that the United States pays to its allies is several times higher than ours. Xiao Yao joked. As for the United States, harvesting allies is its specialty. Mr. Zhang, if we buy the awakening stone directly, what is the price we offer? Bai Lingxiao asked curiously. Mr. Zhang said, around 500,000 per stone. And it will be slightly lower for allies. 500,000, which is quite reasonable. Bai Lingxiao nodded. An awakening stone can at least create a black iron summoner. And the value of a black iron summoner must be higher than 500,000. After all, the cost of training a professional athlete may be more than 500,000. And summoners represent an infinite future. Spending 500,000 yuan is likely to bring a platinum, diamond, or even master or grandmaster to the country. Therefore, no matter which country it is, it will never be stingy in this regard. Teacher, you have arranged the application and expenses for us in advance. I will transfer the money to you later, Xiao Yao said. Zhang Lao waved his hand and smiled. I arranged the application for you, but I didn't pay a penny. As soon as they saw your name, Xiao Yao, they just didn't charge us. And we saved all the expenses. Wow. Am I so proud now? Xiao Yao was a little surprised. Have I become the owner of the fruit of pride? Black-haired Xiao Yao? Anyway, I'm not as good as you now. Zhang Lao smiled and said, Let's go. It's time for us to set off. 20 kilometers outside Moshua City, a military camp covering hundreds of acres stood tall. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were training in an orderly manner. And if you look down from the sky, you can clearly see densely packed tanks, missile launchers, and armed helicopters. Teacher, is the space teleportation point in the military camp? Xiao Yao was a little surprised. He originally thought that the space teleportation point would be in a secret place, but he didn't expect it to be in the military camp. Zhang Lao explained, Don't think it's a military camp now. It used to be the sea-level forbidden area, the orchid forest, but in order to ensure the absolute safety of the space teleportation point, the military directly razed the orchid forest and placed a military camp of 200,000 people here. Wow! Razing a forbidden area directly. This is too big a deal, Li Yu exclaimed. Although it is only a sea-level forbidden area, it can flatten a forest and destroy millions of monsters in it. It can be seen how much effort Longhua has made for the safety of the space teleportation point. Military preparation is only one aspect. Old Zhang said, the Moshua City military camp can be said to be the place with the strongest summoner strength besides the several A-level forbidden areas in Longhua. There are 3 master summoners stationed here. 3 master level. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. Indeed, except for the forbidden areas where the Grandmaster and the King are. The Moshua City military camp should be the place with the strongest garrison in Longhua. We are here. Everyone, please show your ID. A soldier in military uniform, holding a submachine gun, raised his hand and said, but at this time, his eyes fell on Xiao Yao involuntarily, with excitement in his eyes. Wow, Xiao Yao. The first genius of Dragon Country, I actually met him. Take out your token. Old John said. Okay. Several people took out their tokens and handed them to the soldiers. When handing them over, Xiao Yao glanced at the submachine gun in the soldier's hand. It was the Huomingshi Firearms Iron Wall submachine gun. The soldier placed the token on the machine next to him. After scanning, the computer screen showed the information of several people. The soldier checked the computer and checked whether it was the real person. The faces matched. But when he saw Xiao Yao information, his eyes widened and he almost couldn't hold it. Diamond. Diamond level. Damn. Xiao Yao is actually diamond level. The computer screen showed that Xiao Yao had just celebrated his 20th birthday. He could be promoted to diamond level at around 20 years old. Oh my god. Is he still human? The soldier swallowed his saliva, carefully handed the token to everyone, and said, Everyone, please come in, we have arranged a car, and we'll take you to your destination. Okay, thank you. Xiao Yao said politely. You're welcome. The soldier said hurriedly. At this time, his face was slightly flushed, and he was very excited. Damn, Xiao Yao actually said thank you to me. When I go back, I'm going to brag about it. Afterwards, several people walked into the barracks, got on a military vehicle with the token, and quickly headed to the destination. Why don't you let us in? That's right, we've been waiting for several hours. Open the door, let us in first. In front of a 3-story black house, dozens of people were standing at the door waiting. Perhaps because they had been waiting for too long, some people couldn't help but complain. But if you listen carefully, the long Mandarin spoken by these people has a strange accent. When everyone is here, we let you in. At the door of the black house, a middle-aged man who was sitting on a chair and eating melon seeds said lazily, Who on earth is this person? Why are so many of us waiting here? A man with a mustache said indignantly. The middle-aged man glanced at him, ignored him, and crossed his legs, cracking melon seeds leisurely, completely ignoring the dozens of people present. You? The man with the mustache blushed, and anger flashed in his eyes. He was a diamond-level summoner, and a well-known figure in the Ghost Country, but he didn't expect to be treated so lightly in the Dragon Country. But even so, he could only be angry but not speak. There was nothing he could do. There were 3 masters in this dark house. Hey, they are here. The middle-aged man's ears moved. He spit out the melon seed shells in his mouth, clapped his hands, and stood up and said, They are here. For a moment, everyone looked back. They wanted to see who was so powerful that so many platinum and diamond-level masters were waiting here for his arrival. The military vehicle stopped not far away. The door opened, and a tall and burly figure got out of the car first. When everyone saw the young and handsome face, they were all shocked. Xiao Yao. Chapter 688 Master Brain Demon. As the most powerful country in the world, any disturbance in Longwa will be watched by the top leaders of various countries. As the first genius in the history of Longwa, recognized as the 5th master of Longwa in the future, chairman of Qiani Group, Xiao Yao information has been placed on the desks of many top leaders for a long time, and many of his legendary deeds are also circulated on foreign networks. All those present are platinum, diamond-level masters, and they are also big figures in various countries, naturally recognize Xiao Yao's young and handsome face. They didn't expect that the person they were waiting for was actually this legendary genius. The moment he saw Xiao Yao, the look in the man with the mustache fluctuated violently. Xiao Yao, the destroyer of the Eye of the Ghost Path. The famous imperial fox Miyamoto Kazuo was brought into his hands. It was because of him that the already difficult situation of the Ghost Kingdom was once again made worse. The man with the mustache half closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and did not dare to let others notice the fear and hatred in his eyes. It's Xiao Yao. I didn't expect him to come. He looks too young. I remember he's only about 20 years old. According to reliable information, Xiao Yao is already a diamond-level summoner. What? Impossible? Diamond level at 20 years old. Are you kidding me? He's right. Xiao Yao is indeed already diamond level. Everyone lowered their voices, whispering. Their languages were varied, but when communicating with foreigners, they would automatically switch to Long Mandarin. Dragon Country is the most powerful country in the world. Dragon Country language is the universal language of the whole world, especially for the people of the countries surrounding Dragon Country. Dragon Country language is a compulsory course for them from childhood to adulthood. And the foreign summoners who want to enter the awakening battlefield must ensure that they can speak Dragon Country fluently before submitting their applications. Otherwise, once they enter the awakening battlefield, they are doomed to be unable to move forward. After Xiao Yao, another 4 boys and girls jumped out of the car. The last one to appear was an old man with white hair and a fairy-like appearance. Those who knew Xiao Yao information immediately recognized him. These 4 young men were Xiao Yao friends and teammates, and the old man was Xiao Yao master, Diamond Level 5 expert Zhang Daoxian. Wow, so many people. Looking at the dozens of strangers with different looks in front of him, Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered softly, "Mr. Zhang, you are here." The middle-aged man who was eating melon seeds took a few steps forward, walked in front of Mr. Zhang, and said respectfully, "Xiao Xie, you are on guard today." Old Zhang patted Xiao Xie on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You haven't changed at all." Xiao Xie said with a smile, "Old Zhang, I'm just a gatekeeper. I have nothing to do every day. I haven't changed at all." Old Zhang smiled and said to the people behind him, "You guys, come and meet Xie Hongtu, a graduate of Kyoto University and a diamond-level summoner." "Hello, senior brother Xie," everyone said politely in unison. "Hello, fellow students." Xie Hongtu smiled slightly and said with emotion, "It is an honor for me, a senior, to see so many geniuses from Kyoto University, including the #1 genius in Dragon Country." "Thank you, senior brother," Xiao Yao said modestly. Seeing that the gatekeeper was chatting with Xiao Yao, the people present were a little unhappy, but they did not dare to say anything in front of others, and could only curl their lips secretly to show their dissatisfaction. "Okay, since everyone is here, I will lead you in," Xie Hongtu said. Actually, according to the regulations, before entering, he also had to check the passes of Xiao Yao and others to see if there was any impersonation, but for his own family, especially the respected Mr. Zhang and Xiao Yao, the first genius of Dragon Country, he was too lazy to do this procedure. When they heard that they were finally going to enter, everyone present immediately perked up. Xie Hongtu walked to the door of the black house, opened his palm, and placed it on the sensing facility. With a beep, the heavy door slowly opened. "Everyone follow me." Xie Hongtu waved his hand, and immediately, everyone rushed forward and followed Xie Hongtu. The furnishings in the room were simple, gray bricks and white walls, and the bright white ceiling lights illuminated the entire room. On the first floor, except for a black door, there were no other decorations. As soon as they entered the room, everyone immediately felt a heavy pressure, and everyone knew that this pressure came from above, from the 3 masters upstairs. After everyone came in, Xie Hongtu raised his head slightly and said in a loud voice, "3 masters? There are 57 people who have applied to enter the awakening battlefield this time. They are all here now. Do you want to open the space door?" A few seconds later, a faint voice came from the rooftop. "Okay. Yes." Xie Hongtu bowed slightly, then walked straight to the black door, grabbed the door handle on the left, and then pulled it hard to the right. Creaking, accompanied by a sound of metal rubbing against the ground. A numbing sound rang out, and a dazzling space door appeared in front of everyone. "You, go in first." Xie Hongtu pointed at the foreign summoners and said, "Yes." Under the gaze of the master-level strongman, these people did not dare to say much, and entered the space gate one by one. After all the foreign summoners left, Xie Hongtu turned around and said to Mr. Zhang, "Mr. Zhang, you haven't been to the awakening battlefield for more than 10 years. I notified Chao Guangji of our school in advance, and he will meet everyone inside." "Thank you, Xiao Xie. Thank you for your trouble." Zhang Lao smiled. "No trouble." Xie Hongtu chuckled. "I wish you all the best in the awakening battlefield, and come back safely." "Thank you, senior brother." Everyone bowed slightly to Xie Hongtu, then followed Zhang Lao's steps, and stepped into the space gate. Upstairs, 3 masters were sitting together drinking tea. One of the slightly thin masters leaned back in his chair, and said, "Have you noticed that the blood and chi fluctuations of Xiao Yao are almost catching up with me?" "Of course I noticed it." Another round-faced master took a sip of tea and said slowly, "I heard that all 6 of this kid's war beasts are diamond level, which is the most exaggerated. I now have a war beast that is platinum level 5. He is worthy of being the first genius of Dragon Country." The last oldest master sighed, I really don't know what realm he can break through to after he comes out of the awakening battlefield. It won't be a master level directly. The round-faced master joked. I don't think so. The thin master shook his head. We all know how difficult it is to break through the master level. I think Zhang Daoxian has a certain chance to break through the master level this time. I hope Zhang Daoxian can succeed, said the older master. Pa. His feet stepped on the solid floor. Xiao Yao slowly opened his eyes. The gray-brown rocky ground, the humid air, the upside-down stone spikes on the top of his head. This seems to be an underground cave. Xiao Yao made a simple judgment. But, Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes. The gravity here is obviously higher than that on Earth, about 1.2 times the gravity. Although it is only 0.2 times the gravity, if ordinary people come in, they are likely to face life-threatening danger. For Platinum and Diamond Masters, although this gravity does not affect their actions and lives, they need to adapt to it for a certain period of time before they can fully exert their full strength. Welcome Mr. Zhang and all the juniors. At this time, a kind voice came into my ears. A middle-aged man, with a smile and a rather elegant appearance walked over quickly and introduced himself. Mr. Zhang, juniors, my name is Chao Guangji. Mr. Xia asked me to pick you up. Hello. Xiao Chao. Mr. Zhang said with a smile. Hello. Senior brother. Everyone said politely. Chao Guangji was very enthusiastic. It's been a long time since I saw new faces in our Kyoto University. I didn't expect that this time not only our Dragon Country's #1 genius Xiao Yao came, but also several such outstanding juniors. Although he had been in the awakening battlefield for the past few years, through communication with some newcomers, he learned a year ago that a legendary genius named Xiao Yao had appeared in Dragon Country. 2 days ago, Xia Hongtu sent someone to tell him that Professor Zhang Daoxian of Kyoto University would bring his student Xiao Yao and 4 younger students to the awakening battlefield. What shocked him was that these young people around 20 years old were at least platinum level. And Xiao Yao, the rumored first genius of Dragon Country, had actually reached the terrifying diamond level. This is diamond level. You should know that he was 55 years old when he was promoted to diamond level, which is considered relatively young among many diamond level summoners. As for Xiao Yao, he was promoted to diamond level before the age of 20. Even the reincarnation of gods is not so exaggerated. In addition to Xiao Yao, the other juniors are definitely geniuses of the demon level, platinum level at the age of 20. Isn't this a perfect seed of the master level? So after receiving the news from Xia Hongtu, he prepared everything early and waited for the arrival of several people. Everyone, come with me. I will show you around our underground base first. Next, Chao Guangji showed everyone around the entire underground base. There are separate rooms, a rest area for communication, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It is almost the same as a normal living area, except that there are no cooks or service staff. You have to rely on yourself for everything. And everyone also found that there were many foreigners in the underground base, including the Ghost Country, the Cold Country, and the Java Country. There were even several Russians and many Western faces. We now have a total of 1,230 people in the base, including 320 from Longhua, 47 diamond level, and the rest are platinum level. Chao Guangji said as he walked, everyone knew in advance that you guys were coming, and we have planned to hold a welcome dinner tonight, to welcome Mr. Zhang and all the young talents. This is our Longhua accommodation area, and all the people living here are our own people. Your rooms are here, one for each person. Chao Guangji pointed to a few empty houses. The rooms in the base were obviously hollowed out of the rock walls. Each room was 2 meters apart and not very large. About 20 square meters. There was only a bed, a coffee table, and a private bathroom. Although the room was simple, no one cared much. A bed and a bathroom were enough. Everyone has seen the location of the kitchen just now. If you want to cook, you can only rely on yourself. Chao Guangji smiled. We young people, we should know a little bit. At least you won't starve yourself. Xiao Yao smiled. That's fine. Chao Guangji smiled and nodded. Next, I'm going to take you to see a very important person. Chao Guangji's face straightened. Oh! Xiao Yao and the others opened their eyes slightly and were very curious. But Mr. Zhang's expression did not change at all, because he knew who Chao Guangji was referring to. Come with me. Chao Guangji led everyone out of the living area, then went down the stairs to a deeper level, pushed open the heavy door, and a vast space appeared in front of everyone. However, when they saw the scene inside, Xiao Yao and the others' expressions froze instantly, and a deep sense of horror flashed in their eyes. They saw a huge irregular creature suspended in the air. It looked like a human brain magnified dozens of times. The whole body was milky white. Light blue blood vessels were interspersed in it, and the messy blood threads were clearly visible. The most horrifying thing was, there was a pair of huge eyes on the front of the brain, looking straight at everyone, making people's hair stand on end, and their scalps tingle. Battle Beast named Brain Demon. Battle Beast Level Master Level 4 Battle Beast Skills: Mental Shock, Mental Barrier, Memory Capture, Super Memory Transmission, Parasitism, Reincarnation Illusion, Soul Devouring, Soul Cage. Master Level 4 Brain Demon. Xiao Yao retracted his gaze, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. To be honest, he had seen the Grandmaster level Fudao Sky Turtle, and had also come into close contact with the King level Demon Shark King. But in terms of oppression, none of them was as strong as the Brain Demon in front of him. There was no way, because the Brain Demon looked so scary. A newcomer is here. Huh? We are from Dragon Country. A kind and gentle voice came from the room. Everyone looked closely, and saw that just below the Brain Demon, a fat old man was sitting on a chair. His eyebrows, hair, and beard were all white. His face was round. His eyes were a little small. And he looked at everyone with a smile, like a benevolent Maitreya Buddha. This is Master Wen from Winkeling of our Dragon Country. Come with me, Chao Guangji said in a low voice, and then led everyone to Master Wen. Dao Xian, long time no see. Master Wen obviously knew old Zhang, and greeted him with a smile as soon as they met. Master Wen. Old Zhang bowed slightly. Master Wen from Winkeling can be said to be the most experienced master-level expert in Dragon Country, and he is several dozen years older than him, and Master Wen is also the guardian of this underground base. This young friend should be Xiao Yao, the first genius of our Dragon Country. Master Wen turned his gaze to Xiao Yao, and said kindly, Hello, Master Wen. Xiao Yao bowed and said, I didn't expect that such a talented young man would appear in our Dragon Country. Master Wen sighed, then looked at Su Xingliang, Bai Li Xiao and others. His eyes slightly fluctuated, and as soon as they appeared, they were 5 super geniuses, which is really a blessing for our Dragon Country. However, at this time, Master Wen's mind flashed a sentence. Whenever there is a great chaos, there must be evildoers. I really don't know whether the appearance of these geniuses is good or bad for Dragon Country. Chapter 689 Monsters and Witches. My dear friends, this is your first time to the Awakening battlefield. You know nothing about the situation here. So let me give you a brief introduction. Master Wen's voice was kind and gentle, like an old man telling a story to his children. You should know that the Awakening battlefield is the only place where Awakening stones are produced. To obtain Awakening stones, we must fight a special creature here. That is, a monster. As soon as the voice fell, a huge beast appeared in front of everyone. It looked like a fire lion, but it was covered with scales, had thick limbs, and a long tail. At first glance, it looked a bit like the legendary fire unicorn. Master Wen continued to introduce, this is a fire scale beast. The appearance of the demon beast is not much different from the monsters in our world. But the demon beast does not have any skills, and fights completely with its physical body and innate abilities. God is fair. The demon beasts do not have a variety of skills, but their physical strength and elemental control are much higher than our war beasts. The characteristic of demon beasts is that, after they die, a demon pill will be left in their bodies. The demon pill can be directly taken by war beasts to temper their bodies and enhance the corresponding elemental abilities. The bodies of demon beasts are also very nutritious. Our usual food ingredients all come from demon beasts. And demon beasts and awakening stones also have an unusual relationship. According to our research over the past few hundred years, the awakening stone is most likely a special substance under this land, which is gradually formed after being soaked in the blood of demon beasts. Because it is stained with the blood of demon beasts, the awakening stone has an extremely strong attraction to beasts. This also explains why we can use awakening stones to sign soul contracts with war beasts. However, awakening stones can not only allow humans to become summoners, but also help monsters to temper their bloodline power. The more awakening stones there are, the stronger the tempering effect will be. So if we want to get enough awakening stones, we must fight monsters. It turns out that awakening stones come from this way. After listening to Master Wen's explanation, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had unveiled a corner of the world's mystery, and they felt very excited. However, Master Wen paused. His expression became very serious. Monsters are not our only enemies. There is an even more terrifying existence in the awakening battlefield. They call themselves witches. Which? Li Yu, Su Xingliang and the others looked at each other, their expressions somewhat confused, because there was no legend about witches in Dragon Country. But Xiao Yao was very touched by the name witch. Witch? Is it the kind of witch I remember? This is a witch. Master Wen took out a burly corpse from the beast control space. It was more than 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, red scales all over its body, a thick snake tail behind it, a large face, and faintly exposed fangs. Even though it was lifeless, it still emitted amazing blood and chi fluctuations. This is the witch, the great witch of the Shurong clan. Shurong. He is really the legendary ancestor witch. Xiao Yao's eyes were full of strong fluctuations. He really didn't expect that this creature that only existed in legends would appear in the awakening battlefield. Since there is the fire god Zhurong, will there be the water god Gonggong, and other ancestral witches? Witches are a very scary enemy. Master Wen looked solemn. They have bodies stronger than monsters, and their vitality is extremely terrifying. Witches at the Great Witch level can already regenerate broken limbs, and at the Witch King level, even a severed head will regenerate quickly. What? After hearing this, everyone, including Xiao Yao, showed horror. Regeneration of severed limbs is understandable. After all, some healing skills can achieve such an effect. But regeneration of severed heads? This is too exaggerated. Master Wen, the Great Witch you mentioned, the Witch King, basically corresponds to which level of ours? Xiao Yao couldn't help asking. Then let me briefly introduce it. Master Wen adjusted his sitting posture and said slowly, witches are a very scary race. They can have the power of ordinary adults when they are young. And when they reach adulthood, about half of the witches will become witch soldiers, corresponding to our gold level. What? Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. An ordinary soldier has the strength of the gold level. This race is too terrible. Above the wizard soldiers, there are wizard generals, great wizards, wizard kings, wizard emperors and wizard gods, which correspond to our platinum level, diamond level, master level, grandmaster level and king level respectively. So, the master level wizard king has the ability to behead and reborn. Xiao Yao couldn't help but take a breath. He was sure that at least the master level summoner would definitely die after his head was chopped off. In this way, the vitality of the wizard race was too terrifying. Head cut off and reborn, how can we fight this? Li Yu's face was grim. The witch tribe is indeed terrifying, but they are not invincible. Any race has its own weaknesses and strengths. And the witch tribe is no exception. Zhao Guangji interrupted. The witch tribe is stronger in the flesh, but weaker in the soul. Spiritual skills are the best weapon to defeat them. This is also the significance of our country sending Master Wen to sit here. In terms of soul-killing ability, Master Wen's brain demon is unmatched among the masters. Decades ago, Master Wen personally killed a witch king. It turns out that the Wu clan has this weakness. Hearing this, Xiao Yao felt relieved. Psychic skills are Morton's specialty. Whether it is Nightmare Soul Kill or Nightmare Cage, they are both direct attacks on the soul. What's more, Morton has been successfully promoted to Diamond 2 with the nourishment of the Soul Pearl. With a set of combo skills, it is not a problem to severely damage a Diamond 5 monster. It's stable. Stable. But other friends don't have a spiritual war beast like Morton. Among all their war beasts, the only spiritual skill seems to be Ari Charm, so when they face the Wu clan, they still have to be extremely careful. Of course. Zhao Guangji said with a smile, if the witch tribe can be beaten into a pulp, they will never be able to recover. Besides, the ability to regenerate after losing a head is only available to the Witch King level. With your current strength, you don't need to think that far ahead. That's true. Li Yu and others nodded in approval. Their platinum level corresponds to the Witch General. The Witch General may have a stronger vitality. If the head is chopped off, it will die. If the arm is chopped off, it will be seriously injured. With this thought, everyone's worries about the Wu clan were immediately alleviated. The Wu clan and the monsters are the enemies you will face next. Master Wen smiled and said, but before you enter the battle state, there is a small benefit that only belongs to our dragon country to give you. Benefit? Everyone's eyes lit up, and their eyes were full of expectation. Chapter 690 Super Memory Transmission Wu Clan Language. This little benefit is the Wu Clan language. Master Wen smiled. Wu Clan language. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that the little benefit Master Wen mentioned was the Wu clan language. Could it be that Master Wen could make people master a strange language in a short time? It sounds a bit fantasy. Wu clan language, it should be related to these two skills. Xiao Yao set his eyes on the information panel of the Brain Demon. There are two very unique non-combat skills in the Brain Demon skills, memory capture and super memory transmission. He guessed that Master Wen should have obtained the language information of the Wu clan through memory capture, and then transmitted this information to everyone's mind through super memory transmission. However, there is also a problem in the middle. That is, even if you get the language information in the Wu clan's memory, you don't know what those languages mean. It's like you get a memory fragment of a foreigner, without sufficient translation ability. You still don't know what he is saying. How should Master Wen solve this problem? I might as well tell you that, in addition to inheriting the skills of the War Beast, I also have a unique bloodline combat skill, called communication with all things, which allows me to communicate with any living being and clearly understand what they mean. Master Wen said, "Hey, isn't this the bloodline combat skill of Nie Jun and Nie Xiaoyu?" Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that the two Nie brothers and sisters are the bloodline left behind by Master Wen's family? Should I tell Master Wen? He hesitated for a moment, but considering that the Nie brothers and sisters were working for him, and were carrying out extremely important tasks, and could not get away for the time being, so he didn't say anything in the end. He would tell the two brothers and sisters later, and see what they were willing to say. Through the communication of all things and the ability of the Brain Demon, I spent a year to organize and summarize the language of the Witch tribe, and formed a very complete language system. Speaking of this, Master Wen had a hint of pride on his face. After all, being able to translate a completely unfamiliar and difficult language and form a system was a great achievement for him. The Brain Demon will pass on the Wu language to you later. After 2 days of digestion, you will be able to speak the Wu language very authentically, Master Wen said with a smile. Thank you, Master Wen. Everyone bowed and thanked him. Being able to understand the Wu language is very important to everyone. After all, we will always face the Wu tribe in the future. If we can get effective information from the enemy's words, it is likely to become the winner of a battle. Let's get started. Master Wen looked up at the Brain Demon right above his head. Okay. The Brain Demon has no mouth, but his hoarse and evil voice is transmitted directly into everyone's mind, just like the voice of the villain in the TV series, making people feel a little creepy, and their hearts are instantly lifted. 5 gray beams of light came out of the Brain Demon, and fell on the brains of Xiao Yao, by Lin Xiao, and other 5 young people. In an instant, the complex information flow poured into their minds, like a tide, making them close their eyes immediately. A few minutes later, Xiao Yao was the first person to receive the information. He slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his swollen temples, and muttered, He was suddenly startled. What he wanted to express just now was that the language of the Wu tribe was difficult. But somehow, he spoke it in the Wu tribe language. From the information in his mind, he spoke fluently and standardly. And he was completely a genuine Wu tribe. Wow! This ability is so useful. Xiao Yao couldn't help but exclaimed. The skill of super memory transmission is simply a magical skill for training offspring or subordinates. It can directly save several years, or even more than 10 years of learning time, by transferring useful knowledge into people's brains. Therefore, the summoner system is more exciting and interesting. Xiao Yao couldn't help but think. Although the Witch clan's strong body is enviable, he still prefers the variability and flexibility of the summoner system. The various skills contain infinite possibilities, which can shine in both life and battle. Yumi, you have memorized this skill, right? Xiao Yao communicated with Yumi in his body. I have memorized it, Yumi said crisply. Okay. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly. Such a practical skill, of course we should use it. 10 minutes later, the other friends woke up one after another. Like Xiao Yao, they received a lot of language information at once, and they spoke suddenly, and also spoke the Wu language. Fortunately, everyone adjusted quickly and communicated normally in Dragon Country language, but there was still amazement in their eyes. Finally, there is one more little thing for everyone. Master Wen took out a few items similar to mobile phones, and handed them to everyone. This thing is the mobile phone in the Awakening battlefield. Master Wen smiled. There is no communication base station here, and normal mobile phones cannot be used. These are the communicators I carefully built. There is a soul seed inside, and the Brain Demon body is used as the base station center, which can realize calls across 5,000 kilometers. Wow! So amazing. Everyone's eyes widened. And they couldn't help but exclaim. Let the brain demon become the communication center. And realize long-distance calls in different planes. This is simply a fantastic design. First, language indoctrination. And then a communication mobile phone. This Master One is too amazing. At this time, Chao Guangji smiled and said, Master Wen is a forging master. In terms of forging level, he is comparable to Master Lu Zhengwu of our school. Master Lu is better at weapon design. And Master Wen's field is broader. Master Wen smiled and waved his hand. After all, I have lived for more than 200 years. So I naturally know more than ordinary people. It should also be related to the brain demon. Xiao Yao added in his heart. With the memory capture of the brain demon, Master Wen can become a leader in many fields in a short period of time. You design a 5-digit number for yourself, which will be your exclusive number in the future. If you want to contact, just dial it on the communicator. Xiao Yao casually said a 5-digit number of 00111, which is simple and easy to remember. The other 4 also designed a memorable number. And Mr. Zhang already had a special number, so there was no need to redesign it. After everyone reported their numbers, Master Wen asked Brain Demon to record them, and then said with a smile, My mission has been completed, and Xiao Chao will tell you the rest of the information. Thank you, Master Wen. Everyone bowed and thanked him. Master Wen, I will take everyone downstairs, Chao Guangji said. Go! Master Wen nodded. Chao Guangji led everyone back to the rest area, but he did not stay too long, but let everyone rest for a while. There will be a dinner party in the Dragon Kingdom to welcome their arrival in the evening. Lying on the soft bed, Xiao Yao could not help but recall what he had seen and heard just now. Awakening stone monster, which he showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The collision of 2 cultivation systems. It is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 691 The 6 Great Ancestral Witches. At night, in the exclusive meeting hall of Dragon Country, hundreds of people gathered here. Everyone held a glass of wine, talked in groups of 3 or 5. The atmosphere was lively, but the protagonists of this banquet, undoubtedly, were the young men standing in the center. Xiao Yao, I have heard of your name for a long time. A middle-aged man, with a smile on his face, extended his hand. Yen Qiming. Hello. Xiao Yao shook his hand vigorously. Yen Qiming is a Diamond 4 summoner, and also a veteran in the awakening battlefield. Mr. Zhang introduced. You can talk to him more these days to learn about the situation here. You can also come to see me. At this time, a slightly old voice came from the side. An older man, who looked to be in his 60s, walked over quickly and shouted loudly, Old Zhang. You didn't contact me when you came. Old Zhang. Mr. Zhang raised his voice and came forward, his face full of joy and excitement of meeting an old friend. It's been more than 10 years. I didn't expect you to be alive. I'd rather die behind you. Zhou Kunlun walked in front of Mr. Zhang, with a smile on his face. The 2 old men looked at each other, then laughed, patted each other's backs heavily, and spoke with emotion. Old buddy, it's great to meet you. Xiao Yao stood aside, and he could feel the deep friendship between the 2 old men. When he thought that at his age, he still had a familiar friend alive, he couldn't help but feel happy for the teacher in his heart. Come, let me introduce you. Old Zhang grinned and said, This is my old friend Zhou Kunlun, a Diamond level 5 summoner. We have known each other for hundreds of years. Don't be fooled by his young appearance. He is actually only a dozen years younger than me. A dozen years younger than old Zhang means he is nearly 200 years old. Xiao Yao hurriedly said. Hello, Grandpa Zhou. The other juniors also hurriedly followed. Hello, Grandpa Zhou. Good, good. Hello everyone. Zhou Kunlun smiled, then looked at Xiao Yao and said, Old Zhang, this must be your disciple who is known as the first genius of Dragon Country. That's right. Old Zhang stroked his beard, his mouth slightly raised. My last disciple, Xiao Yao, is a Diamond level summoner. Really Diamond level. Zhou Kunlun was envious, and said sourly, Damn it. You are so lucky. To be honest, who doesn't want to accept a genius disciple? Especially when this disciple is likely to become a master or even a king in the future. By then, the teacher will naturally become famous. It's a pity that the most talented child has been taken by old Zhang. But the remaining ones are not bad either. The 20-year-old platinum level one is definitely a genius of the demon level. How about giving it a try? Old Zhang, please introduce these kids to me. Old Zhang noticed the gleam in Zhou Kunlun's eyes, and smiled secretly in his heart. With his understanding of Zhukunlun, he naturally knew what this old man was thinking, so he said, "This is by Lin Xiao, Xiao Yao girlfriend, and the daughter of our Kyoto University teacher by Cheng Feng." "Hello, Grandpa Zhua." Bai Ling Xiao bowed her head obediently. "Yeah." Zhukunlun nodded slightly. "This girl is very outstanding in both appearance and talent, but there is already a diamond-level master in her family, so she is not suitable to be his disciple. This is Tao Yao Yao, also a family member of our Kyoto University professor." "Hello, Grandpa Zhua." Tao Yao Yao bowed slightly. "Hello." Zhukunlun smiled, but a slight ripple appeared in the depths of his eyes. "This is Li Yu. He is the descendant of Li Chu." "Oh, the descendant of Li Chu." Zhukunlun looked at Li Yu for a while. After so many years in the awakening battlefield, he can better understand the difficulties of Li Chu, the king of creation, and this descendant of Li Chu deserves everyone's care. However, the children of the Li family, naturally, have no shortage of masters. 3 consecutive disciples are from big families, so Zhukunlun can't help but feel a little discouraged, but he can understand, after all, a child from an ordinary family, no matter how talented, without the support of family resources, cannot reach the platinum level at the age of 20. So for the last child, he doesn't hold much hope. Although Zhukunlun's face remained calm, but old Zhang could see the hidden emotions in his eyes at a glance, so he pointed at Su Xingliang, and said with a smile, "This child is called Su Xingliang. He is Xiao Yao's best friend since childhood, but he comes from an ordinary family, and he is too young, so he is not very mature yet. Why don't you take care of him more in the future?" "Old Zhua? Xiao Yao's best friend. And he is from an ordinary family." Zhukunlun resisted the urge to open his eyes, and said calmly, "No problem. Let this child follow me in the future." "The old man? He is quite good at pretending." Zhang Lao raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth, patted Su Xingliang on the shoulder, and said, "Liang Yang, you should follow this grandfather Zhua for a while. He is very powerful, and has rich life experience. You will definitely benefit a lot from following him." To be honest, he likes Su Xingliang very much. He doesn't talk much. He is honest. And he is very hardworking. A child from an ordinary family can always keep up with these friends from big families. If he hadn't made up his mind to regard Xiao Yao as his last disciple, he would definitely accept Su Xingliang as his disciple. But it's not bad to hand Liang Yang over to Zhukunlun. He can see that his old friend is influenced by him, and wants to train a talented disciple. And Su Xingliang is too young, inexperienced, not very mature in dealing with people and doing things. He really needs a guide to help him grow. So this is a win-win situation, and it's good for both of them. "Grandpa Zhua, please give me more advice in the future." Su Xingliang bowed politely. Okay. Zhukunlun laughed heartily. He immediately fell in love with this honest-looking kid. He had reached the platinum level at the age of 20. If he was trained well, he would most likely become a young master-level expert after Xiao Yao in the future. Although he was not Su Xingliang master yet, he was confident that he would be able to develop a deep relationship with this kid during this period of time. Next, Zhukunlun took Su Xingliang aside to chat, and the other platinum and diamond level masters also came over to make him familiar. To put it bluntly, everyone present today came for Xiao Yao. Everyone knows that Xiao Yao is the 5th master of Dragon Country in the future. Moreover, Xiao Yao himself is a diamond level summoner, and his strength exceeds that of most people present. It is a good thing to establish a good relationship with him now, whether for the future or for the current situation. During the conversation, everyone found that this world-famous first genius of Dragon Country was not as arrogant as everyone imagined. He was polite, sincere, and generous, even when facing a platinum-level summoner who was not as strong as himself. He did not have the slightest attitude of being superior. Everyone who talked to Xiao Yao could not help but be impressed by his personality charm. The first genius of Dragon Country is indeed extraordinary. Just as Dragon Country was toasting, some people outside the base also held a secret meeting. This distance is fine. When Xuling's war beast will definitely not be able to sense it. A short man said. Xiao Yao has come to the awakening battlefield. Everyone think about it. Is there any way to get rid of him here directly? Jingu Musashi glanced at the more than 50 people present, with a serious expression. Jingu Musashi had participated in 2 secret operations to assassinate Xiao Yao. The first one was at the Shaojun mountain base. He almost killed Xiao Yao with one finger, but under the protection of Zhang Daoxian, he failed in the end. Later, under the command of Miyamoto Kazuo, He and the diamond-level masters of Han Country and Eagle Federation assassinated Xiao Yao again. That time, although they were stopped by Zhang Daoxian, the Shadow Club set up by Miyamoto Kazuo exiled Xiao Yao to space, and he disappeared. It was thought that with Xiao Yao gold-level strength at that time, it was impossible for him to survive in the space turbulence. But who would have thought that he not only came back alive, but also broke through the platinum level. And shortly after Xiao Yao returned, Miyamoto Kazuo Eye of the Ghost Path was completely removed by the Dragon Country. According to reliable intelligence, Xiao Yao himself was the mastermind behind this. The destruction of the Eye of the Ghost Path was also closely related to Jingu Musashi. So under various pressures from home, he had to come to the Awakening battlefield with a mission, and was not allowed to return until he obtained enough Awakening stones. Who would have thought that just 1 year later, Xiao Yao, the culprit who caused him to fall into such a situation, actually came to the Awakening battlefield, and his strength reached the terrifying diamond level. 20-year-old diamond level. This talent is too terrible. Although he has failed twice, Jingu Musashi's killing intention toward Xiao Yao has become stronger. If this super genius is not eliminated, then perhaps within 10 years, Dragon Country will have 5 masters or even 2 kings. By then, the situation of Ghost Country will inevitably become more difficult. So today, Jingu Musashi secretly summoned everyone in Ghost Country to brainstorm and see if they can formulate a careful plan to keep Xiao Yao in the Awakening battlefield forever. Master Musashi, I think this is very difficult. A platinum-level expert looked embarrassed. Xiao Yao is a diamond-level expert. I'm afraid there are not many people here who can beat him. Moreover, this is the territory of Dragon Country. If the situation is exposed, then He didn't finish. But everyone understood what he meant. If the situation is exposed, then everyone present may never be able to go back. I understand what you said. Jingu Musashi looked cold. But have you ever considered that once Xiao Yao grows into a master, can our Ghost Country still maintain the current situation? Jingu Musashi's sword-like sharp eyes swept across the whole audience, making everyone bow their heads slightly, not daring to look directly into his eyes. But secretly, some people didn't care. Jingu Musashi was a member of the royal family of the Ghost Country, and he would naturally try his best to maintain the royal family's rule over the country, but they were not so loyal. To put it bluntly, even if something happened in the future, these platinum and diamond level strongmen were still confident that they would not be affected. But these words certainly dare not be said in front of Jingu Musashi. Seeing that everyone was silent for a long time, willing to be an ostrich, Jingu Musashi's eyes flashed with anger, and also with a touch of sadness. Due to the terrain surrounded by the sea, the Ghost Country has to be on guard against the attacks of sea beasts all the time, and it has to sacrifice a large number of summoners' lives every year to barely maintain stability. But this has also led to many excellent summoners going abroad, and people in the country are panicking, and the situation is becoming more and more difficult, and many summoners have begun to secretly plan a retreat. Now, he misses Miyamoto Kazuo very much. If the Imperial Fox is present, he won't need to discuss with these idiots. Forget it. I figure this out myself, Jingu Musashi said coldly. You guys, keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to leak a whisper, you and your family, prepare to be loyal to the royal family. Yes. Everyone bowed their heads and said in unison. Early the next morning, Xiao Yao changed his clothes and met with Mr. Zhang at the agreed place. Have you eaten? Mr. Zhang asked. Xiao Yao nodded. I have eaten. Then let's go directly. Zhang Lao led Xiao Yao through a rugged and narrow path, and finally came to a large formation. Standing in the center of the formation, the token in his hand suddenly burst into a brilliant light, and the space flowed. The two of them only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and appeared outside the base in the next second. When they came to the ground, Xiao Yao was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. On his left-hand side, there was an endless mountain range that could not be seen at a glance. The mountain was red, like a flaming mountain, and contained amazing heat. On his right-hand side, there was an endless sea. The sea water was dark, as if it was splashed with ink, and it exuded a deep and cold breath. Fire and water, cold and hot. Xiao Yao felt as if he was standing at the intersection of two worlds, and there was a strange feeling of separation in his heart. It has been more than 10 years, and it is still the same here. It hasn't changed much. Zhang Lao looked at the endless sea. The sea breeze blew his silver hair, and his wide robe rustled. Xiao Yao, The mountain range on the left is called the Lava Mountain Range, which stretches for thousands of kilometers. After crossing it, it is the territory of Zhurong Divine Kingdom. The witches of Zhurong clan are good at using fire, and have violent and cruel personalities. And the sea area on the right is called the Nine Underworld Sea, and the other side of the sea area is the territory of Gongdong Divine Kingdom. The Gongdong clan is good at water, and has a sinister and vicious personality. Zhurong clan and Gongdong clan are incompatible, but with the separation of the Lava Mountain Range and the Nine Underworld Sea, the two races rarely fight. The fire god Zhurong. The water god Gongdong. It is indeed consistent with the myths and legends. A strange color flashed in Xiaoyao eyes. Our dragon country's space teleportation point is right at the intersection of the two worlds. It can attack or defend, and it is very concealed. It can be regarded as God's blessing. Remember, the token in your hand must not be lost. This is your only pass to return to the base. Yes. Xiaoyao nodded. Teacher, in addition to the Zhurong clan and the Gongdong clan, are there other witch clans here? Of course there are. There are 6 witch clans in the Awakening battlefield, namely Russia clan, Jumong clan, Gongdong clan, Zhurong clan, Huda clan and Dijiang clan, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, earth and space respectively. The 5 major clans are equally powerful, surrounding the periphery, while the Dijiang kingdom is the strongest, located in the center. But to be honest, hundreds of years have passed, and no one in the world has ever set foot on the territory of the Dijiang kingdom. Zhang Lao's tone was full of emotion. His strongest war beast was the Sky King, which was a space-type war beast, which just happened to correspond to the Dijiang clan. Before coming here, he had made up his mind that if he could not break through the master level by all means, then before his life ended, he would take the risk to go to the Dijiang kingdom to see if there was an opportunity for a breakthrough. However, he was not going to tell anyone about this plan, including Xiaoyao. The 6 great witch ancestors? Xiaoyao's mouth curled up slowly. This world is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 692 Monster Fire Crow Wukong Fusion. The lava mountains stretch for thousands of kilometers, with complex and varied terrain. Some places are as barren as the Gobi Desert, with only red rock and mineral soil. Some places are dense as forests, and full of vitality, and some places are home to giant volcanoes, and occasionally lava eruptions can be seen. In the redwood forest, there is such a giant tree, with a crown like clouds, hundreds of meters high, and a trunk thicker than a skyscraper. Hundreds of fire crows fly around the giant tree. If you look closely, there is an obvious class division among the fire crows. Those small fire crows can only fly and land at a height of tens of meters, and medium-sized fire crows can stay in the middle of the giant tree, and at the top of the giant tree. For giant fire crows can be seen, with wings spread out to tens of meters long, and feathers like rubies, without a trace of mixed colors, and sharp beaks, and faint flashes of fire can be seen in the pupils. The branches were covered with bird nests made of red plants. In the bird nests, black and smooth stones could be seen. The fire crows sometimes flew around the tree, and sometimes stopped to rest. The air was filled with rich fire elements and strong pressure, making nearby monsters afraid to approach. At this moment, 2 uninvited guests suddenly appeared near the giant tree. Are you going to pick such a strong opponent for the first battle? Old Zhang looked at Xiaoyao, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Monster name Fire Crow Monster Talent Scorching Sun Essence Fire. Xiaoyao's eyes were like lightning, and he glanced at the giant tree, and said, 4 diamond level, more than 50 platinum level, and the rest are gold level. It's not a big problem. It can be solved. 4 diamonds. More than 50 platinums. Isn't this a big problem? Zhang Lao's mouth twitched slightly. It was hard to imagine that Xiaoyao's strength had reached such a level. If it were him, he could still fight with 4 diamonds. But if he added more than 50 platinums, he would definitely turn around and run without saying a word. Teacher, leave this battle to me. Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with high fighting spirit. After breaking through the diamond level, he was entangled in worldly affairs, and had not experienced a battle for a long time. The war beasts had to stay in the beast control space every day. If they didn't come out, they would really get sick. Okay, I support you in this battle. Old Zhang nodded. Since Xiaoyao is confident, let him do it. Anyway, with their strength, protecting themselves will not be a problem. Okay. Xiaoyao waved his hand. Warwick, Old Bull, Mo Tung, Twitch and Wukong appeared beside him, and Yumi had already entered his body. Awu! Moo! Ah! As soon as they appeared, Warwick, Old Bull, Sun Wukong. The three battle maniacs immediately shouted, as if they wanted to release the pent-up breath of the past few months. Tookie was fine. Because he had to prepare the antidote some time ago, he often went out to take a walk. And Imotong was like a cold killer, not saying a word. When several war beasts appeared, the astonishing momentum immediately attracted the attention of the fire crows. Several diamond-level fire crows flapped their wings and looked down at them. The rest of the fire crows followed closely behind, forming a group, forming a continuous fire cloud, and the exploding hot breath pressed toward Xiao Yao like a tsunami. Wukong, fuse! Xiao Yao shouted, his eyes filled with an undisguised excitement. Swish! Wukong received the order, and instantly turned into a stream of red light, pouring into Xiao Yao's body. Xiao Yao's skin quickly grew golden hair. His body grew taller. His domineering armor was close to his body. He held a long stick. His eyes were burning with blazing fire. He was like a god of war in heaven. His whole body exuded a rebellious and strong aura. Huh? The long stick whistled and pointed to the sky. Xiao Yao raised the corner of his mouth and shouted that classic line. Hey! Take my stick! Swish! The somersault cloud rose from his feet, pushing Xiao Yao like a meteor to fly towards the strongest fire crow. His speed was extremely fast, covering a distance of several hundred meters in an instant, and the long stick surrounded by black flames hit the top of the fire crow's head heavily, causing a thunderous explosion. At the same time, two illusory clones flashed around him, waving the long stick, attacking the two fire crows next to him. Tingyun Assault Wukong uses the somersault cloud to rush towards the target. If there is an enemy near the target, Wukong can split up to two clones to attack the target. After using this skill, Wukong's attack speed increases by 50%, which lasts for a period of time. The long stick landed firmly on the top of the fire crow's head. There was only a bang, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The fire crow was knocked back dozens of meters and uttered a shrill whine. What a hard body! Xiao Yao licked the corner of his mouth. Through the previous blow, he could clearly feel the monster's extremely strong body. If it was a diamond level 3 monster, it would inevitably be seriously injured after being hit by a stick. However, the blood volume of this monster only dropped by less than 20%, which was far from being seriously injured. However, flying on the clouds is not Wukong's strongest attack method. There are still many more moves to come. Cry! Cry! The leader's wailing made all the fire crows react. They flapped their wings, and red gold flames emerged from their bodies. All their energy was locked on Xiao Yao, intending to kill him instantly. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yao stepped on the somersault cloud and smashed the golden hoop in the air. In an instant, with the bottom of the long stick as the center, circles of space ripples appeared and instantly affected all the fire crows. Divine Needle to calm the sea. Sun Wukong manipulates the golden hoop to impose a confinement effect on a large range of enemies, which lasts for 1s to 3s, depending on the strength of both sides. The confinement effect makes all the fire crows immobile. The flames on their bodies sway slightly, and panic flashes in their pupils. What is going on? Taking this opportunity, Tookie immediately launched an attack. Hundreds of split arrows fell from the sky and accurately penetrated into the bodies of platinum-level fire crows. Although the monster beast is strong, facing Tookie, who has taken the 10,000 poison fruit and has reached diamond level 3. His body is almost as fragile as paper. After the poison arrows entered the body, the fire crow's eyes quickly dimmed, and dozens of platinum-level fire crows fell to the ground in unison. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lao's pupil shrank slightly, and his heart was filled with shock. Killing dozens of platinum-level monsters with one move. Tookie's strength is too terrifying. Although diamond-level monsters can easily kill platinum-level monsters, that is in a one-on-one situation, facing the siege of dozens of platinum-level monsters. Some diamond-level monsters with weaker strength may be injured, not to mention killing them all in one move. Tookie is worthy of being Xiao Yao's sharpest killer. At this time, the 4 diamond-level fire crows broke free from their confinement. Seeing the tragic deaths of dozens of their compatriots, they went crazy and screamed. Their screams could pierce their eardrums. The red gold scorching sun fire condensed into large fireballs, which smashed toward Xiao Yao and other beasts. Bang! 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 Xiao Yao used the long stick to impenetrable, blasting all the incoming fireballs. At the same time, he secretly communicated with the war beast. Leave the 2 to me, and let Warwick and Morton handle the remaining 2. After receiving the order, Warwick roared with fighting intent. He completely ignored the fireball coming from the front, and shot out 2 golden rays from his eyes, piercing through the fireball, and landing on the left wing of a fire crow, directly creating 2 blood holes, as big as bowls. Then, Warwick's figure shook, and the next moment, he unexpectedly appeared on the back of the fire crow. Flashing pupils, Warwick's eyes release extreme pupil rays, delivering devastating blows to the target, and Warwick can flash to the point where the rays land at any time. Feeling his body sink, the fire crow had no time to scream for the bloody hole on his left wing, and his whole body burst into amazing scorching sun fire, trying to burn the enemy behind him to ashes. The scorching sun fire was indeed terrifying, and it burned most of Warwick's feet the moment it touched them. However, Warwick's amazing self-healing ability allowed his feet to regenerate quickly, and the holy flames burst out, fighting against the scorching sun fire. At the same time, he grabbed the back of the fire crow's neck with one hand, and raised the other wolf claw, and a dazzling light burst out from his palm. And with a move holy flame aurora cut, he stabbed the back of the fire crow's head. Fiercely, feeling the hot wind coming from the back of its head, the fire crow screamed, and the scorching sun fire burst out even more violently. From a distance, it looked like the golden crow in the center of the sun, burning the small insects around it to ashes. But its counterattack was too late. The sharp holy flame aurora cut pierced through the raging fire, and penetrated into the fire crow's brain like a drill. Puff! The back of the head hurt, and the fire crow's expression froze instantly. Its eyes bulged, and the flames on its body extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, it fell to the ground. Paw! Warwick landed lightly on the ground. The parts burned by the fire grew rapidly, and soon returned to their original state. This fire crow is a Diamond 2 monster. Its body is strong, and its innate ability, the fiery sun spirit fire, is extremely domineering. Even when facing Diamond 3 or 4 level beasts, it cannot lose in a short time. But Warwick's close approach was too abrupt. Flashing pupils made him appear behind the fire crow in an instant, and the armor-breaking effect and high damage of holy flame aurora cut allowed him to easily penetrate the fire crow's body, killing it directly. On the other side, the battle between Mortung and Fire Crow was also very exciting. Ding! The arm blade chopped on the crow's claws, making a metallic sound. Boom! The fire crow burst out with blazing sun fire, and its claws reached towards Mortung's shoulders, apparently wanting to tear Mortung in half. Mortung retreated violently, throwing out 2 chains in his hand, connecting them to the fire crow. The fire crow felt a pain in its body, as if it was stabbed by something. But the pain was not strong, so it didn't care too much. It opened its mouth and spit out a ball of fire the size of a millstone, shooting straight at Mortung. Facing the fireball, Mortung did not move. A white light shield appeared on his body. When the fireball touched the shield, the fireball and the shield disappeared strangely at the same time. Dark Shelter! The fire crow screamed angrily, flapping its wings, and was about to launch a second wave of attack. But at this moment, its body suddenly stiffened, and a deep fear appeared in its eyes. Speechless fear took effect. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mortung instantly launched Nightmare Soul Killing, and the powerful mental power directly chopped the fire crow's soul into pieces. Nightmare Soul Piercing Kill! Mortung turns into a mental shock wave, causing high mental damage to the enemy. During this process, Mortung cannot be selected, and if the enemy is mentally damaged, fear, shock, confusion, they will receive double damage. Puff! Another fire crow died. At this time, there were only 2 diamond-level fire crows left in the sky fighting with Xiaoyao, and those fire crows that were less than platinum level were directly frightened by the terrifying power at the scene, and hid aside and trembled. Bang! The long stick with the flame of destruction swept across, shoving the 2 fire crows close to him away. Xiaoyao stepped on the white clouds, pointed the long stick diagonally, and pierced the sky with his high fighting spirit, looking down on the world like a god of war. The tragic death of the 2 companions aroused the bloody rage in the fire crows. They had no fear in their hearts, and their only thought was to tear the enemy apart. But their unyielding spirit was exactly what Xiaoyao wanted. If they just wanted to kill the fire crows, the battle should have ended long ago. Although these 2 fire crows were 1 Diamond 2 and 1 Diamond 3, their level was slightly higher than that of the Diamond 1 Wukong. But Wukong's original strength, speed, and defense are stronger than the other 2. After the fusion, the attributes of the summoner and the war beast are superimposed, and the advantage is more obvious. The fiery sun essence fire that the fire crow relies on the most is far inferior to the destruction flame after the fusion of the holy flame, the hellfire, the samadhi true fire, and the super toxic flame. The battle can continue until now. It is entirely because Xiao Yao wants to experience more of the state after fusion with Wukong. Becoming Sun Wukong and fighting against demons was his biggest dream when he was young. Now, he has become Sun Wukong. Although it is only a game version, the fighting style is almost the same, so he must experience it well. In addition, after merging with Sun Wukong, he had a lot more knowledge about stick martial arts in his mind. He had always fought with the enemy with bare hands, but it was possible that he would use weapons in the future. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fusion to master these moves as soon as possible. Bang bang bang, Xiao Yao swung the long stick. His moves were simple. Just chopping, sweeping, picking, and poking. However, when he used them, he made the fire crow scream in pain. His bones were broken in many places, and his blood was surging. Great! Xiao Yao shouted excitedly, holding the long stick in his hand high, which suddenly stretched more than 10 meters, and smashed it towards the top of the fire crow's head with a strong and unyielding force. For a moment, the wind and clouds were stirred, and the space around the fire crow seemed to solidify, making it difficult to move. Smashing strike, Wukong swung the golden hoop at the target at an astonishing speed, causing high physical damage and reducing the target's physical defense by 10% to 30%. Bang! With a powerful blow, the fire crow's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood sprayed down, and its heavy body fell rapidly. Then, with the help of soaring in the clouds, Xiao Yao instantly approached the last fire crow, and chopped down with a long stick with black flames, hitting the fire crow in the back. The force that could split the mountain and crack the rock shattered the fire crow's internal organs. After a wail, the last diamond-level fire crow also swooped down and fell to the ground. With the death of 4 diamond-level fire crows and dozens of platinum-level fire crows, the rest of the fire crows completely gave up hope and scattered. Tuki pulled the trigger casually, leaving dozens of fire crows behind. However, the strength of these fire crows was too weak, and it was not worth pursuing them further, so he let them go. Xiao Yao landed slowly, disbanded his fusion state with Wukong, and looked at the many spoils, with a smile on his face. This battle, rewards were not small at this time. Old Zhang flashed to Xiao Yao's side, looking at the lifeless fire crows on the ground. His eyes were full of amazement. These fire crows that required at least 20 platinum level, 2 diamond level summoners to deal with, were all dealt with by Xiao Yao alone, and the battle ended so neatly. It seems that Xiao Yao's strength has far surpassed his own. Old Zhang sighed in his heart, and at the same time, another thought came to his mind. Perhaps I should have prepared earlier. Chapter 693, Demon Pills, and the Three-Eyed Spirit Clan. Next, it's time to get the demon pills. Xiao Yao used his mental power to scan the body of the fire crow. Different types of demon beasts have different locations of demon pills, and the fire crow's demon pill is located in the upper abdomen. Since the fire crow's solid skin had to be cut open, this task was given to Warwick and Morton. One used claws, and the other used arm blades, like experienced butchers, cut open the belly accurately, and dug out 4 diamond-grade fire demon pills. The demon pill was about the size of a fist, bright red, and contained a powerful fire element. It was like a branding iron in the hand, emitting amazing heat. Teacher, can the fire demon pill only be used for fire beasts? Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Old Zhang and asked. Old Zhang said, the effect will definitely be best if the attributes match, but it is not completely useless if the attributes do not match. At least it can temper the body to a certain extent, but generally speaking, it will still be greatly reduced. Understood. Xiao Yao nodded, then glanced at the system panels of Warwick, Old Bull, and Wukong, the 3 fire-type war beasts. Among them, Wukong had the highest experience value, which had reached 97%, because when he was in the mysterious realm of the sea god, he killed a large number of tiger sharks as soon as he appeared, and later, he was transformed by the light of evolution, so he was only 1 step away from breaking through Diamond 2. Warwick and Old Bull had similar experience values, roughly around 90%, and were not far from Diamond 2. Then let Wukong try first. Laonyo, Xiaoku, you two wait a moment. Xiao Yao communicated in his mind. Okay. The 2 brothers had no objection. Anyway, The breakthrough was a matter of time. And they didn't care about the short time. Teacher, how to use the demon pill? It's very simple. Let the demon pill come into contact with the body. And then use the mental power to mobilize the energy in it and integrate it into yourself. In this process, the energy in the demon pill will play a role in tempering the body and enhancing the corresponding elemental ability. But remember, the fire-type demon pill is the most violent. Once your body cannot withstand the impact of the demon pill, you must stop immediately. Old Zhang's expression was serious. Understood. Xiao Yao nodded, then handed the Diamond 3 level Fire Crow demon pill to Wukong and said, Wukong, let's start. Wukong took the demon pill and held it in his palm. Without saying anything, he directly urged his mental power to pour into the demon pill. Boom! The violent flames rose from the demon pill and went up along Wukong's arm and finally ignited his entire body. Wukong was bathed in the flames. His expression was calm. His eyes were ablaze with fire. He could feel that the scorching sun fire was invading his body, trying to burn his meridians, bones, and internal organs to ashes. But he had the protection of the indestructible body of Vajra and the true fire of Samadhi. So the scorching sun fire that burned everything was like the flame in a steel furnace, constantly tempering his fine steel, making his body stronger. Gradually, the demon pill became smaller and smaller in Wukong's hand, and finally shrunk to the size of an egg. Irregular cracks appeared on the surface of the demon pill, and then it suddenly exploded, and the surging scorching sun fire was directly sucked into Wukong's body. So fast! When seeing that the whole demon pill was completely absorbed by Wukong in a short time, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Although the demon pill can play a role in tempering the body, but at the same time, during the absorption process, it will also cause certain damage to the body, especially the fire demon pill, which is the most destructive to the body. So, almost all war beasts have to take several times to absorb the whole demon pill. And Sun Wukong actually absorbed a whole fire demon pill in just a few minutes. This physical strength is really terrible. 99%. Just 1 point left. Xiao Yao handed Wukong another demon pill. Zhang Lao stretched out his hand and was about to persuade Xiao Yao to let the war beast take a break before coming back. But Wukong immediately grasped the demon pill in his palm, and the blazing flames ignited his body again. Forget it. Forget it. Zhang Lao shook his head and put his hand down. He finally understood that Xiao Yao war beasts were all aliens and could not be treated with common sense. 99.2%. 99.3%. 99.7% Xiao Yao stared at Wukong's system panel. And when the experience value reached 100%, Wukong's body had an amazing phenomenon. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly rose up. The earth dried up quickly, and cracks appeared. Wukong's eyes widened, and golden light jumped in his pupils. Red flames ignited on his hair, and dragon-shaped flame patterns appeared on the golden hoop. As he inserted the long stick into the ground, a rebellious, domineering, violent aura raged around like a wave. Sun Wukong Diamond 2. Woohoo, not bad. Not bad. Xiao Yao smiled with satisfaction. He found that the awakening battlefield was simply his treasure land. Killing monsters can increase experience points, the monster's demon pill can be used to improve strength, and then the monster soul fragments can be absorbed by the blood spirit beads, and used to improve the spiritual power of the war beast in the future. This is called one fish three ways to eat, reuse, and squeeze the value of the monster to the extreme. Since Wukong has been promoted, the remaining 2 diamond-level demon pills will be handed over to Warwick and Lanyo. Lanyo and Warwick took the demon pills, and after communicating with Wukong, they mobilized the energy in them. Boom boom. 2 figures were bathed in flames. But the situation was somewhat different. The physical strength of Lanyo was the highest among all the war beasts, even higher than Wukong. So the violent energy in the demon pill could not hurt him at all, and the absorption process was quite smooth. Warwick's physical body was naturally far inferior to Lanyo, but he had a very terrifying self-healing ability. Even if his skin was burned and his meridians were broken during the absorption process, he would recover quickly. A few minutes later, Lanyo and Warwick successfully absorbed all the demon pills. Their experience points increased by about 2%, and their physical bodies and flame strengths were improved to a certain extent. Teacher Xiao Yao glanced at the platinum-level fire crow corpse next to him and asked, "Does the platinum-level demon pill have any effect on diamond-level war beasts?" Zhang Lao shook his head. Very little. Basically, no one will use platinum-level demon pills on diamond-level war beasts. This behavior is absolutely a waste. However, there are many platinum-level demon beasts here anyway. You can give it a try. Okay. I try. Xiao Yao asked Mo Tang to dig out a platinum-level fire demon pill, and then handed it to Warwick. Warwick moved his mind, and drew out the energy in the demon pill, and quickly absorbed it into his body. Xiao Yao stared at Warwick's experience bar carefully. After absorbing a demon pill, Warwick's experience value only increased by 0.1%, which was indeed negligible. Forget it. Don't waste it. And keep it and sell it. There is an internal trading platform for demon pills in the base, and you can trade with everyone in the base through the platform. There is also a Dragon Kingdom demon pill recycling station in the base. A platinum demon pill costs 2 million, a diamond demon pill costs 10 million, depending on the properties of the demon pill, the price will fluctuate. Since it is close to the lava mountain range and the 9 underworld sea, fire demon pills and water demon pills are the most common, so the price is the lowest, while the recycling price of demon pills with other properties will be much higher, such as the rare dark, light, thunder, etc., which are almost several times that of fire and water. Next, Xiao Yao ordered the war beasts to go out and take out the demon pills of dozens of platinum-level fire crows. Then, along with all the fire crow corpses, they were all stuffed into the beast control space. However, just as the fire crow corpses were stuffed into the beast control space, Xiao Yao discovered a problem. Teacher, do gold-level demon beasts also have demon pills? Xiao Yao asked. Yes. Zhang Lao nodded. But gold-level demon pills are useless. Why can only war beasts above platinum level absorb demon pills? This is mainly because after reaching the platinum level, the physical strength of the war beast increases, and it can withstand the impact of the energy in the demon pill. And due to the existence of the fusion mechanism, their mental power will undergo a leapfrog evolution, and their control ability will be greatly enhanced. Once the body is severely damaged, they can stop absorbing the demon pill at any time. But it is obviously difficult for gold-level war beasts to do so. The reason lies in their mental power. Many war beasts have good physical strength and can withstand the tempering of the demon pill. However, beasts are beasts after all. Their mental control ability is far less delicate than that of humans. Once they cannot control the outflow of demon pill energy, they are likely to cause devastating damage to themselves. After all, Zhang Lao glanced at Warwick, Old Cow, and Sun Wukong. Not all war beasts can absorb all the demon pills at once. I see. Xiao Yao suddenly realized. No wonder there are no gold-level summoners in the awakening battlefield. First, it's because of insufficient strength. And second, it's because the gold-level demon pills are not absorbable. Unfortunately, these gold-level demon pills can only gather dust in the beast control space. Teacher, let's continue to set off, Xiao Yao said. The first battle yielded such a reward, allowing Wukong to successfully break through Diamond 2, which was a good start, and I hope the next battle will be as smooth as before. Okay. Old Zhang nodded. His recent task is to accompany Xiao Yao to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment, and to explain some experience and knowledge of the awakening battlefield. When Xiao Yao is fully adapted, he can retire and consider his own problems. Wukong, it's up to you. Xiao Yao looked at Wukong. Once, Warwick was a scout in the team. With his excellent sense of smell, he could help the team quickly lock onto prey. And now, Wukong has also assumed some of the duties of a scout. Wukong's fire eyes and golden pupils. The passive effect is to break illusions, which can see through all illusions, and the active effect is to see through thousands of miles. Although the visual range cannot reach a true 1,000 miles, it is still possible to see dozens of miles. Relying on the ability of seeing through thousands of miles, Wukong can find suitable targets faster than Warwick. Wukong stepped on the somersault cloud, soared into the sky, his eyes radiated brilliant golden light, his vision spanned dozens of miles, his head slowly turned, looking for the next prey. Soon, Wukong locked onto the target. 30 kilometers, it's quite far. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Teacher, just follow me. Okay. Next, Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao rushed to the destination at a leisurely pace, and they would deal with other monsters they encountered in the middle. However, during the journey, Xiao Yao always felt that he seemed to have overlooked some information, and this information was very important to him. What was it? He frowned slightly, and the scenes just now flashed through his mind, from the beginning of the battle to the end of his conversation with Zhang Lao. But beasts are beasts after all. Their mental control ability is far less sophisticated than humans. Once they cannot control the outflow of demon pill energy, it is very likely to cause devastating damage to themselves. Beasts, human snapped. Xiao Yao paused, as if a lightning bolt struck through his mind, completely tearing open the fog. Teacher. Xiao Yao turned his head and asked excitedly, you said, can humans absorb the energy of demon pills? Humans, summoners? John Lao shook his head decisively. Impossible. Let's not talk about whether the physical strength is up to standard. The most important point is that the summoner's power comes entirely from the war beast. And it does not have the source of power itself. It is okay to absorb the demon pill. But where do you store that energy? If there is no place to store it, then this energy will only damage the summoner's body. Zhang Lao patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, I know that your physical strength is comparable to that of a diamond-level monster. But don't make such a useless and dangerous attempt. Teacher. Xiao Yao licked the corner of his mouth, and the excitement in his eyes disappeared. What if there is a source of power in the human body? There is a source of power? How is that possible? Old Zhang shook his head. I'm not talking about the summoner. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, and his eyes were burning. It's the three-eyed elves. Three-eyed elves? Old Zhang's body stiffened, and his eyes widened instantly. Yes, three-eyed elves. He had been to the fire god tribe, and naturally knew the situation of the three-eyed elves. The three-eyed spirits are different from summoners. Their spirit eyes are the source of their own power. And below the platinum level, the bodies of the three-eyed spirits are obviously stronger than summoners of the same level, and are almost the same as war beasts. If you think in this way, the three-eyed spirits can try to absorb the energy in the demon pills. And those gold-level demon pills that are useless, and a pity to discard, may also have a place to use. Quick! Let them try, said Zhang Lao excitedly. Xiao Yao closed his eyes, and projected his consciousness onto the distant clone. Inside the stone house, the clone opened his eyes, and waved his hand. A gold-level fire crow appeared on the ground. Puff! He put his two fingers together, and emitted black flames, cut open the belly of the fire crow like a scalpel, and took out a pigeon egg-sized demon pill from it. The clone held the demon pill in his hand, pushed open the door, and said to the guard at the door, notify all the generals and elders to come to me. Also, find another gold-level warrior, whose ability is related to fire. Yes, fire god. The guards quickly sent someone to notify the elders and generals, and picked out a warrior from the team, who was quite strong and whose abilities were related to fire. A few minutes later, all the elders and generals gathered together. And then a tall, dark-skinned warrior came in, and bowed to everyone in a reserved manner. Fire god. What is the matter with you calling us here? Hades glanced at the warrior and said. The clone nodded and said, yes, this is a major event related to the overall improvement of the fire god tribe's combat power. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Chapter 694 Wu Clan Civilization. Vulcan god, what do you mean by comprehensive improvement? Hill was the first to ask. Xiao Yao, clone, waved his hand and said, I need to do some experiments to confirm this matter. Then, he turned to look at the warrior, squinted his eyes, and said, Oro. Right. Xiao Yao remembered this warrior. He was one of the first 200 people in the Vulcan tribe, and also the first batch of special forces. He had the seeds of fear planted by Mo Tang in his mind, so he could understand what he said. Yes. Yes. I didn't expect that you, the god of fire, actually remembered my name. A touch of excitement flushed on Oluo's face. Xiao Yao said seriously, Oluo, I called you here because I need your assistance. However, this matter is somewhat dangerous, but I can guarantee your life. Are you willing to do it? I am willing. Oluo straightened his chest and said without hesitation. Okay. Don't worry. If everything goes well, your strength will be greatly improved. Xiao Yao handed the gold-level demon pill to Oluo, and said seriously, now, use your mental power to mobilize the energy in it. Remember, you must control the rhythm, and guide the energy out bit by bit. Yes. Oluo understood what Xiao Yao meant. He held the demon pill in his hand, took a deep breath, and a slight red light appeared in his eyes. Puff! A red flame appeared on the demon pill, burning Oluo, and he almost threw the demon pill away. Fortunately, he was a warrior with strong willpower, and he endured the pain and absorbed the energy into his body. Such a pure fire element. Otto's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed. As a flaming warrior, he could clearly feel the rich fire power contained in the bead. If he could absorb all of this fire power, Auro's strength would definitely increase a lot, and he might even have a chance to reach the edge of a warrior. And Oluo was naturally aware of this. Although his palms had been burnt, exposing the cold white bones, he still tightly grasped the demon pill, adjusted his mental power, and weakened the surging energy. But despite this, the energy flowing in his body like magma still made him unbearable. His whole body was soaked, and his face became paler. Sensing that Oro had reached his limit, Xiaoyao said in a deep voice, "Oro, let go." Oro subconsciously let go, and the demon pill fell to the ground, bounced twice, and burned 2 obvious black marks on the ground. "Elena, treat it," Xiaoyao said. "Yes." Holy Light Warrior Elena pointed her jade hand, and a holy beam of light burst out from her fingertips and fell on Oro. In an instant, the wound on Oro's palm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the restless energy in his body seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water. Becoming gentle, Olua breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the demon pill on the ground, which was obviously shrinking. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "It hurts so much." "Olua, feel the changes in your body," Xiaoyao said. "Body changes?" Olua was stunned. He just felt pain, and did not notice any obvious changes in his body. But since the god of fire had mentioned it, he immediately did as he was told. Concentrating his mental power on his spiritual eyes, Oluo's face suddenly showed a strong surprise. He could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his eyes had increased by almost half, as if it was about to burst out. And as he clenched his fists, the sense of strength coming from his muscles gave him the confidence to punch through the boulder. "How is it? Tell me about your feelings?" Otto asked impatiently. Olo truthfully described the changes in his body. And when he finished, everyone present showed ecstasy. "Vulcan, what on earth is this?" Otto asked excitedly. If the god of fire and many generals were not present, he would have wanted to pick up the bead that fell to the ground and experience it for himself. "This thing is called a demon pill. It is a product I got after killing a demon beast in an alien plane," Xiaoyao said excitedly. "Originally, the demon pill was used to enhance the physique and elemental power of the war beast. I didn't expect it to be used on you." His idea was correct. The three-eyed spirits have a strong physique, delicate mental control, and the source of power, the spiritual eye, and are fully qualified to absorb the energy in the demon pill. In fact, the ways for the three-eyed elves to improve their strength are very limited. They mainly absorb the spiritual power from the world through their spiritual eyes. And this way of improvement is very dependent on the talents of the warriors. For those with high talents, such as Hades and Alan, their efficiency in absorbing spiritual power is several times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary warriors. So their strength improves very quickly. For example, the other generals also have good talents. But except for Joey and Otto, the others were promoted to the realm of space after killing the Magic Eye clan. If there is no special opportunity, it is almost hopeless to break through the realm of God. As for those warriors with poor talents, they may never break through the gold level in their lifetime. But with the demon pill, the situation is completely different. With the help of the demon pill, several generals will definitely have the opportunity to break through the realm of God. That is, the diamond level. And Hades can also use the dark attribute demon pill to try to explore the realm of the master level that no one in the history of the three-eyed spirit race has ever reached. The most important thing is that the gold level demon pill can produce a steady stream of gold level warriors. Even platinum level warriors. For example, if Euro in front of him is given enough fire demon pills, he will have the hope of breaking through the general level in a short time. That is, the platinum level. In addition, for some warriors below the gold level, their mental strength fully meets the conditions for absorbing the demon pill. And the only thing lacking is the physical strength. But this problem is also easy to solve, because Xiaoyao happens to have 2 magic weapons for improving physical strength. One is the Dragon Blood 9 power tree obtained from the Mermaid King, with the nourishment of the Holy Sea Spirit Spring and sufficient dragon blood. The Dragon Blood 9 power tree is on the verge of fruiting. The first batch of fruits is about 100. After taking it, it can greatly increase the strength of the user. The Mermaid Warrior relies on the Dragon Blood 9 power tree to have the power comparable to that of the Tiger Shark of the same level. However, the number of Dragon Blood 9 power fruits is limited after all, and can only be used to cultivate elites. However, Xiaoyao still has a great magic weapon in his hand, which is the 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion. He traded the 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion with Master Shi for the shares of Huan Mingshi Firearms. This potion can comprehensively improve the physical fitness of war beasts. After dilution, it can also have an effect on summoners. So it is also applicable to the Three-Eyed Spirit clan. Although the manufacturing cost of the 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion is high, in front of the 2 treasure pots of Huamingshi firearms and the 3 Gods Potion, this cost is nothing. At present, the first batch of 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion is in the process of preparation. It will be completed soon. As long as the tribe warriors are provided with sufficient potions, even silver-level warriors will be able to absorb the demon pills and be promoted to gold level. When Xiao Yao thought that there would be tens of thousands of gold-level warriors in the future of the Fire God tribe, he couldn't help but get excited. Fire God, do you have a demon pill suitable for us? Thunder Warrior Joey opened his eyes wide, looking anxious. At present, I only have the Fire Attribute Demon Pill in my hand. Otto can try it first. Hearing this, Otto's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost stretched out his hand to ask for it directly. Don't worry, everyone. Xiao Yao smiled and said, next, I will collect demon pills with matching attributes for you guys. Thank you. God of Fire. Everyone said excitedly. God of Fire. Including me? Hades couldn't help asking. Of course. Xiao Yao smiled and nodded. Although diamond-level dark demon pills are rare, I will prepare them for you. After getting the demon pill, you can try to explore the new realm of the Three-Eyed Spirit race. A new realm above the realm of God? Hades' eyes were filled with expectation. The new realm should correspond to the master level mentioned by the God of Fire. By then, what name should be given to this realm? It's really a bit distressing. In Hades' heart, he always believed that he could break through the realm of God and reach a new realm above, but the process might be difficult and long. The appearance of the demon pill made him more determined. Perhaps it would not take too long for him to reach the realm that no one had ever set foot on in the history of the Three-Eyed Spirit clan. Otto, take these 2 platinum-level demon pills. Xiao Yao handed the 2 demon pills to Otto, and then took out all the gold-level fire crow corpses in the beast control space. These are all gold-level fire crows. The demon pills are in the abdomen. I leave it to you to get the pills. Thank you. Fire God. Under the envious gazes of a group of people, Otto held the demon pill in his palm as if it were a treasure. After taking it out, you can select a group of suitable warriors to absorb it, but be careful, you must pay attention to safety, Elena. Do a good job of treatment. Xiao Yao instructed. Yes. Holy Light Warrior Elena nodded heavily. Okay, then you wait for my good news. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Yao withdrew his consciousness back to his original body, and at the same time, the eyes of the clone also became dull. How is it? Seeing Xiao Yao open his eyes, old John couldn't wait to ask. Xiao Yao said excitedly, it went smoothly. I found a gold-level warrior. He was able to absorb the energy in the gold-level demon pill by himself. After absorbing it, his spiritual power increased by more than half. And his physical strength was also strengthened. Wow, it's amazing. It's really amazing. Old John couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that? These gold-level demon pills that we regarded as useless were actually suitable for the Three-Eyed Spirit race. This is the benefit of having the resources of the 3 realms. Xiao Yao said with a smile. Some things that seem useless or insignificant, if placed in other planes, may be priceless treasures. Who would have thought that the fire stone used by the 3-eyed elves for lighting could become a deadly killing weapon? And the 3 berries that strengthen children's bodies and prevent diseases could be sold at a sky-high price of hundreds of billions. Sometimes, making a fortune is just that simple. So what are you going to do next? Old John asked. Xiao Yao. Collect as many demon pills as possible. I guess you can get gold-level demon pills from others by spending some money, and platinum-level and diamond-level demon pills, you can only exchange them as much as possible. So, Xiao Yao looked into the distance, smiled. We still have to keep killing. Old John smiled, said, Let's go, I kill as much as you want today. It was already night when we returned to the base, 2 moons in the sky, stars twinkling, and when the sea breeze blew to the lava mountains, it became warm. Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao stood in an open space. As they injected energy into the token, a beam of light rose from the ground, enveloping them. Xiao Yao stepped on the solid floor. He glanced at the hidden formation patterns on the ground and asked curiously, Teacher, did we invent these formations ourselves? No. Zhang Lao shook his head. We learned all of this from the Wu clan, including our forging system, which also comes from the Wu clan. You haven't come into contact with the witch tribe yet. so you don't know how terrifying they are. The witch tribe is not only extremely powerful, but also extremely vigorous, and is good at using weapons. In terms of weapon skills, any witch general can be comparable to the top sword masters of our dragon country. In addition, the witch tribe is not a barbarian. They also have a long and splendid civilization. Although they are not involved in the field of science, they are far ahead of us in weapon manufacturing and formations. So when you meet the Wu clan, you must not underestimate them. It turned out to be like this. After listening to what Zhang Lao said, Xiao Yao's understanding of the Wu clan changed dramatically. He originally thought that the Wu clan was like the three-eyed spirit clan. Although the individual might was strong, the entire civilization was still in its primitive form. Now it seems that I took it for granted. After returning to the base, Xiao Yao, under the leadership of Zhang Lao, first went to a work point and handed in all the awakening stones he collected today for a fee. One awakening stone cost 500,000. 500,000 is also the price that Dragon Country sells awakening stones to other countries. In this process, Dragon Country does not make a profit from the price difference. This price can also prevent Dragon Country summoners from selling awakening stones privately to other countries. It is the same price to sell to anyone anyway, so it is better to sell it to Dragon Country. This not only makes the reputation reliable, but also can gain a certain contribution. Contribution is a special point system in the base. When the contribution reaches a certain amount, you can enjoy some special benefits, such as a free opportunity to return to Moshua City. Summoners are also human beings. No matter how strong they are, they will have psychological problems after a long time in the high-pressure environment of the awakening battlefield. Therefore, some people want to go home and enjoy the warmth of home, while others want to go back to the human city to indulge themselves. If you don't have contribution points, once you return to Moshua City, you need to reapply and pay again when you want to come back. With contribution points, you will have the opportunity to return to Moshua City for free. So for Dragon Country summoners, no one would sell awakening stones to foreigners. And some foreigners, in order to relax, had to sell some awakening stones in exchange for contribution points. Wow! So many! A total of 1,232 awakening stones. The staff exclaimed. He knew that Xiao Yao had just arrived at the awakening battlefield yesterday, and he didn't expect to get more than 1,000 awakening stones in one day. This efficiency was too scary. Give me a bank card number, and the money can be transferred tomorrow. Okay. After Xiao Yao reported his card number, he left the workstation. Next, it was time to start collecting demon pills. Xiao Yao glanced at the demon pills in the beast control space, and then smiled faintly. Chapter 695. First encounter with the Wu clan. What? You want to collect gold-level demon pills? When Xiao Yao announced the news in the Dragon Kingdom Council chamber, everyone was surprised. No, Xiao Yao, didn't Mr. Zhang tell you? Chao Guangji couldn't help but say, gold-level demon pills have no value. Why do you collect them? Yeah, that's it. The others nodded frequently. Xiao Yao smiled, first beat around the bush. Have you heard that a new type of weapons has appeared in our Dragon Kingdom recently, called Firestone firearms? I know this. A platinum-level summoner from the military immediately said. Let me introduce it to you. Huamingshi firearms are a groundbreaking firearm invention. There are 3 models in total, namely the pistol-type Vulcan, the submachine gun-type Iron Wall, and the sniper-type Killer. And the lowest power of these 3 guns is Silver 5. And the highest power can reach the amazing platinum level. What? Hearing this, everyone immediately showed an expression of disbelief. A gun can reach the power of platinum level. Are you kidding me? Don't disbelieve it. The military summoner said, the power of these guns has long been confirmed, and they have begun to be used in various military bases. The effect is very good, which greatly reduces the pressure on our military. In addition, if you don't believe it, you can experience it yourself, because the founder of Huamingshi Firearms is standing in front of you. Standing in front of us. Could it be? Everyone's eyes widened, and they turned to look at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, did you invent it? Xiao Yao said modestly, I only provided the ammunition and fire stones for the guns. And these 3 guns were actually designed by Master Lu Zhongwu. So, your purpose of collecting gold-level demon pills is to use them to develop new weapons? The military summoner guessed. That's right. Xiao Yao gave him a look that said you are great. Seeing Xiao Yao look, the military summoner was very proud, and waved his hand, saying generously, okay. I have a lot of gold-level demon pills in my hand, and I will give them all to you. I hope you can successfully develop new weapons. As a military man, he naturally wanted as many powerful weapons as possible. Anyway, the gold-level demon pills would be useless in his hands, so he might as well give them to Xiao Yao. No, no, no. Since I'm going to take them, I definitely pay for them. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, Of course, the price won't be particularly high. 50,000 per piece. I take as many as I can get at the moment, and I take any with all attributes. As for the money, I send someone to transfer it to your card. Okay. The military summoner no longer refused. He knew how rich Xiao Yao was. It's no exaggeration to say that the net worth of all the people present together might not be as good as this 20-year-old boy. The Huamingshi firearms business alone was enough to make Xiao Yao one of the top 10 richest people in Dragon Country. Not to mention that he also had the Qinzi Group, which had an even more terrifying ability to make money. Clang! A huge iron box fell heavily to the ground. The military summoner opened the lid, revealing a pile of colorful gold-level demon pills. About 400 gold-level demon pills. Count them, the military summoner said. Although gold-level demon pills are useless, sometimes after killing gold-level monsters and collecting their bodies, he would take out the demon pills and store them together as a souvenir. He didn't expect that these demon pills, which he regarded as useless souvenirs, could be sold for more than 20 million. More than 20 million is not a small amount for a platinum-level summoner like him. Xiao Yao used his mental power to scan and quickly came up with a number. 418 pills, of which the majority were fire attribute demon pills, accounting for about 50%, water attribute demon pills 30%, and the rest were of various attributes. Write down your card number and name, and the money will be transferred quickly. Xiao Yao took out a notebook and a pen and handed them to the military summoner. After the military summoner finished writing, the rest of the people immediately said, I have quite a few too. Me too. I sell them all to you. And me. Everyone gathered around Xiao Yao. But those present were all platinum level and diamond level experts, so they naturally wouldn't shout like small vendors. Due to the large number of people, Xiao Yao couldn't handle it alone. So he asked 4 friends and Zhang Lao to help him, to do some statistics and record work. The news here spread quickly, and some foreign summoners also came over, asking Xiao Yao if he was willing to take back the gold-level demon pills in their hands. Xiao Yao naturally accepted all the offers and bought them back at the same price. These foreigners were quite confident in Xiao Yao. After all, he was the first genius of Dragon Country and a future master-level expert. He would definitely not embezzle such a small amount of money and affect his image and reputation. The transaction went very smoothly. Xiao Yao got the gold-level demon pill he wanted, and the summoners also sold the demon pills that had been gathering dust for a long time at a good price. In the end, Xiao Yao recorded the information of more than 400 people and obtained more than 60,000 gold-level demon pills. Among these people, some of them were like the military summoner. They collected the gold-level demon pills from the beginning and kept them as souvenirs. Therefore, there were quite a few demon pills, as many as several hundred. Some people thought that the gold-level demon pills were useless and only kept a small amount. Therefore, they could only watch others make a fortune and regret it in their hearts. In addition to the gold-level demon pills, Xiao Yao also used the stock in his hands to exchange for thunder, earth, wind, water, and other platinum-level demon pills with other summoners. In addition, he also used 2 diamond-level fire demon pills and 3 platinum-level demon pills to exchange for a dark attribute diamond-level demon pill. In this way, Hades and several generals' demon pills were all collected. It turned out to be the cause of the three-eyed spirit race. In the room, Su Xingliang exclaimed, I thought you really wanted to develop demon pill weapons. That's just an excuse. The number of demon pills is too small. It's hard to develop them into weapons and ammunition. Xiao Yao shrugged. Golden demon pills are no different from fire stones. And platinum and diamond demon pills are very precious. They can't be digested in time. There's no way there's any extra for you to use as ammunition. That's true. Su Xingliang nodded in approval. With these tens of thousands of demon pills, the Fire God tribe will soon usher in a big explosion. Bai Lingxiao said with a smile. Xiao Yao smiled. But we have to wait until the first batch of 5 beasts body tempering potion is made before we can promote the demon pill on a large scale in the tribe. Will this potion be useful to us? Liu asked. Xiao Yao said, "It will definitely work well for gold-level war beasts such as Pai Dan and Xiao Kaihong. But the effect will be very poor for those above platinum level. But you guys can try it. 5 Beasts Body Tempering Potion can also be used for summoners. Then we have to look forward to it." Everyone showed an expectant expression. "By the way, how are you doing today?" Xiao Yao asked with a smile. Today he acted with Zhang Lao, while the other friends followed an experienced and powerful diamond-level summoner to quickly familiarize themselves with the environment of the awakening battlefield. "I had a smooth day today, killing several monsters." Liu was a little proud, but then he said, "But to be honest, the monsters are really strong, their attack methods are completely different from monsters, and their physical strength is high, so it is quite difficult to deal with them." "That's right. I almost fell into the hands of a monster today. Luckily my master saved me," Su Xingliang said with lingering fear. "Master? You recognize Grandpa Zhua as your master?" Xiao Yao was a little surprised. Others also looked at Su Xingliang immediately. Master is not like a teacher in school, this is a relationship comparable to that of relatives, just like Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao. In the summoner world, a good master can not only help you improve your strength, but also provide you with resources and connections, enough to change a person's life. So no one expected that, in just one day, Su Xingliang worships Wu Kunlun as his master. Su Xingliang scratched his head and said, "Master is very good to me, and he taught me a lot." "Then you should learn well from Grandpa Zhua." Xiao Yao patted Su Xingliang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Strive to become a master as soon as possible, and let the disciple surpass the master." In fact, for Su Xingliang, at most 2 years, his strength will be able to surpass Wu Kunlun. But what Xiao Yao values more is Wu Kunlun's mental training of his best friends and the confidence from his master. In terms of mind, Liang Yang is only 20 years old, and his way of thinking is not mature yet. He is too easy to trust others, which is definitely not a good thing for a summoner who has to deal with danger frequently. Sometimes monsters and demons are not scary, but the human heart is scary. However, what Liang Yang lacks most is the grasp of human nature. Wu Kunlun is already 200 years old, and he has experienced all kinds of people and things. With his advice, I believe Liang Yang will mature quickly. The confidence of the master is also easy to understand. Although Wu Kunlun is not a school professor and cannot have many students like Zhang Lao, his family is extraordinary. Wu Kunlun has 3 sons, all of whom are diamond level. They are well known in the military, law enforcement, and business circles. They are called Zhua's 3 heroes by the outside world. Moreover, his 3rd and 4th generations are also very outstanding. The overall strength is not inferior to some master-level families. As the only disciple of Wu Kunlun, Liang Yang can be imagined how much help he will get from the Zhua family in the future. Of course, the Zhua family will definitely tie up this super genius who reached the platinum level at the age of 20. Although Liang Yang's biggest backer should be this cheater. A friend is a friend after all, and certainly cannot be compared with a master. After becoming Wu Kunlun's disciple, Liang Yang's status and position are no less than those of some children from big families. Even if others know that he comes from an ordinary family, they will not look down on him. Liang Yang, congratulations. You have found a good master. Tao Yaoyao smiled sweetly. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she was happy for Su Xingliang from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, thank you. Su Xingliang scratched his head. Seeing Tao Yaoyao's sweet smile, he couldn't help but curl up a simple smile. Wow, such a big thing, you didn't tell me just now. Liu hugged Su Xingliang's neck and said with teeth bared. Didn't I help Xiao Yao just now? Didn't I forget it? Su Xingliang explained. I suggest that we should have a big meal at this time to celebrate for Liang Yang. Bai Ling Xiao said with a smile. Xiao Yao patted his chest. Leave it to me. We killed several diamond-level monsters today. I show you my skills, and let everyone taste the taste of diamond-level monsters. Wow, I haven't eaten your food for a long time. Bai Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Go. Go. I can't wait. Don't worry, it will be done soon. Xiao Yao walked to the public kitchen area and began to prepare today's ingredients. Half an hour later. Wow. The taste of the monsters is really good. Soon, half a month passed quickly. During this period, Xiao Yao had gained a lot. In terms of war beasts, Warwick, Old Cow, Yumi were successfully promoted to Diamond 2. Among the current 6 war beasts, Tuki is Diamond 3, and the rest are Diamond 2, with a strong overall combat power. On the other hand, The first batch of 5 beasts' body tempering potion has been officially distributed to the Vulcan tribe. Silver and gold level warriors each have one. When used together with the demon pill, hundreds of gold level warriors were born at once. The previous gold level warriors also made great progress in strength. Some have even begun to prepare for the impact of platinum level. At the same time, the progress of several generals and Hades is also very obvious. The overall combat power of the tribe has reached a new level. However, during this period of time, Xiao Yao had gradually become familiar with the environment of the awakening battlefield. And Zhang Lao was completely relieved and chose to act alone to find an opportunity to break through the master level. Zhang Lao's departure also fully released Xiao Yao's full potential. He could roam the lava mountains and the Nine Sea without restraint, and his killing efficiency was greatly improved. Bang! The long stick fell, and the head of a diamond-level monster was dented for a large part, and its vitality disappeared instantly. TSK, the monster's head is still tough. Xiao Yao swung a handsome stick flower, and said with some emotion, "If it was a monster of the same level, the head would have been blown up by me long ago. But I was lucky, this was a thunder monster, and the monster pill could be left for my father to use in the future. Today's mission has been completed, and I can go back." Xiao Yao snapped his fingers, and a smile rose on his lips. Currently, he was in the state of merging with Wukong, and the other few war beasts were sent out by him to search for prey nearby, and each of them had a good harvest. Call it and go home. Just as Xiao Yao was about to summon the war beasts, a strong, violent, and hot breath suddenly approached from a distance, at an incredibly fast speed. What is this? Xiao Yao frowned slightly, already having a guess in his mind. Boom! A dozen seconds later, a burly man over 3 meters tall, covered with red scales, with a snake tail on his back, and holding a thick iron rod appeared. Witch tribe finally met the witch tribe. Xiao Yao stood there, unmoving, looking at the witch tribe member. The visitor was from the Wu clan, and was also the first Wu clan member Xiao Yao had met in the past half-month. Although the system did not display the rank of this Wu clan member, it was easy to judge their strength just from their appearance. In the Zhurong clan, at the Wu soldier level, scales would grow on their hands and feet. At the Wu general level, scales would grow all over their body except their face. At the Great Wu level, a snake tail would grow on their back. At the Wu king level, their hair would turn into a fire snake. At the Wu emperor level, their face would gradually turn into a beast. As for the last Wu god level, no one had seen it yet, and it was unclear whether it had any special physical features. As for the Gonggong tribe, Dejiang tribe, and other witch tribes, there are also similar clear distinctions. And the witch in front of him is obviously a great witch, corresponding to the diamond level of summoners. Haha. I meet you again. Delicious food. When he saw Xiao Yao, the witch laughed strangely. Delicious food? In an instant, Xiao Yao's eyes burst into a cold light. Chapter 696, 9 Strikes of Wild Beasts. Did you eat a lot of people? Xiao Yao said this in a cold tone, using the Wu language. Huh? You can actually speak our Wu language? The Wu people were very surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect that this alien, whom they regarded as food, could speak authentic Wu language. Is there a traitor in our Wu tribe? His expression immediately became serious. Originally, he just wanted to kill the alien in front of him, and bring his meat back to share with the tribe members, but now it seems that he has to catch him alive. Stranger, remember my name? I am Hu Kuang from the Fierce Tiger tribe. Hu Kuang was too lazy to answer Xiao Yao's question. He pointed his iron rod forward, looking down proudly, as if he had already won. Stranger, is this what the Wu clan calls us? Xiao Yao said coldly, I don't need to know the name of a dead person. You're looking for death. Hu Kuang's eyes flashed with anger. He picked up the iron rod, and with one kick, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters. The iron rod was ignited with flames, and he smashed it down on Xiao Yao's head with an extremely fierce force. However, Hu Kuang thought about catching him alive, and was worried that his opponent could not withstand his full-strength attack. So he only used 50% of his strength. But it was precisely because of this action that he was in danger right from the start. Boom! Black flames burst out from Xiao Yao's body, making him look like a cold-faced devil from hell. The long stick carried the flame of destruction, and it was slashed up fiercely. The surging and fiery air waves hit Hu Kuang's face, which shocked him instantly. Not good. Hu Kuang's face changed. He found that he had underestimated this strange man. Judging from the momentum in front of him, this was definitely a powerful person at the level of a great wizard. There was no time to change his tactics, so he could only hastily increase his strength. His arm muscles bulged, and he shouted loudly. The flames on the iron rod became more violent. When the iron rods collided, a sound was heard that was enough to tear the eardrums. Circles of air waves spread around. Leaves flew, and giant trees rustled. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the soles of their feet at the same time. Hu Kuang's face turned red. His blood surged, and his hands became numb, and he could hardly hold the iron rod. At this moment, a clone suddenly flashed out from Xiaoyao's body, and the long stick swept across, with black flames attached, directly knocking Hu Kuang out more than 10 meters away. Bang! Hu Kuang fell heavily to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He glanced around and found that a long black mark had appeared on the scales of his chest, and his flesh and blood were rolling, emitting an unpleasant burnt smell. He immediately stood up, and his blood and qi circulated, and his wounds healed rapidly. But the black mark on his chest was still difficult to eliminate. Iran, you are looking for death. Hu Kuang gripped the iron rod tightly. His muscles swelled, his bones creaked, and his whole body suddenly grew taller, to about 5 meters long. Red flames covered his whole body, and his pupils flashed with angry flames. Xiaoyao smiled coldly. Somersault Cloud emerged from under his feet, and rushed forward more than 10 meters, and the golden hoop slammed down fiercely, flying in the clouds fast, too fast. Hu Kuang had no time to react, and only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he was hit on the head by a stick. Bang! The powerful force made him see stars, and his skull was instantly concave, and then 2 more sticks attacked from the top of his head, and his waist and abdomen, swinging him dozens of meters away, breaking 3 giant trees, and falling heavily to the ground like a rag bag. That's it? Xiaoyao stood side by side with his clone, frowning slightly. If the Wu clan only had this much strength, he would be very disappointed. Hu Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood, grabbed the iron rod with one hand, and slowly stood up from the ground. The mighty blood and energy flowed, allowing the broken skull to heal quickly. He raised his head, and his black and white eyes burst into dense bloodshot. Like a madman, violent and manic. I admit that I underestimated you just now. His voice was hoarse, as if 2 knives were rubbing against each other. His murderous tone chilled the surroundings. But next, I let you know that you aliens can only be my food. Boom! The blazing flames flowed down his right arm to the iron rod, clinging to it like flowing magma. Tiger Kuang lifted the iron rod, his eyes full of scarlet. Go to hell. Bang! Tiger Kuang jumped high, holding the rod with both hands. His burly body was like a demon god, and an extremely wild power burst out from his body. The long stick chopped down, and an illusory flaming tiger quickly emerged, mighty and domineering. And together with the long stick, it rushed toward Xiaoyao. Come on! Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he swung his hands. The golden hoop suddenly stretched more than 10 meters, attached with a flame of destruction, and whistled towards Hu Kuang. At an incredibly fast speed, it collided with the iron rod in an instant. Smashing strike when another piercing and long metal clanging sound rang out. Ripples raged around, and the flaming tiger was shattered by the violent force at the moment when the iron rods collided. Hu Kuang's blood surged. His face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, with horror in his eyes. His power is so strong? That's it? Xiaoyao resisted the long stick, said disdainfully in the Wu language. You? Hu Kuang glared, his feet touched the ground. Retreat a few steps, roared. It's not over yet, take my move, golden crow strike. The flaming stick fell with a bang. A flapping golden crow flew out of Hu Kuang's body, swooped down at a very fast speed, claws condensed, grabbed Xiaoyao's head. Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged. First he threw a quick punch. The black flame of destruction condensed into a huge wolf head, opened its huge mouth, and went towards the golden crow. Then, he held the stick with both hands, turned his waist and abdomen, exploded with the power of a king, and blocked the long stick diagonally. Bang! The golden crow and the black wolf met in the air. Both were annihilated quickly. The red and black flames bloomed like fireworks. At the same time, the 2 long sticks collided again. But this time, Tiger Crazy's power was obviously much stronger than before. With one move, Xiaoyao's feet sank directly into the ground. His knuckles cracked, and the blood instantly vaporized under the high temperature. Huh? The clone swung a stick and hit Tiger Crazy on the head. Tiger Crazy did not dodge, pulled out one hand, swung his fist at the long stick, and a thick column of flames burst out from the fist. Bang! The clone's long stick fell, shattering Hu Kuang's fist bones. However, the exploding pillar of fire also hit the clone's chest, causing it to fly back dozens of meters, and its body became illusory. Hu Kuang smiled grimly, looking down at Xiaoyao, and shouted, "Yiren, die for me." Bang! He kicked the ground with both feet, and his body soared into the sky, holding the long stick high. A huge fire unicorn with amazing power appeared behind him. "Take my move. Unicorn attack." Hu Kuang looked down, his scarlet eyes full of murderous intent. He knew that in this situation, it would be troublesome to capture the opponent alive, so he decided to kill him with this blow. He shouted, swung his arms, and stirred the wind and clouds with his long stick. The surrounding space seemed to be stagnant, making it difficult for Xiaoyao to move. "Go to hell!" The deafening roar made the whole forest tremble. Xiaoyao raised his head, and the iron stick in his pupils gradually enlarged. But at this critical moment, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! The long stick fell, making a dull sound, as if it was just hitting the cowhide. A huge figure as tall as a mountain stood in front of Xiaoyao, with his arms crossed over his head, like a huge shield, keeping the long stick out. What? When he saw the 10-meter-tall, bull-headed monster that looked like a red rock mountain, Tiger Crazy's pupils shrank suddenly. What a strong force! Just when Tiger Crazy was about to change his moves, suddenly, there was a slight sound in his ears, accompanied by a slight pain, as if something had entered his body. Despicable alien. You actually... Hu Kuang was furious, and was about to scold the other side. But at this moment, his body suddenly stiffened. His expression froze, and his eyes quickly lost their spirit. Hu Kuang fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were not closed yet, but it was obvious that he had fallen into a coma. Not far away, 3 black shadows slowly approached from the woods, and the mottled sunlight penetrated the leaves, illuminating their figures. It was Warwick, Morden and Twitch. Xiaoyao pulled his feet out of the ground, kicked Hu Kuang's head, and smiled faintly. Don't you know that we aliens have several war beasts? Yumi flew out of the old cow, put his hands on his hips, and said proudly, Master, we came just in time. Just in time. Xiaoyao touched Yumi's little head and praised. Yumi's big eyes curved into a crescent shape, and his golden tail swung back and forth. And he was in a very good mood. Xiaoyao smiled, and looked at Hu Kuang at his feet again. Although this battle was a foregone conclusion, he could still clearly feel that the witch clan was much stronger than the monsters. The terrifying body, the amazing self-healing ability, and the extremely domineering stick skills would be difficult for other diamond-level summoners to withstand the last stick of this man even if they entered the Battle Beast fusion state. However, under the power of Tuki 10,000 poison fruit, this great witch-level opponent could only fall into a coma. Emotung, I leave it to you, explore all his memories. Xiaoyao waved his hand. He wanted to learn more about the Wu clan through this Wu clan in front of him. Emotung nodded slightly, his body shook, dispersed into black gas, and slowly drilled into Hu Kuang's brain. Wu clan is stronger in body, but weaker in soul. Especially after being knocked unconscious by Tuki, Hu Kuang's spiritual world is like a fragile dam, and was destroyed by Emotung in an instant. A few minutes later, wisps of black gas floated out of Hu Kuang's body, and recondensed into Emotung's true body. At the same time, Xiaoyao also received the information flow from Emotung in his mind. The fiery tribe. Hu Kuang, Xiaoyao murmured. From Emotung's memory, he learned the identity of the witch in front of him. This witch is called Hu Kuang, and he is a member of a large tribe near the lava mountain range. But his identity is not simple. Hu Kuang is the son of the chief of the fiery tribe. He is extremely talented and ranks among the top 10 in the tribe at a young age. Naturally, he has become the undisputed successor to the chief. Today, Hu Kuang brought a team to the lava mountain range to hunt, but he disliked his men's strength as too weak, which was a bit time-consuming, so he chose to act alone. Then, he met himself. You are really courting death. Xiaoyao curled his lips, squatted down, and took off the necklace from Hu Kuang's neck. This is a very rough-looking necklace. The rope seems to be made of animal tendons, and is very elastic. The rope is strung together with an iron product, and an irregularly shaped gem is embedded in the iron product. Xiao Yao recognized this gem. It is the Shattered Sky Stone, the most critical material of the Shattered Sky Ring. It turns out that the Shattered Sky Ring also comes from the Awakening battlefield. Xiao Yao was thoughtful, then glanced at Hu Kuang at his feet, and said, "Tuki, kill him. If you want to check the items in the Shattered Sky Stone, you must kill the original owner. In addition, since the information has been obtained by Emotung, there is no need for this person to live." A black arrow pierced into Hu Kuang's eyebrows. Within a few seconds, Hu Kuang's life fire was completely extinguished. Xiao Yao waved his hand, put Hu Kuang's body into the beast control space, and at the same time, he and Wukong released the fusion state. Then, he bent down and picked up the iron rod on the ground. The iron rod was very thick, and one hand could not hold it. In addition, after the fierce collision just now, there was not a single scratch on the surface, which showed that its material was definitely extraordinary. Xiao Yao held the rod with both hands and waved it a few times. However, before entering the combined state, the iron rod was a bit heavy for him and could not be used in actual combat. This shows how terrifying Hu Kuang's strength is. But Xiao Yao inserted the iron rod into the ground, and a mysterious stick technique flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise. 9 Strike of Wild Beasts. This stick technique is quite interesting. 9 Strike of Wild Beasts is the stick technique that Hu Kuang just used. This is a top stick technique from the Fiery Tribe. There are 9 styles in total, namely Wild Wolf Strike, Spirit Turtle Strike, Violent Bear Strike, Demon Ape Strike, Barbarian Bull Strike, Tiger Strike, Golden Crow Strike, Qilin Strike, and the last one, Heavenly Dragon Strike. From low to high, the difficulty is getting higher and higher, and the power is getting stronger and stronger. In addition, different moves have different corresponding effects. For example, the Spirit Turtle Strike is a defensive stick method, which is mainly used to resist strong attacks. The Violent Bear Strike and the Wild Bull Strike are stronger in strength and use momentum to suppress people. The Demon Ape Strike is stronger in agility. When the stick is hit, the shadows of the stick are heavy, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish the primary and secondary. As for the following strikes, each has its own merits, and the power will gradually increase. Tiger Mad has extraordinary talent and has mastered the first 8 strikes. Therefore, he is very confident. Even when facing a peak wizard, he dares to fight with the opponent. It was precisely because of this confidence that he chose to act alone, and eventually died tragically at the hands of Xiao Yao. In addition to the 9 Beast Strike, Hu Kuang also mastered a boxing technique called Liang Yang Fist, which is the clan boxing technique of the Liahu tribe, and can only be learned by the successor of the clan leader. However, Hu Kuang did not put much effort into the Liang Yang Fist. He still preferred to use a long stick to smash the enemy into a meat paste. 9 Beast Strike. Xiao Yao raised his right arm, and the chaotic magic power in his body flowed along a specific route. As he swung his arm, using his arm as a stick, a miniature flaming wild wolf quickly emerged. It's feasible. When he saw the flame wolf, Xiao Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. To use the 9 beast attacks, the energy in the body must be circulated in a specific way, so it is very challenging for the user to control the energy. For ordinary summoners, they only need to use their minds to activate skills, and the energy in the body will automatically flow along a specific route, so that they can use combat skills. Therefore, their control over energy is extremely rough. However, Xiao Yao has undergone the transformation of the light of evolution. During that transformation, his and the beast's strength was not significantly enhanced. But the optimization at the genetic level cannot be ignored, especially the control of energy, which has reached the pinnacle. Therefore, even if ordinary summoners get the secret book, they cannot use it. Or even if they can use it, the power is far less than the combined combat skills. But for Xiao Yao, as long as he undergoes a certain amount of training, he is absolutely sure to use the complete version of the Wild Beast 9 strikes, thereby adding a set of powerful means to deal with the enemy. In addition, after learning about the situation of the fierce tiger tribe, he also had a big plan in mind. Chapter 697, Liahu Tribe Gongfa Pavilion. What, you want to sneak into the witch tribe? The shocked and serious voice of Zhang Lao came from the other end of the communicator. No, absolutely not, it's too dangerous. Xiao Yao said, Teacher, the strongest person in Liahu tribe is only at the Great Witch level, can't hurt me. Then tell me truthfully, how many Great Witches are there in this tribe? About 10 or so. More than a dozen great witches. Once exposed. Can you escape from a dozen great witches? Teacher, you underestimate me too much. As long as I want to run, a dozen great witches can't stop me. Have you forgotten my strongest life-saving skill? The Alien Space Plus Magic Book Portal. As long as you don't meet the Emperor Jiang family. This trick is invincible. Then, John Lao hesitated. He personally experienced the combination of skills that Xiao Yao mentioned. Indeed, if there is no space-blocking skill, this skill is indeed invincible. But even so, he is still not at ease. It's still too dangerous. You don't need to take this risk. Teacher, for me, this is not a risk at all. Xiao Yao paused for a moment, and said in a deep voice, in addition, the Liahu tribe has 3 drops of the Witch King's blood essence. I must get these 3 drops of blood essence. The Witch Clan's blood essence is a treasure made by the Witch Clan strong men using special techniques to condense their own blood. After use, it can greatly enhance the strength of the Witch Clan. However, the side effects of condensing blood essence are not small. Therefore, only those Witch Clan strong men who have no hope of breaking through will choose to condense blood essence to cultivate excellent descendants in the clan. The most important thing is that the blood of the witches can not only be used on the witches, but also on war beasts. There was once a dragon country summoner who, by chance, got a drop of the blood of the great witch. After giving it to a platinum level war beast, the war beast directly broke through the diamond level, and its physical strength increased greatly. So when he learned that there were 3 drops of the blood of the Witch King in the Liahu tribe, Xiao Yao immediately made a decision. He would transform into a tiger madman and sneak into the Liahu tribe to steal the 3 drops of the blood of the Witch King and give them to Warwick, Lao Nyo and Yukong. However, since he dared to make the decision, he must be very confident. First of all, he could merge with Yukong and use the 72 transformations to transform into Tiger Mad. From the outside, there is absolutely no difference. In addition, he obtained all of Tiger Mad's memories through Emo Tongue, and also mastered the authentic and fluent witch language. It can be said that he has perfect conditions for infiltration. The most important thing is that, nowadays, the highest combat power of the Liahu tribe is only at the Great Witch level. As long as he wants to run, a dozen or so Great Witches can't stop him at all. Oh, okay. After hearing the words Witch King's blood essence, old Zhang stopped trying to persuade him. He knew the value of the Witch King's blood essence. It was a treasure that the Witch King could regenerate after losing his head. It took a lot of effort to condense. Once it was given to the war beasts, it would surely make them advance by leaps and bounds. Considering his disciples' extraordinary means, and his strength that surpassed diamonds, he finally agreed to Xiao Yao's plan, but he repeatedly emphasized that he must pay attention to safety. I understand. Teacher, just wait for my good news. Xiao Yao hung up the communicator, turned around, and turned into Hu Kuang. He took out a mirror, looked at the rough and ugly face in the mirror, and slowly raised a sly smile. Hee. Liahu tribe. I'm here. Hu Kuang, you are finally back. If you don't come back, I will really go to the tribe to find reinforcements. At the foot of the mountain, a man who was more than 3 meters tall and had a scar on the corner of his eye said thankfully, "What are you afraid of? Do you think I will be in trouble?" Xiao Yao imitated Hu Kuang's usual demeanor, squinting his eyes, and said arrogantly. The man in front of him was named Hu Yin, the son of the tribe elder and Hu Kuang deputy. Although Hu Yin was only at the level of a witch general, he was a rare calm decision-making talent in the violent and impulsive nature of the Shurong tribe. Therefore, the chief of the Liahu tribe placed him next to Hu Kuang and regarded him as the core team of Hu Kuang to be trained. Although Hu Kuang was arrogant, he recognized Hu Yin very much. In private, the two were like good friends, calling each other by their first names. In addition to Hu Yin, there were 10 members of the fierce tiger tribe at the foot of the mountain. However, these people were just Hu Kuang's subordinates, and they did not dare to say anything. They lowered their heads and waited silently. How was the harvest? Hu Yin asked. Xiao Yao raised his chin and said in a hoarse and rough voice, "Need I say more? Okay, then let's go back quickly. Everyone get ready to go," Hu Yin urged. Yes, everyone said in unison, facing Hu Yin. Self-assertion, Xiao Yao did not say much, because in normal times, Hu Kuang and Hu Yin get along like this. Hu Yin is responsible for thinking and making decisions, Hu Kuang only needs to carry a stick and fight. However, sometimes Hu Kuang will disagree with Hu Yan's decision, such as the unauthorized action just now. At that time, even if Hu Yan is unwilling, he cannot influence Hu Kuang's will. Everyone took big steps, like horses, and ran towards the Liahu tribe. Among them, the weakest one is also a wizard soldier, gold level, so the speed is quite fast and tireless. In less than 3 hours, the group entered the territory of the Liahu tribe. Although the Liahu tribe calls itself a tribe, it has already departed from the form of a primitive tribe. The tribe is full of stone houses, which have a unique rugged beauty. Teams of witches wearing strong armor and holding sharp spears patrol the tribe. Children shuttle through the tribe, playing and laughing like silver bells. The young chief is back. The young chief is back. Seeing Hu Kuang enter the gate, the nearby tribesmen immediately cheered, as if welcoming the return of a hero. In the hearts of these tribesmen, Hu Kuang is the hero of the fierce tiger tribe, and the greatest hope for the fierce tiger tribe to rise again. Xiao Yao nodded to the tribesmen as Hu Kuang usually did, and then led a group of people to walk quickly to the tribe's warehouse. Young chief, you are back. In front of the warehouse, a burly man stood up hastily and bowed respectfully. Well, sure to sort out these monsters. Xiao Yao took out more than a dozen monster corpses from Hu Kuang's shattered sky necklace. Among them, there were 2 monster corpses that still exuded a frightening aftermath. They were diamond-level monsters killed by Hu Kuang himself. Sure too. There are still some for me. Hu Yan stepped forward, and from the necklace on his chest, he took out dozens of corpses of monsters. Okay. Leave it to me. Sure to opened the door of the warehouse, grabbed the monster's hind legs with both hands, and threw the huge monster into the warehouse with a flick of his hand. Hu Yan, I'm going to the Gongfa Pavilion. You take the people back first. Xiao Yao left quickly after saying this. Gongfa Pavilion? Hu Yan was a little surprised. On weekdays, Hu Kuang never went to the Gongfa Pavilion. In Hu Kuang's opinion, 1 strike of wild beasts was enough. He didn't even care much about the tribe's clan martial arts Liang Extreme Fist. Why did he suddenly want to go to the Gongfa Pavilion today? Strange. Hu Yan shook his head, without thinking too much, and said to the witch soldier beside him, Everyone go back. Yes. Xiao Yao strolled in the Liahu tribe. Along the way, all the tribe members who met him would stop and respectfully call him young chief. This shows that Hu Kuang has a high prestige in the hearts of the tribe members. I don't know if it's because of the attribute, but the Liahu tribe loves red very much. From the armor of the soldiers to the color of the houses. Basically, everything you can see in front of you will have a little red. And the same is true for the Gongfa Pavilion. A statue of Zhu Rong standing more than 10 meters high stood in front of the gate of the Gongfa Pavilion. It had a beast head and a human body, covered with red scales, ears pierced with fire snakes, and feet stepped on fire dragons. Behind the statue was a 3-story attic. Each floor was nearly 10 meters high, and it was red all over, like a tower of flames. Young patriarch, why are you here? When the gatekeeper saw Hu Kuang, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Third elder, I have practiced the 8th form of the wild beast 9 strike, but I have never been able to get started with the 9th form, the heavenly dragon strike. So I want to find inspiration from other martial arts. Xiao Yao made up an excuse. I see. The third elder nodded and said with a smile, You are already very impressive at such a young age to have reached the 8th form. Don't be too anxious. But it's also good to look at other techniques. Maybe it can really help you find a breakthrough. Go ahead. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded slightly, then stepped into the technique pavilion. Although the first floor of the technique pavilion was very large, there were only a few dozen tables inside. Each table had a thick roll of animal skin. Next to the animal skin stood a stone tablet, and the name of the technique was written on the stone tablet. In the fierce tiger tribe, every wizard can learn the tribe's basic skills, Tiger Fist and Flame Gun. But these 2 skills can only lay a solid foundation for the wizards. If you want to learn more advanced skills, the only way is to make military achievements. But as the next successor of the fierce tiger tribe, Hu Kuang is naturally not subject to this restriction. As long as he wants to read, the entire skills pavilion is completely open to him. Xiao Yao walked up to the 3rd floor step by step, pushed open the stone door, and saw the animal skin scroll on the table in the middle of the room at a glance. 9 strike of wild beasts, big sunflame palm, golden crow slashing knife, red lotus demon fire sword. There are only 4 skills in the 3rd level. These 4 skills are also the top skills in the Liahu tribe, second only to Liang Extreme Fist. As a tribe of Zhurong clan, these 4 skills are all related to fire attributes: 1 stick skill, 1 knife skill, 1 sword skill, and 1 palm skill. Hu Kuang is born with brute force, even among the witches. He is the leader in strength, so he prefers to go straight to the point, the 9 strike of wild beasts that overwhelms people with force, however. The power of the other 3 skills is definitely not inferior to 9 strike of wild beasts. Xiao Yao first opened the animal skin scroll of Golden Crow's slashing blade. This scroll was 20 meters long when unfolded. The crooked words gave Xiao Yao a headache. Fortunately, he had completely mastered the Wu language, so at least he could understand it. But even if he could understand it, it was a brand new martial art, and a Wu martial art that he had never touched before. After reading it once, he still found it difficult to understand the mysteries of some parts. However, Xiao Yao did not dwell on it too much at this moment. If he did not understand it, he could study it later. After writing down all the information of Golden Crow slashing blade, he then opened Red Lotus Demon Fire Sword and Great Sun Flame Palm. 2 hours later. Done. Xiao Yao closed the animal skin scroll, put it back to its original place, and his mouth slightly raised. As a diamond-level summoner, his mental power was extremely strong, and the strong mental power also brought him photographic memory. He only glanced at the 3 techniques briefly, and he deeply imprinted them in his mind, and would never forget them. Just these techniques, this trip is worth it. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, walked down to the 2nd floor, and flipped through all the dozen techniques on the 2nd floor. Although these techniques were not as good as the first 4 techniques, but after browsing, he was able to strengthen his understanding of the Wu clan's martial arts. After memorizing all the techniques on the 2nd floor, Xiao Yao walked to the 1st floor, sat cross-legged, and started reading from the 1st technique book. Since he was already here, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. The 3rd elder at the door saw that Hu Kuang had changed his usual behavior, and was calmly reading the basic martial arts. In addition to being surprised, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground. Although Hu Kuang has a good foundation, his understanding of martial arts is still a bit crude. If he can integrate these basic techniques, his martial arts realm will definitely reach a new level. The Liahu tribe has a successor. The 3rd elder sat at the door, watching the sun set and the 2 moons rise. He was not anxious, but hummed a little psalm leisurely. After closing the last volume, Xiao Yao turned his back to the 3rd elder, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. After browsing dozens of volumes of basic martial arts, he had a new understanding of Wu clan martial arts. It's like teaching a genius boy advanced mathematics and calculus right away. He can understand every word, but he doesn't understand it when they are connected. But if he is taught all the mathematics in elementary school, junior high school, and high school, then calculus is not that difficult. Xiao Yao felt this way now. Even combined with Hu Kuang memory, he had a faint inspiration for the last move of 9 beast attacks. The Heavenly Dragon attack. If the timing was not wrong, he would have tried it now. The Witch clan is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yao stood up and sighed secretly. The Witch clan and the Summoner are completely 2 different systems. The Summoner mainly relies on the War Beast to release flexible and mysterious War Beast skills, while the Witch clan relies on its strong body and the mystery of the skills to burst out the energy in its body in several times the form. In terms of destructive power, the last few moves of the Wild Beast 9 strikes are not inferior to powerful skills such as Holy Flame Aurora Cut and Crushing Strike. Have you finished reading it? The 3rd elder came over and said with a smile. I have finished reading it. Okay. Then you can go back quickly. I am going to close the door. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded to the 3rd elder, and then followed the route in his memory and walked towards Hu Kuang house. Along the way, Xiao Yao's mind was still immersed in the martial arts just now. But when he subconsciously pushed open the door of the room and was about to go in, a warm body suddenly rushed into his arms. Why did you come back just now? A slightly complaining female voice sounded. Xiao Yao's body stiffened, and he slowly lowered his head. What came into view was an exotic face, with a bulbous nose, narrow eyes, a big mouth, and red scales all over his body. Xiao Yao's eyes twitched, and his scalp instantly went numb. The woman in front of him was Hu Kuang's wife, the young patriarch's wife, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the Liahu tribe. Hu Ling. Hu Ling put her arms around Xiao Yao's neck, pouted her sausage-like lips, and said coquettishly, I've been gone all day. Don't you miss me? Bad guy. Hiss I. Xiao Yao clenched his fists tightly, his stomach was churning, and he was on the verge of collapse. Seeing that her husband was slow to speak, Hu Ling thought he was in a bad mood today, so she used her usual killer move. Snap! She gently touched Xiao Yao's chest with her little hand, then slid down little by little, with seductive eyes. Crazy, it's getting dark. Let's rest quickly. Xiao Yao felt his soul trembling. He couldn't bear it anymore, pushed Hu Ling away, and turned around and ran, leaving a sentence loudly. I have something else to do with the third elder. Let's go! He was so fast that he disappeared from Hu Ling's sight. Kwang. You? Hu Ling leaned against the door, with a trace of grievance and resentment in his eyes. Third elder. Third elder. Don't close the door. Hearing the shouting from behind, the third elder paused, turned to look at Xiao Yao, and said in surprise, Why did you come back? I suddenly got some inspiration now, and I need to review all the martial arts again. Xiao Yao grabbed the third elder's hand and begged, Just let me in. The third elder didn't expect that Hu Kwang, who had never paid much attention to martial arts, would become so diligent. It was really a man who changed a lot after 38 years. Okay. Then you will see. Hu Kwang finally became diligent for once. The third elder didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm, so he opened the door and motioned Hu Kwang to go in. Thank you, third elder. Xiao Yao held the third elder's hand tightly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Oh my god. It's too scary here. I want to go home quickly. Chapter 698 The Envoy from the Capital of Gods. The Battle of the Chosen Gods. The next morning, the sun shone down, casting a golden glow over the peaceful tribe. Several members of the fierce tiger tribe walked towards the Gongfa pavilion, talking and laughing. However, when they stepped into the door, their eyes suddenly widened. On the first floor of the Gongfa pavilion, a burly man was leaning against a corner, holding a roll of animal skin in his hand, browsing it line by line very attentively. Young chief. They were all surprised. Why was the young chief in the Gongfa pavilion, and on the first floor of the Gongfa pavilion? Didn't he despise the Gongfa of the first floor the most? Xiao Yao turned his head, and saw that it was already dawn outside. So he rolled up the animal skin, stood up slowly, and strode out of the Gongfa pavilion under the respectful gaze of everyone. I didn't expect it would be dawn so soon. Standing at the door of the Gongfa pavilion, Xiao Yao twisted his neck, making a crackling sound. After a night of browsing and research, he had a deeper understanding and cognition of the Wu clan's martial arts. He dare not say that he has mastered it thoroughly, but at least he has mastered the basic martial arts. Next, he needs to practice and fight. Young chief. At this time, a witch soldier in armor ran over, stopped in front of Xiao Yao, and said respectfully, Young chief, the chief wants to see you. The chief wants to see me? Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly. He was just looking for an excuse to get close to the chief, but he didn't expect the other party to come to him. From Hu Kwang memory, he learned that the 3 drops of the Witch King's blood of the Liahu tribe were hidden in the chief's broken sky necklace. According to his plan, the first day, he would wipe out all the skills of the Liahu tribe, and the next day, he would attack the chief, obtain the Witch King's blood, and leave in style. Now it seems that everything is going according to his plan. It's going really smoothly. I know. Xiao Yao nodded, and walked quickly towards the clan leader's house. A few minutes later, Xiao Yao stood in front of a tall courtyard gate. The 2 guards at the gate bowed to him. Young clan leader. Xiao Yao hummed softly, pushed open the courtyard gate, and strode in. Bang! The door closed, and Xiao Yao saw the tall and burly man in the middle of the courtyard. He had his back to Xiao Yao. His shoulders were unusually broad, and his body was covered with crimson scales. His snake tail was supported on the ground. His momentum was like a dormant volcano. Once it erupted, it would destroy the world. He is the chief of the Liahu tribe, Hu Kwang father, and the strongest man in the tribe. Hu Lai. I heard that you spent the whole night reading the secret manuals in the Gongfa pavilion, Hu Lai said in a low voice, slowly turned around, revealing a face that was 80% similar to Hu Kwang. Yes, Dad. Xiao Yao imitated Hu Kwang's usual behavior in front of Hu Lai, raised his head, and said confidently, I have read all the secret manuals in the Gongfa pavilion, and I feel that I am already half a martial arts master. Master of martial arts, just you? Hu Lai originally thought his son had changed his character, but he still looked so arrogant and complacent, and he was a little disappointed. Xiao Yao curled his lips, pretending to be unconvinced, but secretly, he glanced at the surrounding environment with his peripheral vision, preparing to take action immediately when he found a good opportunity. He had thought of the encirclement and suppression plan, and at the beginning, he asked Mo Tang to use nightmare soul killing, severely damaging Hu Lai's soul, and at the same time, several war beasts used their strongest moves, making sure to kill him with one blow. After he succeeded, he could use the somersault cloud to run, or the magic book portal. Anyway, a dozen or so great wizards could not stop him. How is your mastery of the 9 beast attacks? Hu Lai asked in a deep voice. I have mastered the first 8 moves, and I have a clue about the last move, the Sky Dragon attack. Well, not bad. Hu Lai's eyes showed a touch of satisfaction. At Hu Quang's current age, it is already quite impressive to be able to master the first 8 moves. If he can master the last move, the Sky Dragon attack, his explosive power can even reach the peak of the Great Wizard. Thinking of this, Hu Lai's originally serious face softened a little, and he said, don't slack off next time, and reach the peak of the Great Wizard as soon as possible. Then, you can use the essence of the Wizard King and try to break through the realm of the Wizard King. At present, there are only 3 drops of the Wizard King's essence of blood left in the Liahu tribe, which can only be used on the most talented people. More than a decade ago, he also used the Wizard King's essence of blood to try to break through the Wizard King realm, but ended up in failure. After that failure, he knew in his heart that the peak of the Great Wizard was his limit. No matter how many times he tried, the outcome would not change. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on Hu Quang. Hu Quang had outstanding talents far surpassing his own. With the help of the essence and blood of the Witch King, he would most likely break through the Witch King realm in the future. With a strong man in the Witch King realm, the Liahu tribe would be able to leave this wild land and return to the Central Divine Realm. In the territory of Zhurong Divine Kingdom, the areas near the lava mountains were all wild lands. Only weak tribes would settle here. Strong tribes lived near the divine capital, which was the Central Divine Realm. The former Liahu tribe was also a member of the Central Divine Domain. At its peak, the tribe had several witch kings and hundreds of great witches. However, during a turmoil, the Liahu tribe chose the wrong side and was eventually liquidated. The witch kings in the tribe were all annihilated, and 80% of the great witches were injured. After that, the Liahu tribe moved from the Central Divine Domain to the wilderness, and never recovered from it. Fortunately, the turmoil had passed for hundreds of years, and the past grievances had long since disappeared. As long as another powerful witch king appeared in the tribe, the Liahu tribe would have hope of returning to the Central Divine Domain. Wait until you reach the peak of the Great Wizard? Ha, I want it now. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, and was ready to take action. But at this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from the sky. Li, I saw a colorful fire phoenix flying in the sky. On the back of the fire phoenix, there was a man from the witch tribe wearing gorgeous clothes. He had an indifferent expression, and his voice spread throughout the tribe. Who is the chief of the Liahu tribe? I am. Hu Lai frowned and he shouted loudly. Who? The fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew quickly to the sky above the yard. Then the man jumped lightly, landed steadily, turned to look at Hu Lai, and said calmly, I am Ji Yang from the God capital. The God's Choice War is about to begin. Is there a suitable candidate in your tribe? The God's Choice War. Hu Lai's eyes lit up, pulled Xiao Yao's arm, and said excitedly, Yes, yes, it's him. My son, Hu Quang. The God's Choice War? In Xiao Yao's mind, information about the God's Choice War quickly emerged. The God's Choice War is actually a selection war held by the Zhurong royal family for all the tribal talents in the God's Kingdom. After this war, a large number of young and outstanding talents will be selected and entrusted with important tasks in the God's capital. There is an age requirement for participants, must be under 50 years old, no limit on strength. Of course, since the small tribe only has one quota, they will definitely send the strongest talent. There is no need for those below the peak of the witch general to participate, because going is also a death. The Liahu tribe once sent people to participate in the God's Choice War, but before that, the talent was dwindling, and almost no one returned safely. So after that, the Liahu tribe no longer sent people to participate in the God's Choice War, and the gods automatically ignored this tribe in the wilderness. Unexpectedly, this time, the God capital actually sent someone to notify the Liahu tribe, and it was a royal family member. In the Zhurong Kingdom, Only the royal family can be named Ji. But I don't want to participate in any bird god selection. Xiao Yao was speechless. He came to steal the essence of the Witch King. But in the blink of an eye, he had to participate in this witch selection battle inexplicably. Okay. Then you come with me. Ji Yang didn't say anything, and directly grabbed Xiao Yao's arm, ready to take him to sit on the colorful fire phoenix. But Xiao Yao's feet seemed to be connected to the ground, making it difficult for Ji Yang to pull him. Humph. Ji Yang's face suddenly became a little ugly, turned to look at Hu Lai, and said coldly, "It seems that you, the Liahu tribe, do not want to participate in the God's Choice War." No, we want to participate. Hu Lai grabbed Xiao Yao's shoulders and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yao glanced at Hu Lai and Ji Yang. His eyes were a little hesitant. He was thinking whether he should take action now and kill these two people. From Ji Yang's appearance, he is also a great witch. It is a bit difficult to kill two great witches quickly, but it is not impossible. But to be honest, he was quite curious about Zhurong Divine Capital. After all, for hundreds of years, no summoner had ever set foot in Zhurong Divine Capital. If he could obtain more secrets, arrays, and forging knowledge in the Divine Capital, it would have an immeasurable impact on Dragon Country. The only thing he was worried about was that there must be powerful people at the level of Wu Emperor in Zhurong Divine Country. Will they see through his disguise? Once exposed, it would be difficult to escape. Sensing the hesitation in Hu Kuang's eyes, Hu Lai immediately realized that his son, who had always been arrogant, seemed to be a little afraid of facing the battle of God's choice. But it is normal to be afraid. After all, the God's Choice War is open to all young talents in the Kingdom of God. Although Hu Kuang is very talented and can definitely be among the best among the younger generation, he is definitely not comparable to those of the big tribes, or even the children of the royal family. For Hu Kuang, who has never tasted failure, being inferior to others is something he cannot accept. But Hu Lai believes that with Hu Kuang's current strength, it is at least not a problem to rank in the top 30. The top 30 geniuses, not only will they receive royal awards, but will also be entrusted with important tasks in the God's capital. By then, the tribe's hope of returning to the central God's domain will be even greater. Hu Lai stuffed a porcelain bottle into Xiao Yao's hand, and said solemnly, "Find an opportunity to use it. Remember, you must play well in the God's chosen battle. The future of the tribe depends on you." Xiao Yao looked down, and his heart was immediately delighted. He knew that the porcelain bottle contained a drop of the Witch King's blood. Go quickly. Hu Lai pushed Xiao Yao onto the back of the fire phoenix, then looked at Ji Yang, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry for making you laugh just now." Ji Yang glanced at Xiao Yao, without saying anything, and directly straddled the back of the fire phoenix. And with his legs clamped together, the fire phoenix soared into the sky. Looking at the fire phoenix that turned into a black dot in the sky, Hu Lai clenched his hands and prayed silently in his heart. If there was no God's choice battle, he would not give the Witch King's blood to Hu Kuang now. The Witch King's blood will only have the greatest effect when it is taken for the first time. So he said that he would let Hu Kuang reach the peak of the Great Witch before giving him the blood, and using the blood to break through the Witch King realm. But this God-chosen battle is too important for the Liahu tribe, so he decided to give his blood essence to Hu Kuang now, so that his son could make another breakthrough before the battle, and finally achieve a better result. If Hu Kuang can be valued by the royal family, and be entrusted with important tasks in the capital, then when he reaches the peak of the Great Wizard in the future, maybe there will be other resources to help him break through the Wizard King realm. Kuang, the future of the tribe depends on you," Hu Lai murmured. The whistling wind passed by his ears. Xiao Yao sat on the back of the fire phoenix, feeling a little complicated. "Forget it. Since we are here, let's just make the best of it. Let's just go to the capital of gods." He shook his head slightly, and made a decision. Although going to Zhurong capital of gods is dangerous, the benefits cannot be ignored. Secret books, formations, forging. These knowledge attracted him like an open treasure house. The most important thing is that he has a life-saving magic weapon in his hand, which is a jade pendant given to him by King Wu not long ago. The jade pendant contains the energy injected by King Wu. After activation, it will produce an energy shield, which is difficult for even a master-level strongman to break in a short time. If he encounters danger, he can use the jade pendant to create a portal to the magic book, so as to escape quickly. After no longer struggling, Xiao Yao gradually shifted his attention to the fire phoenix, and Ji Yang, who was facing away from him. The beast he sat on was the platinum-level demon beast. The seven-colored fire phoenix. Although its strength was average, its speed was very fast. However, Xiao Yao was curious about what method Ji Yang used to make the demon beast willingly become his mount. In addition, the gorgeous clothes on Ji Yang were also extraordinary. Not only were they rich and gorgeous, but there was also a layer of mysterious light flowing on them, which looked like a robe. In Hu Kuang memory, the Wu tribe can indeed make all kinds of magic tools. But due to the turmoil hundreds of years ago, a lot of knowledge has been lost in the Liahu tribe. So there has been no forger who can make magic tools in the tribe for a long time. I really want to take it off and study it. Xiao Yao stared at Ji Yang back and touched his chin subconsciously. Move your eyes away, Ji Yang said coldly without turning his head. Because of the unpleasantness just now, Ji Yang had a bad impression of Xiao Yao. And there was also a hint of harshness in his voice. Okay. Xiao Yao pursed his lips and turned his head to the side. At this time, he naturally did not want to have a conflict with Ji Yang. Seeing Xiao Yao's cooperative attitude, Ji Yang snorted coldly and said nothing more. 10 minutes later, the colorful fire phoenix swooped down with a light cry. Xiao Yao looked down and saw dozens of witches on the ground looking up at him. In addition, there were dozens of platinum-level fire-feathered eagles guarding everyone. The colorful fire phoenix pressed its claws on the ground. And Ji Yang said, "Go down." Yes. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Yao quickly jumped off the back of the seven-colored fire phoenix. We should be all here. Ji Yang took out a huge map, and after comparing, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, get on the fire feather eagle, and then we will set off for the divine capital." Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Xiao Yao found the strongest fire feather eagle, and after sitting down, he felt a strong sense of anticipation. Zhurong Divine Capital, I'm coming. Chapter 699. What I saw in the Divine Capital, Fire Crystal Coins. It took 3 days to fly from the wild land to the Divine Capital. During these 3 days, everyone stayed awake on the back of the fire feather eagle. Occasionally, when they landed to rest, they would simply eat something and exchange a few words with each other. From the exchange, Xiao Yao learned that the people around him were all geniuses from the wild tribe, with varying strengths. Including himself, there were only 3 great witches, and the rest were all witch generals. From this, it can be seen that Hu Kuang's talent is still quite good among his peers. It's a pity that he died too early. God's capital. We're here. Ji Yang shouted loudly on the colorful fire phoenix. Are we here? Xiao Yao opened his eyes and looked forward. He saw a majestic and magnificent city wall in front of him. The wall was red and hundreds of meters high. There was no boundary at a glance. It looked like the magnificent Flame Mountain. Mysterious lines were engraved on the wall. Countless soldiers in armor patrolled the wall. At first glance, it seemed like the legendary glorious ancient country, ruling over hundreds of millions of miles of rivers and mountains, and immortal in the years. Come down, monster beasts are not allowed to fly above the divine capital. Ji Yang waved his hand, and all the fire feather eagles dived down immediately. After landing, Ji Yang whispered a few words in the ear of the seven-colored fire phoenix, and then the fire phoenix took the fire feather eagles up into the sky, and flew in another direction. The movement here attracted the attention of passers-by nearby, and they looked at Ji Yang in awe. In the Divine Kingdom, only the princes and nobles can raise monster beasts, but when they saw the people around Ji Yang, they couldn't help but whisper, "Wow, this is someone from the wilderness, without even any clothes. How could he not be wearing a fur skirt? What on earth are people from the wilderness doing here? It's really unlucky." All the people present were geniuses, so how could they not hear the ridicule of passers-by? Some people were so angry that their faces turned blue, clenching their fists and glaring at their sides, and some people lowered their heads in inferiority, trying to find a place to hide. Only Xiao Yao was the odd one out, looking around with curiosity, like a bumpkin entering the city. Of course, his actions also brought more ridicule, but Xiao Yao didn't care. The one being laughed at is Hu Kuang. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Yao abnormality naturally attracted Ji Yang's attention. When he saw this scene, his impression of Xiao Yao immediately changed. He could remain calm in the mockery and ridicule, which shows that this boy named Hu Kuang is a person with a very strong heart. Follow me. Ji Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him. Under the curious, sarcastic, indifferent eyes of countless passers-by, the group walked to the city gate tower. Young Master Yang. The guard at the gate recognized Ji Yang at once, and hurriedly bowed and asked, "Well, this group of people will participate in this God's chosen battle. I will take them in." Without waiting for the guard to reply, Ji Yang led his people directly into the inner city. After entering the capital of God, the scene suddenly opened up. The city was bustling with people and cars. Houses were lined up one after another. There were various shops on both sides of the street, and the hawking sounds were endless. Compared with this place, the Liahu tribe was simply a small village under the 18th tier city, which was completely defeated by the 1st tier city. Apart from other things, there was no one shirtless like them on the street. Although the clothes of passers-by were not as luxurious as Ji Yang, they were at least unique. Standing at the city gate, everyone felt like a savage who had walked out of the deep mountains and old forests, and a sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. Of course, except for Brother Xiaoyao clothes, which were much more fashionable than yours. Follow me. Ji Yang walked in front with a calm face. At this time, passers-by on both sides of the street stopped what they were doing, turned around, and stared at them with a playful, mocking, and condescending look. As they continued to move forward, the ridicule and sneer of passers-by were like sharp knives and hammers, crushing the confidence and pride of these geniuses from the wild land into pieces. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the expressions of passers-by on both sides, and they were eager for Ji Yang to speed up and reach the end as soon as possible. Treasure Pavilion. This is the place where magic tools are sold. Right? Hey, there are clothes for sale here. I will buy one later. This smells so good. I must come here to taste it in the future. While everyone was silent, Xiaoyao was like a curious baby, looking around, memorizing all the shops along the way. When he just memorized the location of a restaurant, a slightly low voice came to his ear. Tiger Mania. You really don't feel anything at all? Xiaoyao turned around and saw many people looking at him with complicated eyes. Feeling? Are you saying that I will feel inferior because of these people? Xiaoyao curled his lips, revealing a look of disdain, ant-like things. Why would I care about them? If this wasn't the capital of gods, I would have started a massacre long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to the left, his eyes glaring, and a violent and manic aura pressed towards the crowd like a wave, and his tongue exploded. Get out of here! Passers-by fell down like mowing grass, their eyes terrified, and they trembled with fear. Seeing this, Xiaoyao snorted coldly, and then looked at everyone, showing a contemptuous expression. See, ants are ants. You actually feel inferior because of the ridicule of ants? It's ridiculous. After saying that, he took a big step and followed closely behind Ji Yang. The wild geniuses stared blankly at Hu Kuang's arrogant and domineering but extremely majestic back, and were deeply shocked. Yes, why should we feel inferior because of a group of weak people? As descendants of Zhurong, why should we care about these useless things? Strength. Only strength can win respect. And what we lack the most is strength. After thinking it through, everyone raised their heads and walked forward firmly. When they heard passers-by whispering and mocking, they would immediately show their fierce faces and frighten people to sit on the ground, and dared not say a word. Although he did not look back, Ji Yang was aware of everything that happened behind him. Tiger crazy, I really underestimated you. Ji Yang curled his lips, and his eyes showed an indescribable expression. The kingdom of God has been peaceful for too long, and the tribe has long lost the bravery and bloodiness of Zhu Rong's descendants. I hope the arrival of these barbarians can bring some different changes to the kingdom of God. We're here. Ji Yang led everyone to stop in front of an inn called Yin Yang Inn. The inn was magnificent, with 7 floors in total. Each floor was more than 10 meters high. There were many diners dining on the first floor. When they stood at the door, some of them turned their heads and looked at this place with an inexplicable look. Young Master Yang the innkeeper hurried out and bowed respectfully to Ji Yang. These people are all participants in the God's chosen battle, and I leave them to you. Ji Yang said lightly, give each person a room, and give them 2 sets of clothes. Yes. In addition, Ji Yang turned around and looked at everyone, said, remember to explain the rules of the capital city to them. Yes. The shopkeeper quickly agreed. That's it. Ji Yang nodded, glanced at everyone again, his eyes stayed on Xiaoyao for 2 seconds, and then he turned and left without saying anything else. After Ji Yang left, the shopkeeper cleared his throat and said, everyone, follow me, I will arrange a room for you first. Although these people in front of him were obviously from the wild land, after all, they were brought by young Master Yang himself, he did not dare to neglect them, and his tone was quite polite. Next, under the arrangement of the shopkeeper and the staff. Xiao Yao lived in a spacious guest room. Although it lacked a modern bathroom and toilet, it was enough for a nap. After a while, there was a knock on his door. A smart waiter opened the door, holding 2 piles of clothes in his hands, and said, "Sir, these are the clothes aren't prepared for you. Try them on to see if they fit you." Okay. Xiao Yao picked up one of the sets. The upper body was a black and white gown, and the lower body was a pair of slender and loose pants. It fit him well after wearing it. "Thank you," said Xiao Yao. The waiter nodded timidly. The man in front of him not only came from the wild land, but also from the snake tail dragging on the ground behind him. He was a powerful wizard. Facing such a wild and powerful person, the waiter was under great psychological pressure, fearing that he would get into trouble if he was not careful. "Waiter, can I ask you something?" Xiao Yao pulled the waiter to his side, and under the other's timid expression, he asked, "If I want to go out now, it should be okay." The waiter replied in a low voice, "The shopkeeper just said that you can go out, but you must abide by the rules of the divine capital, which is actually to not cause trouble. Otherwise the city guards will arrest you and deal with you." Understood. Xiao Yao patted the waiter on the shoulder and asked, "Well, if you buy something in the divine capital, what do you need?" "What do you need?" The waiter was stunned by Xiao Yao's question, and said cautiously, "Of course you need fire crystal coins." "Fire crystal coins? This should be the currency of the divine kingdom of Zhurong." Xiao Yao nodded slightly, and said, "Can you let me see what the fire crystal coin looks like?" "Ah, is there not even fire crystal coins in the wilderness?" Xiao Er was surprised, but also a little worried. He was afraid that once he took out the fire crystal coins, they would be snatched away by this barbarian. But under Xiao Yao's burning gaze, Xiao Er still hesitated and took out a few fire crystal coins from his pocket. "This is the fire crystal coin." A few round red jades were lying in Xiao Er's hands. Xiao Yao took 2 coins and examined them carefully. The word Zhurong was engraved on the front of the jade, and the specific face value was marked on the back. To his surprise, the jade contained a good fire power, and as the size of the jade increased, the face value increased, and the fire element became stronger. It seems that the currency of Zhurong Kingdom is made of a jade resource that can be absorbed by humans. Xiao Yao stuffed the fire crystal coin back into the waiter's hand and said, "Thank you." "Hey, you're welcome." The waiter quickly stuffed the fire crystal coin back into his pocket. He didn't expect that this barbarian was quite disciplined and didn't take his money by relying on his strength. This made him feel a little fortunate and favorable. "I want to exchange the monster corpse for fire crystal coins. Which store is best to go to?" The waiter said, "Go to the left from the gate. There is a strange beast pavilion. The prices there are more fair." "Okay. I go and take a look now." Xiao Yao closed the door and strode out of the inn. Following the waiter's instructions, Xiao Yao walked straight to the left. Along the way, he scanned the area and made a simple assessment of the strength of the civilians in Zhurong Divine Capital. Most of the civilians were at or below the level of witch soldiers, with more or less scales on their hands and feet. And there were very few witch generals with red scales all over their bodies. As for powerful witches like him who had snake tails, there was not even one. So when he was dressed in black and walked on the street, passers-by would look at him with respect and awe. It seems that in Zhurong Kingdom, witch generals and great witches are still quite rare. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. He was originally worried that in the capital of Zhurong Kingdom, there would be a situation where witch generals were worse than dogs and great witches were everywhere. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. However, putting aside the high-level combat power, the overall combat power of the witch clan is still obviously above that of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, even the most common witch soldiers have the strength of the gold level. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao stood at the door of the monster pavilion. From the outside, the monster pavilion was simple and elegant. Mysterious patterns could be seen faintly on the walls. People were coming and going in the store. Judging from the way some people were dressed, they must have been born rich. When he entered the store, a clerk in uniform quickly came up to him. When he saw the snake tail behind Xiao Yao, a trace of awe flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Xiao Yao said directly, "I want to sell monster corpses and monster pills." The clerk was stunned. He did not expect this great witch to be so straightforward. However, he did not think much about it and said quickly, "Come with me." The clerk took Xiao Yao to the backyard of the exotic beast pavilion, walked to an old man, and said politely, "You can just put the corpses of the monsters here. We will make an estimate based on the complete situation." Okay. Xiao Yao did not waste any words, and took out 2 diamond-level monsters and 3 platinum-level monsters from the beast control space. The old man squatted down, fumbled and looked for a while, then looked up at Xiao Yao and said, "Without the monster pill, these 5 corpses can only be worth 10,000 fire crystal coins. How about the demon pills?" Xiao Yao took out the demon pills of the 5 demon beasts. The old man took the demon pills, felt them for a while, and said, "Altogether, 200,000 fire crystal coins. Deal." Xiao Yao didn't know how much these 5 demon beasts were worth, but the fire crystal coins that the innkeeper took out just now were only worth 50, and now there are 200,000, so it should be a fair price if you estimate it roughly. "Go, bring the fire crystal coins here." The old man winked at the clerk. The clerk strode to the door of a room, and soon he came over holding 2 pieces of red jade slightly larger than his fist. Xiao Yao took the jade, and immediately felt the surging fire element contained in it. Wow, there really is a fire crystal coin with a face value of 100,000. In the human world, if the face value of a banknote can reach 100,000, it means that the price of the banknotes in this country has almost fallen to the point where it is almost worthless. But if it is like the fire crystal coin, the currency is a resource, then no matter how large the face value is, it will still be strong. After getting the fire crystal coin, Xiao Yao did not stay any longer, and walked out of the exotic beast pavilion. Just after he left, the clerk hurriedly came to the old man and asked, "Do you think this person is the group of people from the wild land that the shopkeeper mentioned just now?" The old man nodded slightly and said, "Judging from the accent, it should be them." "Then why didn't you lower the price just now?" "He wouldn't know anyway." The clerk was puzzled. The old man shook his head and said earnestly, "Remember, the more you face such arrogant and powerful people in the future, the more you should not play any tricks. These people have no rules in their hearts. If the matter is exposed, be careful that your life will be in danger." Thinking of the fierce look on the man's face just now, the clerk couldn't help but shudder. "I understand." Chapter 700 Blood of the Witch King Diamond Level 4. Due to his personality, Xiao Yao never likes to put all his eggs in one basket, so after leaving the monster pavilion, he found 2 more shops that recycle monster corpses, but what puzzled him was that, for the same thing, the prices offered by these 2 shops were less than half of those offered by the monster pavilion. Out of confusion, he used his invisibility to sneak into a shop, and when the clerk went to the toilet, he directly summoned him Tongue, and forced him to tell the truth. The final result made him angry and speechless. It turned out that the problem was his accent. As soon as these people heard his accent, they judged that he came from the wilderness, and thought that he was ignorant and had no backing. So they directly lowered the price to less than half of the usual price. Xiao Yao did not expect that the Wu language actually had different accents. But it was normal to think about it. In the Dragon Kingdom, different provinces, even neighboring cities in the same province, would have different accents. And the Zhurong Kingdom was vast, and the capital was thousands of miles away from the wilderness. So the accents would naturally be different. If nothing unexpected happens, the Wu language that Master Wen learned must have come from a tribe near the lava mountains. So it is not surprising that he has a unique accent. Although he did not choose to sell the monster and the demon pill in the end, he could not swallow the anger in his heart. He decided to teach these 2 profiteers a lesson. The method was simple. He directly poisoned the wells in these 2 stores. Although it was not fatal, people who drank the well water would have headaches, diarrhea, nausea, itching and other symptoms in the next period of time. Their bodies became weaker and weaker, and they would gradually get better after a few months. "You still want to trick me? Eat shit," Xiao Yao sneered, walked into a narrow alley, saw no one around, and communicated with Yumi in his body. "Yumi." "Another dimension." "Okay," Yumi replied crisply. With a flash of silver light, Xiao Yao disappeared in the alley. Stepping on the solid ground, Xiao Yao quickly released the fusion state with Wukong. "Ah! I am dying of suffocation." After revealing himself, Wukong raised his head and howled, expressing the depression in his heart. During the days from the Liahu tribe to the divine capital, Wukong has been in a fusion state. After a long time, he felt that his body was no longer his own. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Yao gently stroked Wukong's golden hair and comforted him. He knew that Wukong was depressed, but during the days of flying, he could not release the fusion state, so he could only wrong Wukong. This drop of the Witch King's blood is for you, as compensation for these days. Xiao Yao handed the bottle of the Witch King's blood to Wukong. At present, he only has 1 drop of the Witch King's blood, and he will stay in the capital for a while. So he needs to keep the fusion state at all times. Therefore, this drop of blood must be given to Wukong first. As for Lao Nyo and Warwick, they will have to wait a little longer. However, Hu Lai still has 2 drops of the Witch King's blood. After the matter is over, he will find an opportunity to grab the blood. The 2 brothers will not wait too long. Let's start. Wukong. Xiao Yao stepped back a few steps, indicating that Wukong could absorb the blood. Wukong moved his body briefly, and with a flick of his finger, he pushed the cork off the porcelain bottle. Boom! The moment the cork flew out, a mighty blood and chi rushed up to the sky, like a wolf's smoke, reaching the top of the space. Wow! Such a powerful blood and chi power! Xiao Yao exclaimed. He is indeed the Witch King who can be beheaded and reborn. This blood and chi power is really terrifying. At this time, Wukong's eyes also lit up, and he opened his mouth wide. His chest bulged, and like a whale swallowing a rainbow, he sucked all the blood and chi into his body. Then, he put the porcelain bottle to his mouth, tilted his neck, and swallowed all the blood and essence into his stomach. Boom! In an instant, Wukong felt a wave of heat in his body, rumbling. His skin, flesh, and bones became stronger and stronger under the forging of blood essence. The fire power in Zhurong blood essence also made his Samadhi fire more intense and domineering. In just a few minutes, Wukong's experience value broke through Diamond 3 and headed for Diamond 4. Xiao Yao stood not far away, his body tense, feeling his gradually strengthened physique, and also focusing on Wukong's experience bar. 91%, 92%, 93%, 100% after more than 10 minutes, the experience value broke through Diamond 4, and then, the growth rate was obviously much slower. Finally, Wukong's experience value remained at Diamond 4 13%. Boom! 3 red gold true fires burned on the surface of his body. Wukong opened his eyes, and a bright golden light flashed in his pupils. He picked up the golden hoop and smashed it heavily on the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked, and dozens of spiderweb-like cracks spread around, and the entire alien space was shaking. Wukong, hold back a little, Xiao Yao hurriedly warned. Yumi was only Diamond 2, and the space she used could not withstand Goku's full force. Fun! Fun! Goku restrained the flames, raised his arms and shouted. His unruly voice resounded through the world like thunder. If he could enjoy the pleasure of rapid strength improvement by being frustrated for a few days, he hoped that the more frustration he had, the better. Wukong is Diamond 4. Now, I should be invincible in the Great Wizard Realm. Xiao Yao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and an excited smile appeared on his lips. Diamond 4 Goku can definitely dominate the entire Diamond level easily. If he adds his own strength after merging, even a Diamond 5 War Beast can be easily killed. However, there is still a problem now, that is, if he wants to participate in the Battle of the Chosen Gods, Goku's various skills cannot be used, and he can only fight with pure body and fire power. Xiao Yao was still a little hesitant about whether to participate in the God's Choice battle. After all, his goal was just to obtain as much knowledge as possible about martial arts, formations, forging, etc. As for the results of the God's Choice battle, he didn't care at all. But it was obvious that high-end knowledge was definitely not easy to obtain. If he didn't get what he wanted during this period of time, then participating in the God's Choice battle might not be a bad idea. Maybe after becoming famous, he would have a way to get in touch with those high-end knowledge. Therefore, it is better to be prepared. Xiao Yao took out Tiger Crazy's iron stick. After Wukong was promoted twice, the iron stick, which was a bit heavy, became more convenient. Let's start with the Wild Wolf Strike. Xiao Yao held the stick with one hand, and a flash of fire flashed in his pupils. At night, the double moons were in the sky. The lights in the capital were bright, and the lanterns hung high dispelled the darkness. Small vendors were everywhere in the streets, and the atmosphere was more lively than during the day. Xiao Yao walked on the street, and the snake tail dragging on the ground attracted much attention. Zhurong Divine Kingdom is not what I thought. Xiao Yao bought a few skewers of special delicacies, and ate them while walking, muttering secretly. According to the feedback from many summoners in the base, the Wu people are violent and cruel. Even for their own people, they will fight each other if they disagree. But after his observation just now, the Wu people in the divine capital are just like ordinary people, ordinary and docile. The princes and nobles are extraordinary in conversation, and the overall level of civilization is much higher than he imagined. It feels like the prosperous Tang and Song dynasties in the previous life, compared with the capital of the gods. It is no wonder that the Liahu tribe is called a barbarian land. Walking on the road, Xiao Yao admired the night view of the capital of the gods while silently counting today's gains. The biggest gain today was undoubtedly that Wukong successfully broke through the Diamond 4 level, and was one step closer to the Master level. Secondly, he practiced 9 beast attacks dozens of times in the alien space. Before entering the combined state, the moves were still a little difficult. But after the transformation, the meridians of the body were completely consistent with Hukuang. At this time, Hukuang memory and experience came in handy. After a short period of adaptation and training, he was able to make the first 8 moves smooth and free, and even had new insights. In addition, he just bought several martial arts secret books and a book called The Beginning of Formation in a store selling secret books. To be honest, he never thought that he could obtain the knowledge of formation so easily. He originally thought that it would be a secret, but after communicating with the clerk, he finally understood why the knowledge of formation was displayed so openly in the store. In order to lay a formation, in addition to specific materials, the person who lays out the formation needs to use his mental power to connect the important nodes of the formation to ensure its smooth operation. However, this step has stumped more than 90% of the witch clan. The witches are strong in the body, but weak in the soul. Mental strength is their biggest weakness. Even if they are promoted to the level of witch general or great witch, their mental strength meets the conditions for array formation. But the precision of control is their biggest flaw. After reaching the level of witch king, even if all conditions are met, few people are willing to study the dry and difficult array formation. Array formation is not simply following the steps in the array formation book. Due to the differences in materials, terrain and other conditions, the array setter needs to adapt to local conditions, combine his own understanding, and reasonably adjust the array formation. This requires them to have an extremely deep understanding and perception of the array formation. For the Wu clan, the formation is like advanced mathematics in the human world. It is not something that ordinary people can learn. Instead of studying the formation, it is better to work harder on the physical body. Therefore, there are very few people willing to learn the formation. However, the Zhurong kingdom is very short of talents in the formation. Therefore, elementary tutorials such as the beginning of the formation are allowed to be sold to the outside world to discover more talented talents. But, this is a bargain for me. Xiao Yao grinned, revealing a fox-like cunning smile. In terms of mental power, he was a diamond-level summoner, contracted multiple war beasts, including the Dream King Mo Tung, and it was too easy to handle the formation, not to mention the learning and comprehension ability. You know, he was a super academic god who always topped the grade for 3 years in high school. Even if he didn't become a summoner, he could easily get into Kyoto University with his academic performance. What's more, after becoming a summoner, his memory and comprehension continued to improve. The beginning of formation was as simple to him as elementary school mathematics. Unfortunately, the knowledge of more advanced formations is monopolized by the upper echelons. If you want to learn, you can only rely on some big forces. But there is no need to rush now. Let me finish the basic formations first. Xiao Yao happily nibbled the skewers in his mouth and walked into the inn with a swagger. However, when he stepped into the door, he found that the atmosphere here seemed a little wrong. 2 groups of people were confronting each other in the hall on the first floor. One group of people was wearing various kinds of gorgeous clothes, with arrogant expressions, looking at the opposite side with a mocking attitude, while the other group of people, wearing the same style of clothes as Xiao Yao, gathered together, and their faces could not hide their anger. Hey, another barbarian has come in. Great wizard level, not bad. What's the use of being a great wizard? Are you still a barbarian with only animal instincts in your head? Haha, you're right. A barbarian is a barbarian, no matter how strong he is. He is just a beast. The wizards in gorgeous clothes laughed loudly, with mockery, contempt and disdain written all over their faces. In their opinion, a group of barbarians dared to stay in the same inn with them. They were so bold. If we don't drive these barbarians away, I won't sleep today. The vicious curses and ridicules made all the geniuses from the wild land feel extremely angry. They wanted to tear their malice apart. But when they thought that this was the territory of the god's capital, There were countless strong people, and they could only hide their anger in their hearts. But at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice made the whole hall suddenly fall into silence. Where did this bunch of stupid dogs come from? Wow! The geniuses from the wild land were shocked. They didn't expect that Huquan could curse back mercilessly. This courage and bravery made them admire and feel ashamed. Barbarian, say what you just said again? In the crowd, the leading man had a cold face, and his voice was as sharp as a knife. Silly dog, are you all deaf? Xiao Yao raised his chin, arrogant and full of disdain. You know what, playing this kind of villain is really addictive. You can curse as much as you want, and let yourself go completely. No wonder so many people like local bullies, although they are not right, but this feeling is really good. Boom! Xiao Yao's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting everyone's anger. They were all excited, glaring at each other, with sharp eyes that wished they could cut Xiao Yao into pieces, and their powerful auras gathered together, pressing down on Xiao Yao like a mountain. Facing the pressure of the auras of the crowd, Xiao Yao stood still like a reef, even making a mockery in his mouth. That's it? Wow! This mockery was like adding fuel to the fire, and instantly making everyone's eyes red. Fuck! A barbarian dares to be so arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to kill him! Damn it! Let's go together. Many people have rolled up their sleeves, ready to rush forward. But at this moment, the shopkeeper on the side suddenly stood up and said, Everyone, if you want to fight, you can go to the fighting arena in the backyard. Don't destroy our inn. Also, killing is strictly prohibited in Shindu. If an accident occurs, I will immediately notify the city guards. The shopkeeper's words calmed everyone down. They thought, this is the place designated by the royal family to house the chosen ones. And the background must be strong. So it is better not to fight in the store. Thinking of this, the leading man snorted coldly, Hey, barbarian, do you dare to fight with me in the backyard? He was afraid that Xiao Yao would not dare to fight. So he added another sentence. Don't worry. I'm the only one who will fight. Xiao Yao curled his lips and smiled lightly. Okay. Let me play with you. Damn. So arrogant. Everyone clenched their fists, wishing to punch that arrogant face hard. Let's go. The leading man waved his hand and walked to the backyard arena with the people around him. And Xiao Yao followed leisurely behind him, surrounded by the barbaric geniuses. Chapter 701 Overwhelmingly Powerful. In the backyard of the inn, a large arena stood in the center. It was made of special stone, and looked hard and thick, and difficult to break. Dozens of lanterns illuminated the arena as bright as day, and even the slightly raised surface could be clearly seen, under the gaze of the crowd. Xiao Yao and the man stepped onto the arena at the same time, 100 meters apart. You too. I remind you again. You can spar, but you must not kill. The shopkeeper stood at the stage and stressed. Shopkeeper, don't worry. I will spare his life. But, the man licked the corner of his mouth. I can't guarantee whether he will become a cripple. The shopkeeper didn't say anything, as long as no one died. He knew very well that when a group of geniuses from all over the kingdom of God gathered together, there would inevitably be conflicts and contradictions. And his duty was to maintain stability before the battle of God's choice began, and to let them resolve conflicts on the arena to avoid escalation. After the battle of the chosen gods began, it had nothing to do with him whether these people lived or died. So much bullshit. Xiao Yao curled his lips, and his voice spread throughout the backyard. This sentence once again ignited the anger of the geniuses in the capital of God. Damn. Too arrogant. Young Marquis. Beat him to death. Cut off all his limbs. Not 4 limbs. 5 limbs. That's right. 5 limbs. Not 1 less. This group of people shouted loudly. In their hearts, the young Marquis would definitely teach this barbarian a lesson. Although both are at the great wizard level, the young Marquis is from a famous family. His top-level martial arts flame-extinguishing sword makes him famous among the younger generation. As for the barbarian on the opposite side, he may not even know a decent martial arts. So how can he be the opponent of the young Marquis? Good idea. The young Marquis laughed, took out a sharp sword from the space equipment, and grinned cruelly. I will let them know that barbarians are barbarians. Go back to the wilderness as soon as possible. The capital of the gods is not a place they can come to. The young Marquis clenched the sword in his hand, and the depression and anger of the whole day turned into motivation, making him full of strength. Recently, he has been preparing for the next battle of God's choice. looking forward to making a splash in the war and spreading the reputation of the Marquis mansion. But today, the royal family suddenly ordered that all participants must stay in a designated inn, and he was assigned to this Yan'an Inn, moving from the majestic Marquis mansion to a small inn. The accommodation environment is simply a shabby deal. But that's fine. After all, many friends around him have moved here, and it's lively and not bad. But what he can't stand is that a large group of barbarians from the wilderness actually live in the same inn with him. What is his identity? The eldest son of the Jinwu Marquis mansion, the man who will inherit the title in the future. How can he live with a group of barbarians who don't even have clothes? If people in the circle know about it, it will be a big joke. Therefore, he made up his mind. He must drive these barbarians out. No matter where they live, they can't live in the same inn with him. Barbarian, remember my name. The young Marquis pointed his long sword sideways, and said proudly, Jinwu Marquis Mansion, Xian. Oh, he is still a young master of a marquisate. Xiao Yao raised his lips, took out Huquan iron rod, and carried it on his shoulder, and said arrogantly, What a bullshit marquisate, I have never heard of it. Remember this, my name is Huquan, I will call you Grandpa Tiger later, maybe I can beat you less. How dare you? Xian was furious, and shouted, You dare to insult Jinwu Marquisate, you are looking for death. As soon as the voice fell, Xian kicked the ground and rushed forward. The long sword was blazing with flames, the sword energy was running wild, and the flaming blade swept toward Xiao Yao like a storm. Come on! Xiao Yao's eyes flashed, and the long stick blocked diagonally, emitting red-gold flames, and the chaotic magic in his body was running at high speed along a specific route, and a steady and heavy flame turtle with a shell on its back appeared behind him. 9 attacks of wild beasts, and turtle attacks. When the long sword and the iron stick intersected, there was a harsh sound of metal clashing, and the rotating and cutting flame sword energy was completely blocked by the turtle, scattering into scattered flames, floating down, while the turtle just shook slightly, and the winner was immediately determined. Boom boom boom. Xian was knocked back several steps, and his right hand holding the sword felt numb. On the other hand, Xiao Yao's feet were rooted to the ground, and he didn't move. His expression was contemptuous, as if he was saying, That's it? Xian stabilized his body, and was horrified. This barbarian had such terrifying strength. You know, he had been using precious materials, magic tools, and the flesh and blood of monsters to temper his body since he was a child. Except for those perverts. Few people could be stronger than him in terms of strength. But from the fight just now, he could clearly feel that. The barbarian on the other side was much stronger than himself, even comparable to those people. Damn, he is just a barbarian. Why is he so strong? Xian gritted his teeth secretly. He didn't understand. Born in the Marquis' mansion, and enjoying countless resources since childhood, why was he not as good as a barbarian, who couldn't even wear clothes? Young Marquis actually lost the fight. Everyone in the audience showed shocked expressions. In the fight just now, the young Marquis was actually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? On the other side, looking at Xiao Yao's unruly and domineering figure, the wild geniuses felt a warm current surging in their chests, and trembled with excitement. So what if you were born in the wild? So what if you are of low status? As long as you are strong enough, even the son of a marquis will be trampled under our feet. I don't believe it. Xian clenched his sword, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. If you can't compete with me in strength, I can still crush you with the exquisiteness of martial arts. How powerful martial arts can a mere barbarian master? Xian took a step forward and swung his sword. It was like the sun rising into the sky. Endless flames gathered in the sword, which was powerful. Flame-destroying sword. Great sun. Blazing sun. Boom. The air temperature rose suddenly, and the hot air waves hit everyone's faces. They stared with wide eyes, without blinking, watching the sharp sword slashing toward Xiao Yao's head, as if to split him in half. But at this moment, a cold and disdainful voice resounded in the backyard. Too weak. Boom. Flames burst out. Xiao Yao raised his stick and chopped it down. The flame spirit turtle behind him instantly turned into a cruel and violent wild wolf. The wolf opened its mouth and pounced on Xian with a long stick. The air wave was emptied. The iron stick smashed toward Xian with an unshakable domineering force. For a moment, the wind and clouds howled, and the faint desolate wolf howl sounded in everyone's ears. Bang! The wild wolf first came into contact with the scorching sun, showing the scene of the wild wolf eating the sun in front of everyone. Then the iron stick and the long sword collided. The violent recoil force directly caused Xian's tiger's mouth to crack, and the long sword flew out of his hand. Then, the iron stick fell, and its power did not diminish at all. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the iron rod hit Xian's shoulder. A shrill scream sounded, and Xian's entire arm instantly turned into blood foam, which sprayed out, staining the arena with blood. Xian knelt on the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. The heart-wrenching scream made everyone's scalp numb. When they saw Xiao Yao retract the iron rod, his expression was nonchalant, as if he had only injured a monster. They suddenly felt boundless fear in their hearts. Even the young Marquis was beaten like this by him. I must never provoke this man again. Looking at Xian rolling on the ground, in great pain, Xiao Yao said disdainfully, Shout! 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 What the hell are you shouting for? As a great wizard, it's your instinct to regenerate a broken limb, but you can't even endure this little pain. You're such a waste. He didn't expect that. This young man from the Marquis's mansion would be such a fool. Clearly he could grow his arms again in a short time, and continue to fight, but he just knelt on the ground and cried in pain. What a waste of this great wizard-level combat power. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, everyone was stunned. Yes, a great wizard can regenerate a broken limb. The performance of the young Marquis is indeed a bit, but after thinking about it, they can understand it. After all, although there are occasional competitions in the circle, they basically stop at a certain point. How could they be so merciless as to beat the entire arm into blood foam? How could the spoiled young Marquis endure such a tragic pain of a broken arm? On the other hand, when they saw that Xian, a great wizard, had no intention of resisting after his arm was broken, he just rolled on the ground and screamed, which surprised and disdained the geniuses who came out of the wilderness. That's it. The people of the capital of the gods are so weak. In their tribe, even the witch soldiers would not kneel down and scream after being injured, but would try every means to survive, and give the enemy a fatal blow. But the young Marquis on the stage, as a great witch, could obviously regenerate his limbs quickly after being injured, and his combat effectiveness would not be greatly affected, but he was actually overwhelmed by the pain, and completely lost the will to continue fighting. If this happened in their tribe, even children would look down on them. It turns out that the Wu clan of the divine capital is such a bunch of idiots. It's a pity that we were so afraid of them before. The geniuses of the wilderness turned their heads and looked at the nobles on the opposite side with burning eyes. They were eager to try and wanted to pick a few to practice with. Feeling the burning eyes from the opposite side, these nobles felt uneasy, fearing that they would follow in the footsteps of the young Marquis. No, these barbarians are too rude. We don't need to fight with porcelain and broken stones. They secretly made up their minds that no matter how provocative the other side was, they would never accept it. This is not cowardice, but unwillingness to lower one's status. Regeneration of broken limbs. Xiao Yao's words opened up Xian's long-forgotten memory. He had forgotten that as a great wizard, he still had this ability. Xian supported himself with one hand, endured the pain, and the blood in his body surged and rolled, gathering at the broken arm. After a few seconds, a brand new arm was reborn. However, although the arm was restored, Xian's face was extremely pale. When he looked up at Xiao Yao, there was extreme fear hidden deep in his eyes. Get out of here! Xiao Yao put the iron rod on the ground and said contemptuously, It's a waste of my time to fight with a waste like you. You? Xian had never heard such an insult before, and his eyes were full of anger. However, when he saw Xiao Yao's cold and indifferent eyes, like a cold pond, his body couldn't help but shiver, and he held back the words he was about to say. Humph. You wait for me. Xian said a harsh word, and then walked off the stage in disgrace, not even daring to mention the barbarian before. Are there any more people coming up to get beaten? Xiao Yao crossed his arms and looked down disdainfully. If not, I won't play with you anymore. For a moment, the geniuses in the capital looked at each other. Although they were not happy to be called straw bags, no one dared to say a word to fight. Even the young Marquis was beaten like this. Wouldn't it be more miserable if I went up? TSK. A bunch of trash. Xiao Yao curled his lips in disdain, jumped off the arena, and under the awe-inspiring gaze of everyone, swaggered back to the inn. Anyone else want to spar? At this time, the shopkeeper stood up and asked loudly. The eyes of the wild geniuses suddenly lit up, and they were ready to challenge the other side. No more fighting. No more fighting, we need to rest. Oh, I'm too tired today, not suitable for sparring. It's too late, it affects my vision, brothers, I'm going to go back and rest first. Let's go together. The geniuses of the capital laughed, completely ignoring the fiery eyes of the other side, and returned to the inn in groups of 2 or 3. Fighting with this group of barbarians, you won't make any money if you win, and it's even more embarrassing if you lose. I won't play with you. TSK, coward. Seeing this scene, the barbarian geniuses secretly despised them. But contempt is contempt, after all. This is the opponent's territory. Since the opponent has no intention of fighting, they can't force them to stay. Go back. A great wizard-level barbarian genius said. Okay. Everyone agreed, and returned together. Under external pressure, the barbarian geniuses automatically formed a group, temporarily led by the 2 great wizards in the team. Among them, many people hoped that Hu Kuang would become the leader. But Hu Kuang was too independent, and he disappeared soon after arriving at the inn. In addition, he was arrogant and domineering, which made everyone afraid to approach him. After everyone returned to the inn, the shopkeeper arranged for someone to clean up the arena, and then returned to the room, took out a piece of paper, and wrote quickly, recording what had just happened. After writing, the shopkeeper opened the window, rolled up the paper, and blew a whistle. Hush. Flutter. Flutter. Soon, a small silver-white monster flew over. The shopkeeper stuffed the roll paper into the cylinder on the monster's feet, then fed it a piece of meat, touched its head, and said, "Go!" Shwa. The monster flapped its wings, soared into the sky, pierced through the night like a silver arrow, and disappeared. In the capital of the gods, in the study of the palace. Bang. The century-old wooden table was cracked. A tall and burly man with hair like a fire snake, a majestic and domineering man, with a livid face, angrily said, "Waste, you have disgraced our Zhurong clan." "Father." "What's wrong?" Ji Yang asked in a low voice. Here Ji Hao handed the letter to Ji Yang. Sneered, "Look at the blood of our geniuses in Shendu." Ji Yang took the letter, glanced at it, and a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. "See?" Ji Hao said coldly. "The son of Zhen Wuhou, a great witch, can only kneel and wail after one of his arms was cut off, and even forgot the most basic skill of regenerating a broken limb. He is the son of Wuhou. I can't imagine how weak the other noble children will be if these useless people are allowed to take charge of the kingdom of God in the future. Our Zhurong clan will surely be destroyed in their hands." Thinking of this, Ji Hao hair like a fire snake began to burn, and the temperature in the whole study room rose sharply, and the air began to distort. Father, Ji Yang said seriously, "Doesn't this just show that your decision is correct? Use the barbarians as a whetstone to change the weak style of the kingdom of God. I believe that after seeing this, His Majesty will definitely support your plan even more." "Your Majesty?" Ji Hao sneered. "If His Majesty knew about this, I'm afraid the title of Zhen Wuhou would be lost. Aren't the people from the central divine realm coming soon? Put those who are strong in this inn. I want to see if anyone dares to challenge this kid named Hu Kuang." "Yes." Ji Yang nodded, and a trace of emotion rose in his heart. "Hu Kuang, you really keep giving me surprises." Chapter 702 Forbidden Mountains. Inside the room, Xiao Yao sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the beginning of formation and began to study. The beginning of formation is a very basic formation textbook, with detailed content, several hundred pages, and it is quite interesting to read. It records dozens of elementary formations. After mastering the basics, beginners can try to set up formations. Xiao Yao did not choose to finish it in one breath, but only read 1/10 of the content, and after making sure that he could fully understand it, he took the beginning of formation back to the beast control space. Then, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness was projected thousands of miles away. In the hidden cave in the lava mountain range, the clone opened his eyes, took out the communicator, and called Zhang Lao. The call was connected, and Zhang Lao's concerned voice came from the other end. "Xiao Yao, how are you? Have you reached Zhurong Divine Capital?" "Teacher, I'm already there," Xiao Yao said with a smile. "How is it? Is it dangerous over there? Will your identity be exposed?" Zhang Lao's voice was a little nervous. "Don't worry, teacher. The Wu tribe can't see through my 72 transformations," Xiao Yao said easily. So far, he has not met a Wu king or a Wu emperor, but he trusts Wukong's 72 transformations very much. As long as he doesn't show his true colors, even the Wu emperor will find it difficult to see through his disguise. This is also the reason why he still imitates Hu Kuang's personality in the capital. If the high-level officials of the capital notice him, and send people to the Liahu tribe to learn about his past, if his temperament doesn't match, there will be a risk of being exposed. "Okay. If you see something is not right, come back quickly. Zhang Lao instructed. Yes. I know. Teacher. Is everything okay at the base? I said you were out for training. And it might take more than a month before you come back. And no one doubted it. Are Liang Yang and the others okay? They are all fine. Don't worry. You should pay attention to your own safety. Yes. Yes. After reporting that he was safe, the clone closed his eyes, and his consciousness returned to the main body. In the next few days, many participants from all over the country moved into Yanyang in one after another. After communicating, Xiao Yao discovered that his group was the first group to live in the inn. After the wild land, participants from the divine capital, the central divine territory, and various places arrived one after another until the inn was full. However, Yanyang Inn was not the only designated accommodation location. There were several other inns in the divine capital, which were occupied by geniuses from all over the country. When geniuses gathered together, the atmosphere was naturally not peaceful and tranquil. According to different regions, several parties emerged. Among them, the divine capital party was high and mighty, causing public anger, and challengers came one after another. The other parties were also dissatisfied with each other, and they fought each other as soon as they disagreed. However, among all the parties, there is only one party that no one dares to offend, and that is the barbarian party headed by Hu Kuang. Barbarian party. This is a general term for a group of geniuses from the wilderness, and its leader is Hu Kuang, who is also recognized as the strongest fighter in Yanyang Inn. After the geniuses from all over the world arrived one after another, many people, like Shirshian and others, looked down on the witch tribe from the wilderness, and believed that these barbarians were backward and brutal, and were not worthy of living with them. Based on this concept, they chose to provoke Hu Kuang, determined to let these barbarians see what the real Zhurong clan is. However, the result of the provocation made them regret and very frightened. This barbarian named Hu Kuang had a terrifying strength. There were very few people who could block his 3 sticks, and no one could last more than 10 rounds. After witnessing Hu Kuang's amazing fighting power, no one dared to challenge him anymore, and the barbarian party became an existence that could not be provoked in Yanyang Inn. At the same time, a resounding nickname was also given to Hu Kuang. Man Gun Hu Kuang. Man Gun, what a tacky nickname. Xiao Yao sat cross-legged on the bed, speechless. He originally thought that the Wu people were quite cultured, with a variety of fields flourishing, and there were many things worth learning, but so many geniuses from all over the world. After thinking about it, he actually gave him a tacky nickname of Man Gun. It couldn't be the sky-supporting stick. The Great Wilderness Stick King. Is this high-end? Damn, a bunch of country bumpkins. Bad at naming? Forget it, keep reading my book. He opened a thick book, and on the cover were a few words. Intermediate explanation of formation. That's right, not initial explanation of formation, but an intermediate tutorial 1 level higher than it. After thoroughly studying initial explanation of formation, he developed a strong interest in the field of formation, so he decided to acquire more advanced knowledge of formation. After finding out the news, he set his sights on a little-known formation master. This formation master was named Haley, a guest of a viscount's mansion. His formation skills were good, but his strength was average, only at the peak of a wizard. Considering this, he chose to sneak into Haley's house at night, and used Mo Tung to hypnotize him, so that he could take out the solution to the formation without knowing it. In fact, he originally wanted Mo Tung to directly copy the formation knowledge in Haley's mind, which would save him a lot of time. But considering that copying the memory would leave traces in Haley's soul, and killing him would cause unnecessary trouble, he finally just stole the solution to the formation and left quietly. After getting the knowledge of formations, he tried to use similar methods to obtain knowledge about forging. But forging is more of an empirical subject, which depends entirely on the master's hands-on teaching and progress in actual combat. This has led to the fact that there are almost no useful books on the market or in the homes of forgers. Without books, if you want to obtain knowledge, you can only rely on Mo Tung memory replication. But now is not the time. Xiao Yao decided that before he left the capital, he must take away at least the memories of the 2 forging masters, regardless of life or death. Dang dang dang, just as he was reading, there was a light knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Yao put away the formation book and said lightly. The door slowly opened, and a burly man walked in, stood in front of Xiao Yao, and said respectfully, Brother Hu, the time for the gods' chosen battle has been determined. When? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the man. The man's name was Mu Long, and he was a member of the so-called Barbarian Party. In fact, he never said that he wanted to lead the Barbarian Party. But everyone in the Barbarian Party naturally recognized him as the boss, including the other two great witches. However, no one would refuse dozens of witch generals, the younger brothers of the great witch level, at least some things to get information they can be assigned to do. 3 days later, the location is also clear. It is in the Forbidden Mountains. Forbidden Mountains? Xiao Yao frowned. I haven't heard of this place. In the past few days, he has studied the map of Zhurong Kingdom a lot. His strong memory allows him to remember most of the tribes and important areas in his mind. But he has no impression of this Forbidden Mountains. This Forbidden Mountain range is a secret place controlled by the royal family. It seems that it can only be opened through some kind of formation. Mu Long said excitedly, this is not the point. The most important thing is that there are many opportunities in the Forbidden Mountain range, such as magic tools, secret books, and treasures. These are all used by the royal family to train royal children or other nobles. Now we have a chance. Don't be too happy too soon. Xiao Yao poured a basin of cold water and said calmly, opportunities are always accompanied by dangers. There is no such thing as taking advantage of others in the world. I understand. Mu Long said embarrassedly. Brother Hu, I'm just a little excited. Our tribe doesn't even have a high-level technique, let alone a magic weapon. Now that these resources are in front of me, I'm really excited. Xiao Yao said calmly, but you only have the strength of a peak witch general, and you don't have decent weapons and techniques. Among all the participants, you may be the weakest. Have you ever thought that? You may die in there. Let's die. Mu Long said calmly. I die here. And I die when I return to the tribe. So I might as well give it a try. This is my only chance in my life. And I must seize it firmly. Xiao Yao looked at him deeply and said, just know it in your heart. By the way, where did you hear this news? I overheard what the group of Shindu party members downstairs said. Mu Long said, is that so? Xiao Yao nodded, waved his hand and said, okay. Then you go and notify others. And get ready. Okay. Mu Long closed the door gently and ran to the next door to inform everyone. Forbidden Mountains, Xiao Yao muttered to himself. He felt that the Forbidden Mountains was most likely the land version of the mysterious sea god realm, using magic tools and secrets to attract people to participate. These resources will also intensify the conflicts between the participants, provoke fighting, and finally compete for the best group of people. But the specific model is not clear now. And what Mu Long said is just a rumor. But since the news has been released, the official date of the God's Choice War will not be too far away. 3 days later, the God's Choice battle officially begins. The people of the capital of God had heard the news long ago. They came to the outskirts of the city early in the morning and saw batches of geniuses from all over the kingdom of God gathering here. At the same time, a large number of dignitaries and nobles also arrived early, waiting for the grand opening. So many people. Xiao Yao stood in the crowd and roughly counted. The total number of people participating in the God's Choice battle this time was at least more than 5,000. More than 5,000 geniuses starting from Platinum and up to Diamond. The overall strength of the Witch Clan is indeed much stronger than that of the Dragon Country. Rumble. Just as the scene was noisy and chaotic, a thunderous sound suddenly came from afar. 3 huge, luxurious and gorgeous fire phoenixes flew out of the god's capital, with colorful tail feathers, passing through the sky, leaving a gorgeous rainbow mark. What was amazing was that the 3 fire phoenixes were pulling a red chariot. Although the 2 sides of the chariot were covered with jade curtains, the tall and burly figure could still be seen inside. This is the chariot of King Kaoshan. This time, the God's Choice battle was actually presided over by King Kaoshan himself. A noble of the capital city exclaimed, the king of backers. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. The one who can be crowned king in Zhurong God country must be a powerful figure. The fire phoenix screamed loudly and stopped in the air. The figure in the chariot lifted the jade curtain. He was tall and burly, with red scales all over his body, a thick snake tail, and hair like a fire snake. He stepped slowly into the air. With every step, a blooming fire lotus rose from his feet. The majestic and domineering aura swept across the suburbs like a wave, making everyone feel depressed and unable to breathe. The peak of the Wizard King. This is definitely the strength of the peak of the Wizard King. Xiao Yao looked up, his heart filled with solemnity. compared with the Great Wizard. The Wizard King has a very obvious appearance feature. That is, their hair will become thick and curly, from black to red, like a fire snake. And this Backer King, his momentum alone brings him an incomparable sense of oppression, as if it is a mountain that is difficult to cross. Ordinary Wizard Kings can't do this at all. This is definitely a super strongman who is infinitely close to the Wizard Emperor level. If it is a summoner system, it is the peak of the master. This king, Jihao, will preside over this god-chosen battle. King Backer Jihao stepped on the ground with both feet. His voice was calm and indifferent, but it resounded throughout the suburbs like thunder. Meet King Backer. Suddenly, everyone bowed down, with an extremely respectful attitude. Jihao looked down at the whole scene, paused for a few seconds, and said, "This god-chosen battle will be held in the Forbidden Mountains." It was indeed the Forbidden Mountains. Xiao Yao's eyes fluctuated, and he continued to listen. The Forbidden Mountains is our royal secret realm, with countless treasures, magic weapons, martial arts secrets, and many monsters living in it. You have only one mission. Jihao turned his gaze to the thousands of people who participated in the battle, and said in a serious voice, "That is to survive for 7 days. After 7 days, the secret realm will be closed, and everyone will be teleported here, and any treasures you obtain will belong to you forever." Wow! Upon hearing this, many geniuses from all over the kingdom of God cheered immediately. It's just surviving for 7 days. What's the difficulty? The most important thing is that all the treasures obtained during this period will belong to you. For some witches from small and medium-sized tribes, this is like pie in the sky. Looking at these witches cheering and jumping for joy, as if they had already pocketed the treasure, Xiao Yao couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Sure enough, there are such short-sighted people everywhere. The simpler the conditions seem, the more unimaginable dangers they contain. He knew that the God's Choice battles were all held in the form of a ring battle, with layers of additions, and finally the best talents were selected. But this time, the royal family actually chose the Forbidden Mountains as the location. It seemed like a welfare, but in fact, the dangers here were far beyond the ring battle. In this closed environment, everyone not only has to fight monsters, but also thousands of unknown witch geniuses. In order to seize the treasure, even the closest friends may stab you in the back. Not to mention 7 days. Some people are lucky to survive 3 days. But for me, this is another rewarding journey that is no less than the mysterious realm of the sea god. I hope I can get what I want in it, Xiao Yao thought to himself. Compared to the cheers of the participants, the faces of the nobles watching were full of worry and solemnity. Among them, many of their children participated in this god-chosen war, and it was not voluntary, but the royal family ordered that all the high-ranking officials with titles and in charge of government affairs must send a direct descendant to participate in the god-chosen war. If they do not obey, they will bear the consequences. There is no way, although they know that this god-chosen war will be extremely dangerous, they have to send their direct descendants. The only thing they can do is to prepare enough life-saving methods for their descendants, and hope that they will come back alive. Chapter 703, Immortal Emperor's Immortal Combat Body. All personnel, get ready, Jihao said solemnly, and a blood-colored compass appeared in his hand. As energy was injected, the blood-colored compass became brighter and brighter, like a blood moon, emitting an astonishing power. Finally, when the compass accumulated enough energy, a stream of scarlet blood light rose straight into the sky, like a pillar supporting the sky, piercing the sky. Boom, 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 the sky made a loud noise. Clouds and mist rolled, hazy and misty, and thousands of rays of light bloomed. It's about to start. Xiao Yao took out the iron rod from the beast control space, and held it tightly in his hand. His heart was lifted. In the foggy sky, there was a vague shadow, like a mountain range rising, looming, and gradually the shadow became clearer and clearer. Even the people in the city of God were attracted by the shadow. Although the fog in the sky was too thick, only the outline of the shadow was revealed. But everyone knew that it should be the Forbidden Mountains. Huh? After a moment, the shadow suddenly projected a colorful light column hundreds of meters thick, like a rainbow ladder, which appeared in front of everyone. Keep order. Go in, Jihao said solemnly. Swish. The person closest to the colorful light column immediately ran forward and entered the light column. Thousands of people behind him also entered one by one in a very orderly manner under Jihao's gaze, and Xiao Yao was naturally among them. Just after all the geniuses entered, The rainbow ladder slowly disappeared. And the black shadow in the sky also disappeared. Seeing this scene, Jihao's face was calm. And a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Everyone, fight to your heart's content. Only blood and fire can reshape my Zhu Rong's bloody and courageous spirit. This is a road paved with rainbows. Before entering, there were many people around me. But after entering, I was the only one left on the hundreds of meters of Rainbow Road. Xiao Yao ran on the Rainbow Road. His footsteps were firm, but there was no sound. Looking up, various complicated symbols appeared, like stars in the sky, making this place full of mystery. This road is very long. Xiao Yao felt that he had been running for a long time, and it seemed that he had only run for seconds, until a glowing portal appeared in the sky. He knew that he was finally reaching the end. Puff! After passing through the portal, the view in front of him suddenly became clear, and the rich spiritual energy rushed towards him, which immediately lifted Xiao Yao's spirits. Wow, the scenery is nice. Xiao Yao placed the iron rod on the ground, and looked around. This is a peaceful lakeside. The lake water is clear and pure, like a mirror. Wisps of mist rise, adding a touch of fairyland color to this place. But something is not right. Xiao Yao secretly clenched the iron rod. According to common sense, there must be a large number of animals and plants gathered beside the lake, but this place is like a land of extinction. The silence is terrible. Not even a single creature can be seen. Duh. Not far away. A small stone rolled slightly. Xiao Yao's face suddenly changed. He kicked his legs, and his body soared into the sky. Boom! Just as he jumped up, the ground suddenly collapsed. A sandworm-like monster broke out of the ground. Only half of its body was exposed, and it was dozens of meters long. Its chrysanthemum-like mouth opened and bit down hard, making a clanging sound. If Xiao Yao had been half a second later, he would probably have been swallowed by it. Huh? Xiao Yao, who was still rising, lowered his head, and the information of this sandworm appeared in his eyes. Diamond level 5 monster Death Earth Dragon. Talent devouring. Oh my god, this is so dangerous. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. If it were any other witch, I'm afraid that as soon as their feet touched the ground, they would be torn to pieces by this beast. Roar. After a failed attack, the Death Earth Dragon opened its mouth and roared angrily. The terrifying volume stirred up ripples, making the originally calm lake surface boil instantly. Boom. There was an explosion in the Earth Dragon's belly. The big mouth, like a black hole, opened to the maximum, and a strong suction force suddenly broke out. In an instant, the grass on the ground rolled up, and gravel flew everywhere, and a water tornado rose from the lake surface, all of which poured into the Earth Dragon's belly. Xiao Yao in the sky was also falling rapidly under the influence of this powerful suction. Still want to eat me? Xiao Yao raised his lips, and a flash of fire flashed in his eyes. Since Wukong broke through Diamond 4, he has never fought with all his strength. It's just right. Let this Earth Dragon be his first touchstone. Boom! The black flame of destruction burned fiercely, and a violent bear condensed in the air. Xiao Yao raised his long stick, and suddenly felt a strong force filling his body. The violent bear raised its paw, along with a long stick, and slammed it hard on the top of the Earth Dragon's head. The violent bear's attack of the 9 attacks of the wild beast. Bang! The long stick hit the top of the Earth Dragon first, followed by the huge black bear's paw. The Earth Dragon's head flipped, and its skull made a shattering sound, and its angry roar turned into a wail. Keep going! Xiao Yao was so excited about the battle that his legs stepped on the Earth Dragon's fangs, and with a fierce kick, his body jumped up again, and the energy in his body changed its direction, and the violent bear behind him quickly turned into a shadow of a demon ape. The demon ape was more than 10 meters tall, with terrifying flames flowing all over its body, and its momentum was violent and ferocious, like a demon king who destroyed the world. In his hand, the demon ape actually held a flaming long stick. Demon ape attack! Xiao Yao shouted, and as he raised the stick and chopped down, the demon ape behind him also made the same move. Moreover, the flaming long stick transformed into dozens of stick shadows in the air, covering the sky and the sun and smashing towards the Earth Dragon. Bang bang bang! Dozens of stick shadows fell on the huge body of the Earth Dragon, causing it to tremble and twist constantly. Each stick shadow could leave a deep black mark on its body, and its skin and flesh rolled up, and its bones kept making explosions. Pa! Xiao Yao landed steadily on the ground. The flames on his body extinguished, and he watched the Earth Dragon fall to the ground. although the Earth Dragon still had 20% of its health left. Such a serious injury had completely declared its death. Bang! The light stick without a trace of flame became the last death warrant of the Earth Dragon, bringing its life to an end. The Earth Dragon's head sank to the ground, and it lost all its vitality. Xiao Yao cut open the Earth Dragon's body and took out the demon pill hidden near the heart. Out of caution. He didn't know whether Zhurong Kingdom could monitor everything here, so he didn't dare to put the Earth Dragon into the beast control space. At the same time, he couldn't use all the skills of Wukong, but with just his strength, fire, and the moves of 9 strike of wild beasts, he could kill a Diamond 5 level monster in 2 moves. It can be seen that after the fusion, his strength can dominate the entire Diamond level. There is still room for improvement in the 9 strike of wild beasts, Xiao Yao murmured. At present, he has completely digested Tiger Mad's experience with the 9 beast attacks, and can perform the first 8 moves smoothly and freely, and even has a clue about the 9th move, the Heavenly Dragon attack. However, after studying for a period of time, he found that Tiger Mad's mastery of the 9 beast attacks was not completely in place. It cannot be said that he only has the form, but he has not mastered the essence of it. For example, after using the Spirit Turtle attack, in addition to transforming into a Spirit Turtle Phantom to resist attacks, a layer of protective film will also appear on his body's surface to strengthen his defense. After using the Violent Bear attack, his bones and muscles will be strengthened to a certain extent, resulting in a great increase in strength. After using the Demon Ape attack, his moves will become faster and more difficult to catch. The above are his recent insights after practicing. Compared with the dead Tiger Mad, his understanding of this martial art is much deeper. It must be said that the Wu clan's martial arts are really exquisite. It can fully tap the potential of the body and create a terrifying power that is no less powerful than the skills of war beasts. But at the same time, it is not as flexible and diverse as the skills of war beasts. For example, invisibility, hypnosis, and imprisonment are effects that the Wu clan's martial arts cannot achieve. By the way, since there is a ground dragon guarding this place, there may be secret books, magic tools, and other resources. Xiao Yao touched his chin and scanned the area with his spiritual perception, but he found nothing. Did I guess wrong? He frowned slightly. However, when he set his sights on the cave under the Earth Dragon, his brows relaxed again. Go in and take a look. Xiao Yao stood beside the cave and jumped down. Crackling. Dirt and stones rubbed against his feet. Xiao Yao supported himself with one hand and slid down quickly like a slide, and within a few seconds, he stood in the dark and wet ground. Bang! Red flames burned in the palm of his hand, lighting up the dark environment. In front of him were roads, like underground tunnels, winding and wide, with no end in sight. Xiao Yao randomly chose one and walked forward slowly, while his mental power swept the surroundings like a radar. As he went deeper and deeper, the rotten and stinking smell of the underground became more and more obvious. But after a long time, he still found nothing. Did I guess wrong? Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with disappointment. However, just when he was about to give up, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. He took a few steps forward, his soles rubbing against the ground, grinding off the thick mud, and soon he touched a hard object. He squatted down, illuminated it with a flame, and a black iron box appeared in front of him. Fuck. This is too bad. Xiao Yao picked up the iron box and couldn't help complaining. The Death Earth Dragon is strong enough, with a strength of Diamond level 5. I'm afraid that among all the participants, no more than one can defeat it. But killing is not the end. If you want to find this iron box, you must go deep underground and use your mental power to scan carefully. Only then will you have a certain chance of finding this iron box hidden in a deeper layer. But the pitfall is that the Wu clan does not have such a strong mental power as him. So for them, the probability of finding this iron box is almost zero. Maybe the person who buried this iron box did not want anyone to find it. Damn. I thought the Zhurong royal family was really generous. But I didn't expect there was such a thing. Xiao Yao shook his head speechlessly, and returned to the ground along the route in his memory. Come on. Let me see what you have hidden here. Xiao Yao rubbed his hands, and opened the lid of the iron box with expectation. What came into his eyes was a slightly yellowed secret book. A martial arts secret book? He took out the secret book, turned to the first page, and as he read line by line, his eyes gradually showed ecstasy. Oh my god! This is a great deal. This secret book is the first body tempering method he has come into contact with so far, and it is called Imperial Immortal Battle Body. Imperial Immortal Battle Body was created by Ji Hao, the 5th generation Emperor of Zhurong Divine Kingdom. This emperor is a wonderful person. After creating the Imperial Immortal Battle Body, he did not immediately put it into the Royal Secret Library, but hid this skill in the Forbidden Mountains, waiting for the right person. But as thousands of years passed, the terrain of the Forbidden Mountains continued to change. Moreover, the Forbidden Mountains, which originally belonged only to the Zhurong royal family, was open to many geniuses in the Kingdom of God this time. And the Son of Destiny that Ji Hao was looking forward to also became a foreigner. So, I am the true Son of Destiny. Xiao Yao smiled, with unconcealed joy and pride on his face. He couldn't wait to turn the page to learn more about this technique. Immortal Battle Body was created by Ji Hao when he was at the peak of the Witch Emperor. There are 5 levels in total. You can start practicing at the Great Witch level, and you can practice to the peak when you are a Witch Emperor. This is a top-level body tempering technique. It constantly tempers the body through the power of blood and fire, so that the practitioner can have a strong physique far beyond the same level. Ji Hao claimed in the secret book that if the royal family can practice to the 2nd level at the peak of the Great Wizard, then he will have the ability that only wizard kings can use, which is to behead and reborn. If wizard kings practice to the 4th level, then his physical strength will be no less than that of wizard emperors. Ji Hao had never fought with wizard gods, and was not sure about the physical strength of wizard gods. However, after he practiced the Imperial Immortal Battle Body to the 5th level, Gongdong Emperor, who was also at the peak of wizard emperors, was trampled under his feet. Although it was unclear whether Ji Hao was exaggerating, the power of the first few levels alone was enough to make Xiao Yao fall into ecstasy. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. Xiao Yao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Originally, his physical strength was unimaginable for ordinary summoners. If he could practice the Imperial Immortal Battle Body to the right level, he would be a peerless beast. Even if he didn't merge with a battle beast, he would have the strength to surpass the battle beasts of the same level. Next, he carefully read the entire secret book, and after making sure he fully understood it, he went back to the cave and found a safe place to try to practice the 1st level of the technique. Boom! Flames rose, illuminating the cave. Xiao Yao sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. Qi and blood and the flame of destruction flowed slowly along a specific route. The energy of blood and fire surged, collided with each other, and merged with each other. Gradually, the two completely different energies of blood and fire converged together to form a strange substance. One part covered the body's surface, piercing the skin like thousands of knives, and the other part was like a steel hammer, hitting the bones and muscles, making the body stronger. Half an hour later, the flames gradually died down. Xiao Yao opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. The effect of practicing Imperial Immortal Battle Body for the first time was outstanding. His physique had improved a lot, but this improvement was a bit like a novice's benefit. The next step was to grind slowly. Xiao Yao returned to the ground, stretched his body, and his bones made crackling sounds. He had such an amazing harvest right after entering, which made him feel very good and full of expectations for the next trip. Let me see if there are any other good things. Xiao Yao slightly opened his eyes, and a dazzling golden light flashed in his pupils. Clairvoyance activated as he slowly turned his head. The scene of dozens of kilometers away appeared in his eyes. The sleeping monsters, the witches who were trying to escape, and the bodies that died tragically. It has only been a few hours since entering the Forbidden Mountains, and more than a dozen witches have died tragically in the mouths of monsters. It can be seen that the danger here is far beyond the imagination of many geniuses. After a while, Xiao Yao's body shook, and several blood Ganoderma with crystal light appeared in his sight. Next to the blood Ganoderma, there were also several huge monsters, breathing in the spiritual energy emitted by the blood Ganoderma. Hee. I found something good. Chapter 7046 Turn Poison Fire Formation. Beside the stream, there are endless green ancient trees, and their canopies are like clouds blocking the sunlight. Under the shade of the trees, several blood Ganodermas with a glittering color grow side by side, and their flesh is thick, emitting a surging spiritual energy like a spiritual spring. 3 huge thunder toads are guarding near the blood Ganodermas. They have blue skin, yellow spots, and flashes of lightning appear and disappear from time to time. They open their mouths slightly, and continuously swallow and spit out the spiritual energy emitted by the blood Ganodermas. Just as the Thunder Toads were absorbing the spiritual energy with peace of mind, several balls of blazing fire suddenly fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a meteorite falling from the sky, and smashed towards the Thunder Toads below. The 3 Thunder Toads raised their heads at the same time. Their bulging eyeballs flashed with strong lightning. As their mouths opened wide, several dancing silver snakes of lightning shot up into the sky and collided with the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded in the air, blowing like fireworks. Wisps of flames fell to the ground, quickly igniting some dead leaves. The Thunder Toad stood up. Lightning surged on its body, and its eyes were full of vigilance and anger. Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack us? Several Thunder Toads looked around, looking for the enemy. Suddenly, one of them roared like thunder. Blood Ganoderma, gone! They looked down, and there was nothing where the blood Ganoderma had grown before, and they could only see the soil that had been uprooted. A slight sound came from above. The 3-headed Thunder Toad raised its head suddenly, and saw a burly man holding an iron rod on a giant tree nearby, looking down below, and holding a few blood Ganoderma in his other hand. Quack! 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 The Thunder Toad roared angrily, and the golden lightning exploded, turning into a lightning spear that struck the man's head, and the sky rumbled, as if a punishment from heaven had come. Boom! Thunder and lightning fell, and the 100-meter-high tree was split into charcoal, emitting bursts of black smoke. But the burly man was nowhere to be seen. I took you down with a little trick. Xiao Yao took the blood Ganoderma back to the beast's control space, and a hint of complacency appeared on the corner of his mouth. These blood Ganoderma are great tonics. Feeding them to war beasts can only increase a little experience points, but if used on oneself, it can greatly increase his blood and chi, and accelerate the progress of practicing Imperial Immortal Battle Body. But before that, we must kill these Thunder Toads first, and we must not let go of the diamond-level demon pills. Xiao Yao landed steadily on the ground, pointed the iron rod forward, ignited black fire, destruction, and the violent breath pressed towards the Thunder Toads like a tsunami. 3 diamond-level Thunder Toads, I will take your demon pills. Bang! He kicked his foot, and the whole person turned into a black shadow, and almost instantly came to a Thunder Toad, chopped down with the iron rod, and the surging air wave made the surrounding fallen leaves dance wildly. As the crisis came, the Thunder Toad subconsciously condensed a layer of lightning shield, blocking it above his head. At the same time, the other 2 Thunder Toads also gave support at the first time. The golden lightning burst out, covering a radius of more than 10 meters, and was about to electrocute Xiao Yao into charcoal. In front of the iron stick, the hastily condensed lightning shield was as fragile as paper, and it shattered and exploded in an instant. The stick did not reduce its force, and it hit the top of the Thunder Toad's head heavily. With a bang, the Thunder Toad's head exploded like a watermelon. After dealing with 1 Thunder Toad, Xiao Yao, under the violent lightning, like a god of war, ordered the 2 Thunder Toads to kill. Sweeping the long stick, the flame of destruction drew a huge semicircular arc of flame, like the sickle of the god of death, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. His speed was too fast. The 2 Thunder Toads could not react in time. Helplessly, they could only take a deep breath. Their bodies expanded rapidly like balloons. A thick layer of lightning appeared on their blue skin, trying to block the long stick. However, under Xiao Yao's extremely strong force, all resistance was in vain. The flaming sickle easily cut through the body of the Thunder Toad, cutting it in half. Blood, internal organs burst out like a fountain. The 2 Thunder Toads screamed miserably. The upper body shook violently, and burst out dazzling lightning. Bang bang. 2 more sticks fell, bringing the sound of bones breaking. The Thunder Toad's eyes widened, and the life in his eyes quickly dissipated. Done. Xiao Yao clapped his hands, cut open his stomach, and took out the 3 demon pills. Thunder demon pills are not common in the lava mountains, and the price is quite high. However, he is not going to sell these demon pills, but to keep them for his father's Thunder-winged Blue-eyed Tiger and Storm Elf. When they are promoted to Diamond, they can use the demon pills to improve their strength. We need to find a place to eat these blood Ganoderma. Xiao Yao took out a blood Ganoderma. Once this kind of spiritual object is pulled out from its original place, it must be sealed with special means or used as soon as possible. After a long time, the spiritual essence inside will be lost. However, just as he was about to find a safe place, suddenly, a subtle fluctuation caught his attention. Oh! Interesting. Xiao Yao's expression remained unchanged. He took back the blood Ganoderma, picked a random direction, and walked into the forest. Not long after he left, a man in a gorgeous robe suddenly appeared. He looked at the three thunder toads with tragic deaths on the ground, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. But soon, his greed for the blood Ganoderma took over. The man turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiao Yao left. A hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In the forest, the dense old trees blocked the sunlight. Only sporadic sunlight could penetrate the leaves, leaving mottled light and shadow. Xiao Yao put the iron rod on his shoulder and walked forward leisurely, not fast. Just like a spring outing, his footsteps crushed the dead leaves, making a rustling sound. The dark forest is a good place to bury bones. Let me see who will take the bait. Xiao Yao's mouth corners slightly raised, and a faint golden light flashed in his pupils. The dead branches broke, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The majestic poisonous fog burst out, filling a radius of hundreds of meters, and streams of fire quickly attacked Xiao Yao like sharp arrows. Bang! 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 Xiao Yao swung his stick, blocking all the flowing fire. Then he looked up and saw a tall figure standing on a tree branch in the thick green poisonous fog, looking down at him. The next second, he saw the figure raise his right hand and squeeze it hard. The poisonous fog spun wildly, condensing into three dark green poisonous dragons. Flames dotted the poisonous dragon's eyes, and lines of flames floated on the surface of the poisonous dragons. Poof! The poisonous dragon opened its mouth, and three thick pillars of poisonous fire sprayed toward Xiao Yao. Bang! Xiao Yao kicked his legs and soared into the sky, trying to get out of the range of the poisonous fog. However, just when he was about to break through, hundreds of flaming meteorites suddenly fell from the sky, forcing him to return to the ground, swinging his iron rod to resist all attacks. But his clothes had already turned into pieces in the explosion. Swish! 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 Endless attacks came from all directions. The three poisonous dragons were tightly entangled around Xiao Yao. Even if they were blown up, they would condense again in a short time. Xiao Yao danced the iron rod tightly. The flame of destruction turned into a protective energy, blocking the attacks of various flames. However, as the battle continued, his movements gradually began to slow down. The flames became thinner. Some fireballs, poison arrows also fell on him. After a long time, the formation fell into a brief calm. Xiao Yao clenched the iron rod, and the red scales on his body showed traces of charring. His breath was weak, and he coughed violently. 6-turn poisonous fire formation, Xiao Yao said hoarsely. You actually know the 6-turn poison fire formation. A surprised voice came from the tree branch, and a figure leaped up, landing steadily on the ground, and then walked toward Xiao Yao step by step. And the sinister face became clearer and clearer. Since you know the 6-turn poison fire formation, then you should be aware of the power of this formation. Tung Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile of success. Man Gun Hu Kuang, I recognize you. And I know you are very powerful. But under my 6-turn poison fire formation, any great witch will not escape the fate of being poisoned and killed. Do you feel weak all over? Your eyes are sore, and your head is dizzy? It won't be long before your eyeballs burst, your 7 orifices bleed, and your flesh and blood will be completely consumed by the poison array. Tung Xiao stopped 100 meters away from Xiao Yao to prevent him from fighting to the death. You also set up a layer of bewitching array on the 6th level poisonous fire array. Xiao Yao stuck the iron rod into the ground, coughed twice, and said dryly, You even know about the bewitching array? Tung Xiao's expression was even more surprised. Have you learned the formation? Xiao Yao coughed more violently, and his voice was weak. I only learned the basics of the formation. It's a pity that I didn't meet a famous teacher, so I couldn't learn more advanced formations. You were born in the wilderness, and it's not easy to learn the basics of the formation. Tung Xiao was happy to delay for a while. The longer Hu Kuang stayed in the poison formation, the more he spoke, and the faster the poison would take effect. Tung Xiao smiled and said, What a pity. If you were born in the capital of gods, maybe my master would accept you as an apprentice. Ahem. Is your master very strong? Xiao Yao grabbed the iron rod with both hands, bent down, and spoke weakly, as if he was about to collapse. Of course. My master is a famous formation master in the God City. You moo, Tung Xiao said proudly. Formation? Master? Xiao Yao slowly raised his head, and a creepy arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. His originally weak voice suddenly became steady and powerful. That's great. Oh no! Seeing this smile, Tung Xiao was immediately horrified. Without thinking, He retreated directly. But before he retreated a few meters, Tung Shao suddenly felt a pain in his back, as if a thorn had pierced into his body. What was that? Tung Shao was startled, and the next second, a piercing pain swept through his body, making him lose his ability to move instantly. Plop! Tung Shao knelt on the ground, covering his chest, beads of sweat rolled down, and his face turned pale. He turned his head and looked, only to see a thin figure standing behind him. Although his whole body was covered with thick poisonous fog, as the setter of the 6th level poisonous fire array, he saw through the attacker's true face at a glance. It was actually a skinny mouse, holding a strange crossbow in its hand, with its mouth wide open, as if making a silent laugh. When did this monster enter the formation? Why did it attack me? Tung Shao clasped his hands to the ground, and the intense pain made him tremble all over, and he almost fainted. Xiao Yao walked over step by step with a stick, and the sound of each dead leaf being trampled was like a death drumbeat, hitting Tung Xiao's heart heavily. When Xiao Yao stood in front of Tung Xiao barely raised his head and asked painfully, "Why are you not affected by the poison formation?" He really couldn't understand. He had used the 6th turn poison fire formation to kill great witches several times, including 2 top masters of great witches. But why this time? The formation was completely useless in front of a barbarian. Xiao Yao looked down at him, with a smile on his face. "I won't tell you." Hearing this answer, Tung Xiao's forehead suddenly became hot, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Almost done. Xiao Yao waved his hand, and a ball of black mist appeared in front of him. It was Emo Tung. Tung Xiao heard the noise, and reluctantly raised his head. His eyes were filled with horror, but before he could scream, the black air rushed towards him, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. "TSK, you still want to ambush me?" Looking at Tung Xiao's dull face, Xiao Yao sneered. When he was killing Lei Chan just now, he found someone was secretly watching him, so he thought of fishing, and walked into the dark forest, and deliberately slowed down his pace. As expected, he soon discovered a large array full of murderous intentions. Although this large array was covered with a layer of illusion to make it more concealed. In front of the fiery eyes, all illusions were false. After entering the large array, he saw at a glance that the large array in front of him was the intermediate array recorded in the interpretation of the array, the 6th turn poison fire array. However, although he recognized it, his understanding of the array was still very shallow, and he could not set up this large array for the time being. Therefore, he deliberately acted as an actor for a while, with the purpose of learning the essence of this formation through personal experience, and feeling the true power of the intermediate formation. If it were another formation, he might still be flustered. But the fatal threat of the 6th turn poison fire formation lies in its terrifying poison power. And as the master of Tuki, no poison in the world can hurt him. It can only be said that this kid is too unlucky. Xiao Yao raised his head and glanced at the top of his head. There was a thick green poisonous fog above his head, and the pitch-black environment nearby made it impossible to see what was happening on his side. Even if the royal family of Shindu had the means to spy on the Forbidden Mountains, it was impossible for them to see what was happening on his side. That was why he summoned both Tuki and Mo Tung. After a moment, Mo Tung flew out of Tung Xiao's body, bringing back a huge stream of information. Xiao Yao closed his eyes and silently digested Tung Xiao's memory. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Another big gain. Tung Xiao, a son of the nobles of Shindu, during the wizard period, he worshipped the famous formation master Yumu of Shindu as his teacher, and became a very promising formation master. From Tung Xiao's memory, Xiao Yao not only had a deep understanding of many intermediate formations, but also had more than a dozen advanced formation diagrams in his mind. These advanced formations were all the secrets of Yumu. Although Tung Xiao was unable to lay down advanced formations with his current strength, he had memorized the advanced formation diagrams in his mind early on, and would try again when his mental strength increased greatly in the future. And now, all these experiences and knowledge are in Xiao Yao's hands. In addition to the knowledge of formations, Tung Xiao also mastered several exquisite martial arts secrets, as well as a detailed understanding of the major forces, famous figures, and high-level secrets in the capital, especially the latter. It plays a vital role in Xiao Yao's next plan. Bang! Several fireballs flew out, smashing all the important formation points. In an instant, the thick poisonous fog quickly dissipated. At the same time, Xiao Yao also took Mo Tung and took you back to the beast control space. Boom! Another ball of blazing fire fell. And in just a few seconds, Tung Zhao's body turned into ashes. Next, Xiao Yao held the long stick tightly and smiled faintly. Let's continue to set off. Chapter 705 Who said, a broken stick can't kill people. The intrusion of the geniuses of the Wu clan made the originally peaceful Forbidden Mountains boil over. The Wu clan coveted the demon pills of the monster beasts and the spiritual treasures they guarded, and the monster beasts were also interested in the blood-filled bodies of the Wu clan. The two fought fiercely, and death was happening all the time. On the vast plain, several Wu clan members formed a group and chased after a group of fire-scale beasts in front of them. Monster beasts, don't run! Shi Xian roared, and slapped his waist with one hand. A pair of golden scissors suddenly rose into the air, growing taller and larger by dozens of times, and rushed towards a fire-scale beast in front. A golden light flashed, and two dragon-like shadows flew out, and the two dragons strangled and cut the fire-scale beast in two at once. Young Marquis, your golden dragon scissors are too powerful. Beside Shi Xian, a sturdy man said with envy. Ha. Of course. Shi Xian laughed triumphantly. I almost lost my life to get this golden dragon scissors. How can it not be powerful? Speed up. Don't let them run away. Shi Xian pointed forward, and the golden dragon scissors flew forward. The strong body of the fire-scale beast was as fragile as paper in front of it. Any fire-scale beast caught by it would be easily cut into two pieces. Awesome. Shi Xian chased after it and shouted happily. Since he got the golden dragon scissors, he was invincible in the Forbidden Mountains. Even the great wizard-level monsters could be easily killed. Moreover, after meeting up with several friends, they killed monsters until their hands were tired. Not only did they obtain a lot of monster pills, but they also obtained several spiritual treasures. After taking the spiritual treasure, their strength increased greatly, and one of them even broke through from the peak of the Witch General to the Great Witch level, which made him very excited. Tiger Crazy, don't let me meet you, or you will die. After killing all the fire-scale beasts, Shi Xian took out the demon pill. Looking at his bloody hands, a strong coldness flashed in his eyes. After losing to Tiger Crazy that time, he became a laughing stock in the circle overnight. The son of the dignified Jinwu Marquis could not survive 3 moves in the hands of a barbarian, and even forgot the most basic regeneration of broken limbs, and could only roll on the ground and scream, which was simply a shame for the nobles of the capital. Early the next morning, his father, Jin Wuho, ordered him to go home, scolded him, and even cut off his 2 arms in succession, so that he would remember the pain and the ability to regenerate broken limbs. After that, he almost hid in the inn all day and dared not go out, until Hu Kuang became famous, and no one could last 10 rounds in his hands. At that time, the ridicule from the outside world was much less. The dark experience during this period made him hate Hu Kuang, and he wanted to grind him to ashes. But he also had an indelible fear. He knew that Tiger Mad was much stronger than himself. Without the support of his family, he had no hope of revenge. But after spending 5 days in the Forbidden Mountains, Shi Xian found that Tiger Mad was no longer enough to scare him. In the past few days, he had grown a lot and killed more than 24 Great Witch-level monsters. With the golden dragon scissors he had just obtained, the life-saving magic weapon his father prepared for him, and the support of the 4 people around him. If he could meet Tiger Mad, he would definitely chop him into mincemeat to avenge the broken arm. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion was heard in the distance, which immediately attracted the attention of Shi Xian and the people around him. Young Marquis? Someone winked. Let's go! Shi Xian licked his mouth greedily, waved his hand, and ran quickly in the direction of the sound. In the past few days, they had done a lot of things to benefit from the quarrels between the snipe and the clams, and killed 8 people from the witch tribe. It must be said that killing the same kind of people obviously has the highest benefits. After killing them, the demon pills, secret books, weapons, and magic tools and the space equipment all belong to him. This feeling of getting rich quickly is really irresistible. Boom, boom, boom. After several loud noises, the front became quiet again. Shi Xian and the people around him exchanged a glance, and quickened their pace again, fearing that they would miss the target. A moment later, they arrived at the battle site, and what came into view were several disemboweled monster corpses, and a burly man holding a long stick, with a calm face. When he saw the man, Shi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. And he said excitedly, "Tiger Maniac? It's you." Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's your name? Shirtu? Or a stone?" "My name is Shixian." Shixian roared angrily, his emotions were ignited at once. "Shixian is Shixian. What's the point of calling me that?" Xiao Yao curled his lips, and said lightly, "What, are you bringing people here to seek revenge?" In fact, he naturally recognized Shixian, but this kid had obvious changes. There was a hint of firmness and iron blood between his eyebrows. His aura was also much stronger than before, and he felt like he had been reborn. "No wonder you dare to stand in front of me and challenge me. Tiger crazy, do you think this is still yin on yin?" Shixian said coldly, "In the end, I have to abide by the rules of the yin. I can only fight you one-on-one, but now..." He raised a cold smile. "There are so many of us, do you think you can run away?" As soon as the voice fell, the people beside Shixian immediately dispersed, blocking all of Xiao Yao's retreat routes, gripping their weapons, and their eyes were extremely cold. TSK. It seems that I was too gentle that night." Xiao Yao smiled and shook his head, without a trace of tension on his face. "Tiger Mania!" Shixian shouted angrily. "I am no longer the person I was a few days ago. Today, I will avenge the broken arm that night." The golden dragon scissors flew into the air quickly, and the blades turned into dancing dragons, shining with golden light, and cut toward Xiao Yao's head fiercely. At the same time, the others also waved their weapons, with swords and sabers, and flames all over the sky attacking the center, instantly engulfing it. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and thick smoke covered the battlefield. Everyone stared at the front, wanting to see a headless and broken body. However, when the smoke dissipated, there was nothing in front of them. Not good. Everyone was shocked, and immediately looked around. "That's it?" A disdainful voice came from behind, accompanied by the astonishing heat. Shixian didn't think twice, and directly activated the life-saving magic weapon his father gave him. The Jade Bone Shield. Swish. A large bone shield blocked behind Shixian. The flaming long stick hit it, making the shield tremble violently, and making a clattering sound. However, although the sound was so annoying, the shield was still as solid as a mountain wall, and it blocked the violent long stick. Shixian turned around, and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the Jade Bone Shield was safe and sound. Sure enough, the magic weapon given to him by his father was still powerful. Shixian calmed down and shouted, "Gather around me." He is not a fool. From the scene just now, it can be seen that Hukuang's speed is too terrifying, which is beyond their vision. Therefore, only by gathering together can they protect themselves from being defeated one by one. At this time, Shixian suddenly regretted it. He should have thought that his strength would improve greatly. Would Hukuang stay where he is? Unfortunately, the good fortune of the past few days made him too arrogant. And coupled with the stimulation of Hukuang's words just now, he suddenly lost his mind. But now, regret is useless. They must kill Hukuang. However, although Hukuang is very strong, they are not without a chance. For great witches, 2 witch generals, plus the sharp and domineering golden dragon scissors, and the rock-hard jade bone shield in their hands. As long as they find the right time, they will definitely kill him with one blow. This thing is a magic weapon. Xiao Yao glanced at the golden scissors above his head, and the white bone shield in front of him that exuded a crystal glow. This bone shield is nothing special. He also has a fire necklace and a dark shield ring with similar functions. But their defense is not as good as this bone shield. But the golden scissors are really interesting. He dodged it just now, and he doesn't know how powerful they are. "Do you think it will be safe if we gather together?" Xiao Yao said indifferently. "Kill him!" Shixian shouted and launched an attack directly. The golden dragon scissors shone brightly, and the 2 dragons opened their mouths, roared, and entangled to kill Xiao Yao. The rest of them also tried their best to use their most damaging killing moves. At that moment, golden dragons, flames, swords and swords, all came crashing down on Xiao Yao, and the terrifying might caused the space to become distorted. "Oh, I just used you to test the results of my work these past few days." A cold light flashed in Xiao Yao's eyes, and the flames of destruction burst out, and a demon ape image condensed behind him. The demon ape held a fire stick, and was as terrifying and ferocious as the world-destroying Demon King. As Xiao Yao swung his stick down, the demon ape behind him also made the same move, and the long flaming stick split into dozens of stick shadows in the air, and smashed towards everyone's heads from all directions. "Gather together. Just in time to kill you!" The stick shadow fell first, and instantly defeated everyone except Shi Xian. The 2 witch generals were smashed into pulp, and the other 4 witches were also smashed into the ground, their bones crackling, and their life force was greatly weakened. The only thing Xiao Yao didn't expect was that his own stick was blocked by the dragon transformed by the golden scissors, and was cut into 2 pieces in an instant. Puff! Half of the iron stick fell to the ground, making a dull sound. So sharp? Xiao Yao frowned. Although Hukuang iron rod was not a magic weapon, it was also made of rare metals, and it was very hard. In addition, it was covered with a layer of destructive flames. It was not a magic weapon, but it was better than a magic weapon. It was hard to imagine that the iron rod was cut so easily by the golden scissors. It was as fragile as a wooden stick. Shi Xian looked at the dying people behind him, and was panicked. However, when he saw the iron rod broken into 2 pieces in Xiao Yao's hand, his mood turned into great joy. Barbarian stick. Barbaric stick. Without a stick. Are you still so arrogant? Clang. Shi Xian took out a long sword, and a raging fire burned on the blade. He pointed the long sword and said angrily, "Tiger maniac. Die!" Swish. Shi Xian swung a sword forward, and dozens of flaming sword chi poured out, shooting toward Xiao Yao like a meteor shower. At the same time, 2 dragons in the sky roared and swooped down, and the sharp and powerful momentum pierced the skin and hurt. Xiao Yao's expression remained unchanged. He threw a punch. Dozens of flaming fist marks shot forward like cannonballs, colliding with the sword energy. Liang Extreme Fist. Heavenly fire sets the prairie on fire. Liang Extreme Fist is the clan-protecting martial arts of the Liahu tribe, and is also the only top-level martial arts that has survived since the tribe's decline, after inheriting Hukuang experience and memory. Xiao Yao has mastered Hukuang's most advanced 9-beast strike. However, he has not given up on Liang Extreme Fist, a more advanced fist technique, but his mastery is not as good as that of 9-beast strike. Bang! 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 The fists and sword energy annihilated each other, blowing brilliant sparks in the air. On the other side, Xiao Yao waved the broken stick in his hand, sweeping it horizontally, hitting the waist of the dragon. However, the dragon transformed by the golden scissors was extremely flexible, turned its body, and the broken stick rubbed against the dragon's body, and then, the 2 dragons came around, twisted it hard, and the broken stick was cut off again. Snap! Xiao Yao took a few steps back, looking at the stick in his hand that was about to be cut into a short spear. His brows could not help but frown. Lacking a suitable weapon, his fighting power was indeed affected to a certain extent. Although he still had Wukong's golden hoop stick available, which was produced by the system, and would not be damaged by the golden scissors, he would still feel very distressed if it was slightly bumped. Seeing Hukuang frowning and looking serious, Shi Xian couldn't help but feel very proud. Hukuang! With just a broken stick, what can you use to fight me? You talk too much nonsense. Xiao Yao snorted coldly, grabbed the broken stick on the ground with one hand, and sucked it into his palm. Then, he swung the broken sticks in both hands at the same time, and 2 flame stick shadows hit the golden dragon scissors and Shi Xian. Snap! The golden dragon scissors easily cut off the stick shadow. However, on the other side, the jade bone shield shook violently under the impact of the stick shadow, and Shi Xian's face also showed a flustered look. Oh! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao's eyes fluctuated, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He saw that, with Shi Xian's current mental strength, it was difficult to do 2 things at the same time, and control the golden dragon scissors and the jade bone shield at the same time. Since this was the case, the problem would be much easier to solve. Xiao Yao kicked his feet, and rushed towards the golden dragon scissors, and the broken sticks in his hands burst into blazing flames. Seeing this, Shi Xian concentrated his mental power, controlled the golden dragon scissors, and let the 2 dragons cut fiercely toward Xiao Yao's arm, so that he could also taste the pain of a broken arm. The dragon roared loudly, and its body swam, releasing an extremely sharp and domineering aura. Seeing that the dragon had already spread its body, and was about to cut off the arm holding the stick, Shi Xian couldn't help but show a cruel smile on his face. Tiger madness. Breaking an arm is just the beginning. Next, I will cut your body into pieces. However, just as his smile rose, Hukuang's figure disappeared in an instant. Not good. Shi Xian was shocked and quickly transferred his mental power to the jade bone shield, preparing to resist Hukuang's attack. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He slowly lowered his head, and saw a sharp black broken stick sticking out of his body, with blood on the top. Who said that a broken stick can't kill people? A faint voice came from his ear. Xian knelt on the ground with a bang. The blood in his body surged, frantically filling the hole in his heart. He said painfully, Hu Kuang, if you kill me, my father will not let you go. Heh. I wait for him. Bang! With a slap, Xian's head exploded like a watermelon. But at this moment, a scarlet ball of light shot out from Xian's body, and before Xiao Yao could react, it entered his body. What is that? Xiao Yao was startled, and hurriedly checked his body. Is this a mark? He saw that the blood-colored ball of light was located near his dantian. No matter how he activated the energy in his body, he could not eliminate the ball of light. The good news is that the light ball has no effect on the body. It just serves as a mark. TSK. Now, I'm going to make an enemy with Jinwu Ho. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. But he was not nervous inside. According to Tung Zhao's memory, Xian's father, Jinwu Ho Shichong, is a powerful wizard king, and his strength is quite strong. However, he is now a participant in the God's Choice War. Even if Shichong has 8 guts, he dare not attack him openly in the God's capital. And if he wants to run, Shichong will not be able to catch him. It's not a big problem. Let's take a look at his spoils first. Xiao Yao casually hits, sending several dying wizards to hell, then squats down and picks up the golden dragon scissors that fell to the ground. Chapter 706 High-Level Magic Weapon Qilong Spirit. After Xian died, his golden dragon scissors returned to their original form, slightly larger than ordinary scissors, golden and shining, extremely sharp. Xiao Yao picked up the golden dragon scissors, injected his spiritual power into them, leaving his spiritual mark. Under his control, the golden dragon scissors swelled in the wind, became dozens of times larger, and the blades were transformed into 2 mighty and domineering Qinglongs, roaring and making the sound of dragon roars. Not bad. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. He had just witnessed the power of the golden dragon scissors. A solid iron rod was as fragile as a dead tree in front of it. It was probably difficult for a diamond-level monster to block a cut. It was a real killer. Afterwards, Xiao Yao picked up the jade bone shield and engraved his mental mark on it. TSK, it's a waste to give this kind of magic weapon to you. Xiao Yao glanced at the headless stone Xian and said with a sneer. After engraving the mental mark, he learned the detailed capabilities of the jade bone shield. The function of the jade bone shield was similar to that of the Mingli shield ring in his hand, but it crushed the Mingli shield ring in all aspects. For example, the Mingli shield ring has a limited number of uses within a short period of time. Once used up, it needs to be left alone for a few days to recharge before it can be used again. However, the jade bone shield does not have this limitation. As long as the mental power is sufficient, it can be used continuously. Furthermore, the jade bone shield has a higher defense than the Mingli shield ring. The upper limit of the Mingli shield ring is diamond level. But if it faces a diamond level 5 attack, the protective shield it activates can only resist for a moment. But the jade bone shield is different. Facing the full strength attack just now, the jade bone shield remains motionless. If the mental power is sufficient, it can even resist a master level attack. If Xian had just focused on controlling the jade bone shield, it would not have been so easy to kill him. But this idiot actually tried to control 2 magic tools at the same time with his poor mental power. He really wanted to die. In addition to these 2 magic tools, Xiao Yao also recovered the space equipment of these people. It must be said that these God City party members are really wealthy. The space equipment alone is ridiculously large. At least hundreds of cubic meters. Compared with the pitiful few dozen cubic meters of the broken sky ring, this is simply a mansion. In addition, the fire crystal coins in the hands of these people add up to more than 20 million, of which Xian alone accounts for 8 million. Then, there are some miscellaneous things, such as precious demon pills, weapons, some clothes, food, etc. Unfortunately, Xiao Yao did not find the martial arts secrets and other treasures he was looking forward to. But it is normal to think about it. Most people remember the martial arts skills in their minds, and very few people carry them with them, unless they are newly obtained secrets in the Forbidden Mountains, such as his Imperial Immortal Battle Body. The same is true for treasures. After getting them, you must take them as soon as possible to improve your safety in the Forbidden Mountains. Otherwise, if you die and the treasures are still there, that would be a tragedy in life. Forget it, the harvest is already very good. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Being able to get the golden dragon scissors and the jade bone shield, it is worth it for him to be marked by Zhen Wuhou. The only problem now is that, without the iron rod, his combat effectiveness is greatly affected. It seems that he can only take out Wukon's golden hoop. He pinched his index finger and thumb, preparing to take out the golden hoop hidden in his ear. But at this moment, a shocking dragon roar suddenly came from afar, accompanied by a golden beam of light rising into the sky, with an extremely shocking power. What's going on? Xiao Yao turned his head. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and he activated his clairvoyance to look ahead. Oh! That is, there was a hint of surprise in his voice. A few dozen minutes ago. Hey! Look! What is that? A great wizard pointed to the distance and exclaimed. What is that? The three companions around him immediately looked in the direction of his finger. That is, everyone's eyes widened, and there was a shock in their eyes. There was a huge stone platform in front of them. In the center of the stone platform, there was a golden stick standing upright towards the sky, with a domineering dragon pattern clearly visible, like a vivid dragon, clinging on the long stick, and roaring towards the sky. Next to the stone platform, a giant python coiled its body, with its eyes closed, like a loyal guardian beast. Stick for a moment. The other three looked at Lan Zhan. The strongest. Lan Zhan's weapon was a long stick. I want this stick. When he saw the domineering Panlong stick, Lan Zhan was overjoyed, and his tone was extremely determined. Everyone help me get it, and I will reward you handsomely when I go back. Brother Lan, don't worry. I will definitely help you. Me too. Let's go together. The other three agreed without hesitation. Lan Zhan was born into a wealthy family, and was generous and magnanimous. They believed that after the success, Lan Zhan would definitely not treat them unfairly. Okay. I lead, and you guys can help. Lan Zhan clenched the long stick in his hand. He had 2 great wizards and 2 wizard generals at the peak of their powers, which was enough to deal with a beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Zhan rushed over, and the remaining 3 followed closely behind. Hearing the sound, the giant python suddenly opened its eyes, roared, and spurted out a ball of black poisonous water from its mouth, rushing towards Lan Zhan and his companions like a wave. Bang! Lan Zhan kicked his feet, jumped high to avoid the poisonous water, held the stick with both hands, and his whole body burst into dazzling flames, and suddenly chopped down. Boom! Thunder exploded in the flat ground. Flames rose up, and the whole world seemed to be left with only this dazzling stick. However, the giant python was not a pushover. It swung its tail violently, and a thick layer of black water condensed into armor, lashing at Lan Zhan like a steel whip. Bang! The snake tail hit the long stick, and the flames collided with the black water. Circles of air waves raged around. The soil was turned up, and stones flew everywhere. The surrounding environment seemed like a battlefield swept by a hurricane, and it was in a mess. At this moment, the other people attacked. The sharp blades of the swords chopped on the snake body. The flames burned the snake's scales, and the giant python screamed in pain. Keep going! Lan Zhan roared, and several people surrounded the giant python and attacked it frantically. Although the giant python was strong, it was defeated in the end with Lan Zhan's main attack and the other people's assistance. It was killed by Lan Zhan's stick, who several people panted, circulating their blood and chi to heal the wounds on their bodies. After recovering almost completely, Lan Zhan looked at the Panlong stick in the center of the stone platform, his eyes flashing with excitement. He walked towards the stone platform step by step, jumped on the platform, held the stick with one hand, and tensed his muscles, and was about to pull up the long stick. But the embarrassing thing was that even if he tried his best, his face turned red. The Panlong stick did not move at all, as if it was grown together with the stone platform. Hey! I don't believe it. Lan Zhan threw the long stick in his hand to the side, grabbed the Panlong stick with both hands, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Get up!" The Panlong stick finally moved a little, making a sound of friction with the stone platform. Seeing this, Lan Zhan exerted more force, and his face was as red as a cooked prawn. The Panlong stick kept moving upwards. At the same time, a golden light bloomed from the bottom of the stick, gradually becoming stronger, and finally turned into a golden light column, rising into the sky. submerging Lan Zhan's body. Ong! Bathed in the golden light, Lan Zhan heard a thunderous dragon roar in his ears, and saw a domineering Qilong flying from a distance, hundreds of meters long, opening its mouth wide, biting his head. Ah! Lan Zhan shouted in fear, and suddenly loosened his hands. At the moment when his hands loosened, the golden light suddenly disappeared, and there was nothing in front of him. It was as if the dragon had never appeared. Lan Zhan was panting heavily, sweating, and his arms were shaking uncontrollably. Brother Lan, what's wrong? Everyone asked with concern. Lan Zhan bent over, waved his hands. His voice was hoarse, but with a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. In this stick, there is a Qilong spirit sealed. Weapon spirit? Everyone's eyes widened suddenly. Weapon spirit? This is the symbol of a high-level magic weapon. Ordinary magic weapons are nothing more than sharper, or stronger, with some special abilities. As long as the materials are in place, the forging master is capable of making them, but the success rate is sometimes high and sometimes low. But high-level magic weapons are different. In order to create high-level magic weapons, in addition to precious raw materials, the forging master needs to use special techniques to suppress the soul of a monster in the magic weapon. After various tempering, the spirit of the weapon is finally formed. However, to complete this step, the right time, right place, and right people are all indispensable. In addition to the forging technique, luck is even more important. Even a famous forging master can only make 1 or 2 high-level magic tools in his lifetime. Of course, rarity must mean power. High-level magic tools with weapon spirits are not only extremely powerful, but also have a huge impact on the user's body, such as strengthening strength, defense, spirit, etc. Some weapon spirits even have incredible abilities. If this is really a high-level magic weapon with a spirit, then its value is simply inestimable. Everyone, I promise you that as long as I can get this Panlong stick, after I go back, everyone will get at least 10 million fire crystal coins, and a high-level martial arts secret book. Lan Zhan's expression was serious. He knew that money could move people's hearts. Facing the temptation of a high-level magic weapon, no one could guarantee that these people would not have evil intentions. If they suddenly attacked when he pulled out the Panlong stick, the consequences would be disastrous. That's why he increased the stakes. 30 million fire crystal coins plus 3 advanced martial arts secrets. Although the price is high, but compared with the advanced magic weapons, everything is worth it. Hearing this, several people looked at each other and nodded heavily. Brother Lan, don't worry. We will protect you. Thank you everyone. Lan Zhan took a deep breath, and after his strength was restored, he walked onto the stone platform again, holding the Panlong stick with both hands, preparing for a second try. But to be honest, he was very unsure. If he tried again, could he really block Li Long's shock? With his own strength, could he really pull out the Panlong stick? Just when Lan Zhan was feeling anxious, a steady sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far away. Hearing the sound, Lan Zhan immediately let go of his hand, with a solemn expression, looking in the direction of the sound. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon, everyone finally saw the true face of the person who came. It was an unusually burly man, holding a broken iron rod in his hand, with a calm face. When he approached, everyone immediately felt a strong sense of oppression, as if they had encountered a prehistoric beast. He is Man Stick Tiger Crazy. One of them recognized Xiao Yao and exclaimed, Man Stick. Lan Zhan frowned. As a member of Yin Yang Yin, he naturally knew the famous name of Tiger Crazy. The strongest man in Yin Yang Yin. So far, no one could fight him for more than 10 rounds. Snap. Xiao Yao stopped and looked at the domineering long stick in the center of the stone platform. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said lightly, I want this stick. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Lan Zhan jumped off the stone platform and fought with the people around him. He said with a grim look on his face, Brother Hukuang, we were the first to find the Panlong stick, and the 4 of us also killed the giant python. Your behavior is too unreasonable. Xiao Yao glanced at him indifferently and said, In the Forbidden Mountains, you can say such stupid things? You? Lan Zhan's face changed, and his expression was angry. But he knew deep down that Hukuang's words were right. In the Forbidden Mountains, blood, killing, and betrayal are the themes, and reason is just an excuse for the weak. Xiao Yao walked towards the stone platform step by step. His face was calm, as if he didn't take the people present seriously at all. His contempt also made everyone very angry. But no one dared to take the initiative. As Xiaoyao gradually approached the stone platform, Lan Zhan's face was uncertain. His palms sometimes clenched, sometimes loosened, and he was very entangled in whether he should take action. He witnessed the scene of Hu Kuang fighting with others. At that time, Hu Kuang's opponent was a genius from the central divine realm, whose strength was not inferior to his own. But in Hu Kuang's hands, he couldn't even block 3 sticks. Therefore, even though they are now numerous and powerful, even though they have all grown a lot, facing such a powerful and domineering person, it would be a death trap to act rashly. Brother Lan? Everyone turned to look at Lan Zhan. With a tangled expression, Lan Zhan shook his head and said helplessly, "Retreat. There is no other way. Although high-level magic weapons are good, you have to be alive to get them. What's more, with my current strength, I am afraid I really can't pull out this Panlong stick." Of course, he hoped that Hu Kuang would not be able to pull it out, so that he would not be so depressed. Good hearing Lan Zhan's words, everyone was relieved. They did not want to fight with the famous Hu Kuang. Although Hu Kuang's weapons seemed to be broken, he could beat everyone present to death with his unreasonable strength. Several people immediately made way and watched Xiaoyao approach the stone platform step by step. Not bad. You are quite sensible. Xiaoyao glanced at them and nodded slightly. Since the other party was sensible, there was no need for him to kill him. The most important thing now was to pull out the Panlong stick. Yumi, have you switched your skills? Xiaoyao asked in his heart. Switch, Yumi said crisply. Okay. Xiaoyao walked onto the stone platform, holding the stick with both hands, and under the nervous gaze of Lan Zhan and others, he suddenly exerted force. Chapter 707, The Wandering Dragon's Shocking Stick. Boom! The golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. The surging air waves raged around. Lan Zhan and the others took several steps back, their hair flying, and their faces showing deep horror. This scene is too exaggerated. Crackle. Crackle, the stick was pulled out bit by bit, rubbing against the stone platform, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. Xiaoyao muscles bulged, fire flashed in his pupils, and his blood surged like waves. Suddenly, a domineering Qilong flew in front of him, with a body of hundreds of meters long, and its scales reflected brilliant golden light, and its mouth opened, making a deafening roar. Is this a weapon spirit? Xiaoyao was overjoyed. From Teng Xiao's memory, he knew the preciousness of high-level magic weapons and weapon spirits. And the Qilong illusion in front of him was, without a doubt, the weapon spirit. The Qilong attacked quickly, stretching out its strong and powerful claws, as if it wanted to take Xiaoyao's head off. If it were a witch with a weaker mental power, they might have let go of their hands in fear at the first moment. However, this illusion attack was just a small scene for Xiaoyao. Suppress! Xiaoyao shouted in a deep voice. His powerful spiritual power turned into chains, which were wrapped around Qilong like a coiled snake. Qilong shook the chains and struggled hard, roaring angrily. But Xiaoyao would not tolerate him. His spiritual power gushed out, and circles of spiritual chains wrapped Qilong like a dumpling, making it difficult to move. The spirit of the weapon was solved, and the next step was to concentrate on pulling out the stick. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, and his forehead was exposed. He pulled out the stick bit by bit. However, as the stick gradually appeared, the resistance became stronger and stronger. When only a quarter of the stick was left, no matter how hard Xiaoyao tried, he could not move the stick another inch. Seeing this scene, Lan Zhan's mood also became extremely complicated. He knew that even if Hu Kuang didn't come, he would never be able to pull out the long stick with his own strength. Brother Lan, at this time, Lan Zhan's great wizard companion gently touched him and winked. Lan Zhan understood that his companion wanted to ask if everyone should take this opportunity to attack Hu Kuang. Without hesitation, he shook his head decisively. He was not a righteous and pedantic person. If he had the opportunity to kill Hu Kuang and obtain the Panlong stick, he would definitely do it without hesitation. However, even if they attacked and killed Hu Kuang, afterwards, he would not be able to pull out the Panlong stick. And if Hu Kuang survived, the consequences would be unbearable. Therefore, he would never do such a thing that only had risks but no benefits. Xiaoyao did not know what Lan Zhan was thinking. But before he stepped onto the stone platform, he was prepared in his heart. If these people dared to attack him, then only death would be waiting for them. Yumi, giant strength technique. Xiao Yao shouted in his heart. Yes! A faint light flashed, and a powerful force rose from the soles of his feet, and immediately spread throughout his body. Get up! Xiao Yao shouted, and his muscles expanded again, and he felt as if he had taken a tenfold tonic pill, and his whole body was filled with unparalleled strength. Crackling. Crackling. The stagnant stick suddenly lifted up, and then continued to move upward at a slow but steady speed. At the same time, the golden light column became more blazing, and a domineering and powerful aura overflowed, making Lan Zhan and others feel cold in their hearts. Too scary. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They felt that Lan Zhan's decision was too wise. If he had taken action just now, I'm afraid he would have been a corpse with a tragic death. Tiger crazy, what kind of monster are you? Lan Zhan's eyes were shocked, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had seen many peak wizards, but he had never seen a monster with such amazing power as Tiger Crazy. Even half of Tiger Crazy's power was extremely rare. Not acting rashly just now was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Boom! When the long stick was completely pulled out, a thunderous explosion sounded in the sky, like the roar of a giant dragon. And the golden light column that reached the sky also stopped abruptly at this moment and disappeared. When Xiao Yao placed the long stick on the stone platform, the surface of the stone platform suddenly cracked, and the crack spread rapidly. Finally, the entire stone platform exploded. The ferocious Qilong instantly changed his face, becoming docile and kind, and let out a low roar. You changed your face very quickly. Xiao Yao smiled, loosened his mental chains, and Qilong suddenly entered his mental world, bringing him a complex flow of information. After a moment, Xiao Yao opened his eyes, and a strong surprise flashed in his eyes. The Wandering Dragon Stick. This is the name of this high-level magic weapon. Simple and clear, without any fancy words. But under the simple name, it hides extremely powerful functions. The Wandering Dragon Stick is made of meteorites from outer space and a variety of rare metals. It is indestructible, embedded with a mysterious formation, and the weight can be adjusted at will according to the host's wishes, from as low as 10,000 jin to as high as hundreds of tons. The weapon spirit, the Golden Dragon, can possess a human body for a certain period of time, greatly increasing the host's strength and defense. At the same time, the Wandering Dragon Stick also comes with a top-level stick technique, the Wandering Dragon Shocking Stick. This is a top-level stick technique that is several times more sophisticated than the 9 Strike of Wild Beasts. Even if it is placed in the Royal Martial Arts Treasure House, it is definitely one of the top ones. If he can master the Wandering Dragon Shocking Stick, Xiao Yao is even confident that he dares to fight against the powerful Witch King. A breeze blew by, and Xiao Yao turned his head to look at Lan Zhan and others, and they were instantly scared into a cold sweat. Tiger. Brother Tiger Crazy. Lan Zhan forced himself to calm down and introduced himself. I am the descendant of Lord Anan. Lan Zhan. Lord Anan. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. In Zhurong Divine Kingdom, those who can be crowned as dukes are all at the peak of the Witch King, or even the Witch Emperor. Compared with King Backer Ji Hao, the only difference between them is the royal family name. And Lord Anan Lan Yi is one of the only 2 Witch Emperors among the many dukes, and can be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Zhurong Divine Kingdom. He could afford to offend Jinwu Ho Zhezhong, but if he offended Lord Anan, his trip to Zhurong would end here. As the descendant of Lord Anan, your strength is a bit weak, Xiao Yao said indifferently. Shame on you, Lan Zhan said with a wry smile. My talent is indeed not as good as Brother Hu Kuang. In fact, among the descendants of Lord Anan, who were of the right age, he was not the most powerful one, and he was not even among the top 3. However, with the status and resources that those people could enjoy, they did not need to risk their lives to come to the Forbidden Mountains. So this spot fell on him. Of course, he would not tell Hu Kuang about the hidden secret. Since you are the descendant of Lord Anan, I will not embarrass you. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, leave. He did not know if Lan Zhan had a blood mark similar to Shi Xian's, so he did not bother to cause trouble and let these people go. Thank you, Brother Hu Kuang. Lan Zhan clasped his fists and winked at the people around him. Just as they turned to leave, suddenly, an astonishing momentum approached quickly, causing Lan Zhan and others to pause. The person who came here is not friendly. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, and gently rubbed the lines on the dragon stick with his fingers. Huh? Soon, a man holding a long sword appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing a fiery red robe, decorated with white cloud patterns, and had an unconcealable nobleness between his eyebrows. When they saw this person, Lan Zhan and others immediately exclaimed, "Your Highness Ji Chen." The person who came was actually the youngest prince in the kingdom of God. Ji Chen. As the youngest son of His Majesty, Ji Chen has been loved since he was a child, and his talent is also extremely outstanding. He has reached the peak of the great wizard at a young age, and it is said that he is only one step away from the Wizard King. I didn't expect His Highness Ji Chen to also participate in the God's chosen battle this time. The final champion is no longer a suspense. Ji Chen glanced at Lan Zhan and the others, who he didn't know, and then turned his gaze to the wandering dragon stick in Xiao Yao's hand, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The wandering dragon stick was actually pulled out by someone. As a member of the royal family, he knew very well that there were indeed several high-level magic weapons in the Forbidden Mountains, but these high-level magic weapons were either hidden in unknown corners, or buried deep underground, or the conditions for obtaining them were extremely harsh, such as the wandering dragon stick in front of him. The wandering dragon stick is a high-level magic weapon made by the top forging master of the royal family hundreds of years ago. It contains the Qilong spirit and is indestructible. It is a peerless treasure that many stick users dream of. After it was successfully made, the wandering dragon stick was placed in the Forbidden Mountains by the royal family and suppressed by a stone platform engraved with a high-level formation, waiting for the royal children to take it. However, since the wandering dragon stick is openly displayed, it is naturally impossible to get it easily. The stone platform is engraved with a 10,000-pound pressure formation, and only those with the power of a king can pull out the long stick. Hundreds of years have passed, and almost every royal child who came to the Forbidden Mountains would look for the wandering dragon stick and try it out. Unfortunately, up to now, the wandering dragon stick has never waited for its master. But Ji Chen looked at Xiao Yao's unfamiliar face and said coldly, "Who are you?" Xiao Yao said indifferently, "Who are you?" Lan Zhan on the side hurriedly said, "Brother Hu Kuang. This is His Royal Highness Prince Ji Chen." "Your Highness Ji Chen. This is Hu Kuang. From the wild land." Lan Zhan had a trick up his sleeve, specifically pointing out that Hu Kuang came from the wilderness. He believed that, when His Highness Ji Chen learned of this news, he would definitely take action. "Brother Hu Kuang, don't blame me, because I still have some emotions in my heart." Lan Zhan winked at the people around him calmly, signaling them to slowly retreat. In the wilderness, it turned out to be a barbarian. Ji Chen frowned. He didn't expect that. The extremely outstanding predecessors of the royal family from generation to generation had never pulled out the wandering dragon stick, but it was actually obtained by a barbarian from the wilderness. This was simply a slap in the face of the royal family. "Put down the dragon stick, you can go," Ji Chen said lightly. Xiao Yao said disdainfully, "You are dreaming?" "Wow." Lan Zhan and others on the side were shocked. They didn't expect that Hu Kuang would dare to speak to the prince like this. As expected of a barbarian, he really has no fear. After Lan Zhan stretched out his hand, he asked everyone to retreat quickly. He knew that a big battle was inevitable. After hearing Xiao Yao's words, Ji Chen's face instantly became extremely cold. "Since you won't let me go, then you can stay here forever." Boom! The long sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The wind and clouds rolled back, and the powerful sword intent blocked the void. The sword intent enveloped the area within 100 meters centered on Xiao Yao, forming a vacuum zone. Swish! The golden flame long sword swept out. Like a judgment from the gods, the sword energy rushed into the sky, and the violent wind pressure lifted the surrounding boulders, which was extremely terrifying. Lan Zhan and others retreated hundreds of meters before Ji Chen made a move. When they saw the amazing power in front of them, they broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they retreated far away. Otherwise, they would have suffered an unexpected disaster. They stared at Hu Kuang, wanting to see how this famous barbarian would respond to this shocking sword. "Come on!" Xiao Yao shouted, and the dragon stick in his hand chopped down with a domineering and powerful force. As he swung, there was a faint dragon roar, and the flames of destruction burst out, dark and deep, like the fire of hell, forming a sharp contrast with Ji Chen's golden and dazzling flames. When the sword and the stick collided, a sound that could tear the eardrums rang out, and the air waves spread out in all directions. A storm was directly set off within 100 meters, with sand flying everywhere and grass rolling up, as if a natural disaster had come. Bang! 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 Xiao Yao and Ji Chen took a few steps back at the same time, and both of them showed shock on their faces. So strong? So strong? Xiao Yao did not expect that someone could actually take his full-strength attack. You know, in the past 5 days, he has taken several precious plants, and the Imperial Extreme Immortal Battle Body has been trained to the middle stage of the first level, and his strength and physique have increased a lot. What's more, he is currently in a fusion state. The combination of the power of Diamond 4 Wukong and his own should make him invincible in the Great Wizard realm. Of course, he was not in his strongest state just now. For example, he did not use the moves of 9 Strike of Wild Beasts, and did not let the Qilong spirit possess him. But even so, he should be able to easily crush the Great Wizard. It seems that the Zhurong royal family is much more powerful than I thought. It's interesting. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. For Ji Chen, he didn't expect that this barbarian from the wilderness could actually block his 9 Heavens golden flame sword. Although it was just a sword drawing style, it was the most fierce and unexpected of all the sword moves. Tiger Mania. It seems that I underestimated you a little bit. Ji Chen's eyes became serious, and the long sword pointed diagonally, and the golden flame shone brightly, making him look like the Son of God, sacred and inviolable. Xiao Yao held the stick in one hand, the black flame of destruction attached to the dragon stick, and the violent and domineering aura raged around like a wave. At first glance, it seemed that the devil had descended to the world, and was facing the gods in the air. This fragmented and harmonious scene shocked Lan Zhan and others, who had already retreated to a safe position. They opened their mouths wide, and said in disbelief, "Is this really the combat power of a great wizard?" Lan Zhan swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maybe this is genius. Compared with these two, there is almost no difference between me, the great wizard, and the wizard general. It is just a matter of a stick or a sword. Brother Lan, who do you think will win? The companion asked in a low voice. Lan Zhan hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "I hope His Highness Ji Chen will win." Since he said the word hope, it means that Ji Chen can no longer win over Hu Kuang in his heart. Thinking of Hu Kuang's domineering power just now, Lan Zhan suddenly began to worry about Ji Chen. Chapter 708 Battle of the Two Heroes. Dragon Strike. Clang. The sword spirits rang. Hundreds of golden flame sword chi swept toward Xiao Yao like meteors, very fast, tearing the wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yao waved his long staff. The flames burst out, condensed into a huge spirit turtle phantom behind him, the turtle shell facing the sky, like a shield that could support the sky, blocking all the sword chi. Spirit turtle strike. Puff puff puff, the sword chi fell on the turtle shell, immediately causing ripples. Most of the sword chi was blocked by the turtle shell, but some of it still passed through the spirit turtle phantom, leaving shallow blood marks on Xiao Yao's body. Blood surged, and the wound healed quickly. Xiao Yao looked calm. Although he was at a disadvantage in the previous fight, he was already aware of the gap between himself and Ji Chen. In terms of strength, Ji Chen was definitely not his opponent, but he had an obvious advantage, which was martial arts. In the final analysis, 9 Beast Attacks was just a high-level martial arts of the Fierce Tiger tribe, and it was not even as powerful as Fierce Yang Extreme Fist, let alone comparable to the martial arts of the Royal Children. If 9 Beast Attacks can increase one's combat power from 100 to 150, then Ji Chen's sword technique can increase combat power from 70 to 200. The advantage in technique is the main reason why Ji Chen had the upper hand in the previous fight. But it must be said that even without this sword technique, Ji Chen is definitely the strongest among the great wizards he has seen. How can a barbarian be so powerful? Ji Chen stood with a sword in his hand, and a hint of confusion and surprise flashed in his eyes. What is the Wild Land? It is the border of Zhurong Kingdom, far from the center, and is far behind in culture, martial arts, and resources. You can pick any son of a baron at random. The resources he has enjoyed since childhood are beyond the imagination of any barbarian. But the barbarian named Hu Kuang in front of him is so powerful that he has obtained the wandering dragon stick that dozens of generations of geniuses in the royal family have been unable to pull out. In each move, he is extremely domineering. If his own skills are not several times more sophisticated than the opponent's, I am afraid that this battle would have been a foregone conclusion. However, this is exactly the battle I want. Ji Chen's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. As the emperor's favorite youngest son, he has always been the strongest among his peers since he was a child. He has experienced too many battles that crushed everything in his power. but it is extremely rare to have a battle of equal strength. This time, he finally met a suitable opponent. Kill! Ji-Chen shouted, and the golden sword stabbed Xiao Yao's face with a sharp and swift force. Although the scene was not as grand and gorgeous as before, it seemed to be just an ordinary sword. But the murderous intent contained in it was more terrifying than before. Facing the long sword, Xiao Yao stepped sideways, swung his stick sideways, and hit the long sword hard. Ding! Accompanied by the crisp sound of the sword, Ji-Chen rushed forward. As the saying goes, an inch stronger, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. He wanted to close the distance and weaken the advantage of the opponent's long weapon. Swish, swish, swish. The sword was sharp, like waves, one wave after another. And the waves continued. The power gradually accumulated and covered Xiao Yao's vital points. Xiao Yao remained calm. The heavy dragon stick in his hand seemed extremely agile and nimble. He flicked, picked, blocked, and crossed. The moves were simple, but natural. He blocked all of Ji-Chen's attacks. Ding ding ding, the battlefield was filled with the sound of swords and sticks clashing. The two were too fast. Even in the eyes of Lan Zhan and other great wizards, they were as fast as ghosts, and their eyesight could not catch them at all. Ancestral wizard. Please! A great wizard opened his mouth wide, with shock in his eyes. Is this really the speed of a great wizard? Lan Zhan stared at the battlefield without blinking, when he saw Ji-Chen lightning-fast thrust being blocked by Hu Kuang, and Hu Kuang turned around and his stick was dodged by Ji-Chen. He felt a chill on his back. Not only were these two men swift in their movements, but their reactions were also incredibly fast. If it were me, I would probably lose my life within one round. As the fight intensified, Ji-Chen felt more and more depressed. After a series of close combats, he could feel the fear of his opponent even more. He reacted decisively, moved quickly, and was even stronger than himself. The stick technique that returned to its original nature was like a natural barrier blocking him, making all his attacks come to naught. This was the first time he felt frustrated in a battle with his peers, and this frustration aroused the raging fighting spirit hidden deep in his heart. Come on, Tiger Mad. Let me show you my true strength. Ji-Chen retreated dozens of meters, and suddenly a pair of bone wings appeared on his back, with the flames attached. A pair of gorgeous and blazing flame wings appeared in front of everyone. With a flap of wings, Ji-Chen soared into the sky, and finally stopped at a height of 100 meters, overlooking the world like a king. Damn, you're playing dirty. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. If you can't beat him, just fly into the sky. Damn it. You have no shame. Obviously, the white bone wings on Ji-Chen's back are a flying magic weapon. And this kind of magic weapon is a perfect interpretation of what it means to add wings to a tiger when it is blessed by the Zhurong witch clan who cannot fly. Of course, he also has the somersault cloud to fly into the sky to fight. But that kind of strange phenomenon will inevitably arouse the suspicion of Ji-Chen and the people around him. After he goes out, it will be difficult to explain. However, magic weapons are also a manifestation of strength. He will not be affected by this. After all, it is just flying. There are many ways to control you. In the sky, a golden light flashed in Ji-Chen's eyes. He waved his long sword, and hundreds of golden sword chi shot toward Xiao Yao's head like a torrential rain. The sword chi was awe-inspiring, and the air was filled with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Xiao Yao raised his head, stabbed the long stick into the sky, and the energy in his body flowed at a high speed along a specific route, and then exploded. The clear cry of the phoenix resounded through the sky, and a golden crow phantom spread its wings, elegant and magnificent, with a long flame tail behind it, and rushed up to the sky with golden sword chi, as if it was going to attack the sun god in the sky. The violent sword energy bombarded Jinwu, creating ripples continuously, but it could never hinder her forward speed. The eighth move of 9 attacks of wild beasts Jinwu attack. Xiao Yao looked up at the sky coldly. Jinwu attack is a move designed for enemies in the sky. Ji-Chen wanted to use the advantage of air superiority to deal with him, which was really too fantastic. Jinwu attacked. The scorching temperature made Ji-Chen's skin hot, the air was distorted, and breathing became extremely difficult. Nice move. Ji-Chen's eyes flickered. Compared to the phantom of the spirit turtle just now, the golden crow in front of him was obviously much stronger. But Ji-Chen clenched the long sword in his hand. His eyes were sharp. Tiger madness, just the appetizer. The real killer move is still to come. Boom! The golden flames covered his whole body, the wings flapped. Ji-Chen actually dived down towards the golden crow. His figure overlapped with the scorching sun in the sky, like a meteor, so dazzling that it was hard to open your eyes. Shwa! The long sword cleared the way. The sharp sword energy cut the golden crow in an instant. Ji-Chen continued to dive. A huge golden sword shadow wrapped his body. Man and sword became one, as if the sword of heaven's punishment had descended on the world. Come on! Xiao Yao shouted heroically, holding the stick with both hands, and his blood surged in his body like waves. The flame of destruction suddenly burst out, and the long stick was raised, smashing towards the sky with a force of splitting the sky. Ding! The tip of the sword and the top of the stick collided, and in an instant, time seemed to stop. The golden and black flames annihilated each other and intertwined with each other. A faint ball of light appeared between the sword and the stick, and then it became bigger and brighter. When the ball of light expanded to the size of a fist, it exploded with a bang, like a planet exploding, and the whole world instantly turned into a vast white. Bang, bang, bang. A series of air waves raged around. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, giant trees were uprooted, and rocks were shot out like cannonballs. The ground under Xiao Yao's feet suddenly collapsed a lot. More than a dozen spiderweb-like cracks continued to spread outward. A flush of blood surged on his face. On the other side, Ji-Chen was pushed back hundreds of meters by the huge recoil force. His throat felt sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The right hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably, and there were already cracks on his bones. Fortunately, the powerful blood of the witch clan is the best healing medicine. As the blood circulates, the bones are instantly repaired. However, the shock in Ji-Chen's eyes could not be dissipated. Why is his power so strong? You know, he just used the ultimate move of Nine Heavens Golden Flame Sword Heavenly Sword coming, combined with the downward momentum, to exert his power, speed, and skills to the extreme. Not to mention the Great Witch. Even the Witch King must be extremely careful. However, Hu Kuang blocked his fatal move perfectly with a simple stick, and even caused himself considerable internal injuries. This kind of power is too terrifying. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, calmed the surging blood in his body, loosened his numb palms, and moved them gently. It must be said that Ji-Chen's sword was indeed sharp. He had almost used all his strength just now, but he only repelled Ji-Chen, and at most made the opponent spit out blood. If it were any other opponent at the peak of the Great Wizard, he would definitely be beaten into a pulp by his stick. It seems that if I don't use my ultimate move, I really can't take him down, Xiao Yao thought secretly. In fact, he still has some tricks, such as Yumi Giant Strength Technique, and the possession of the Qilong Spirit, which can greatly increase his strength and quickly deal with Ji-Chen. However, Ji-Chen is a prince after all. If he is killed by him by accident, it will be too dangerous to go out. He will not kill Ji-Chen unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, if Ji-Chen doesn't know how to appreciate it, don't blame him for being ruthless. Tiger Mania. Ji-Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, I have one last attack. If you can block it, we will fight in the final of the God's Choice battle. At this moment, he no longer regarded Tiger Mania as a humble barbarian, but a truly respectable opponent. A super genius with more outstanding talent than himself. Okay, Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. It seems that Ji-Chen is also a sensible person. So let me experience your strongest attack. Huh? The golden flames burned fiercely on the blade. Ji-Chen held the sword with both hands, raised it high, and concentrated his spirit on the sword. A flash of fire appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the world was still. A magnificent aura burst out from him, as if the king was here in person. His majesty was inviolable. At the same time, Xiao Yao took a deep breath. The majestic flames of destruction rolled and twisted behind him. The violent and fierce aura slowly dissipated, as if a terrifying monster was brewing and growing in the flames. Huh? With a flap of his wings, Ji-Chen slowly ascended into the air. 100-meter-long golden sword shadow was held above his head, exuding a magnificent power. Tiger Madness. This sword is called Nine Heavens Emperor / The clear voice resounded through the sky. As soon as the words fell, the golden sword shadow chopped down like a mountain. The air wave was emptied, and thunderous explosions were heard. The cold air froze Xiao Yao's body, making it difficult for him to dodge. Of course, Xiao Yao would never dodge, and he would take this move. In the flames of destruction, A terrifying giant dragon soared into the sky, hundreds of meters long, and made of flames. It seemed to be an evil dragon born in hell. Evil and domineering. Enough to destroy everything. 9 Strike of Wild Beasts, Heavenly Dragon Strike. After a period of training, Xiao Yao finally mastered the last move of 9 Strike of Wild Beasts, which is also the strongest move. Heavenly Dragon Strike. Now, with the Wandering Dragon stick in his hand, the arrival of the Lilong spirit also gave him a deeper understanding of Heavenly Dragon Strike. He believed that this domineering move would not disappoint him. The golden sword slashed down suddenly, and the domineering fire dragon rushed straight into the sky. This scene shocked Lan Zhan and others. They opened their eyes as wide as possible and clenched their fists tightly. Whether the sword would kill the dragon or the dragon would devour the sword would depend on the next duel. Boom! The golden sword and the dragon collided with each other. In an instant, the tip of the sword broke and scattered into clusters of golden fire, which fell down gracefully, and the head of the dragon also cracked slightly. The golden sword and the dragon were like 2 wrestling fighters, fighting to the death and refusing to give in. Gradually, the golden sword broke more and more, and the sword body became shorter and shorter, and cracks appeared on the dragon's body, like broken glass, which could be destroyed with a little external force. Finally, the golden sword could not withstand the impact of the evil dragon, and it exploded into a rain of fire. The evil dragon was also dismembered at the moment when the golden sword was scattered, but the remaining might was fused into a black fireball, which suddenly hit Ji Chen. Bang! Ji Chen's body was submerged in the fireball, and he fell to the ground like a bird shot by a gun. Seeing this scene, Lan Zhan and others were horrified. Bang! The heavy body hit the ground, and for a moment, the sand and dust rolled up, blocking everyone's sight. Your Highness Ji Chen, please don't get into trouble. Lan Zhan and the others clenched their fists tightly. Their hearts almost stopped beating. If His Majesty's favorite son, His Highness Ji Chen, had an accident, then the Zhurong Kingdom would really change. Ahem! Just then, a cough was heard in the dust. Hearing this sound, Lan Zhan and the others finally let go of their worries. Ji Chen inserted his sword into the ground, supported his body and stood up. His gorgeous robe had been completely blown to pieces, revealing the charred and curled red scales. After standing up, Ji Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at Xiao Yao with a complicated expression, and said, I lost this battle. While when they heard Ji Chen admit defeat in person, Lan Zhan and the others immediately stayed where they were, their bodies stiff, as if they had been greatly shocked. Your Highness Ji Chen actually admitted defeat. Chapter 709 Master Level 5 Light and Dark Double-Headed Dragon. A breeze blew by, dispersing the smoke on the battlefield. At this moment, Ji Chen's mood was very complicated, both the unwillingness to lose and the excitement and motivation of meeting a worthy opponent. In his life, it's not that he has never experienced failure, but after each failure, he would strive to catch up and eventually defeat those opponents who were a few years older than him, more than a dozen years older than him. And this time, he was defeated by a wild genius of his generation, which aroused his competitive spirit even more. Tiger mad, I lost this time, but this is definitely not the final battle between us. Just wait, I will defeat you in the finals in a short time, and help me become the Witch King. Ji Chen's eyes were deep, and a raging fighting spirit was burning in his heart. Thank you. Xiao Yao held the stick and clasped his fists, with a faint smile on his face. This battle was the most exciting and satisfying one he had fought since he came to the awakening battlefield. During this process, he did not use any war beast skills, but relied entirely on the power of the fusion, the flames, and the perfect martial arts of the Witch clan, and finally defeated this royal genius. This battle was enough to prove his strength to dominate the diamond level. If he added the war beast skills and the Qilong spirit, he would even dare to fight against the master level. Of course, he had to admit that without entering the fusion state, he might not be Ji Chen's opponent with his own strength. However, if he could practice the Imperial Immortal War body to the second level, he believed that even without Wukong's power, he could still maintain an invincible posture at the diamond level. At this time, Xiao Yao's nose moved, and he keenly smelled that many witches were approaching this side quickly. They should be attracted by the beam of light stirred up by the wandering dragon stick. Just like him. Goodbye. Xiao Yao nodded to Ji Chen, then with a flash of footsteps, he disappeared in front of Ji Chen and Lan Zhan and others. After Xiao Yao left, Lan Zhan and others quickly came to Ji Chen and asked with concern, Your Highness Ji-Chen, are you okay? Ji-Chen glanced at them and said calmly, I'm fine. In fact, his injuries had been healed by the powerful qi and blood power, but the energy in his body was almost dry. If he continued to fight, he could only fight with his physical body. It was okay against other great witches. He was confident that he could defeat most of his opponents with his physical body alone. But facing Tiger Mad, this behavior was tantamount to seeking his own death. That was why he just admitted defeat. A chaotic sound of footsteps came from all around. Before long, more than a dozen witches hurried over. What caught their eyes was a scene like a natural disaster. The earth was cracked. The walls were broken. And the giant trees were uprooted. The sporadic flames told them what an amazing battle had just happened here. When they saw the man in the center of the battlefield, with his upper body naked and his clothes like rags, their eyes were filled with horror. His Highness Ji-Chen. What did they see? Ji-Chen, His Majesty's most beloved youngest son, the undisputed #1 at the peak of the Great Wizard. How could he become like this? Did he just encounter a strong enemy? Everyone looked around and saw only a broken python corpse. How could a mere monster force His Highness Ji-Chen into such a situation? The looks from the crowd made Ji-Chen feel uncomfortable. He clenched his sword, and his wings shook, and he quickly disappeared into the vast sky. After Ji-Chen left, the others immediately surrounded Lan Zhan and the others, asking them what had happened. Lan Zhan himself didn't want to say it, and the others couldn't force him. The descendant of Anan. However, the two top witch generals around him couldn't stand the pressure from the crowd, and told the whole story. After listening, everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. A barbarian from the wild land actually defeated His Highness Ji-Chen, the genius prince of the Kingdom of God. This is too outrageous. Man-stick Tiger Madness. Everyone remembered this name in their hearts. If they meet him in the next ring battle, they must admit defeat at the first time, and there must be no hesitation. In the cave, Xiao Yao sat on the ground, with his eyes closed, and his surging blood was constantly circulating, and there was a faint sound of waves hitting the sea. After a moment, Xiao Yao opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his pupils. This battle, I gained a lot. He stood up slowly, moved his body, and his bones made a crisp sound. Fighting is the best way to become stronger, especially when the opponent is quite strong. It can make people grow faster. After this battle, his mastery of 9 beast attacks has reached a new height. I dare not say that he has reached the highest level, but at least he can be called a master. Especially Heavenly Dragon Attack, the strongest move, perfectly matches the characteristics of the Wandering Dragon Stick, and plays a very important and positive role in his mastery of Wandering Dragon Shocking World Stick. With the Wandering Dragon Stick, I can try that thing. Xiao Yao touched his chin and thought secretly. In the past 5 days, he did not wander aimlessly, but used his clairvoyance to carefully explore nearly 1/3 of the Forbidden Mountains. After observation, he found that the Forbidden Mountains were not as simple as they seemed. In addition to the Platinum level and Diamond level monsters that roam freely in the outside world, there were also many monsters with terrifying strength suppressed here. The lowest strength of these suppressed monsters is Master level 5, and the highest can even reach Grandmaster level 2. However, because these monsters have been suppressed by the formation for a long time, their strength is only 1/10 of what it was. But even so, they can kill the Great Wizard with a wave of their hands. Before, although he discovered these monsters, he had no intention of contacting them. After all, even if the monsters were weaker, he could not deal with them now. But yesterday, he accidentally discovered a strange monster. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. In short, due to the formation, 2 extremely rare spiritual treasures were born around this monster. And these 2 spiritual treasures played a very important role for him. Originally, he was still a little hesitant whether he should take the huge risk to get these 2 spiritual treasures. But after getting the Wandering Dragon Stick, he made up his mind. Maybe he could give it a try. 2 hours later, Xiao Yao stood in front of a cliff, with golden light flashing in his pupils, and his sight penetrated the uneven cliff in front of him, reaching deep underground. Under his fiery eyes, the formation patterns hidden by the illusion formation on the cliff were presented to him without reservation. Really amazing, Xiao Yao said with emotion, after learning the formation, especially after mastering all of Teng Zhao's memories. He could more deeply understand how terrifying the formation master who set up the formation in front of him was. Using a mountain as the center of the formation, gathering the power of heaven and earth into the source of the formation. His attainments were so high that he was amazed. Forget it. Let's get down to business first. Xiao Yao stepped back a few steps, and with a glance of his fiery eyes, he soon found the only entrance to the underground. He pressed his hand on a smooth cliff and pushed hard. With a loud rumble, the cliff moved back a few meters, and a dark hole appeared in front of him. Xiao Yao looked down and jumped into the cave. Zizizi stepped on the steep stone wall and slid down quickly. After less than half a minute, he finally touched the ground. A cluster of red fire ignited on his fingers, illuminating the dark environment. In front of him was a wide and straight passage. Xiao Yao walked forward along the passage. Gradually, there were more and more forks in the road, like a maze. If you are not careful, you will forget the way you came. Yumi, can I use space flash here? Xiao Yao communicated in his heart. Yes, but... Yumi's voice was full of doubt. There is a strange power here, which greatly limits the power of space, so the flash distance is much shorter than usual. I understand. Xiao Yao's eyes became more serious. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that this formation suppresses the power of space. In this case, he will have to be more careful next time. As he continued to move forward, a faint light began to appear in front of him, and the passage became wider and wider. Not long after, he reached the end of the passage. What came into view was a huge pool of water. In the middle of the pool, a huge two-headed snake lay on a black stone. Its eyes closed, with no signs of life. Like a stone. Its appearance was very strange. Half of its body was wholly and bright milky white, and the other half was dark black. Its two heads were also one black and one white, as if there was a line that divided its body into two parts. Several thick chains pierced through the snake body and went deep into the bottom of the pool. There were 200-meter-high giant trees on both sides of the pool. The trunks were engraved with mysterious formation patterns. There was a fruit on each treetop. One was milky white, exuding a holy and bright aura, and the other was pitch black, with a gloomy and dark aura. What an ingenious design! Xiao Yao was full of amazement. This formation in front of him not only can suppress the two-headed snake, but also slowly extract energy from its body, nourish the giant tree, and breed two fruits with completely different properties. Monster named Light and Dark Two-Headed Dragon Monster Level Master Level 5 Master Level 5 Monster. Xiao Yao tightly grasped the dragon club, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it was a healthy Master Level 5 monster, he would definitely not even look at it, for fear of attracting its attention. But the light and dark two-headed dragon in front of him was so weak that he didn't even notice it even though he was so close. It would be great if we could obtain these two fruits without disturbing it. Yesterday, he accidentally discovered the light and dark double-headed dragon and the two fruits beside it with the help of the farsightedness and penetrating ability of the clairvoyance. These two fruits, one light and one dark, were made by absorbing the energy of the master-level monster. It is conceivable how pure and terrifying the energy contained in them is. He has thought about the distribution of the two fruits. The light attribute 1 for Warwick, and the dark attribute 1 for Hades. These two fruits will definitely help them quickly step into the master level. Let's get started. Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with gold. He could see that there was an invisible protective shield in front of each of the two giant trees, which was mainly to prevent damage from the two-headed dragon. Fortunately, this protective shield could not isolate the space from flickering. Yumi, is the distance enough? Xiao Yao asked. Yumi, not enough. We need to get closer. Okay, Xiao Yao nodded. And with the somersault cloud under his feet, he quietly approached the giant tree. In order to get these two fruits, he would accept it even if his ability was exposed. Of course, maybe the Zhurong clan did not have the means to monitor the Forbidden Mountains, which would be the best. Under the support of the somersault cloud, Xiao Yao approached the giant tree at a slow and steady speed, fearing that if he went too fast, he would create a gust of wind and wake up the two-headed dragon. But just as he was about to approach the range of the flickering space, the light and dark two-headed dragon still sensed his presence. The light and dark two-headed dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and its 4 eyes focused on Xiao Yao. Its pupils were confused at first, and then they instantly burst into a strong bloodthirsty and greedy look. How many years have passed? Perhaps decades, 100 years, or even 200 years. In short, it has not tasted the taste of blood for too long. Boom! The water in the pond exploded, and a powerful aura burst out. Although it had been suppressed for many years, and its strength was greatly reduced, the aura of the light and dark double-headed dragon at this moment still made Xiao Yao a little breathless. Damn. It's almost there. Xiao Yao cursed inwardly. And without hesitation, he directly ordered the Qilong to possess him. A golden Qilong flew out from the dragon's stick and instantly sank into his body, only to see that a noble and domineering golden dragon tattoo quickly appeared on his back. And the surging power suddenly rose. The red scales of the Witch clan turned into golden dragon scales at an extremely fast speed. At first glance, he looked like a dragon warrior. Swish. Xiao Yao took the lead. Soaring in the clouds activated and pushed forward with his somersault cloud, allowing him to instantly approach the light and dark double-headed dragon, and the long stick burning with the flame of destruction slashed down fiercely. While moving, the weight of the long stick suddenly increased by more than 10 tons, and slammed into the head of the pitch-black dragon with an extremely domineering force. Bang! The snake head lowered, making a huge muffled sound, perhaps because it had not experienced a battle for a long time. Its body was still in a stiff state, and it had just woken up. The double-headed dragon's reaction was obviously a beat slower, and it was not until it was hit by the stick that it was completely awake. Roar! The two snake heads roared at the same time. For a moment, dozens of water columns exploded from the pool, and the surrounding walls were shaking slightly. Damn, the head is so hard. Xiao Yao retreated dozens of meters, clenched his numb hands, and cursed inwardly. Such a heavy stick hit his head, but it didn't even leave a single injury. It was ridiculously hard. Boom boom! The white light column and the black light column were intertwined like a twist, rotating and shooting toward Xiao Yao at a very fast speed. The violent energy tore through the space, leaving Xiao Yao no time to use space flash to dodge. In desperation, he could only stimulate firm will to minimize his damage. Bang! The violent energy hit his body, and Xiao Yao flew backwards for dozens of meters, as if he was hit by a train, and was embedded in the stone wall. Pooh! Xiao Yao vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was charred, and it gave off an unpleasant smell. Most of the meridians in his body were completely torn apart, and he was twitching in pain. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he became a summoner, even though the strength of the light and dark double-headed dragon had been greatly reduced. Even though he had used the Qilong possession and firm will to reduce the damage as much as possible, the attack of the Master Level 5 still almost caused his body to collapse. Swish! Green light flashed. Yumi vigorous energy quickly helped him recover. Xiao Yao flew out from the stone wall, and casually threw a flame stick shadow at the light and dark double-headed dragon, and then went into the cave without looking back. Roar! Finally a prey came. How could the light and dark double-headed dragon let it go? I saw it suddenly jumped up from the pool, making the chains on its body rustle, and then it flew into the wide cave, and was determined to swallow the prey into its stomach within the maximum length of the chain. Walala! Accompanied by the sound of the chain vibrating, the two-headed dragon rushed into the cave at a very fast speed, following the smell, and soon found the target running desperately in front. Hissed the two snake heads opened their mouths wide, and the snake tongue flickered. Just now! In anger, it chose to attack with energy, but if it accidentally beat the prey into ashes, then it would never taste the delicious blood again. So this time, it would use the most cruel means to tear the prey into pieces. Schwa, the speed of the two-headed dragon was extremely fast, and it caught up with the prey in the blink of an eye. The two snake heads rushed forward, one up and one down, and tore off the upper and lower body of the prey at the same time. But when the snake fangs touched the prey, the familiar taste of blood did not come from its mouth, but disappeared like an illusion. What happened? The two snake heads were confused. At this moment, space fluctuations came from behind, accompanied by a chuckle. Hee hee bye bye. Chapter 710 Warwick Diamond Level 5. Roar! A deafening roar came from behind, and the ground beneath his feet shook slightly. Xiao Yao turned his head to look behind him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his body completely relaxed. Damn it, the Master Level 5 monster is too scary. He bared his teeth, and the pain just now still made him feel scared. Yumi, treat him again. Okay. A green light flashed, and a strong vitality filled his body, healing the wound. Xiao Yao walked forward, proud of his previous plan. When he entered the cave, he split a clone at the fork in the road. The clone ran to the left, while his main body used ambush. Entered the invisible state, returned to the sky above the pond from another passage, and quietly picked the fruit. Hee hee. Two heads are not that smart. Xiao Yao raised the corner of his mouth, walked briskly, and felt very happy. The cave was rugged and changeable, like a maze. Ordinary people could not remember the way they came. Although his memory was amazing, it was difficult to remember the original way in this dark passage. Fortunately, he had a very clever way. On the way just now, he used fire to illuminate the darkness, and the burning fire had a smell, so he could follow the residual smell to find the cave entrance. Not long after, he found the entrance to the cave, stepped lightly, and rushed up like a flying dragon, and finally returned to the ground smoothly. Snap, a hand pressed on the stone wall, and the palm generated suction. With a click, the stone wall returned to its original position, covering up the traces of the cave. Done. Xiao Yao snapped his fingers happily. Being able to obtain these 2 fruits, this trip can be said to have made a lot of money. For the remaining 2 days, he will concentrate on hunting monsters. Finding a secret place to sit down, Xiao Yao couldn't help but think of the terrifying black and white shock wave again. Master level, it's really completely different. He sighed. It's obvious that the light and dark double-headed dragon has been suppressed for many years, and its strength has been greatly damaged, and he himself has used the Qilong possession and firm will, but he was still seriously injured by the attack of the double-headed dragon. You know, after being promoted to diamond level, Lan Yo firm will can exempt 75% of the damage within 7 seconds, and his firm will is completely synchronized with Lan Yo. In other words, he just took 25% of the damage from the shock wave, and he was protected by dragon scales. But even so, he almost died. This shows how terrible the Master Level 5 monster is. At this time, Xiao Yao couldn't help but think of what Principal Ouyang had said to him. There is only 1 level difference between the Master Level and the Diamond Level, but they are 2 completely different worlds. There are quite a few Diamond Level summoners in Dragon Country, with hundreds of them at present. But looking at the 500-year history of summoners in Dragon Country, there are no more than 100 who can become masters. Many talented people have fallen in front of the Master Level, and it is difficult for them to break through in their lifetime. After reaching the Master Level, every time you upgrade a level, your strength will have a significant leap. A Master Level 5 War Beast can easily crush a Master Level 1 War Beast. Correspondingly, the time to upgrade a level is at least 10 years, or even decades. According to this statement, even if the light and dark double-headed dragon has been suppressed for many years, its strength is only 1/10 of what it is. But it will still be stronger than the monster that has just broken through the Master Level. Maybe I was a little arrogant before, Xiao Yao murmured. He always thought that with his current strength, he should be able to fight against the powerful Witch King. So he didn't take the revenge of Junwu Ho to heart. Now it seems that he thought the Witch King was a little simple. Take a deep breath. Xiao Yao calmed down, and didn't think about Junwu Ho for the time being. At present, he has obtained 2 fruits, 1 light and 1 dark. Let Warwick use the light attribute fruit now. In the beast control space, Warwick picked up the fruit that exuded holy light. The fruit was the size of a football, milky white, with a few golden lines on the skin, and a refreshing fragrance. Even if you just smell it, you can feel comfortable. Ah! Warwick opened his mouth, bit the fruit with a smack. The rich juice burst in his mouth, and as his throat rolled, he swallowed it all into his stomach. After the juice went down his throat, the majestic holy power exploded in his body. Ah! Warwick raised his head and roared. His eyes, mouth, ears burst out with brilliant golden light. The holy flames rose up, burning and blazing, but it also made the old cow, Touch and Morton beside him feel warm, like the sunshine in spring, dispelling all the cold and haze. The holy energy nourished his flesh, bones, meridians, and made Warwick's physique grow rapidly. At the same time, the holy flame also became stronger under the nourishment of energy. 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%, 100% in less than half a minute. Warwick's experience value broke through Diamond 3, and the speed did not slow down, steadily moving towards Diamond 4. Xiao Yao sat cross-legged, his muscles tensed, his bones creaked, and golden light flashed in his pupils. With the feedback from the War Beast, his physique was also strengthened synchronously. A few minutes later, the experience value successfully broke through Diamond 4. Warwick raised his arms and roared, his body emitting dazzling golden light like a headlight of hundreds of thousands of watts. His physique grew taller, his muscles expanded, and his wolf claws became sharper. What surprised Xiao Yao was that after breaking through Diamond 4, the speed at which the experience bar rose did not slow down. 87%, 88%, 89%, 90%. Looking at the numbers on the experience bar, Xiao Yao's eyes widened slightly, and he was extremely excited. 98%, 99%, 100% boom. A fierce and violent aura rose to the sky, accompanied by the golden holy flames more than 10 meters high. Warwick looked up to the sky and howled. Bathed in the holy flames, like a god of war, people could not help but crawl at his feet. After breaking through Diamond 5, Warwick's experience value increased very slowly, and finally stopped at about 37%. Diamond 5 Xiao Yao stood up, with a hint of joy on his lips. He didn't expect that. A fruit would allow Warwick to soar directly from Diamond 2 to Diamond 5, making him the first war beast to reach Diamond 5 among the 6 brothers. He clenched his fists. His surging physical fitness gave him an extremely strong impulse, and he wanted to fight the light and dark double-headed dragon again. Of course, this was just a joke. He would still get beaten if he went now. Back to the point. Warwick was promoted 3 levels in a row. With the help of the war beast, his physical fitness was improved in all aspects, especially in speed, endurance, self-healing ability, and sense of smell. A woo in the beast control space. Warwick roared to the sky, showing his desire to fight. Xiao Ku, wait a little longer. It's not the right time yet. Xiao Yao comforted him. He understood Xiao Ku's feelings. After his strength improved by leaps and bounds, who wouldn't want to find an opponent to test it out? But in the territory of Zhurong Divine Kingdom, he really couldn't summon the war beasts, so he could only wrong them for a while. After Xiao Yao's comfort, Warwick expressed his understanding. He couldn't go out for the time being, but he could still find his good brothers to practice. Laonyo, Tucci, and Mo Tung. The 3 of you come together. Warwick patted his chest and said with great pride. Attack together? The 3 brothers looked at each other, grinning, and slowly surrounded Warwick. Beat him. At Tucci's command, he instantly entered the invisible state, while Laonyo and Mo Tung attacked Warwick from the left and right. Looking at the war beasts fighting in the beast control space, Xiao Yao smiled, then activated his clairvoyance, looking far away, searching for his prey. 2 days later, the dark night leopard pounced forward, and slapped hard with its claws covered with black mist, intending to tear the abominable creature into pieces. Puff, the claws hit, but the familiar feeling of flesh tearing did not come, and the creature in front of him disappeared like a bubble. It turned out that it hit the afterimage left by the high-speed movement. How the sharp sound of breaking wind sounded from behind his head. And before the dark night leopard could react, his head suddenly hurt, and he completely lost consciousness. Health, 0%, looking at the slightly sunken head in front of him. But the head was intact. Xiao Yao showed a satisfied smile. After this period of fighting and training, his stick skills have reached the level of lifting a heavy weight with ease. Before, he might have blown the monster's head with one stick, but now he can kill it without any damage. On the outside, there is almost no obvious injury. He squatted down, took out the demon pill, and held a dark demon pill in his palm. Hades, the demon pill and fruit are ready for you. You can only rely on yourself from now on. Xiao Yao stuffed the corpse into the beast control space and murmured. For other summoners, war beasts, or 3-eyed spirits and witches, they can't be like Xiao Ku and Laonyo, who can break through any realm without any shackles as long as they have enough resources. Even Hades, who is gifted, is no exception. Therefore, he decided to let Hades absorb the dark demon pill first, and when he faced a bottleneck, he would use the more precious dark fruit to try to break through the master level. To be honest, he was still optimistic about this matter. From Warwick's 3 consecutive levels, it can be seen that both the light fruit and the dark fruit contain extremely powerful energy. After all, this is a treasure that was extracted from the master level 5 light and dark twin dragon, and it took countless years to form. With it, plus his amazing talent, Hades is very likely to become the first master level strongman in the history of the 3-eyed Eldar. Boom! At this moment, a rainbow light column that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly descended from the horizon and froze there. It's time to go back. Xiao Yao looked at the light column, with a faint smile on his face. Swish! With a step, Xiao Yao ran wildly towards the direction of the light column. At the same time, everyone in the Forbidden Mountains noticed the rainbow light column, and they quickly put down their work and rushed there as fast as possible. If they fail to leave before the passage is closed, they will be trapped in the Forbidden Mountains forever, until the next time it is opened. An hour later, Many witches gathered on the top of the mountain, looking at the rainbow light column that reached the sky in the plain ahead, their faces full of anxiety and worry. How can we get through this? A great witch muttered to himself, with a tremor in his tone. At a glance, dense monsters surrounded the rainbow light column, circles and circles, although they were of different races, but they actually lived in strange harmony, as if they were under command. With so many monsters blocking the way, how can they reach the rainbow channel? Wait until everyone is here. Then we can charge together, someone suggested. Yeah, that makes sense. That's right. We can't get through with our own strength. There is hope only if we join hands. That's what you say. But I don't know how many people will survive after 7 days. The more the better. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Time passed slowly, and more witches gathered on the top of the mountain, looking at the astonishing number of beasts in front of them. Everyone's face was full of solemnity and worry. His Highness Jichen is coming. Suddenly, there was a cry from the back. Hearing the name of His Highness Jichen, everyone immediately perked up and looked for His Highness Jichen. The crowd dispersed, and Jichen slowly walked to the front, looking down, and frowned slightly. His Highness Jichen, give me an idea. What should we do next? The great witch beside him asked. Your Highness, you have made up your mind. Everyone will listen to you. Yes, we believe in you. Everyone responded. They believed in Jichen, not only because of his status as a prince, but also because Jichen had the strongest strength among all the great witches. Only he had enough strength and prestige to convince everyone and make everyone work together. Jichen pondered for a moment and said, wait until everyone is here. Wait for one person to come. Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. It would be understandable when everyone was present, but who was that person? Who was so important that His Highness Jichen had to wait for his arrival? Your Highness, who is this person you are referring to? A nobleman asked the question that everyone was thinking. Jichen said calmly, his name is Hu Kuang. Hu Kuang. Man Gun Hu Kuang. Hearing this name, many people looked surprised. They naturally knew Hu Kuang, the strongest man in Yanangyan, who had made a great name for himself before the Battle of God's Choice began. But who would have thought that even His Highness Jichen knew his name, and asked everyone to wait for him? Could it be that, in the past few days, His Highness Jichen had private contact with Hu Kuang? Everyone speculated, and many people believed that His Highness Jichen must have happened to see Hu Kuang fighting with the monster and recognized his strength, or that the two had a sparring match. And although Hu Kuang was defeated, he won His Highness' respect. However, some people knew the inside story. Tiger Maniac, he is the fierce man who defeated His Highness Jichen. Lon John's face was complicated. His Highness Jichen was right. If Tiger Maniac was the pioneer, it might not be difficult to successfully break through the obstacles of the monsters. Time passed little by little, more and more people gathered on the top of the mountain, but the person His Highness was expecting did not show up. Did Tiger Maniac have an accident? Jichen frowned. No, it's impossible. With his strength, he would be fine. As a member of the royal family, Jichen knew very well that the Forbidden Mountains were a trial secret realm set up for the royal children. Although it was dangerous, it would not endanger the peak of the Great Wizard, let alone a strong man like Tiger Maniac. Could it be? Pa. Just as Jichen was thinking about it, there was a crisp sound of footsteps from behind the crowd, accompanied by an aura that was hard to ignore. Everyone looked back, and saw a burly man, holding a long dragon stick, whose aura was as frightening as a wild beast, slowly approaching. Oh, it looks like everyone is waiting for me. Xiao Yao looked at everyone, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.